know I'm bashful. I got all the whippersnappers and the little rascals. Turned off the way we drippin' with the Tabasco. Old friends inquiring about the cash flow. Okay, this here in the gas state. I can't hit it, if I do I might pass away. These boys fake, please quit with the masquerade. Hey, out here with the pastor saying I could probably use a fresh start out the window of the Target. I'm reflecting on life through Cherokee Park. Think about life through Cherokee Park. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the envy on them, make you stare and see them. We ain't paying for them, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason? It was so abrupt, I kinda had to think that there would be one. Be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from? I don't care about you, I got me a chick that's Caribbean. It's a push start, I ain't gotta put the key in. Whip it real nice like a good human being. 24 East, I'm in Chattanooga 10. Yeah, the barbecue Korean and my shorty boy Ben. Ay, we just went from dive bars to the Coliseum. Man, he's a try-hard, wouldn't wanna be him. PG on the gym, go ahead, copyright it to him. Go ahead, copyright it. Nah, I wouldn't wanna say too much. We ain't take her from you, now she came to us. Ain't no steak dinner, but we made through brunch. 2-4 on the beat, you know he came through clutch. No, he came through clutch. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the envy on them, make you stare and see them. We ain't paying for them, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason? It was so abrupt, I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from? I don't care about you, I got me a chick that's Caribbean.
Yo le llamo la reina del party. Ella lo torquea como Cari. Ella le dice que sea la Mari. Le gusta cuando freno en el Ferrari. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo. Puesto pa'l discotequeo. Si salimos quiero romo, así que esto se puso feo. Mami, si tú quieres me calienta. Yo traje todas las herramientas para bregarte con esa tormenta. Porque escuché que dijiste alerta, que se abra la compuerta. Más vale loca que muerta. Te voy a pisar si te suelta. Hasta los 70, perreando en la lenta. Yo sé que tú no te portas bien, que ratas bajo y yo también. Te vas de party todo el weekend. Entren ahora que caben 100. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo.
Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, Pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. But we show no remorse. Go get a bag, I drip in our shores.
Hello, Mr. JD.
Hello, how are you, sir?
I'm great, man. Look at this. We got Corey Kluber facing off against his old Cleveland Indians team, still in his Indians uniform in this picture.
That's pretty neat. It's going to be pretty weird, I think, for Indians fans to see Corey Kluber in any uniform other than an Indians uniform, right? It's going to take some getting used to.
Yeah, he's facing off against Mr. Shane Bieber, the Cleveland Indians. As you said so well when you joined our Discord, it's master versus student in today's ballgame.
I'm looking forward to seeing this one. This should be a good one.
So a nice American League battle here. Kicking off a full slate of Bop-Ball, 12-15 game on Versace alongside JD Gregory making his Bop-Ball debut. JD, man, welcome to the program. Welcome to what we're doing here. We also want to welcome all of our viewers on Twitch, on Twitter, wherever you might be. As we take a look at both teams and how they rank offensively and defensively here. JD, man, how you feeling? First game of Bop-Ball.
I'm feeling really good, Chris. This is going to be something I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, it's a nice way to get our baseball fix and keep us with live games. So the Cleveland Indians coming in today at 46-24. They lead the AL wildcard race and are just half a game back of the Minnesota Twins in first place of the American League Central. Meanwhile, for Texas, they are 4 games under 500 at 33-37 and find themselves 5th in the AL wildcard race. And JD, here is Corey Kluber.
Well, Corey Kluber, 14 starts this year, a 6-5 record. He was a real big part of the Cleveland Indians to be in the World Series a few years ago. And again, this is kind of odd. Let's see how he does against this.
So he will face off against Francisco Lindor, shortstop, switch hitter, batting left-handed. Only at .250 this season. But the Indians have been strong, so he'll take that, and certainly they expect him to heat up. First pitch is in there, 0-1.
They obviously do. You got to look at Anderson, who's right there. What a player he's been for this Texas team over the years.
Here's the 0-1. Eye level. Misses 1-1. Beautiful day for baseball here at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington. 85 degrees. Partly sunny.
Perfect day for a baseball game.
Lindor sprays a fastball foul. Good location there by Kluber. 1-2. One-two pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. And the first batter that Corey Kluber faces against his old ball club goes down swinging.
The center fielder, number 35.
Yeah, Lindor tried to be a little too aggressive there. I think he's disappointed, but he'll get another advance.
So here's Oscar Mercado, 294, just shy of 300, 9 homers, 22 driven in. Big hack at the first pitch, misses. The sinker there from Kluber.
I think Mercado's going to play a big part on this team, and here's he's got good power, pretty good speed in the outfield, I'm looking forward to seeing big things.
And now even at 1-1, as you look to your left here, the starting lineups for both of these teams. Carlos Santana on deck. The 1-1. Hit high in the air towards left field. But that will be gloved for out number 2, and quickly now for Kluber, 2 up, 2 down against his old team.
Well, Kluber can work pretty quickly, Chris, so we can certainly keep this up.
Now he will have to contend with Carlos Santana at 23 home runs already on the season. He had a career year last year in his return to Cleveland. Yep.
I can remember in his earlier years, there was good story about what kind of power Santana would have for the last few seasons. He's turned out to be a guy you want in clutch situation.
Yeah, great on base ability as well as he takes the first pitch upstairs. He spent the majority of his career with the Indians before one with the Philadelphia Phillies. But Cleveland has proven to be his home. Last season, in his first year back with Cleveland after that 1 year stint, had one of the best seasons of his career.
Well, he's a really big Tito Francona guy, and I know he really missed him that 1 year he was away.
Count is 2 and 1.
So Kluber spots his first strike. Another one that Santana looks at. Very patient hitter at the plate, but Kluber has battled back from 2-0 to 2-2 now. Pitch. There it is. Great eye on an off-speed offering. 2-2, not an easy pitch to take just inside. And now here is the payoff. Fouled back. This is classic Carlos Santana, JD. Working a great at-bat to away.
He is a tough hitter, and he loves to stand in there tough. Let's see what he can do.
Fouls it back. Third base side once again. Pitch number 8 of the at-bat, upcoming for Carlos Santana. 2 outs, nobody out in the first inning. This one sprayed opposite field. Could be trouble, but there is out number 3. So Corey Kluber in his return has a good first inning. 1, 2, 3 go the Cleveland Indians. Rangers come to bat in a scoreless ball. Welcome back, everyone, to Major League Baseball here on Twitch, raising money for the Black Lives Matter movement, a huge permanent issue in our country. As we see Shane Bieber here for the Cleveland Indians, JB.
14 starts for Shane Bieber so far this year. Chris, this guy has been a terrific ace in the last couple of years for the Indians. He was an MVP All-Star last year. The bill on that again this year.
Bieber was a breakout pitcher last year. His first All-Star season, and took away, like you said, the All-Star MVP award. Got an automobile out of it too, not too shabby. His first hitter will be Elvis Andrus. Andrus swings and misses, count 0-2. He fouled off the fastball and then way over the top of the curveball. So Bieber has his first hitter on the ropes. Great foul. Say that again about Andrus.
This is a special breed of player. You don't see too many people. You don't long stake like Andrus has been. And he could have gone anywhere else. Texas.
Yeah, he's been up here since 2009 with the Rangers. He's now battled back to make it 2-2.
Been part of a couple of World Series, but he was a pretty important part of both those two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. 2-time All-Star. Made his Major League debut August 6, 2009 against the Indians. Went 1 for 4 in that game. He sprays it over to first, and down goes Andrus to begin the home first as Santana will step on the bench.
Well, both Kluber and Bieber know how to really carve up the lineup, so this could be a quick one here today. We'll see.
Here's Nick Solak, hitting just above 200 on the season. Young outfielder for the Rangers. First pitch misses. Solak had his rookie season last year. Drafted by the Yankees in the second round of the 2016 draft. One-0 misses low, 2-0. Solak hit .293 as a rookie for the Rangers last season in just 33 games, however.
Well, I think there's a lot to like about this Rangers makeup. I still think that this division belongs to the Astros, but if this team are built, they can make a lot of noise pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, this division, a tightly contested one so far this year, as Solak takes his first strike.
So it is.
3-1.
It is.
Oakland A's are in first place in the American League West at 40-30. The Angels a couple games above 500 in second place, and then there are the Rangers in third at 33-37. Like you said, this division has been the Astros for the better part of the last 3-4 years, but this year they're in fourth. As Solak grounds out to Bieber, 1-3 putout.
The designated hitter, Willie Calhoun.
So 2 away so far for the host Rangers. They give way to Willie Calhoun, who steps in the left-hand batter's box. 234 in the season, but has cracked 13 big flies.
Ball inside.
Bieber working quickly. 2 curveballs to start the at-bat. First one missed, second one hits its spot. Calhoun swings into the shift the opposite way.
Nice work.
But look,
Keep the ball
Ramirez,
inside.
there you go. So 1-2-3 for both of these pitchers. Kluber facing his old squad, and Bieber here in Texas. Franmil Reyes, Jose Ramirez with the first 2 hitters. We begin the second. Here is Franmil Reyes, tonight's designated hitter. His first full season with the Indians after being part of a trade deadline deal last year. Expected to bring some thunder to Cleveland.
Well, it looks like he really struggled when he first got here last year, and he stepped it up. So hopefully, he's getting another late surge here for the
Yeah, Franmil Reyes coming over from the San Diego Padres had a brilliant first half in 2019.
He did.
He had 37 home runs in total last year, but 27 came with the Padres, and only 10, of course, then with the Indians after the deadline.
Well, sometimes it just takes a while to figure out pitching when you switch leagues, and that's what happened with Reyes last year. But he did catch on a little bit towards the end.
Absolutely, as this one hit deep to left center field and gone over the fence. A home run by Franmil Reyes. We were just talking about his adjustment to Cleveland, his 12th of the season. And now the Indians strike first against Corey Kluber, 1-0.
A big way for the Indians to get on the board right there. Let's see if they can keep it up, because we got another power hitter coming up here.
Yeah, Jose Ramirez will step up. You see Reyes there. Line drive shot against Kluber. So 1-2-3 first for Corey, but the first batter in the second tagged him over the fence. Here's Jose Ramirez, well over 300 with 12 homers. First pitch is in there for a strike. Shot foul. Third base side out of play. 0-2. We talked about these guys last year. JD, Jose Ramirez struggled mightily in the first half of the last season before really picking up, and this year he's off to a quicker start.
Well, it's good to see that. I know he kind of made some adjustments, and that was a carryover from a struggle that he had during the 2018 season. The Indians really need him to have a decent season this year.
Meanwhile, he goes down on a sinker. Second strikeout of the day for Kluber.
Looks like he was a little late on that one. Having to look on his timing for the next at.
Yeah, he went fishing for that one. So there's the first out. That will give way to Cesar Hernandez, who's had a strong season here for Cleveland. Hits that one straight away center. Tosses the bat aside, no doubt about it. 2 home runs in the second inning. This time it's Cesar Hernandez in the first pitch to straightaway center.
Well, that's the one thing about Corey Kluber. He can kind of struggle. He showed that in the postseason in 2017, and here he's showing it again today. And Hernandez got all of that one. That was no doubt about it right there.
You look at the confidence there, tossing the bat aside. Also look at Kluber, quite frustrated after knowing that one's going to clear the wall. 417 feet. I said straight away center, that one more towards right center. Regardless, the Indians will take a 2-0 lead. I'll give way to the left fielder, Jordan Luplow.
Luplow's an intriguing player to me. He had a somewhat good season last year. He was a little more dangerous against left-handed pitching, but I see that he's in the lineup here today against the right-handed Kluber.
Fighting on an 0-2 count. Here it comes. This one hit high in the air to left. Solak will range over to his left and make the play on the run. Nice job out there from the left fielder.
Number 55.
So 2 outs here in the top of the second. Kluber trying to escape with just 2 runs of damage. Solo home run by Franmil Reyes. A strikeout of Jose Ramirez, and then another solo shot by Cesar Hernandez. Before that, Lutlow put out. Here's the backstop, Roberto Perez.
I think Roberto Perez is about as good. Roberto Perez is about as good as they come to me. A lot of people thought he should have been an all-star last year. He didn't swing with the most power, but he calls a great game defensively. And I know the pitchers on the Indians staff, they absolutely love him.
He's ahead 2-1 on the count. Perez has been with Cleveland since the 2014 season.
No, that's down.
Last year cracked 24 home runs, easily a career high. First time that he reached double-digit home runs in his career. He was drafted by the Indians in the 33rd round back in 2008. Talk about someone who had an uphill battle to the big leagues.
Absolutely.
This is his 7th full season with Cleveland. As he's working a good at-bat here, takes the strike, and it's full. Tyler Naquin would be next. And a check swing in there, strike 3 call. So Kluber has a couple of strikeouts, but also gives up 2 home runs. Reyes and Cesar Hernandez go deep, and the Indians have a 2-0 lead here at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington. Thanks so much for joining us, everyone, here on Major League Baseball. See Joey Gallo getting ready for Texas.
Looks like Gallo's having a little bit
In
of
the
an
hole.
opposite.
Yeah, Joey Gallo, we know the power that he can display, but you're right. Even for his standards, the average a bit lower than what he probably wants as he fouls off the curveball 1-1. People look at Joey Gallo, Todd Frazier, and Danny Santana here for the Rangers as they try to climb out of a 2-0 hole. And you see that pitch, a swing and miss on a fastball at 94. JD, Joey Gallo, despite his power, is a big swing and miss candidate at the plate.
He does strike out a lot, it seems. Taking it tough here.
Yeah, good 2-strike approach there to foul off that fastball upstairs at 94 from Shane Bieber. Bieber enjoyed a 1-2-3 first inning.
Another strikeout there.
Swung on and missed. As if on cue. You're right, JD. First strikeout for Bieber. That one at 95, burrowing down and in on the fastball. Gallo couldn't connect.
All I could do is tip his
back. Exactly. A great pitch there down and in. Here's Todd Frazier. First season here with the Rangers. Signed in the offseason, a 1-year deal.
Well,
just above 200. 12 home runs. Go ahead, JD.
I'm sorry. The middle of this Rangers order is some guys that have traditionally hit the power here. They could be really dangerous.
Yeah, the Rangers probably hoping that these players start heating up, maybe putting a little more contact on the ball. That one is in there, 1-2. The Rangers, once again, 33 and 37 as you look at the standings there on the left. That was the National League, with the Rangers in 3rd place out there in the American League West. 1-2 to Frazier. Good take there as the fastball ran inside. Frazier spent the last 2 seasons with the New York Mets. As he swings and misses that pitch in the dirt, throw down to first to make sure that one records in your scorecard if you're scoring there at home. So 2 up, 2 down to Bieber, Gallo, and Frazier down on strike. Here's a lefty swinging, Danny Santana. Pitch just off the plate, 1-0. Hit over towards second. And a 1-2-3 for Shane Bieber. 2 strikeouts there to start it. So a good shutdown inning by Bieber. After his Indians go up 2-0, he keeps it that way. Versace here and J.D. Gregory on hand. The Major League Bop Ball. If you do so have the funds, feel free to donate to the Black Lives Matter movement. An issue that is at the forefront of our country right now. And we've been doing this for charity all year. We had Meals on Wheels, Adopt a Minor Leaguer earlier on, but now we want to focus our attention in that direction.
Sad thing that's going on right now, that is for sure. It makes me very sad for our country to see all the unrest and the anger. I really hope they can get that figured out.
Meanwhile, Nate went ahead 2-1 on the count. Bottom of the lineup here for Cleveland before it goes back to the top. Francisco Lindor stands on deck. 2-1. As that one at the eyes, but Naquin swings and misses, chasing the high fastball.
Naquin's had an injury-riddled career. Hopefully he can stay healthy here because the Indians need power in that outfield.
Yeah, no doubt about it, as you see Lindor there waiting. 0-for-1 for Lindor today. Payoff. Grounded up the middle, and it goes through for a base hit. So Tyler Naquin gets aboard first base. This is his fifth full season here. And not that having a leadoff runner aboard, the Indians scored 2 runs last inning against Corey Kluber. And runs for both Franmil Reyes and Cesar Hernandez. And they're cooking here in the third. Here's Lindor.
Well, I'd like to see Lindor be a little bit more patient here than he was in his first at bat. He's got a runner on. Indians need to keep trying to get runs across the plate here.
Indians facing off against their former stalwart, Corey Kluber. As that one fouled off, and Lindor, who struck out his first time, is trailing 0-2. And he goes down again. Swung on and missed. A sinker there, tailing away from Francisco Lindor. Corey Kluber has his 4th strikeout.
Good time to get one right there, Chris. Lindor's an at bat, and he just has overmatched Lindor so far.
Yeah, also a tough double play candidate. But instead, you eliminate that possibility with the strikeout. Here's Mercado. He went around on that first pitch.
Yeah, he tried to hold
the left-hand batter spot.
Tried to hold up, just couldn't get his bat there. Hold up.
Now he quickly finds himself in an 0-2 hole. Kluber is set, checks the runner at first. Try to get him to bite there at another outside pitch, but the cutter misses running away. Good pitch there by Kluber.
Well, Naquin has a little bit of speed. I wonder if they'd consider sending him here.
Runner holds, the pitch just misses, and Mercado, after swinging and missing at the first pitch outside of the at-bat, has taken 2 tough ones off the outside. So Corey Kluber here at 48 pitches here early in the third. A lot of long at-bats. We saw Carlos Santana earlier work a long one. In the following inning, home run. Here's another. Payoff upcoming. Aforementioned Santana on deck. Tyler Naquin at first base. JD, you mentioned the chance of running him here, and with 3-2 against a player who doesn't strike out a ton, maybe a good opportunity.
Absolutely. He's going to put up the air, though.
Pop up. So Kluber, after after allowing the leadoff base there by Naquin.
The first baseman, Carlos.
The first 2 batters in the order for Cleveland have been put down. Lindor strikes out. See the pop out there, and here's Santana. Got a good American League battle here, and up next, Yankees-Red Sox at 2.
That is going to be a classic. It's always a classic when those 2 hook up.
Yeah, probably the most storied rivalry. I mean, it's of course always up to debate as sports go, but if you ask me, JD, I think that's the best rivalry in sports.
Oh, I think so too. There's been a lot of storylines for that. I remember the 2004 ALCS and some of the things that happened there. The moment when Pedro Martinez shoved Don Zimmer to the ground in 2004.
Oh, yeah.
That was something else.
Yeah, 2003, 2004. As Santana goes down, swinging. Corey Kluber gets 2 strikeouts in the inning and strands the leadoff base runner. Meanwhile, though, the Indians still lead 2-0. Rangers looking for any sort of offense.
They're going to have to find it soon before Bieber is able to really get into his zone. I think Odor is the guy that can do it.
Here is Rougned Odor, 7-8-9 for Texas. See that their lineup on the left. We will get Odor, Guzman, and Chirinos. Rangers still looking for their first hit of the ball game. Odor first pitch swinging, pops it up. Jose Ramirez coming over from the shift. A couple feet shy of second, makes the play. 1 pitch, 1 out for Bieber.
Oh, good start for Bieber right there.
JD, I'll tell you what, he looks pretty good so far.
He looks very good. This is kind of a vintage Shane Bieber start. He hasn't been in the league that long, but he knows, like I said earlier, he knows how to shut a lineup down. That's what he's doing right now.
First pitch to Guzman is in there. 0-1. Another looking strike. 0-2 quickly. Bieber working quickly. That slider had Guzman frozen. He's on the ropes now here. Takes outside. 1-2 hit hard. Knocked down there by Cesar Hernandez.
Hernandez had a little bit of second base. Hernandez had a little bit of trouble handling that one, but he made a nice recovery.
That's the beauty of second base there, JD. You have a little bit more time. All he had to do was knock it down. Goes on to first. Here's Chirinos to round things out for the Rangers. He takes low 1-0, the backstop today for Texas.
1-1.
If I'm correct, wasn't Chirinos with the Astros last year?
Yes, sir. He has enjoyed himself a career down in Texas for all of his major league career.
I remember
He swings.
I think he had a big home run in Game 3 of that World Series last year.
Chirinos going from Texas and staying in the American League West. The Astros. He also spent the first season of his career as they go down to first. He's not in time. Wow.
Oh.
Up next for the
Perez a little.
Perez took his time on that one.
Elvis.
He did. A little bit of a rare defensive gaffy on his part.
That's how the Rangers will get their first base run. The opposing catcher reaches first on a drop third strike. Back to the top for Andrews here with 2 away. Perez really took his sweet time.
Yes, he did.
And now Bieber will have to face Andrews here, who retired in a 3 unassisted the first time. Beautiful curveball there, drops it in for the first strike of the at-bat. Now it's back, makes it 1-2. JD, we've seen Bieber today, when he needs to, rear back and fire a fastball at 95 plus.
And that's what he does his best. He loves to rock back and throw that fastball.
That one at 94. Andrews fouls it off for base side.
It's kind of like a bread and butter pitch for Bieber.
Let's see if he goes back to it here or goes with the curve. Fastball. This one had some plate and it drops in for a base hit. Good pizza hitting there by Elvis Andrews. Fouled off a tough pitch and found the one he wanted. So after the drop third strike, which allowed Chirinos to reach first, all of a sudden Texas has 2 runners on with 2 away. And Mickey Solak coming up, who's 0 for 1.
Ball 1. Counts 1-0.
Well, I'm wondering if maybe Bieber's a little rattled. Mistakes like that can rattle a pitcher, especially once they get into a rhythm. And here, Bieber's struggling a little bit.
Yeah, misses with that first pitch. That was a good margin below the plate. Solak will check his swing, but it's in there anyway, 1-1. And a good point there, JD. He also has to go into the stretch for the first time.
Yes, he does.
1-1. Good all-speed pitch there. Pulls the string on the changeup. So 1-2. He's a strike away here from getting out of some trouble. Pitch in the dirt. JD, what do you think of that offering? He had a lot. He had time to waste a pitch, and he did.
Well, I guess now, right then was the time if you were going to do it, but it clearly shows that he's a little nervous with that runner on second base. One mistake, and this could be a 2-2 ball game.
You're right, and now, after missing on another pitch low, the runners will get a head start. Chirinos on second, the speedy Andrews on first. Here's the payoff. Chop foul, and we'll do it again, just to raise the tension. So Bieber is set. Once again, the runners will get a head start. The pitch. And once again, the runners will retreat back, maybe huff and puff it a little bit. Good at bat here from Mickey Solak.
I was just going to make the point. He knows how to fight a pitcher off, and that's what he's doing right here. Big pitch.
But there it is. Bieber could not have said it better myself, JD. With 2 runners on and 2 out, Bieber buries the fastball in, and Solak couldn't connect. Rangers get a couple on, but strand both. At the end of 3, Cleveland still leads. Welcome back, everyone, to Major League Ball. I'm Chris Sachi, along with my broadcast partner, JD Gregory. We are proud to present you with Ball. We are raising money for the Black Lives Matter movement. And if you so have the donations, we'd love for you to step in and donate if you can. Also, on Twitch, comments below. Feel free to critique us, to critique the managers here as you get a look at Terry Francona. Cleveland with a 2-0 lead over Texas as we begin the 4th.
Brandon Reyes, a homer his last time up. See how Corey Kluber responds to this.
This pitch is down and in, too far inside. 1-0. You're right there, JD. Reyes cracked a homer for the first run of this game earlier on. He's now ahead 2-0 in the count. So you mentioned how will Kluber attack Reyes? Well, so far he hasn't hit the strike zone, and now Reyes is in a good position.
And he's clearly pitching Reyes very cautiously, and that's a smart move out of him. We'll see how this sets up if he lets Reyes get on base, though.
They also have a dangerous Jose Ramirez on deck. But Kluber struck out Ramirez last time. So a 3-0, we'll see if he gets the green light and takes it down and away 3-1.
Nice pitch right there by Kluber.
The pitch. Hit up the middle, base hit. Franmil Reyes is 2 for 2, a seeing eye single. Hit up the box. And so Cleveland will have another leadoff base runner here in the fourth.
Reyes excited right there. He knows he owns Kluber in this game and celebrates. That's a nice little flying drive over the middle one right there.
Man, here's Jose Ramirez, who struck out his first time.
Well, Corey Kluber at 61 pitches. At what point do the Rangers start getting guys up and throwing? It's a lot of pitches for the fourth inning.
You bet. Good sinker there. 1-1. I'm surprised, JD. Kluber isn't going to that sinker more. It seems to be his most effective pitch.
Seems to be a money pitch today. I'm a little baffled myself.
Ramirez takes that sinker down and away, 2-1. Reyes off first base. Sinker swung on and missed at 2-2. Hey, he must be listening, huh?
He must be, I guess.
So we'll see on 2-2 where he goes here. We'll look at Reyes on first. Kluber set the delivery. Another sinker, and Ramirez just fights it off.
Well, Kluber keeps going back to that, and Ramirez keeps swinging, so let's see if he tries something else here.
And maybe try to change the eye level, go upstairs this time. The 2-2 again. A changeup this time, and once again Ramirez just fights it off foul. Indians making Kluber work here. Again, the 2-2 to Ramirez, and it's taken in the dirt.
Ramirez clearly not giving up on this battle by his former teammate. Ooh.
In there, strike 3 calls.
Got him with
a battle, like JD said. The 6th strikeout today for Kluber. He is getting guys down on strikes. Beautiful cutter there, running away. Ramirez thought that would end up too far outside, but it just nips the outside corner. So there's the first out. Franmil Reyes still on first.
Well, a lot of people here in Cleveland, Chris, were disappointed that they didn't bring Jason Kipnis back, but I think Cesar Hernandez has done a pretty nice job filling in for him.
Certainly hit a home run in today's game as he's in there in a 1-1 count.
It'll be interesting to see what the Indians. It'll be interesting to see what the Indians do with this infield here in the years to come. Francisco Lindor, of course, is a free agent. They've got the kid Nolan Jones coming up, so we don't know if they're going to slide Jose Ramirez over to second and play Jones at third, or if they'll just put Jones at second and keep Ramirez at third. A conundrum, probably a good one to have, but a conundrum for Terry Francona to work out nonetheless.
Hernandez stays alive 2-2. Yeah, we don't know if Cesar Hernandez will be a 1-year stopgap or continue to be a big part of this infield. He spent the first 6 seasons of his career with Philadelphia. He's in his age 30 season, and he works another full count against Kluber.
inside. Ball 4.
Ball 4.
Good hit by Hernandez. Kluber a little bit frustrated here.
The left fielder, number 8.
Kind of the same situation Shane Bieber was in the top or bottom of the last inning.
And now we have runners at first and second. Franmil Reyes led off this inning with a single. Jose Ramirez went down on strikes looking. Then the walk that you just saw at Hernandez. Here's Jordan Luplow for 1.
Outside.
This just misses the cutter.
That's ball 2.
2-0. JD, we've seen Kluber struggle with his command just a bit here in this 4th.
Well, he has, but he found a way to fight back last inning. Let's see if he can do it again here. He's good for fighting back.
Ball, that's off the plate.
Pitch just misses. You see Chirinos behind the plate trying to calm down his hurler on the mound. It's 3-0. Runners at first and second, just one away.
He's clearly frustrated, Chris.
Hey! Counted 3-1.
That one's in there this time.
And it's got to be hard for him facing his former teammates. Guys that he's known for a while and been friends with, and now has to go up against him.
It's a great point. You have guys like Lindor, Ramirez, Carlos Santana. He's known and shared a clubhouse with for years, and now all of a sudden he's got to face off against them.
Absolutely.
Don't let him score!
3-2 count. See if they send the runners here. Runners hold. And chop foul. Kluber battling to get through the 4th.
Nope.
Here's the
That's
pitch.
ball 4. Take your base.
In there. In there in terms of too far inside.
Now batting.
Here comes the Rangers pitching coach, and a good time for it. Kluber has shown some frustration. He struggled with his command this inning. That's the second walk. Back-to-back walks to both Cesar Hernandez and Lopez.
That's a good time to come out here and try to get him settled down. Kluber definitely capable of limiting damage, and he could be just one pitch away from getting out of this.
And he does have a good double play candidate in Roberto Perez. First pitch swing, 0-1. We'll see, JD, if Kluber continues to pound low at the sinker here, hoping for 2.
Well, it worked with, what was it, Lindor. Let's see if it works again here.
Low with the cutter, 0-2 since the pitching beat.
I got count 1 and 2.
So the Indians with a 2-0 lead are striking here in the top of the 4th at the Rangers ballpark in Arlington. Hit through the hole, base hit. 1 run will score. They're sending the runner around third. The throw home is not in time.
And that's a good job by Hernandez right there, just sneaking his hand in ahead of the tag of Chirinos. But we want to talk about clutch. That's Perez right here getting a hit when he really needed to. You've got to take advantage when you've got runners in scoring position, and the Indians were able to do that right there.
He's going, he's going!
With a 4-0 lead. Here's some contact on to second, and then just everyone's safe.
And not too much going right now for Kluber right there. I'm not too sure what that first baseman was thinking throwing the ball to second. Maybe a double play, but he had a play right there at first base, and instead he tries to make a play somewhere else, and Elvis Andrews gets dragged off of second base.
That will be it for Corey Kluber. So Guzman at first tries to get 2. Instead, Kluber against his old team does not make it out of the 4th.
Frustrating way to end this one, Chris. That's you don't want to end it that way.
So now we will see another Cleveland Indian come into the ballgame. Here's Cody Allen.
Well, it's good to see Cody Allen, man back somewhere. He was with the Angels last year, but he wasn't long there. He had his difficulties. But I can tell you, when this guy is on, he is money. So let's see what he does here against his former teammates.
Kluber's day is done. Leaves away for another former member of the tribe. And he will have to contend with Frankie Lindor, hitting over 300 with runners in scoring position. One away, bases loaded. Now 2-0.
Definitely a high-pressure situation here. See how Allen handles it.
Never an easy spot to come into the ball game with the bases loaded. Nowhere to go. And now he really has nowhere to go. 3-0.
Well, a walk right here would really put the Texas Rangers behind. Let's see if he can get him to put the ball in play.
I got 3-1.
Or swing.
One strike.
Green light there by Lindor, a sinker. It looked like he was way out in front of that pitch.
Did.
Lindor looking for his first hit today in a big spot. Pitch. 3-2 now. So Allen has battled back from 3-0 to make it a full count. Lifted in the air to left center field. This will be trouble. 1 run is in. Now 2 runs are in. Runners hold at second and third, but Francisco Lindor with 2 more RBI in the inning. It is now 6-0 Tribe.
Well, you talked earlier about Lindor being an impact bat. There it is right there. There, he stood in there and fought off his former teammate as much as he could, and he was rewarded for it.
So a tough day at the office for 2 former members of the Cleveland Indians. Corey Kluber gives up 4 runs, does not make it out of the 4th inning. Here's Cody Allen, giving up immediately a 2 RBI double, to Lindor.
2 balls, no strikes.
And then Mercado ahead 2-0 in the count with first base over.
Mercado had a great year last year, like I said earlier, looking to follow it up with another one this year. A win here is something the Indians could really use today. Maybe tie them with first place in that AL Central, Chris.
Yep, as you see in the left, Cleveland a half game back of the Minnesota Twins. Both teams playing fantastic baseball here this season. 2-1 hit deep to left field. Going back is Solak. He will have to field it off the wall. Another run comes in. Runners did have to hold in case it was caught. But the Indians won't stop hitting here in the 4th. 7-0.
Well, these pitchers just don't have it today, I guess, Chris. I'm not too sure what to say about this. They're putting balls right where the Indians hitters can get to them, and they're paying for it.
So 2 former Indians having much trouble here against their former employer. Santana hits this one deep. This one is played out there. Runner tags. The throw is not nearly in time. Lindor comes around to score. And the Indians add 1 more.
Good job right there by Carlos Santana getting the job done.
The first pitch he sees is a sacrifice fly. And here's Franmil Reyes. So the Indians have now officially batted around. Reyes led off this inning with a single against Corey Kluber and came around to score. Big swing there by Reyes, fouls it away, 0-2. Cody Allen trying to come in relief of Corey Kluber. Both pitchers today are struggling, but here is strike 3. So mercifully, perhaps, the Texas Rangers get out of the inning. But 4 runs here in the fourth inning. Actually, excuse me, 6 runs here in the fourth inning. 8-0 Indians. Welcome back, everyone, to Major League Baseball. I'm Chris Sachi, alongside my broadcast partner, JD Gregory. Thanks so much for joining us, everyone. And if you do have the funds, we're raising money here for Black Lives Matter, an issue very pertinent and important in our country right now. This is all volunteer. We are so happy to give you your baseball fix. And if you so would like to donate, we certainly appreciate it. Here's Willie Calhoun. Shane Bieber now with an 8-0 lead as he comes back to the mound for the fourth.
Well, it's all set up for him right here, Chris. Let's see how well he's able to cruise through this. He shouldn't have any problems, I would think, but who knows?
And today's matchup was Kluber against Bieber, mentor versus student, so to speak. But so far, it's Shane Bieber well on a positive side.
He has by far got the better part of this one.
3 balls, 1 strike.
2-1 to Calhoun, now 3-1 as the curveball misses well outside. Calhoun, 3-2.
Chris, do you think that this is a little bit better of a situation for Gabe Kapler than Philadelphia was?
Excuse me? Say it again.
Do you think that Texas is a little bit better of a situation for Gabe Kapler than what Philadelphia was?
Well, Gabe is actually out there with San Francisco.
Okay.
But you do have... Oh, no worries, my man. Calhoun battling here. I'll tell you what, though, I do think San Francisco is a better situation for Gabe than Philadelphia.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, I don't know why I thought he was in Texas.
Hey, no problem. Chris Woodward, manager of the Rangers, did a fine job last year. Meanwhile, this one deep out to left, but with just a hint of room. The play is made out there and left, right in front of that 372 out there. Jordan Lovelow back to the track, but makes the play for the first. Tell you what, JD, the Rangers really could have used something right there. They were just a foot or so short.
Absolutely, they could have used a little bit of a spark.
So let's see if Joey Gallo can have a spark here. He had a home run in his previous game. 0 for 1 today. Lifted high. Lovelow will get some more action as he comes in on the ball this time. 2 up, 2 down for Bieber and the try.
Now batting, the third baseman,
Shane Bieber clearly is settled in here. He's got 2 quick outs.
Todd Frazier, first base swinging. Third base side foul.
Frazier had some pretty good years in Cincinnati. Of course, he won the home run derby 1 year.
He also spent a half season with the Yankees.
Yes, he did. Spent some
and
time
2 with the Mets.
Spent some time with the White Sox as well. He was traded from the Reds to the White Sox. Be nice to see if he could pick things up here in Texas, I'm sure.
At the ball.
The third baseman takes high 1 and 2. He's out in front a little bit in this at bat. 3 foul balls on the left side. One, 2 again. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Shane Bieber is cruising. The Indians are cruising. They have an 8-0 lead here at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington as we head to the 5th. Welcome back, everyone.
The third baseman.
Rangers bullpen is up, but they will stick with Cody Allen here to start the 5th inning. Today's ball game was all about. Well, go ahead, JD.
Allen needs to stop the bleeding right here. This has been the 4th inning was not a good inning for the Rangers. They need to start shutting this Indians team down if they think they have any prayer of a miracle comeback.
Quickly 0-2 on Santana as you see a couple of lefties up in the Rangers bullpen. And JD, this game was all about the former Cleveland Indian, Corey Kluber, starting on the mound, trying to shut down his old team. Instead, he did not get through the 4th, and then Cody Allen came in relief of him, another former member of the tribe, and he struggled as well.
Well, the Indians made Corey Kluber throw a lot of pitches, and they were able to get him rattled at the right time, and he just wasn't able to recover after that.
See his line there. Not one to write home about.
No, it isn't.
His former ball club tagging him for 7 earned runs. One of them off the bat of Cesar Hernandez, who had a solo homer back in the 2nd. And walked as well. He will get on base for the 3rd time today. Yeah, JD, it seems like all day the Indians have been able to find their holes and get on base.
Absolutely has been. They have seen the ball very well this afternoon.
JD, you were also talking about earlier how the Cleveland Indians will attack their long-term plan in the infield. Cesar Hernandez is making himself a pretty solid case to stick around in the long term. Absolutely
he is. If he keeps this up, he can find himself here for another couple of years, I believe. It'll be up to Chris Antonelli and Mike Chernoff, but he's definitely making his case to find a home here.
And the Indians' brain trust will have a number of important decisions, especially with Lindor and Ramirez.
Absolutely.
The count is 1-2.
Lindor is headed for free agency. The Indians, of course, will have a tough decision on whether to pay him. Now, they're having a fantastic season this year, so there should be no thought of trading him at the deadline.
Well, I know that the...
Go ahead.
Well, I know that the Indians drafted a shortstop in the draft this past week, so we'll see how that... You never know how a prospect like that's going to turn out, but obviously they had an eye towards not having Francisco Lindor around.
Ball 1, no strike.
Meanwhile, running on the pitch is Cesar Hernandez, and he's in there. So he swipes second. First base now wide open for Roberto Perez, who had a 2 RBI single his last time up. Allen trying to get through this 5th. Came in relief last inning of Corey Kluber. Gave up 1 earned run and allowed 2 or 3 inherited runs to score as well.
I got the count 2-2. Three balls, 2 strikes.
Perez now in a 3-2 count. On deck is Tyler Naquin. And then back to the top for the Indians, who have themselves a dream start in this ballgame. Could have a chance for more. Here's the 3-2. Looped and caught there by Guzman at first base. So no runs in the inning for Cleveland. Stranded runner at second base. Texas coming to bat, desperately looking for some offense against Shane Bieber. Welcome back, everyone. Major League Baseball here through MLB 20 The Show. I'm Chris Sachi alongside my broadcast partner, JD Gregory. JD making his ball debut. And man, you, JD, have seen a blowout game so far.
Well, we've seen a great performance by Shane Bieber, only giving up 1 hit so far this afternoon. A good long start could really do the Indians back well. We'll see if he can hang in there for the rest of this game.
face 6, 7, and 8. First pitch swinging is Danny Santana, popped up in foul territory, but Jose Ramirez with plenty of room catches it right near the third base coaching box. And like I said, a dream start for the Indians and a dream start for Bieber in the 5th. 1 pitch and 1 out.
The domination of this Rangers lineup continues by Bieber.
We mentioned coming into the game, Bieber against Kluber. Kluber struggling mightily in his return against his old team. 3 1/3 innings, 7 earned runs for Kluber today. Meanwhile, Bieber has allowed just 1 hit and still pitching.
Well, clearly Shane Bieber paid attention to how Corey Kluber pitched those years in Cleveland. Took notes.
Yeah, you have to wonder how much. Yeah, exactly. You have to wonder how much Bieber learned from Kluber. Kluber, throughout his tenure with the Indians, when he was healthy, was always in contention for the Cy Young Award.
Yes, it
You
was.
have to assume. Yeah, say it again, JD. To assume that Bieber learned at least a little bit from such a productive pitcher, sharing a clubhouse together.
Well, he just
Meanwhile, Odor on strike.
a band like that makes Rugnetic Odor look really silly. Wow.
Maybe he learned that one from Kluber too. The high curveball. It's Odor looking on strikes. So here's Guzman now. 2 outs, base is empty. He stands between Bieber and another 1, 2, 3 inning. Sprayed towards left. Said it right, JD. What a grab from Lindor. A hot smash, but right at him. And the Indians, leading 8-0, will go 9-1-2. You see Tyler Naquin digging in. He had a single today and a run scored. Cody Allen, after a scoreless 5th, will come out here for the 6th.
0-1's the count.
Chris Woodward, JD, is sticking with his middle reliever.
That's out.
Well, after that last inning, why not? He really settled down. He started Naquin off with a strike. Let's see how he handles the Indians this time around.
Hit up the middle, base hit.
Yeah,
Lead off man aboard for Cleveland.
Not the start that you're hoping for if you're Cody Allen. Naquin swinging a hot bat today, Chris. I'm impressed.
2 hits already in the ballgame. That's the top for Francisco Lindor, who had a 2 RBI double his last time up. And you remember back in the 4th inning, Cody Allen came in relief of Kluber with the bases loaded and 1 out. Not an easy situation to get into. Allowed all the inherited runners to score and one of his own.
Absolutely.
Lindor ahead in the count of 2-1. And JD, what do you think here? If you're manager Chris Woodward of the Rangers, you have to think that Allen has the hook because at this point it's just damage control. It's getting late in the ballgame. You need outs any way you can get them.
Absolutely, and you can't be waiting too long to form if you feel like you need to. I mean, I realize you're down by a bunch, but if you have any hope of winning this game, if the pitcher's not pitching well, you got to get him out. That's not a good pitch right
The
there.
ball skips away. Yeah, that one nowhere close. Good stop there by Chirinos behind the plate. And it'll run full here to Lindor.
Come on now, let's go. Ball 4, that's up.
Ball 4. Runners at first and second now with nobody out.
Now batting.
Cody Allen in his 3rd inning of work is struggling.
Absolutely, and I don't know how much longer, if you're Chris Woodward, you can stick with him, Chris. You can't put runners on base.
Looks like Woodward will stick with him here for Oscar Mercado. He had an RBI double his last time up.
Ball 1. Count 1-0.
It looks like Woodward is just going to send a message to Allen saying, you better get out of this.
It does. It seems like he's telling him that that's his man, and it's his situation right here.
The thing is, Allen, as a middle reliever, has thrown a whopping 39 pitches. And another base hit here. Runners will go station to station.
Now batting.
So the 9-1-2 parts of the Indians' order are continuing to bang.
That's not a good sign when a hitter is able to go to the opposite direction like Mikado was right there. Obviously, Woodward...
Bases juiced. Yeah, he's sticking with Allen here now at an even 40 pitches out of the bullpen. And he has runners on every base, nobody out. 0-2 to Santana. Last time up, Carlos Santana. With the bases loaded and 1 out, hit into a sacrifice fly.
Santana's got a 5-game hitting streak on the line right here. Let's see if he can come through again.
Off the plate, ball 1.
I have a couple.
Just misses.
I'll have at least one more at bat if he doesn't come through on this one.
One, 2 from Allen, who's really looking for an out here. And Santana fouls it off. And there's the value of Carlos Santana. An 0-2 pitch taken just inside. Beautiful lead. And then fouls off the next one. 4, 6, 3 on the double play. The run does score, but it desperately needed 2 outs there for Texas. The Indians add another run.
Well, the bleeding somewhat stopped.
Odor to Andrews to Guzman. You're right, that does stop the bleeding just a bit, stopping the rally. But you still have a man at third for Franmil Reyes, who's having himself a day.
He sure is.
Single and a home run that started the score. As the ball skips away well down the third baseline. Lindor holding tight at third.
And it stops a little bit of a disaster. That ball goes any further. There's another run scored there, I think.
Nope. That's inside.
Would have been an even 10. Cleveland. So Texas today. Their pitching staff, both pitchers in this ball game, once again, it bears repeating, are former members of the Indians. Both of them struggling mightily.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what really
Stacking on 2-0.
I'll tell you what really didn't help Chris was the mistake that Guzman made at first base when he tried to turn the double play and threw Andrews off the bag as far as he did. That
Down to 3-1.
could not have helped at all. He had an easy out at first, and he tried to make something else happen.
Yeah, point there, JD. That was back in the 4th inning when the Indians went around to score 6 runs. And they could have had 2 outs on that play. Excuse me, 2 outs in the inning. They could have gotten the lead runner at first. The force out at first. Instead, everyone was safe and the bases stayed loaded. That was the last batter that Kluber faced, was the misplay by Guzman.
Absolutely.
Cody Allen will walk Reyes here.
Jose.
Now at 50 pitches out of the bullpen. We'll see how long Chris Woodward goes with him here.
At this point, you have to wonder if, there we go, he's going to make the switch now, but if you weren't going to make it, how would were you? That's for sure.
So, like I said earlier, at this point, just damage control for Texas.
Yes, it is.
Bring in tall left-hand pitcher Brett Martin in a mop-up situation. 1st and 3rd, 2 away. For the dangerous Jose Ramirez, one of the only members of the Indians not to join the hit parade.
But this is still not the guy that you want at the plate if you're Texas, Chris. He's a guy that can get a hit whenever you need it.
Switch hitter now turning to the right side. Oh, is slashed foul first base side. 1-1. Ramirez, a 2-time All-Star, 2-time Silver Slugger.
Ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike.
At
I remember.
2-1 in the count.
I remember when Jose Ramirez came up, I had my doubts about him, but he has had a very nice career to this point. He's been a superstar on this Indians team.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All-star appearances in 17 and 18. 2019 still had a fine season, but a slow first half kept him out of the All-Star run.
You experience those things. The best players experience those kind of things.
This one hit high in the air to right, but making the play is Gallo out there to end the inning. But the Indians add another run. 9-0 Tribe. Texas comes to bat. Still trying to scratch one out against Shane Bieber.
Going to be hard at this point, I think, because Bieber's locked in on these hitters, and they're going to have to do something to rattle them, but they haven't done that yet.
Said just one hit for Texas. It'll be 9-1-2 to bat here in the home sixth. As Robbie Chirinos will begin. He was the first base runner of the day against Bieber. He reached first on a drop third strike. First pitch swinging, bangs it, base hit in the left field corner. Take a long turn and he will head to second. The throw is not in time, so there's some signs of life for Texas. That second hit of the ball game is a leadoff double, and here comes the top of the line.
And that's a loud hit right there by Chirinos. You talk about wanting to get Bieber all rattled. That's the way to do it right there.
The first time in this ball game, the Rangers are striking. Leadoff man in scoring position for Angels. The only other hitter of the game.
He's able to get another one here, then might be able to start a little rally for the Rangers.
First pitch swinging is no connect from Elvis. Andrews in his 11th full season with the Rangers. He has been a mainstay on this squad. You're right, part of their World Series runs back early in his tenure. They did not get the crown, but reached two.
They sure should have gotten it back in that 2011 season. They had that absolutely stolen from them, I believe.
It's Detroit, correct?
I think it was St. Louis.
That's right. Let's take it back to 06 when they played in the World Series. That was St. Louis. You're right, taking that 11 championship over the Rangers.
Yep.
Andrews in a 2-2 count. Chirinos after leadoff doubles on second. Bieber trying to maintain his shutout. This one hit hard. Base hit into left field. They will wisely hold the catcher at third on the hard hit ball on the left. But heck, JD, Rangers have something going here. Runners at the corners with no one out.
Well, we talked about earlier how Francisco Lindor swings an in-cap bat. So does Elvis Sanders. There he did it in a big situation and puts runners on the corners. We'll see if the Rangers can convert here.
Nicky Solak looking for his first hit in the series. So Shane Bieber, another full-time through the lineup now he'll have to contend with, which is a good sign here for Texas.
Absolutely. Getting a lot of looks at Bieber right here. Still a little early, 6th inning. Little surprised you didn't see the Indians pitching coach come out just to check on Bieber, though.
Give him a little time to breathe. As it's now 3-0, and JD, maybe after this at bat, we need a visit to the mound and allow Bieber try to finish this one out.
That's what I would say.
Here's the 3-0. Drops in the curveball for a strike. Chirinos at third and at first.
Ball four.
3-1. Low ball 4, so that'll load them up, JD, with nobody out.
Well, I have a feeling
Now,
Bieber's
Willie.
I have a feeling Bieber's wearing down here a little bit. He's brought it all game long. Now the Rangers are starting to make him throw pitches, and he's missing a little bit. This can get a little interesting now.
Number 3 batter in Calhoun, who is hitless today. Rangers can use the big hit here. Just try to start battling back. They are at home, and this is still only the 6th inning.
And there's no outs, and they have the middle of their lineup coming up here too. So this is, if you're going to get back into this thing, this is the right time to do it if you're the Rangers.
Powerful Joey Gallo on deck. 0-1 from Bieber. Hit hard, down first to throw home, but it squirts away, and the Rangers score their first run.
Well, it was the right idea, but again, you took a big chance there. You would think Carlos Santana would know a little bit better than that. The Rangers push a run across the plate and reload the bases.
Interesting move there by Santana. That one could have just as easily been 2 outs in the inning. You could have gotten a double play on that ball, especially with such a big lead. You figured at this point just get the outs.
Absolutely, even if you just trade the run for the out.
Instead, everyone's safe, and Bieber contends with the same situation. Bases loaded, nowhere to go with no one out. Now here's the powerful Joey Gallo, who's ahead in the count.
Nope, outside.
2-0. The Rangers are making this one a bit interesting here. And you know Joey Gallo here with 2-0, JD, will certainly have green light in his mind.
Yes, he will.
Looking to do some damage here. 2-0.
I got 3-0.
Taken low, 3 balls, no strikes. So the error at first base from Santana allows the first run to score. The Indians could have had 2 outs on the play. Instead, they get none. And now Bieber has nowhere to go. Pitch. Fouled back by Gallo. 95 miles an hour from Bieber, who all game long has shown the ability to rear back and throw, even on pitch 92 in big spots.
Pop 4, that pitch is out.
Not a good loss right there by Bieber. I think you got to come out to the mound and talk to him now.
Yeah, JD, you made a point earlier about getting someone out to the pitching mound to try to calm Bieber down, let him breathe, and get through the 6th. The Indians elected not to do that, and now the Rangers are still rolling here in the home 6th. JD, still no pitching visit.
No. And now, Todd Frazier, this is not a guy you want to make a mistake to, so
That's out.
you want to pitch quite carefully, and I'm not sure what was wrong with that pitch right there. There's Adam Plutko. So maybe you're going to see a change here pretty soon.
Terry Francona and his Indians need every win they can get, half game behind the Minnesota Twins for first in the American League Central. And now 2-0 to Frazier. We mentioned earlier, JD, the misplay by Guzman of the Rangers, allowing a big inning for Cleveland in the 4th, and Santana at first, also making a misplay in this inning.
We have seen a lot of defensive errors today. You normally don't see this. Both Dave Woodward and Terry Francona, I think, are going to have to address this after this game because, especially when you're in a pennant race, things like this can't happen. These are the things that cost teams ball games.
2-1 to Frazier. Swung on and missed. Beautiful curve. Over the top, swinging was Frazier and missing. So Bieber on 2-0 has battled back to make it 2-2. The Rangers have scored 2 runs already in the home 6th here and looking desperately for more.
Bieber's getting up there with pitches as well, 98 now.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing, my man. You're right on it. Approaching 100. Still nobody out.
He's starting to look...
And Frazier working at bat.
He's starting to look a little spent, too. I don't think he's going to last too much longer.
Yeah, Plutko is warming in the bullpen. We'll see if Francona decides to go to him. This could be Bieber's last batter. Now at an even 100. Entering the inning, Bieber had given up just 1 hit through 5. In the dirt. And that ball gets away. Runners will hold.
Just about everything's gone wrong for the Indians here in the bottom half of this inning. You got to figure out some way to address this.
Here's the payoff. Swung on and missed. Frazier down on strikes. A big first out for Shane Bieber. His 7th punch out of the day. And they will stick with him here against Denny Santana.
Well, that's a good answer right there by Shane Bieber. Let's see if he can do it again.
Come on, Rangers!
Cleveland out to a 7-run lead, but Texas has come back for 2 runs here in the home 6th. Santana. Check swing, but that one in there, 1-1. Santana led off last inning against Bieber with a 1-pitch pop out. 1-1. Upstairs, 2 balls and a strike. Here it comes. Chop foul, 2-2. So JD coming into this game, it was Bieber versus Kluber. Kluber gave up 7 runs in 3 1/3, but Bieber now trying to get out of trouble here in the 6th.
And it's the same kind of situation that Kluber faced in the 4th. Let's see if Texas can do the same thing offensively that the Indians did.
Full count.
Inside and another full count. Shane Bieber laboring through this 6th. Of course, he does have 7 runs to work with here, as the Indians' offense has been all over both Corey Kluber and Cody Allen today, 2 former members of the Indians. Here's the payoff in this at-bat. Fouled off again.
You have another dangerous batter on deck with Rougned Odor. You need to try to find a way to get an out right here, even if it's only 1, if it's a pop fly or something like that.
Nope, that's ball 4.
Ball 4. That will force in the 3rd run of the inning. So entering this home 6th, the Rangers were trailing by 9 runs. The ballpark here in Arlington was silent. And now that will be it for Shane Bieber.
Well, it was a great outing for Bieber for the most part, but he just got stuck. He did not get a lot of help from his defense this inning. It's time for him to go, Chris. He was laboring and getting frustrated. Harry Francona did the right thing here.
Now pitching for the Indians, number 45.
Will give way to Pluto. We are very close to 5 on the year, and you look at his average versus right-hand hitters. He will face Odor and Guzman, 2 lefties to start, and his 3rd batter will be Chirinos. Texas has scored all 3 of their runs here in this home 6th, trying to make this one interesting here and fight back.
Now, this was the right move, going to the bullpen and getting a fresh arm. Like I said, Odor is a dangerous hitter. Doesn't mean that you're going to get an out, but I'd feel better with my chances with Flutko than a struggling Shane Bieber.
0-2 for the new pitcher against Odor. Odor in his 7th full season with Texas. Hit 30 home runs last year as well as in 2017. The 0-2 fouled back.
Good battle going on right here.
Another 0-2. And another foul ball. Quite the battle. A base hit could bring the Rangers to within 4. Pluto in relief, trying to stop the damage right here. Once again, a foul ball.
So if the Rangers can even find a way to get 2 more runs here, it's just like a brand new ball game. The momentum starts to swing their way a little bit.
Odor chasing that fastball up and away. He fought off 3 tough pitches on 0-2, but not that one right there. And there are 2 outs now. Bases still loaded.
Big pitch going away by Plucko right there.
Nope.
Guzman takes low 1-0. He lined out his last time, a very hard hit ball that looked like it could have been a gapper. Francisco Lindor at short made the quick snag.
This could be a chance for him to make up for that defensive mistake earlier.
Up the middle, Lindor will dive. The throw to first from his backside is not in time, but that does save a run. Fantastic play by Lindor. Guzman is safe by a step or 2. But the Rangers will plate another.
So Lindor easily one of the best defenders in the league right there, and like you said, Chris, he stops 2 runs from scoring right there. Yes, he didn't get the out, but he still got his job done by saving any more bleeding than what was necessary.
Guzman hustling down the line is in there by an eyelash. So the Rangers have cut the deficit to 5, all of their runs coming in this home 6th. They chased Shane Bieber out of the ballgame, who has now given up 4 runs, although none of them earned in this inning after the error from Carlos Santana at first.
Torino's hit a double down the left field line his last time up. You got to be careful here.
Yeah, that double started off this home 6th and started the rally for Texas. Slow roll to third, but with the catcher running to first in plenty of time. So Texas scores 4 runs in the home 6th and makes this game just a little bit interesting. Rangers ballpark and Arlington crowd waking up just a bit. It's 9-4 Cleveland, approaching the 7th.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the Rangers.
New pitcher on hand, JD for the Texas Rangers. Kobe Allen, you're right. 4-4.
So you're just hoping that he can hopefully he can hooker this down if you're Texas, Chris. Slow the Indians down offensively because they've been on a roll here today.
No, that's down.
Pitch to Cesar Hernandez. And speaking of being on a roll, he has reached base 3 times today, including a home run. First season with Cleveland, had himself a big day.
He was the Indians' big pickup this year, as you said earlier, coming over from the Philadelphia Phillies.
As you mentioned, JD, big chance for a shutdown inning for Texas. As this one sneaks through, the 3rd hit of the ball game, 4th time on base for Cesar Hernandez. He also had a stolen base earlier to boot.
Nice little job getting the Indians off to a nice start this inning. Let's see if Luke can follow up.
That's a ball.
Pitch riding high and just misses 1-0. The Indians scored 7 runs in the 4th and 2 in the 2nd. Texas scored all their runs in the last of the 6th.
You have to wonder if it wasn't for that big 4th inning, what this score would look like right now, Chris. This could be a 4-4 ball game, or the Rangers could easily be on top.
4th inning was a nightmare for the Rangers and the fans here at the ballpark. Corey Kluber did not finish that inning. Rangers countered with another former Indian and Cody Allen, and he struggled as well, allowing all his inherited runners and one of his own.
Of course, the big hit he gave up was the 2-run double to Lindor.
Yeah, monster inning there in that 4th for Cleveland. Like you mentioned, the 2-run double for Lindor, an RBI double for Mercado, a 2 RBI single for Roberto Perez, who was on deck.
Now's a good time for Luplo to get a hit. He's 0 for 2 this afternoon.
The only members of the Indians not to join the hit parade today. Allard trying to finish him off. Another payoff coming. And ring him up. A curveball on 3-2. Luplo couldn't believe it.
Up next,
Well, that was a pretty
Interesting
hapless
pitch there.
That was a pretty hapless at bat right there. He should have swung. Not too sure what there is to complain about in a situation like that.
So Allard comes in, allows a leadoff single, but then busts out a beautiful curve on 3-2 to get his first strikeout and his first out as well. Here's the Indians' backstop. 2 RBI single his last time.
Perez, a different kind of a catcher than what Indians fans have been used to in the past. There was Carlos Santana when he started his career, then Yan Gomes, who both were power hitters. And as I said earlier, Perez is not exactly one, but he gets the job done for the Indians, Chris. He's a guy that needs to be around for a little bit longer, I think.
Perez in his 6th full season with Cleveland. 30 home runs last year, close to it. He's now ahead 3-1 in the count. The Rangers looking for a shutdown inning here, scoring 4 runs in the home 6th to make this a more interesting game. Chris Sachi alongside my broadcast partner, making his debut, J.D. Gregory. Thanks so much for joining us, everyone. Big slate of games coming up on Pop Ball all throughout the day. Another 3-2 pitch. It's fouled off. All 4. Leadoff base runner. Then a strikeout, and now a walk for the new pitcher, Cody Allard, coming in. And now, number 9 hitter, Tyler Naquin, who's had himself 2 runs scored today, out of the 9th spot. Shows you how good of a day the Cleveland Indian Ball Club is having on the offensive side.
Outs have been hard to come by for the Rangers today. You saw a little bit of frustration right there on that walk. See if Tyler Naquin can come through. He has 2 hits today.
1-0 in there at the knees. Nice cutter there from Allen.
Steal.
Not bad. One, 2. Upstairs, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Allard already at 22 pitches, and he has gotten just 1 out here in the 7th. But gets that one. Another strikeout. This time he gets Naquin.
Now batting, the shortstop.
So 2 base runners allowed for Allard, but also 2 Ks.
Naquin just not able to catch up to that pitch right there. Results in another out. Here's Frankie Lindor.
Back to the top, Lindor bat right-handed for the first time today. First pitch is popped up. Right up the chute, making the play is Chirinos. So 2 runners on for the Indians, but they cannot expand their lead. And after 4 runs in the bottom of the 6th, let's see if Texas can get another. With the leadoff the leadoff part of the batting order coming up in the 7th.
Leading off for the Rangers.
Welcome back, everyone. Elvis Andrews digging in for Texas.
Andrews.
Lutko will stay out there after shutting things down coming into the ballgame last inning. 4 runs charged to Shane Bieber, but none of them are last time out.
Nope, that's down.
Well, Elvis Andrews came through last inning after Robinson Chirinos led it off with a double. Let's see if the Rangers offense is able to do what they did last inning. If they can, maybe they can get themselves back into this.
Yeah, like we said earlier, JD, the Rangers, right now they still have 3 full innings, and they're at home.
2-2.
Being at home's always an advantage, especially here in Texas. They love to get loud and crazy here.
3-2.
Yeah, that was 4 runs last inning in the home 6th, allowing the fans to wake up a little bit. Entering the home 6th, trailing 9-0, the Indians scoring 7 runs in the 4th and 2 in the 2nd. Corey Kluber and Cody Allen struggled today for Texas. This one hit softly towards center field. But making the play out there is Oscar Mercado to begin the home 7th. Here, Stolaki walked and scored his last time out. Now, JD, we talked about how the Rangers do have some time, but this is a big spot here because you've got the top of your order up. And it is starting to get a bit late here in Arlington.
Well, again, if you can just get some runners on here, you'll have that middle part of that lineup, and Gallo, Frazier, and Santana are all big hitters. You get a runner on, you never know what can happen.
So like 3-0 in the count. Once again, he reached base via the free pass last time.
That was a really patient at bat, too. He's going to do it again.
So he will reach first base with 1 away, and Calhoun coming up.
Willie Calhoun.
Rangers find themselves at 33 and 37 entering play, 3rd place in the American League West. Indians a half game back of the Twins for 1st place in the American League Central. Cleveland also holds the top wildcard spot in the American League.
I'll tell you something that I would really like to see the Indians do to stay afloat is maybe add another veteran starter to this rotation, and I like the back end of it, but if you can get another veteran to get some leadership and maybe a little bit more of a proven commodity, I think that can do the Indians well, some good. There's
Hard hit, glove by Santana. And the throw takes him off the bag though, so they only get 1. Nice play by Santana, like you said, JD, to snare that one. That one was hit right on the screw. Gets it on a hop, throws it to second. With the throw by Lindor, Santana is off the first base bag.
He tried to reach around and tag Calhoun on his way to first, just wasn't able to get him.
And Lindor was so quick with the turn, Santana was also not quite situated on the bag. The throw did take him off regardless. So that'll keep the inning alive for Texas for the powerful Joey Gallo.
0-1's the count.
Gallo certainly has become the face of this Rangers
Ball
franchise.
that's outside.
He came up as a huge top prospect for Texas and has since delivered on the astronomical power that he showed throughout his young career. There's a single though. 1st and 2nd, 2 outs.
The Rangers have something cooking right here. That ball somewhat down the middle, and Joey Gallo disposes of that to the outfield.
First round pick back in 2012. He stands on first. So a couple of men aboard here for Todd Frazier. He's had himself a frustrating day. But just like Gallo, trying to join the hit parade, Gallo did get a nod. And so Texas, after 4 runs in the home 6th, have something cooking here in the home 7th. But it is getting late real early, to quote the great Yogi Berra.
Well, if you're going to strike right now is the time to do it. Frazier, of course, in the past, as I've mentioned, has had some power. If you can get the right pitch, he can change the complexion of this ball game a little bit.
Yeah, Frazier, a veteran hitter. We've talked about him many stops on his major league journey earlier in this broadcast. Signing a 1-year deal with the Rangers this offseason, fouls that one third base side, 1-2. We've seen Frazier today jump ahead just a bit on a lot of these fastballs. He's been out in front.
Ball, that's off the plate.
Pitch taken, now 2-2 to the top off. Bucto trying to get through the seventh unscathed. Here's the pitch. Frazier stays alive. Calhoun on second. Joey Gallo on first. Hard to third. Nice play by Jose Ramirez. And the Rangers fail to score. 2 runners left on. Nothing doing for Texas. And at the end of 7, Cleveland 9, Rangers 4.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Rangers.
New pitch on hand for Texas as we begin the 8th.
Looks like we're going to get Luis Garcia out here. He's pitched in 16 games this season with an 0-2 record.
Leading off for Cleveland.
See how he fares against this Indians team.
Oscar.
Looking to stop bleeding, keep this deficit at 9-4. Here's Oscar Mercado. And an RBI double earlier in this game in the big 4th inning for Cleveland. They scored 7 runs in the 4th, attacking both Corey Kluber and Cody Allen, both 4 members of this Indians ball club. Get up the middle. Odor makes the play. 4-3 put out.
Now batting, the first base.
Well, I know they have to be disappointed with how they played against their former teammates today, but I do believe that the Rangers still have to come to Cleveland this year, so maybe they'll get a chance to make up for it.
Yeah, both of them certainly would love to have another crack at this Indians team.
Nick Goody, a
Jesse
former...
Chavez in the mound. Go ahead, sir.
Say Nick Goody, another former Indian, is up in the bullpen for the Rangers.
1-1.
He seems to be the theme today for Chris Woodward. Santana bangs this one through the middle for a base hit as it rolls to the wall. Goes and approaches the deepest part of the ballpark, and Carlos Santana adds on to a big day for him. His 12th double of the year on first base.
Another clutch hit by Santana right there.
That will bring up Franmil Reyes, who started the scoring for Cleveland back in the 2nd inning. A long home run over the left field wall. The first pitch swinging and a nice play over there at shortstop keeps Santana at second.
Jose Ramirez. Your attention, please.
Elvis Andrews making that play running in. And here is another former Indian.
Nick Goody.
Nick Goody, 26 games this year, 2-1 record, 12 holds in 23.1 innings and a 2.70 ERA. So a pretty good season for him right now.
Looking for him to strand Santana at second against the powerful Jose Ramirez. So looking to get involved in the Indians' offense today.
Well, no better time to do it than right now with the runner here on second base.
1-1.
First base is open. But Cesar Hernandez stands on deck, and he has reached base every time he has come to the plate, including a home run. Goody is set, looks at second. Here's the 1-2. Foul back. Here it comes again on a 1-2. chopped over to short, and looks like it was on the fly. Elvis Andrews makes the play. So down goes Cleveland. They have not scored since the 4th inning, but they'll take it as they still lead 9-4. Welcome back, everyone. Chris Sachi and J.D. Gregory here on hand. Thanks so much for joining us. Game 1 of a packed slate today for Major League Baseball. Feel free to donate to the Black Lives Matter movement if you so have the funds. And in the home 8th, it's 1 pitch, 1 out for Texas. Adam Plucto will look for his 2nd full inning of work and starts it out pretty well.
And that was a nice job of Plucto keeping a ball from going right back up the middle there.
Here's Odor, 0 for 3 on the day. Getting late here for the Rangers in Arlington.
0-1's the count.
Dominic Leone and Adam Simber up in the bullpen for the Indians. Adam Simber, part of the trade that brought him and Brad Hand here in 2018 for catcher Francisco Mejia.
The count is 1-2.
2 Odor. Plutko approaching 40 pitches out of the pen, but did a good job of erasing the Rangers' rally. And they scored 4 runs in the 6th, but all of those inherited from Shane Bieber.
Did an excellent job that inning, too. There was a lot to be upset about, and Plutko came in and really shut Texas down.
Terry Francona has rewarded him by pitching him in his 2nd full inning of work. And in turn, he has rewarded Francona back. 2 up, 2 down here in the 8th. Odor goes down on strikes for the 2nd time today. Let's see if Plutko can get his 2nd scoreless full inning. He had an easy 7th. As we mentioned earlier, allowed the Indians to work out of trouble in the 6th.
He's cruising here in the 8th so far. See if Terry Francona lets him come back out for the 9th or if he goes to the bullpen.
This one hit hard in the right, but ranging over and making the play out there is Mercado. Excuse me, that was Lopez. As we go to the 9th inning, Indians looking for insurance. 9-4 lead.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Rangers.
For Met, Rafael Montero will pitch for Texas.
11 games for him so far. He has an 0-1 record.
Leading off the 8th.
And Cesar Hernandez here to lead off the top half of the 9th inning.
Hernandez is yet to be retired today, including a home run.
It's been a very good game for Hernandez. Let's see if he can go 4 for 4.
Montero in mop-up duty here will just look to get some work in.
0-1.
As Chris Woodward can get a look at his stuff here for what I presume will be a full 9th. Hernandez, Luplow, and Perez here in the inning. Montero, a former top prospect starting pitcher for the New York Mets organization. But at the end of the day, he is just a 3-pitch pitcher. And so has been relegated to the bullpen in his later stops in his career.
Seems like a guy that you'd want to bring in when you're trying to close a team down. Or mop up.
As Montero will get some action here off the mound and throws it to Guzman at first. Nice play there for his first out.
Left fielder, number 8, Jordan
Luplow. And JD, I must ask you now, as we get towards the latter stages of this game, see if Terry Francona will stick with Plutko, who's been fantastic. Although it would be asking for 3 full innings of work out of a middle reliever.
Well, I think you've got to let him at least start, and if he struggles, you could bring in Adam Simber. Simber has been a pretty big part of that Cleveland bullpen. So I say you let Putko start and then keep Simber ready in case Putko runs into some trouble.
One ball.
We'll see what Terry Francona does. 1-2 to Luplow. Hit high in the air to the left. It looks like there is room out there as it approaches the corner. Nick Solak goes there and makes the play. So 2 up, 2 down for Montero.
Roberto.
Well, I think one thing that is clear as far as who would pitch in the ninth is you won't see Brad Hand unless the Indians pitching staff really struggles and gives up a bunch of runs.
Pitch in there to Perez. 0-1. Roberto Perez had a 2 RBI single as part of the 7-run 4th inning earlier in the ballgame. Andrews makes the play and throws out the opposing catcher. So 1-2-3 for Rafael Montero. Keeps this at a 9-4 ball game. Last licks here for Texas.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Indians.
Looks like Dominic Leone is going to come in for the Indians here. He's pitched in 30 games so far with a 2-0 record, 8 pulls, and 38.1 innings. Don't like that high ERA, but it seems like he's done pretty well anyway.
Robinson. Chirino.
To close things out for Cleveland and put the bow on a victory here at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington. The Rangers do not want to go down yet. 9-1-2. Chirinos leading things off. He had a double to lead off an inning earlier in the ballgame. Back in the 6th, that inning, the Rangers scored 4 runs.
You got 2 balls, 1 strike.
Exactly why I don't think this is going to be an easy inning here, Chris, because this is exactly a lineup that they led off with in that 6th inning.
He's out.
But a hard hit ball at a second. Making the play is Cesar Hernandez, and Chirinos is out on the 4-3 putout. So, JD, the Cleveland Indians are in a tight battle with the Twins atop the American League Central. The Twins are a half game back as of now. With a win, of course, Cleveland will tie things up. And it'll be fascinating to see how both of these teams continue their stretch run. You mentioned earlier you'd like to see the Indians pick up a veteran starting pitcher. Well, they did have that in Corey Kluber, who is now on Texas and who struggled today for the Rangers.
That's just taking your chances in baseball. I would have loved to have seen what Kluber could have done if he would have stuck around. But I do know that this Indians team has some financial issues, and even if you do go out and get another starter, it doesn't have to be a big name because you've got Bieber, Clevenger, and Carrasco. Those are your big 3. You just need to, I think, supplement that and bring in a guy that can provide some leadership, and again, a guy that's capable of winning games down the stretch run for you.
Starting pitching, as we know, is so crucial for a team that wants to make a deep run in the postseason. As Andrew sneaks one through up the middle for a 1-out single.
And that's one of the things that kept the Indians away from the championship in the 90s. They never built the pitching staff. They had some great offenses. Couldn't really do as well with the pitching.
Very well said, JD. You remember that team. They did pick up Oral Hershiser later on in his career, but they never could support that offense fully. You had players like Albert Bell, Jim Thome, Manny Ramirez. That is a fearsome lineup, but you're right. The pitching was never quite there to give the Indians a title. They did make it to the series in '95 against a team that had great pitching in Atlanta.
I was going to just bring that up. They faced 2 shutdown pitchers and Maddox and Glavine, and you know that goes to show you good pitching beats good hitting.
true. And as we think about the rest of the American League, as nice hard hit ball is another base hit for Texas. The Yankees are in a sort of similar predicament. Their offense has been fantastic this season, but their team ERA stands in the lower half of the American League. So maybe they will go out and get a starting pitcher. That's also a shortage that they've had to deal with for the past couple of seasons, are the Yankees.
Absolutely, but in the past they've always found out a way to get a pitcher as well. The Yankees are a very attractive team that guys want to play for. So, yes, you lost CC Sabathia, who was a big part of that team, but you've got another one with Garrett Cole. There's got to be some way you can supplement that and find somebody out there.
So meanwhile, in this game, the Rangers won't go down too quietly yet. 2 runners aboard with 1 away for Calhoun. He is yet to reach base today. As the fastball up and in misses 1 and 2. The Rangers scored all 4 of their runs in the home 6th. Texas trying to keep clawing back. They're 4 games under 500 in 3rd place in the American League West. But the Rangers today put severely behind the 8 ball after 3 1/3 innings of 7-run ball from Corey Kluber. And then Cody Allen coming in relief of Kluber, giving up all of those inherited runs and 1 of his own.
Well, that really snowballed in that 4th inning when they weren't able to hit guys out, and that's what the difference in this one has been.
Precisely. 7 runs in the 4th for Cleveland. They have not scored since, but it's been okay with them. They've been in command ever since that 4th. Shane Bieber started for the Tribe. 5 innings of 1-run ball through those first 5. In the 6th, he gave up 4 runs, although none of them earned. But Texas ended up chasing him out of the game and tired him out to tag him for some runs. But Plucto came into the game and was fantastic through 2 1/3.
Plucto did a great job handling this Texas order. And we'll see what happens here. Willie Calhoun is not going away easy. He's really hanging in there.
Yeah, Leone trying to shut the door, but the Rangers are threatening. And another foul ball, so a good at-bat here. The Rangers have been fighting all game.
And he's making Leone throw a lot of pitches. He's been a 10-pitch at bat, and he's thrown 23 pitches already. Let's see what happens here.
This one hit high and deep, but just enough room there in deep right field. And that has been the story of the game practically all day for Texas. Just a bit short on most of their contact today, including the rally there in the 6th.
Gallo, the last hope for the Rangers right here.
Gallo had his first hit his last time up. So once again, if the Indians can hold on, they will move into a tie of first place, leading the American League Central along with Minnesota. Coming up next after this, Yankees-Red Sox.
Again, that's going to be a great game, I think. People need to stay tuned in for that.
I got 2-1 to count.
2-1 to Gallo. Of course, we thank all of our viewers here at Major League Baseball. And if you still have the funds, our donation is open for the Black Lives Matter movement. 2-1 to Gallo. Swung on and missed. And now Leone, a beautiful pitch running down and away from Gallo at 95. Here's the 2-2. Upstairs, great take there by Gallo. Try to get him fishing with another fastball. And now, hey, JD, the runners will get a head start at 1st and 2nd with 2 away and a full count.
Good chance for Gallo to get a hit here. Let's see. Ooh, Leone just missed.
So, 2 beautiful takes by Joey Gallo extends the ballgame. And now bases loaded with 2 away. The tying run does happen to be on deck, but it's up to Todd Frazier to keep things alive for the Rangers.
Well, I said you wouldn't see Brad Hand, and well, here he is.
Francona's going to have to go to hand. Say it again, JD.
I was going to say, has this turned into a save opportunity for him? I believe it has.
I think, yeah, if the time run is at the plate or on deck, it is a save situation. And with the time run on deck, looks like that's the case. So Francona will have to be forced to use his closer.
Well, I knew kind of what the rule was, but I wasn't real clear on that, so.
Yeah, it is a little bit wonky. I said that with a lot of confidence, JD, and I'm 99% sure I'm right. But hey, Twitch users in the comments, please correct me if I am not correct. Here's the 1-0 to Frazier. 2-0 as that pitch just misses. So the Rangers, like they have been doing all game, have battled here offensively.
Well, Brad Hand was an all-star last year, but he certainly has his times where he struggles with the lineup. So this is anything but a sure thing, I suppose, right now. He's struggling here.
3-0 to Frazier. He has been missing outside on those back-to-back pitches. 3-0 pitch misses, so a 4-pitch walk immediately for Brad Hand. That forces in a run. The time run is now at the plate for Danny Santana.
Not a good start hand there by Brad Hand. Get a chance to finish this Texas game off, and you're letting them hang around. And that's kind of really been the story for the second half of this game. Texas has put together some really good, patient at-bats, and regardless of how this works out, they've got a little bit of momentum going for them here.
Yeah, also Cleveland yet to score since the 4th. So Santana will turn around and bat right for the first time today. Is quite aggressive after the 4th pitch walk, however, on that fastball about shoulder level. And you have to assume that's just helping out a pitcher who has been struggling with control since entering the game. Santana has reached base once today with the walk. Now 2-1 as he takes that fastball high. Rangers making it interesting here. Have scored 1 run in the bottom of the 9th. The 2-1 from Hand. 3-1.
And Brad Hand has not been, for the most part, anywhere near the strike zone. If you're Terry Francona, you're going to have to get somebody else ready here, I believe, because he's not showing too many signs that he's going to get better here in this appearance.
3-1 pitch. Nowhere close as it skips in the dirt, and back-to-back hitters that Hand has faced since coming in, both of them have been walked to force in a run.
No, this is no
Here
good.
is Rougned Odor. He has struck out in his past 2 at-bats. The Rangers giving the fans here in Arlington something to cheer for at the end. This team was trailing 9-0 after 4.
Count 1-0.
First pitch way upstairs, high level.
This is a gritty Texas Rangers team. I saw a little bit of the game last Sunday, and I believe they even tried to come back then, just like this.
The count 1-1.
Odor is historically an aggressive hitter, and he helps out Hand. 1-1 now the count. Brad Hand has not thrown a pitch in the strike zone. The only 2 strikes have been swinging strikes that originally would have missed if taken. 2-1 now. The Rangers have scored 2 runs with 2 outs.
This game is, even though there's 2 outs, is clearly anything but over here, Chris. As you said, Hand can't find a strike zone, and that's not good for somebody that's a closer.
Especially with the bases juiced, but Odor again helps out Hand. And now, 2-2 as it is even. Here it is again, fouled off.
If you're an Indians fan, you're on the edge of your seat because you've seen this before. Oh!
And there it is. The rally is done. The Rangers scored 2 runs in the bottom of the ninth and keep it interesting throughout. So thanks to them for keeping our viewers engaged and keeping the home fans on their feet. But the Indians will back into this one, closing it out 7-6. Excuse me, 9-6. My apologies. It's been a long one here, JD.
It has been, but it's been a great one. You see the fist pump by Terry Francona right there. He knows all too well that there have been a lot of times over the last few years where weird things have happened and the Indians have lost a ball game like this. So that's a great way to close this one out.
So for Cleveland, they are now tied atop the American League Central with the Minnesota Twins. I'm Versace alongside JD Gregory. JD, let's look through the highlights here.
Well, there's the one that got it started off for the Indians right there in the top of the second. Home run by Franmil Reyes that got the Indians on top.
Time of the ball game, 3 hours and 59 minutes.
Yeah, Corey Kluber continued to struggle in this game. Cesar Hernandez with another home run for Cleveland.
Those were back-to-back.
That's all they would
home
score
runs.
in the second.
The Rangers
It would be, but it would be Indians wouldn't look back after that.
drive home safely.
And then with the bases loaded against Kluber, yep, there's Roberto Perez. In this 4th inning, the Indians scored 7 runs even. Francisco Lindor adding to the party. Bases were still loaded at that point as it hops against the wall, 6-0 Cleveland.
And that was off of Cody Allen. Cody Allen just didn't get the job done today. Chris, there's another double by Oscar Mercado that scored a run. Disappointment, I'm sure, like I said earlier, for both of these two.
Both Kluber and Cody Allen, former Indians, struggling today. Here was the first run for the Rangers. Santana, even with the 9-run lead, tries to get the out at home.
Again, I think he tried to be too cute on that, and that was a couple of mistakes we saw from first baseman today, but most of the time Santana doesn't do that.
And then Joey Gallo working a tough at-bat, fouled off a few difficult pitches. And the Rangers here in the bottom of the 6th are making this ball game interesting.
Well, that was a little run, and that kind of changed the complexion of this game a little bit. But the Indians' bullpen was the big story of this one.
Yeah, once Adam Plucto came into the game, just a beautiful play by Lindor, just shy of getting Guzman to end that 6th inning.
But like you said, that saved more than one run from getting there, and that could have injected a lot of life into this Rangers ball club. Great job by Lindor right there. And the strikeout by Hand to end it.
And the Rangers made it interesting at the end, but Cleveland escapes with a 3-run victory. Once again, they are now tied atop the American League Central. Them and the Twins seem to be battling out for the entirety of this season. JD Gregory, before we go to Yankees, Red Sox. Quite the game here today. The Indians look to have it in hand, but the Rangers battled throughout.
Well, it was a classic. Here, I think, anyway, Chris, a tale of 2 different games, but the Indians found a way to pull this one out in the end.
Meanwhile, for the Rangers, their 3rd straight loss. Yankees, Red Sox ahead. Garrett Cole on the mound. His first season in New York has been fantastic.
6.62, 2.17 ERA. Doing what he was brought there to do, Chris.
And it looks like we have our broadcast team for Yankees Sox. Hello, how are we doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. Got some of the good rivalries today. We got this one, and then we got the London series later with the Cubs Cards. So rivalry day on this Saturday.
Beautiful Fenway Park too. Hey JD, any final thoughts before we head out of here?
Just a great win today for Terry Francona and the Indians. A good staple to make if they're going to contend in that AL Central Division.
Yankees Red Sox coming up. I'm Chris Sachi for JD Gregory. Thanks so much for joining us, everyone. And here, kicking off the rivalries today from Fenway Park. Take it away, guys.
All right. Well, here we are at wonderful Fenway Park here, and had Terry Francona managing in that Indians victory, and here we have his former team that he managed, the Red Sox, hosting the Yankees. Got Garrett Cole and Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound. Tyler, what do you think will be the big keys for each team trying to win today?
Well, Eduardo Rodriguez having to get back on track, that's going to definitely be a necessity. He's 4-4 in 15 starts. That 4.54 ERA is definitely a questionable mark in 81.1, and we'll see what he can do. You know, Alex, the four-seam fastball, the changeup, cutter, and slider, and let's see what he does today.
All right, well, DJ LeMahieu is going to be leading it off here for the New York Yankees. Got the nice, just classic-looking jerseys on today. White for the Red Sox, the grays for the Yankees. Two historic franchises, and starts him off with a fastball. It's called strike one.
If the Red Sox, they already fell 3-2. They need a big win today. They are still in third in the American League East.
And that goes down the line, but by LeMahieu, a great piece of hitting, but because of that short right field porch, which they've got at both Yankee Stadium and here at Fenway, that's going to be only a single for him. So one on with nobody out here in the first.
It's a good piece of hitting by LeMahieu, last year's batting champion in the American League, and you know he can swing at batting 333.
I'll bring in Gleyber Torres, and as a Cubs fan, man, it's sort of sad to see what he's been able to do with the Yankees, but I mean, I'll take a World Series ring over it any day, but you know, when you know what could have been, it does hurt, as that's flown to center. Jackie Bradley will make the catch, and that's out number one.
Rodriguez settles under there, finally recovers. LeMahieu obviously has to hold up, and we'll get to see the heart of the order with Judge, Stanton, and Hicks. Well, granted, let's see what happens with the next two batters before we see the center fielder in pinstripes for the Yanks.
Well, and here is Aaron Judge. He's had a pretty good season, though. To be fair, this whole Yankee team has had a very good season. There are four guys in their starting lineup with batting averages above 300. Judge is one of them, 307.
Judge racked up a double and an RBI last night, and that proved to be clutch for the New York.
The 0-2 pitch from Rodriguez, served out into right field. Now it'll be a base hit. Oh, it's overrun by Verdugo. So the runner will get to third. It'll be first and third, one out. And you and I talked before we came on the air about Verdugo not being the greatest of fielders. Definitely nothing compared to Pilar in left and Bradley in center. Just overran it.
Well, you know, error looked like that looked like the NL Wild card with Trent muffing that ball in right field that Soto drove in and tied the game.
Yeah, that's actually a really good comparison. I didn't think about it, but yeah, that we'll see if it costs them as much as that's grounded. Great diving stop, and it's an overthrow to first. Man, that could have been a beautiful double play, but instead it's gonna get the runner to second and the run home. So it's gonna be 1-0.
Well, the Yankees take advantage, but what a great play by Jose Peraza. That's definitely why they made the acquisition to go out and get him from.
Ball one, no strike.
So that will count, I believe. It should count as an unearned run for Rodriguez on that error. Should it have been a double play, the inning would be over. But now runner on second, 2 outs, and the previously mentioned Aaron Hicks standing at the plate with a 1-1 count.
Aaron Hicks, just one of those, ever since he was a young stud with Minnesota, he has always been a big defensive. I've loved to see the development in his offensive prowess in New York, and I think that's been something that he has definitely improved in over his time as
1-2, and that was a hanging changeup there, but swung over the top of. So Rodriguez gets out of here with 1 run, 2 hits, and an error on Peraza. We head to the bottom of the first, 1-0 Yankees. So we see Garrett Cole standing on the mound. He had a rough outing in his last time out, but we've seen him be very, very good, and he's, you know, has a chance to go for the Cy Young this year, I would say.
I would say maybe he's the front runner. Alex, he's got 21 less earned runs than his Eduardo Rodriguez, so that's definitely going to give him the advantage. Compare that 2.17 ERA to 4.54.
Well, he starts the leadoff hitter, Peraza, out with a ball. Second pitch coming from Garrett Cole. Called strike there. Good pitch. 96 on the black. It's 1-1.
And if Jose Peraza can come up big at the plate right now, if he can do anything like that play he made at short that got turned into a double play, that could be good for the Red Sox.
Well, that's flown deep into center. Hicks will make the catch. That's a deep center field there, so not too many get hit out there, that's for sure.
Especially when you're Jose Peraza, a guy that's big on small ball or nice contact hits up the middle or wedged in between two fielders.
Oh, speaking of a more defensive-minded small ball player, Jackie Bradley Jr. playing center field today at the dish. Swung out and missed, and that's a good pitch there, strike 1.
I like Cole's approach. He just goes into every at-bat. He's not afraid to get after it, whether it's fastballs or whether it's utilizing a few of his breaking pitches, and that's what makes him so great and well. Wow.
We have an injury here. Garrett Cole is going to have to come out of this game. It's an undisclosed injury. We'll have to see what that means because, as you mentioned, he's a Cy Young front runner. Maybe only one player I can think of really can make a case, and that's Yarbrough for the Rays. So we're going to be seeing Luis Cessa coming in. He's a former starter, so they have that advantage. But man, that was 4 or 5 pitches into this game only.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it happened when he threw that curveball, because that was sudden.
Well, we've seen how a lot of pitchers have gone down. We've seen Trevor Bauer, I think, is probably the biggest notable one for the Reds, though they've managed to, make good without him, as that's Skide and Torres on the right side of the infield will make the catch. So 2 outs here, and and we both these teams have had some injury problems. Yankees are without Aroldis Chapman, along with Gary Sanchez, so this is just adding to a list of a star-studded injured list.
And it's just next man up, especially when you're such a powerful club with so much depth like New York, and that's what propelled them throughout the season. If they can keep winning ball games with some guys out and having Luis Cessa for multiple innings, I think that's a good sign. If they
they'll definitely need some innings here from Cessa, as he threw a fastball 97. This one's in. It's going to be 1-1. He's throwing pretty hard on the gun, though. I think coming in as a short reliever, a longer reliever, but still not to the same extent that he's going to be expected to go today. I wonder if it might be an issue with him throwing so hard to start off the game.
Yeah, he's been looking in mid-90s, maybe even a couple looks at 97 or 98. You know what is very, very intriguing. I think, Alex, we got to talk about JD Martinez's 269 average. That's the high out of any player in the Boston Red Sox Major League 26 man, and I think that's a little bit of an issue. It sums up their offensive.
Yeah, to that point, I when I'm doing my research, I tend to circle the league leaders or the team leaders in every stat, and I had to go through a couple times to say, wait, JD Martinez 269, that's the highest average on the team? But he strikes out to that point, and so no hits, no runs, no errors, but a massive injury. So we head to the second now. Yankees down a man, up a run.
Leading off for the Yankees, the first baseman.
And we mentioned just recently that, you know, the highest average was 269 for JD Martinez. Look at Luke Voigt. He's leading the team in batting average, and he's hitting 6th in the team.
When I think of guys that lead a team in batting average, Luke Voigt, not even JD Martinez, these are two guys from their respective teams that I would never picture leading their team or being close in the league.
No ball, 2 strikes.
He certainly had some homer pop, and that's also something you don't see very often. He's hitting 12 homers on the year, not close to the team lead. That's Giancarlo Stanton by a mile, but to be able to have double-digit homers and a 300-plus batting average, that's MVP caliber numbers, though that's a called strike. So second strikeout on the day for Rodriguez.
Eduardo just trying to ring up as many batters as he can. He definitely has to know that this Yankees offense rake when it comes to breaking balls, but he hits that slider. What a great, and that's just great sequencing from the catcher, Christian Vasquez.
And here's Clint Frazier. He was on the bench in yesterday's affair. He's mainly used against left-handed pitching instead of the lefty hitting Brett Gardner, who's on the bench today for this game.
Clint Frazier, we all know that first-round pick of the Indians multiple years ago, then traded in that infamous Andrew Miller deal, and now he's pretty much spending time between the Major League club and anywhere in the minors. He'll go anywhere in the Yankees farm system.
The 1-2 pitch from Rodriguez. Swung on and missed, so back-to-back Ks, 3 in a row if you go to the last inning for Rodriguez. And he's having a hot start so far.
Just keeps ringing them up. That lefty-righty matchup, you could say it favored Frazier, but look at how far he has to reach across. That's good work by Rodriguez, even though all of his pitches are coming inside of Frazier's wheelhouse.
Ball 1 on backdoor cutter to Gio Urshela, trying to work off of what was a breakout season last year, hitting .314 due to the injury issues that the Yankees had last year. And this year, same deal. This time he's earned the starting spot without the injuries at third base like last season.
Well, we all know Urshela's never been a big offensive guy, developed a mean defensive glove, but wow, what a breakout season. Quite the all-star snub, even though there were some loaded talents in the American League at third.
Yeah, he played 132 games last year compared to 167 that he played in the previous 3 combined. So managed to earn himself a full season, and here he's earning a start over Miguel Andujar, who was scheduled to be probably one of the next big things for this Yankee lineup. Now he's having to sit on the bench and watch him go out there and play third. That's grounded to second in a 1-2-3 inning. Good inning there from Rodriguez. So no hits in the inning. Still 1-0 through top 2.
Leading off for the Red Sox.
That'll bring up Rafael Devers here to lead off the bottom of the second. Not really as hot of a hitter as he was last year. He's still leading in the team in doubles. He led the American League in doubles last year if you discount Nick Castellanos, who played in both leagues and led all of baseball.
Yeah, we'll see if Devers can follow up, and looks like he's off to a good start.
Great hit down the line, and if it wasn't for the shift, that would have either been a single or probably more likely a ground out. But you know, when you can beat the shift like that, that'll give you a some extra bases there. If you can hit it there, you earn it.
That's batting, just discipline at the plate, just good offensiveness. Rafael Devers, just a huge play, and that's going to set up runner in scoring position with nobody out near the bottom of.
And I'll bring up the lefty first baseman, Mitch Moreland, former Texas Ranger, 2018 All-Star, and he's been a decent first base option. Definitely not the of the superstar caliber, but it's nice to have a guy who goes out every day and just does his job.
He's an everyday first baseman, that's for sure. He's got some great pop at the plate and an average.
Well, that was grounded right to third. Interesting, if they didn't have that runner on base, that probably would have been another extra base opportunity. They would have probably shifted on him, but this time Gio Urshela is right there for out number one.
Good work by the lead Devers to get back. If you saw the ground line shot to third, Urshela made a nice play, but Devers went back immediately. He knew whether it hit the ground or Urshela caught it, he had to get back regardless.
Well, and you mentioned last inning that Urshela is a very good defender, and he has that IQ to just backpick a runner if he notices that Devers is off the base. 2-0 now to Kevin Pillar playing left field.
Urshela's got of IQ, that's for sure, but he's great in the most unorthodox situations. He'll be able to pump fake the throw home or to third and then tag a guy in second or work inside a rundown.
That's flown deep. Center field on the track. The jump, and it goes off the glove. The runner is going to have to hold at third. Devers had to hold up, respect the opportunity for a catch by Hicks, but we mentioned in the first inning you don't hit them very far. That one I thought was a lazy fly ball.
Yeah, Pillar gets into it nicely. Hicks had a shot. I thought he was going to come up, and Sessa just went straight down Broadway, and Pillar got a hold of it.
And this is where got to get some offense from the bottom of the order. Vasquez had a homer yesterday, something he's not really known for. He's not known as one of the elite power hitters on this team or even in the catcher position. But it's his chance to at least get a run home here. 1-1.
Yeah, he was only one of two runs.
2-1 to Vasquez. Fastball was up there, and it'll be a hitter's count for Vasquez.
Vasquez was only one of two Red Sox players to drive in a run yesterday in their 3-2 defeat.
It's looped into right. Judge makes the catch, and he's got an amazing arm. You can't test him there, especially not Devers. So that could be a big turning point there, because now you don't have the opportunity for a sac fly or a grounder, and now you need Alex Verdugo, who, as you see, a .211 batting average, has to get the job done here in the second inning.
Verdugo really needs to step it up. This could be a good turnaround for his season.
Chopped down to first, the flip over to Sessa. Good PFP there. You can't get enough of that. So that ends the inning. Two big extra base hits go for nothing in the second inning for the Red Sox. Still 1-0 in favor of the Yankees.
Leading off for the Yankees, the catcher.
So to lead off the top of the third inning here, it's Chris Iannetta catching, filling in for the previously mentioned Gary Sanchez, who's on the injured list. He's got a torn groin, so he'll be out for another couple of weeks.
Ionetta's going to have to be that guy to really step.
Oh, and 2 to Ionetta. Could have been a strike, but not called by the umpire. It's going to be 1 and 2. And he fouls that one back, so it'll stay 1 and 2 here.
It's an interesting situation. Vasquez wanted to set up on the inside and in 1-2 count, then again on the out.
Another foul ball by Ionetta. Do it a third time here. Pitch from Rodriguez, excuse me, is outside. It's going to be 2 and 2 now. Looking for another punch out. Lofted into right field. Verdugo makes the catch. He actually almost overran that one. Could have been his second error on the game, but instead it's out number 1 in the top of the third, and the lineup will turn over.
Yeah, that's some risky fielding out there and right for Verdugo. He stabs it, and I think that could be big of a morale booster.
DJ LeMahieu hits that one high and deep to left. If it gets over the monster, it's gone. And it does. Don't need to hit it terribly far, but LeMahieu says, I don't care. I'll hit it far if I want to. So it's going to be 2-0 now. He doubles the lead with his 13th of the year.
What a shot by LeMahieu. Look, Jose Bautista, that one might be going and heading to the other side of this. Wow, he got a Rodriguez try to drive in a fastball, and LeMahieu, again, another all-star in the making, and he teed off over the mountain.
From the look of that homer track there, looks like that one might have gone completely over the monster into the parking lots behind it. So he's got some power. He's known mainly as, with the batting titles, as you mentioned, but man, he can have some power when he needs to.
He really packs it in, and that goes over 400 feet. Just blast out of here onto Yankee Way. That's a good sign for the Yankees.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
Well, it's 1 and 2 now to Gleyber Torres, and this whole lineup can hit homers left, right, and center. So Rodriguez gets no breaks here. That one is high, 2 and 2.
I know Ionetta's been setting up a lot on the outer half or the outer third of the plate, but it's became more of a recurring. If I'm Rodriguez here, especially against righties with the lefty arm, I would like to go inside and lower because that limits fly balls.
Well, he went inside and high that time and does get more or less a jammed fly ball out to Verdugo, and he's made both of the outs so far in the inning.
A lot of action. I think that's what Boston wants, especially with Rodriguez on the mound. The lefty-righty matchups, you want to try and jam these guys because they can go a long way. Even going Oppo Taco into that short porch, especially going on the pesky pole.
And Aaron Judge already has a hit to his name on the day. And that is definitely not the pitch you want to throw. A changeup center cut. It's 1-1.
Scary pitch.
To your point, he's going inside again there with the fastball. 1 and 2 to Aaron Judge. Vasquez wants it high, gets it high. Strikeout for Rodriguez, but not before this moonshot from DJ LeMahieu over the monster and doubles the Yankees' lead. It's now 2-0. That'll bring up Michael Chavis to start off the bottom of the third for the Red Sox. Made his debut last season and currently on a good run of form.
Yeah, really started to come alive in London last year, the Yankees, and He had a couple hits in that series, and Alex, you'll be flying out of here after this game concludes. You'll be flying over to London for Cardinal.
Yeah, I am. I absolutely loved the segue, by the way. That was perfectly done. But yes, I have my own imaginary all expenses paid trip to London for the game at the London Stadium. Cubs-Cardinals, another big rivalry like we have here. And I'm looking forward to it as a Cubs fan. Cubs, the best team in the National League at the moment. The Cardinals stuck down in third, I believe, at the moment in the NL Central. So ought to be a good matchup.
When you get your day to do stuff, what's going to be your go-to tourist attraction?
Well, first I want to just point out a great stop by Luke Voigt. Man, that throwing from the seat of his pants, and again, as I mentioned earlier in the game, PFP is so underrated in baseball. Great job from Luis Cessa. So it's 2 outs already.
Couple of them. Said a couple of them.
Well, Jackie Bradley standing in 2 outs. I think if I get the chance, I don't know when I'm going to have to be back for another game in the U.S., but definitely would love to go see my favored English Premier League soccer team, Arsenal, play their first match of the season against Manchester City. That would be an interesting game to watch. I think West Ham United, the team who will be playing at who call London Stadium home, they'll be playing some point soon too. So we'll have to make sure that they clear out quickly. That's blooped into center. Is anyone going to get there? Hicks does. So a 1-2-3 inning really quickly there. And we'll be back with maybe less about London, more about baseball, and a trivia question when we come back.
Leading off for the Yankees.
You can see our currently non-existent broadcasters, Matt Vasgersian, Dan Plesac, and Mark DeRosa, currently on vacation here, taking a long hiatus from baseball. Figured they all need a vacation, so they're off in Hawaii or somewhere, but maybe we'll see them back some point soon. We'll find out. Oh, 1 to Stanton, and that's going to be a ball, so it's 1-1. We do have our trivia question, and several guesses already in fact. The trivia question, which former Red Sox pitcher has the most consecutive All-Star games started as a pitcher? Who is he? Currently guesses for Chris Sale, Roger Clemens, and David Martinez, as that is hit high, deep, and out of here. Giancarlo Stanton adding to his massive 23 homer total. Just trying to look at the trivia question, and they're making sure I'm paying attention here. That one was launched over the monster.
Stan, he's not letting up when it comes to the power display, and that's just what he brings to the table. When he's in the DH spot, you just look at that arc, that angle, StatCast. Where are you at? I don't think that's going to have enough to register. Just an absolute blast by.
Well, we saw one go very far over from LeMahieu last inning. This time Stanton not as far, but certainly you don't need a ton here at Fenway Park. You just need the height. The distance can settle itself out. But great homer from him. Another guess, by the way, for trivia was Cy Young, Martinez. So far, all have been answered no. So it's 3-0 here. Top of the 4th, Rodriguez up to 50 pitches. He was cruising after giving up the 1 run. He had one really good 1-2-3 inning, and then slowly things are starting to get pulled apart here.
He got clicking in the second. If I'm Dave Bush right now, the pitching coach for the Red Sox, got to start having some action.
The one issue that they might have for either team, which with Cole only pitching a third of an inning before getting injured, is the fact that both teams only had their starter go 5 yesterday, as we see another strikeout. That's number 5 from Rodriguez.
It's just one of those games where the pitcher, he'll have some mistakes, and the opposition, they will make him pay, but he'll rack up a few strikeouts along the way. And I think if there's anything that Rodriguez is doing right, it's striking better.
As that's flown to right field, Verdugo had a rough game. A lot of balls hit to him. That's going to be out number 2 in the inning.
Now batting.
A lot of for the former Dodgers prospect. A lot of action.
Well, do you have any guesses, Tyler, as to this trivia question? I'm still mulling over options, but a Red Sox player to have the hint being a Hall of Famer.
Is it a pitcher?
It's mentioned as a pitcher, yes. He's a Red Sox pitcher with the most consecutive All-Star games started, not named Roger Clemens, Cy Young, or Pedro.
Well, I don't know who would guess Cy Young. He never played in an All-Star game. This one's gonna stump. This one's gonna stump a lot of people. I'm stumped, that's for sure.
Count is 1 and 2.
1-2 to Clint Frazier. There have been several good Red Sox pitchers that swung on and missed, and yet again, this ball game is telling us that we can't talk about anything but the game, because every time we try to go off topic, something big happens, and well, this was the big thing right here. Giancarlo Stanton moonshot onto the green monster there. 3-0.
Leading off for the Red Sox, the designated hitter, JD.
So JD Martinez will be leading off the bottom of the 4th, trying to climb the deficit while it is still pretty small, at least. Though, as we mentioned, this Red Sox offense not having its greatest season, that is for sure. Oh,
yeah,
1-0.
They've hit their
2 balls, no strikes.
2-0 from Luis Cessa. Swung on and missed a big cut there on a front door slider from Luis Cessa.
I like the call there by just try and bring it in on Martinez. He wanted to loft that over the monster and left.
It'll be 3-1. Rafi Devers stands on deck for Boston. They would love a leadoff base runner here. So the 3-1 is wide, and Martinez draws the walk. He's leading the team in walks, in fact, and can add to that lead right now.
Good AB there by JD Martinez, working, just waiting for those pitches to come, and that's where the juvenileness of Luis Cessa sometimes has to come into play, especially in a long relief.
So Devers now 1-0 in the count, and he hits that one the other way. That's just hooking. Foul. Probably wasn't high enough to go, but might have hit off the green monster there, and you never know where the carom will take it.
Well, he went oppo already. He went to the other way, and he got that double, just poking it over the shift and out of the way, and he almost tried to do it again.
The 2-1 coming from Luis Cessa. That one is ripped. A hanging slider. It's 2-2. Going back to the trivia question, the one hint was it was a Hall of Famer. So if you're trying to figure it out at home, got to be a Red Sox Hall of Famer, as that is 4-6-3. A double play there, so the threat has been neutralized already, and that's going to be big for Cessa. 2 outs.
Yeah, Sessa in need to stop a threat. Almost got a little piece of it, but that's great work. LeMahieu to tour over to Void at first for the 4-6-3 double play.
So that'll bring in Mitch Moreland. He fouls that one back. No one there flinched, so that's pretty impressive, must say. Update for that trivia question that's fouled back. He started all of the All-Star games, which is a record, I believe, is what our resident trivia master, the big guy 73, is bringing up.
You know what? If I'm going to have to go, I might go Louis Tia.
That's going to be grounded to short to end the inning. I will might go with you there on that one as we end the 4th inning. It's still 3-0 in favor of the New York Yankees. And as we come right back after like
The third baseman.
couple seconds. No, you are incorrect, I believe is what the response is. He had 5 straight being the starting pitcher. The Gio Urshela watches called strike 1 to lead off the top of the 5th inning. Swung on and missed strike 2. Running out of Red Sox pitchers in my head right now. It's 1-2.
And they're only
swung on over the top of it, throw to first, and they get the strikeout.
Now batting, the catcher.
Rodriguez is just spitting strikeouts.
That's number 6 for him. Got one to end the last inning, gets one to start this one. Iannetta watches 1-0.
If there's anything he's doing well right now, it's got to be the strike.
1-1.
1-1. He's had 64 pitches here through 4 1/3. A respectable total, not too bad. He's though limited walks and currently at 6 strikeouts. So a solid outing so far if you discount 3 long balls. Or 2 long balls, excuse me, 3 runs.
And then speaking of long ball, you've got DJ LeMahieu on deck. He had that left field shot over the green monster to make it 2.
Good comeback pitch. It's 3-2 now. Could be a big pitch here. You don't want to walk him, and that is ripped into left. So good catch there by Pilar, almost going down to a knee.
Up next for the Yankees.
So that'll be 2 outs here.
That's where Pilar's glove comes into play. Just even if he's getting on the one knee, he'll make it look smooth. But when it comes to smooth, you're looking at it with DJ LeMahieu up out of the right side.
0-1 for the count.
0-1 here to DJ LeMahieu. He added to a pretty decent record against Eduardo Rodriguez with that homer. So that one looked like it was fouled back there. It is 0-2 on the 70th pitch from Rodriguez.
That's a ball.
1-2 now.
2 strikes.
That's another thing that LeMahieu is very underrated. A great eye at the plate.
Another one hit foul.
It's a good pitch to just down the zone. You want to keep it low with LeMahieu's high.
So that will get him out of the inning there with that strikeout, number 7 for him. The K's are racking up, but the Red Sox offense hasn't done anything yet. It's 3-0. See our sideline reporter and resident mime, along with many other things, Heidi Watney. She, unlike her co-hosts on the MLB broadcast, not in Hawaii on vacation. She's stuck here, and I feel really bad because really she just doesn't say anything. She mentions things but doesn't get heard. So we have a new pitcher, Jonathan Holder.
I like this move out of the bullpen. Got to bring in a guy like Holder. He's a good middle reliever. Come with a lot of stability, especially on short arm rest or if you're low in the bullpen. And great work by Luis Cessa getting through a few innings of shutout work.
Well, 1-0 here to Kevin Pillar, who's leading off. I will hold off on the trivia answer. He is a lefty, is the hint, and I did look it up, so I will take absolutely no credit. I'll give you one last chance to guess, Tyler.
It's not Bill Spaceman Lee, is it?
It's not. If you want it, I'm gonna make this guess because I'm almost certain it's correct, but knowing me, it's probably wrong, even though he fits the bill for everything, because I couldn't check to see if he started all of these All-Star games. But maybe my last hint to you would be to take this hint that he's a lefty very seriously. Really think lefty, the word lefty.
Lefty Grove?
That's what I found. He did start he was an All-Star in 5 straight seasons as a Red Sox, and he is a Hall of Famer. So that's going to be my final guess using my resources at my fingertips, and I am correct. But really, Baseball References to thank for all of that. So
hey, baseball Reference will solve all your problems. Lifesavers.
Absolutely. Can't do anything without Baseball Reference if you want quick stats. That's the best way to do it. 3-2 to Pillar. He swings and misses, so a K to start off the night for Jonathan Holder.
Nice sequence between Iannetta and Holder just breezing it by Pillar. I think for a shorter guy, likes to just keep it on the ground that Pillar does at the plate. That's a good location, high and touch.
That's grounded to third, and Urshela will throw across, so a quick out of Vasquez. So 2 outs here, and it will bring up the 8-hitter Verdugo.
I think if Holder can get out of a few innings, as little pitches as possible, I think that's so vital to the Yankee bullpen, especially down Garrett.
Ball one, no strike.
Well, if this bullpen can't do as they know they can do pretty well without Garrett Cole even, as that's a nice pick at first from Luke Voigt as we end the inning. So another 1-2-3 for the Red Sox, and it'll be Glaber, Judge, and Stanton.
Leading off for the Yankees, the shortstop.
So Torres got the last out of the last inning, and now leading off here in the 6th against Rodriguez. 2 guys in the bullpen, Workman and Barnes.
Two guys that are very reliable, and 2 guys that are worthy to replace Rodriguez, who's still riding pretty high.
One thing to take into account is that both of those 2 in the bullpen did play in yesterday's game. Both pitched an inning apiece in their 3-2 loss, but these guys are professionals, and I know that they can get run out there in multiple games if they need to, but you always have to be wary on how often you throw a guy. 3-1.
Especially when you're trying to get back into contention. You got to be conservative, but you've also got to be considerate about how much you are using a pitcher.
And that's into the gap. Bradley against the wall. He's going to throw it in. Nice strike into second base. Torres is going to have to hold. That's the one thing about this stadium is that the beautiful thing about Fenway Park is it's easy to hit homers and it's easy to hit singles. Not really easy to hit doubles unless you hit it into that little nook in center field.
Yeah, but Jackie Bradley Jr. played it really aggressively, maybe a little bit. All it could have taken was one weird hop off the monster, and that goes over his head, and Torres goes for extra bases.
Ball one, no strike.
And that'll bring up Judge. Sure, he would love to get on the homer train today. He's 1 for 2. Coming back in the first, that's fouled back. It's going to be 1-1.
I'm glad we're talking about extra bases because when you think of XBHs, you're thinking of Aaron Judge in this current day and time.
It's 2-1 to him here, and the hitter's count's exactly where he's going to want to be. Looking for a big fastball he can launch a couple hundred, well, more than a couple hundred, excuse me, like 1,000 feet, really.
Yeah, really unlimited power.
Ball, that's in.
3-1 again, so another 3-ball count, and maybe it might be going to the bullpen soon for the Red Sox, sooner than they might have anticipated. And that one is ripped foul. He just got in front of a cutter there, coming in at 88, and it'll be full. And that is called strike 3. Checked his swing, but doesn't matter when it's in the zone. Another one, that's number 9 by my count for Eduardo Rodriguez.
He goes back-to-back cutters on the outside going back door. I mean, talk about guts from Rodriguez on a 3-1 and then 3-2 count consecutive.
And with a runner on base, if you miss that, you're down 5. And can't be too careful now. Giancarlo Stanton had that homer earlier as that's grounded foul. A solo shot back in the 4th.
I think that's something that's so astounding about the Yankees offense is that they're so overwhelming. There's no room to be comfortable if you're Boston, especially on defense.
And you don't see that as much. I mean, there's about one team probably in every division which you can say that's ripped foul. You've got the Yankees here. You got the Twins probably in the AL Central. The Astros, who, while struggling this season, have that star power. So do the teams like the Braves, the Cubs, the Dodgers, of course. Otherwise, though, you know, when you're facing those teams, you cannot pitch too aggressive, at least.
Yeah, the Astros have hit a little rough patch. They've kicked the can a little bit their past couple of games.
Well, that is strikeout number 10 for Rodriguez. 10 Ks, 0 walks, 2 earned runs so far, 3 runs total. There was that error that accounted for that first run. So a solid outing for him despite the 2 runs he's given up. That's into shallow center, and the catch is going to be made by Chavis in center, but that'll end the inning before anything can happen. So the hit goes for nothing to start the inning. It's still 3-0.
Leading off for the Red Sox.
Here is Michael Chavis leading off the bottom of the 6th inning. His second at bat coming against Jonathan Holders. That's out as at strike 1, I believe. Green and Heller in the bullpen for the Yankees.
I think Chad Green's going to be a guy that's going to be he's going to be so critical, especially more bullpen games, because he's so flexible. He could be your long reliever. He could be your setup guy, or he can come in and get the job done and maybe go for a 4-out or 5-out, maybe even a 2-out.
That's going to be called strike 3 to Chavis. So 2 Ks on the night for him, and that beautiful pitch, and it's going to be 1 out in the 6th inning.
Again, a great breaking pitch by Holder, just break, and that one is just, it's tough to hit, especially coming on in.
That's looped into right from Peraza. 1 out base hit, and this is the time when you got to get to the Yankees. They, granted, they don't have Chapman, but they've got a deep bullpen. So the 6th inning is about when you sort of say, all right, it's crunch time here.
Yep, every runner counts. If you leave a guy on, that is one opportunity, especially against such a lengthy Yankee. That's going to be 1 opportunity missed, or 2 opportunities missed if they get one on.
Here's Jackie Bradley, the ALCS MVP back in that 2018 World Series winning year. That's up and away, ball 1.
And Jackie Bradley, you mentioned that ALCS. That was an absolutely incredible series for him. That was probably his best postseason series. He went in 15 at-bats, he notched 3 hits, but had 2 home runs and 9 RBIs, and that was good enough, along with a 1.067 OPS to get player of the series.
It's 1-2 to him now. Holder looking to put him away and try to stop a rally before it can start. That is fouled back. Holder comes set. In the 1-2 pitch. That one is skied way up there, but Torres is camped under it, so a pop out for out number 2, and it'll be the big bats of Martinez and then Devers if they can get him to him to hit.
Yeah, Jackie Bradley Jr., very patient hit. When you get down in that 1-2 count after a couple of pitches fouled off with the count still at 1-2, there was no room to be that patient, so he had to go up and get that fastball, and it just lands sky high within the.
So here is Martinez. Holder, good breaking ball, cut on and miss. So he's quickly down 0-2 and is going to have to protect now.
Just keep pounding away on those sliders down and away. Chase away from a guy like Martinez. He can take it the opposite way. He can't really drive anything unless it's.
Well, he does drive one the other way, but not with much conviction behind it. Judge makes the catch, so another base runner goes for nothing for the Red Sox. It's going to be top 7, still 3-0.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Red Sox,
Brandon Workman, the new pitcher for the Red Sox. Former 2nd-round pick by the Red Sox. Quickly, as we start the 7th inning, a little bit of this date in baseball history for you. For the Yankees, 1921 on this date, Babe Ruth pitched 5 innings and hit 2 homers in an 11-8 victory over the Tigers at the Polo Grounds. One of only a few pitchers to have 2 homers and pitch in the same game, and no less for a guy in the American League at the time. This is still, of course, 1921.
And that was the only time he pitched after he was sold to New York.
3-0 now to Luke Voigt. Obviously, found that he has a good career as a hitter. I think would be, understatement of the year. as we move on to a little piece of history for the Red Sox, that's a walk by Workman, not the way you want to start off. For the Red Sox, on this date, 1947, the first night game played here at wonderful Fenway Park. Red Sox scored 5 runs in a 5th inning to beat Chicago. It's the first AL game to be played under the lights.
Well, the first National League game and the first ever game played under the light in Cincinnati at Crosley Field. A night game back in the early 40s. Finally, the AL caught on.
1-1 here to Clint Frazier, and Workman needs to limit any damage. It's already too late to be giving up runs.
I'd say he tries to go maybe an inning and a third, or maybe even 2/3.
Nope. That's inside.
They definitely want to maximize them, that's for sure. The last thing you want to do in what was still essentially a game where you need a strong bullpen, down 3 against a big team like the Yankees. You got to try to limit the amount of guys you're throwing out there, so you got some left for tomorrow.
Yes, and you got to be considerate of the fact that he pitched yesterday.
I got 3 and 2.
Goes full now, and the last thing you want is back-to-back walks to lead off the inning. One's usually a bad sign. 2 is usually sign of bigger issues to come, and that is exactly what happens.
Now
You mentioned the bigger issues. Workman tried to go with an off-speed pitch, and I don't know if I really fully agree with that on a 3-2 count, but Frazier works the count, and now it's time for Giovanni Urshela to get an opportunity with 2.
Urshela's 0 for 2 on the day so far, ground out and a K by his name so far. That's swung on a miss. The double steal attempt on what was, I assume, a hit and run is muffed in huge proportion.
Heads up play by Vasquez.
So, I don't know. I don't think that's the play I would personally go with. I don't know about you. A double steal, you got nobody out. You got Urshela not necessarily having his best contact year. That gets away. The runner's going. The throw down to third. Safe at third, so they will end up getting the runner at third eventually in some way, shape, or form here. But for all we know, he could have had 2 outs on back-to-back pitches at third base.
Yeah, I didn't see that double steal move as too hard, and that was a good block by Vasquez on the next ensuing pitch, but just an unlucky.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
It's now 2 and 2 to Gio Urshela, looking to get another runner in to extend this to a 4-run lead. It's now 3 and 2 again from Workman, his 3rd 3-ball count so far in this inning.
He's only a third in, and he already has 15 pitches with 60.
That should get the job done. Bradley's throw to the plate. And they gun him down at the plate. A great throw from Jackie Bradley to get out of the jam there. So 2 leadoff walks. Easily could have hurt the Red Sox, but some great heads-up play by the defense doesn't allow it.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for New York, number 57, Chad.
Chad Green, who you mentioned, a very versatile player for the Yankees on the pitching end, and he's going to have a tall task with Devers followed by Moreland and Pilar in this 7th inning.
I know Chad Green has had his postseason struggles, but you look at his record so 5-0 in the regular season in 2020. It is absolutely ridiculous what this guy can bring to the table.
That's fouled off. 2 for 9 is Devers against Chad Green. He has a hit on the day so far, a double off the monster. Or no, double down the line, excuse me.
And I think the Red Sox need to ride that momentum that the top frame of the seventh, that double play, Jackie Bradley and the fly guns all the way to home to double up the Yankees, and that was big.
That is launched, but foul. If he straightens that one out, we're looking at a 2-run ball game and a fan getting a lucky souvenir. In this case, still the lucky souvenir, but loses a little bit of its value.
It's perfect for a pull hitter like Devers here at Fenway.
And he swings through that one. He wanted to launch it, but 98 on the gun from Green. Swung on and missed, and that's his first strikeout from the bullpen.
Green just relying on gas, just trying to light in the middle of the zone. And that's a pitch that Devers can up to the second or third deck.
That is strike one to Mitch Moreland, another high velocity fastball.
Chad Green, that's the great thing about him. He's so used to pitching in so many different situations that he is able to sustain those high speeds and high velocity rates, and that can carry him through maybe an inning, unlike the guy who's on the mound and Brandon Workman for Boston, already about 16 pitches.
That's popped way up. That's about the third one we've seen, but it'll be caught by Urshela. So a lot of missed bats here by the Yankee pitching staff.
Just isn't the Red Sox night on offense. They've just hit their struggling woes, and it continues. And I think it displays the lack of success on offense that they've experienced this season.
So it'll be Kevin Pillar facing Green. Green came over to the Yankees in 2015 along with a guy who we saw earlier, Luis Sessa, coming over from the Tigers. Looks like a very good deal at this point. Two really good relievers
especially in tonight's game.
Inside now, 2-0 to Kevin Pillar, the 6th hitter.
Whether it's high-octane offense or just a dominant pitching duel down to the wire, there is still no Yankees-Red Sox rivalry, whether it's at Yankee Stadium or at Fenway Park. It'll never...
And that one's flown to center, and we go to the 8th now. It's 3-0 Yankees, looking to get some bragging rights here in this 3-game set at Fenway.
Your attention, please.
And it'll be Austin Bryce to come in out of the pen for the Red Sox, relieving Workman. Reminder, we got plenty of bot ball left today for you guys. Coming up after us, Toronto playing Detroit, followed by Washington playing in Queens against the Mets. Then the London game. Got the Cubs at Cardinals, though of course neither of them the home team, followed by Arizona facing San Diego, and bot ball after dark with the Minnesota Twins taking a trip to Kansas City.
It's going to be a fun divisional matchup.
1-1.
Looks like we've got all divisional matchups with the exception of our next game, the Toronto-Detroit game, but otherwise some nice rivalries, as you say, and maybe a little bit of flare-ups, maybe a little bit of high offense, and maybe some good pitching, a little bit of everything.
Well, I'm kind of an old man, even though I'm 17 years old. I'll probably be in bed probably by the conclusion of Bot Ball After Dark, but best of luck to Beardy Buddha, hanging in, hopefully by himself. It'll be a fun game.
I can attest to that as well. But I'm gonna have to stay up if I'm going to be calling that game in London for the After Dark tomorrow, but can't be that hard, can it? That's a fly out to Verdugo yet again.
Hopefully you're not jet lagged.
That's true. We take you back to DJ LeMahieu, third inning, over the monster, showing that he's got some massive pure power. Two arms in the bullpen for Boston, looking to try to keep this a 3-run game here in the top of the 8th.
What can I say? LeMahieu continues to be on, and he's 2 for 3 today.
Believe he might be, if I remember correctly, the only player in this game to have multiple hits. Nobody on the Red Sox has had a 2-hit game, and I believe he's the only New York Yankee to have multiple hits. He swings and misses at a good curveball. It's 2-2 now to LeMahieu.
That shows that even despite the 3-0 lead for the Yankees, there has been a lot of good pitching performances. Talk about Eduardo Rodriguez, 10+ Ks, rates in the double digits.
And that's the third instance of PFP today. Good pitcher's fielding position here. Moreland will make the play, flips it to Bryce. Out number 2. And bringing in the shortstop, Gleyber Torres. The two former Cubs, LeMahieu and Torres, combined 3 for 7 now on the night.
Just Torres is frightening how well he's back, over 310. And he's just one of a few Yankees. Not just one, not just two, not even 0. He's along with a lot of company, a lot of teammates, batted over 300 this year and are batting 300 plus.
He's certainly turned out to be a player who we're probably going to be seeing in many All-Star games to come. Might have a chance to get a few rings on his fingers, and certainly a lot of long balls to his name, but not here, frozen by that curveball by Bryce. So we head to the bottom of the 8th inning. It's still 3-0 in favor of New York.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the New York Yankees.
New pitcher Adam Ottavino, 18 innings, an ERA of 5. He'll have to beat Vasquez, Verdugo, and Chavis here.
Well, if you're New York, you got to be hoping that Ottavino's number reflects how many runs he rocking the number 0.
One of, I believe he might be one of 2, if my knowledge of baseball numbers are correct. I know Malik Smith, I believe, wears 0 for the Mariners. Otherwise, I'm drawing a blank on anyone else.
Yeah, it's Malik Smith. You are correct. And actually, Delino DeShields of the Indians wears 0.
So 1 of 3 is still a very exclusive number. One of the few one of the few, and maybe the only single-digit number left, I believe, that Yankees do not have retired. I'm sure he'd love to get that honor. I don't know if that's really a likely thing, but it's always good to have hopes and dreams.
Hey, you're only 3 away from Ruth. You're only 4 away from Garrick, 5 from DiMaggio, and 6 originally a rookie Mickey Mantle, then 7 Mickey Mantle. What can go wrong?
Well, one thing that can't go wrong here is a walk to lead off the inning, and now having to face Verdugo.
I like Verdugo in this matchup. His open stance out of the left side. I think this could be big with Ottavino inside, front door, breaking balls and fastball.
Yet to find, he's found the strike zone only once, Adam Ottavino. That one is swung on and missed. A lot of break behind that slider, so it's 1-1 now.
You You just keep jamming inside your batters. If you're Adam Ottavino, be our guest. Go ahead and do it and try and lock up the batters you face. That's been big so far.
That's a ball. Looked like to me it was inside. And Ottavino maybe saying a few things under his breath about that, but it's 2-1. That one is grounded. Will it get through? No. 4-6-3, and the second double play on the night for the Red Sox ends another potential threat that they've had.
The second 4-6-3 double play, as you mentioned before, so perfectly executed. LeMahieu to Torres over to Voit. Just a big play, and it seems like any break the Red Sox get where they get a runner on base, especially with the walk, that's how JD Martinez got. It seems like the Yankees just keep crawling back and turning to, and that's what shows you that when the teams are neck and neck in the hits category, it just may not be your night. And for Boston, it is not their night so far through the top of the 8th and now into the bottom frame.
First pitch to Chavis, swung on and missed. Tomorrow, it's going to be another tough task for the Red Sox, going up against the lefty James Paxton. For the Yankees, they'll be throwing out Colin McHugh, who's been starting for them.
Yeah, McHugh's been up and down, but overall, a relatively reliable starter. I think that as long as the Red Sox can get past the first couple innings and they settling in, especially some high-octane offenses, that they should be.
2-1 now to Michael Chavis. So the third player that Adam Ottavino has fallen behind on hasn't come back to bite him so far. The 2-1 pitch. Checks his swing. Holds up, says the home plate umpire. No. Appeal down to first, so it'll be 3-1. Ottavino delivers. Swung through. Fastball pretty much right down the middle, but Chavis misses it, so it's going to be full count here. 3-2, 2 outs, 3-0 Yankees. Bottom of the 8th inning.
Just find this.
Nasty slider. Swung on and missed. His first strikeout. And still 3-0. 3 outs remaining for the Red Sox. They stick with Austin Bryce to face big Aaron Judge, followed by Stanton and Hicks. And that's a tough thing if you're going in there seeing those 3 names.
Yeah, but Austin Bryce, he's shown that he can live up to hanging in there. He hit the top of the 8th with a couple of nice sequences of breaking balls that ended up striking out one with a beautiful hooking curve. So I wouldn't give Bryce the advantage here, but he has shown time and time again in previous games that he can.
Falling behind 3-0 now to Judge. Can't lay a fastball into him, and no break here with Stanton standing on deck. That one is chopped. Had the green light. Peraza across to first, so interesting decision to swing. It's out number 1 here.
You got one guy down in the heart of the order, arguably the heart of the order. Now you got to deal with the guy pummeled one over the left center field wall, and he's done it 22 other times, 23 overall on the.
And that sounds, well, it doesn't just sound, that is a very large number, though. He was still, I believe, only 4th in the American League in homers, falling behind, I think, Soler with 29, I believe, if I remember the leaderboard correctly. That's an insane amount of homers. We probably won't be seeing any records broken, but we'll certainly see another year of a new home run record.
No, we won't. We won't Hank Greenberg or McGuire or Sosa-esque
Ball, that's too high.
record races. I will say Jorge Soler, he's done some. He's hit some balls that are very attractive to other teams come the trade deadline. Big.
And we'll see what teams need him. Neither of these teams will be in that market. The Yankees have plenty of pop and plenty good in the outfield, I would say. They got Stanton DHing Judge and Wright. That's a 1-2 combo of death right there if you're a pitcher. That's ripped into the gap, but cut off. So yet another single. And that will be his second hit of the game.
Up next for the Yankees.
Nice rip by Stanton.
Aaron.
Bryce tries to throw that breaking, and you throw that anywhere near Giancarlo, he's going to and pull it into the gap. And nice play, though, and left to cut.
So Aaron Hicks down 0-1 with a runner on and 1 out. I'm interested, though, to get your opinion. Where do you think Jorge Soler could land, or where would he be a good fit for a contending team?
Well, I'd say pretty much anywhere can use a guy that will be, he could go anywhere in the American League or the National League. There for some contending teams that might need some, I'm thinking of a few teams. Maybe he could be attractive for a team like the Reds that are just a couple games back of the Chicago, maybe even the D-backs in the NL, or you go to a team like the Indians. Domingo Santana hit some rough patches, and you might need a bat like that, especially a team like Cleveland that relies on a lot of contact.
Those are definitely some teams that would love the extra bat there. I would say my only team I'd add to that might be the league-leading Oakland A's. So that's flown out to Pilar for out number 2. They do have Matt Olson, Matt Chapman, and Chris Davis, but I think that they're a team that could definitely use some extra pop to try to propel them past that wild card round, which they lost in last year.
And a lot of that was just because of maybe the slight power edge for the Rays, or just Yandy Diaz in general going deep twice.
And he's not even the guy who you expect to hit a ton of homers for them. But the pitching for the Rays definitely carries them a lot, so maybe that's a market where we might see the A's, the Oakland A's looking for. Is that chopped? Is it going to get through? No. Chavis goes to the bag, forced out, and we got 3 outs remaining here at Fenway. It's 3-0. Boston needs 3 to tie.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
And here is the current closer for the Yankees, Tommy Kahnle, filling in for the injured Aroldis Chapman, who has a herniated disc. He'll be out for at least another month, probably. So it's his job to close this game out with the top of the order.
Kahnle has looked good, whether he's replaced Chapman within his own title as a do-it-all reliever, just like his teammate Chad Green. Record 3-0. He's 5 for 7 in saves per opportunity. So with a comfortable lead in a save situation like this could work in Kahnle.
That's called a strike. So it's going to be 0-1. Interesting call there by the umpire. 0-1 from Kahnle. Another good breaking ball there. The slider down. It's 0-2 quickly.
I got to count 1 and 2.
That one just in the dirt. Can't get Peraza to chase. So 1-2 now, and of course they need base runners here. They can't rely on you know, just trying to hit long balls.
On that previous pitch, that's a veteran move by Chris Iannetta. Even though you got nobody on, nobody out, you're still going to block the ball out of the dirt. That is a veteran move by a pro's pro.
And that's up the middle slowly. The throw by Torres. A great throw and a great stretch there by Luke Voigt. I thought that was going through, but I think the kick off the mound might have taken something off of it, but a great stretch by Luke Voigt. I think that's always an underrated thing, is the length of the stretch by the first baseman.
The stretch is key. That is for sure. And for a guy that's not as flexible like Luke Voigt, to get out there and to get time off the ball, that's integral to keep this inning with one out for the Yankees defense.
We've seen some good plays. He made a nice diving stop and a toss over to first from the seat of his pants earlier. And I think personally, at least for me, I've seen a lot of great defensive plays from players that you might not always expect. I remember a game which Twins White Sox, Edwin Encarnacion had like 3 diving plays in that one game. And right as me and I want to say it might have been Beardy Buddha calling that game, both were knocking him on how he's an amazing offensive player, but not necessarily on that defensive end. And well, look what he goes and does.
First baseman can surprise a lot of people. I won't say they're flexible, but they can be pretty athletic. First and third baseman. I know third baseman is the essential hot corner, but you got to give some love to first baseman as well.
And there's a base hit as that's overrun, and JBJ going to second. He's in there, a heads-up base running. So it'll be a single and an error on Clint Frazier. So now a runner in scoring position. They still don't have the tying run at the plate yet. He's on deck in Rafael Devers, but brings JD Martinez to the plate.
Again, just like Rafael Devers just many innings ago, Jackie Bradley Jr. pokes it into the shift. The Yankees thought he was going to, on most occasions, he the other way and extended that for 2 with the speed.
And now for Martinez, he's just got to try to get on base. It's another one of those next man up scenarios. You can't tie it, he can't win it, but the guy on deck is the tying run, so you just got to get on base and try to bring up Devers.
But here's a good thing. His average with runners in scoring position this year is 37 points higher than his normal batting average. So a good sign here with Bradley.
And there's the first strike to him. So it's 2-1 to JD Martinez. As we have a defensive replacement, Kyle Higashioka behind the dish will be replacing Chris Iannetta. I'm not sure whether or not there was an injury. We haven't received any notice on that, but sort of interesting that they take out their veteran guys. That's grounded on the line. Foul, says the third base umpire.
Especially in a save situation with your team up just by 3 runs, you would assume that you would keep your guy out there. Maybe that was just a Tommy Kahnle suggestion saying, hey, Higashioka in, and maybe that's just personal preference of the closer on the mound right now.
Interesting that we see it mid-inning, but maybe just a lapse on Aaron Boone's part forgetting to make the switch. But anyway, it's 2-2. Swung on into right field, excuse me. That's going to be caught by Judge. So 2 outs now. Runner on second. Devers at the dish in a 3-0 game.
Try to get a lift of it. Martinez didn't look like he got a good positioning on, and it seemed like Kahnle did a nice job of just putting that where he wanted, to the point where Martinez couldn't get good distance on.
Outside, ball 1 to Rafael Devers. You can see on the left side of the screen the starting lineups for the next game. Tigers at hosting the Jays. That's up the middle, base hit. Bradley rounding third. The throw from Hicks to the plate is offline, so the Red Sox get on the board. Devers does what he has to do there, and a little fist pump there at first. And now it's a 2-run game.
Devers has been the constant. He's finally the first Red Sox batter to get a multi-hit game today, and that's big to cut the lead down to 2.
And Zach Britton, Zach with a K, coming in to play again, to pitch against Mitch Moreland, a lefty-lefty matchup. Now that they've Canely faced 3 batters, smart move to play the matchups, I would say, especially with Britton being a former closer. But maybe it could have been an opportunity to maybe do a switch here if you're Boston.
And not to get confused with the Blue draft pick in the 2020 draft, Zach with a CH.
It's 1-0 to Mitch Moreland. Pilar would stand on deck. Though I think we can assume this, the thought process behind this is strictly get Mitch Moreland out, eliminate the matchup, and then hopefully don't have to worry about the 2 righties that stand to be the next 2 hitters.
If I'm Britton, I'm looking out away from the plate on the right side from our view.
Well, and there you go. That was a sinker. Looked like it came back a little bit over the plate. Swung on and missed anyway. So 2-1 the count. Last thing you want to do is elevate something to Mitch Moreland. He has the power to tie this game up. 2-1 pitch coming from Zach Britton is popped up, and it will be the third baseman Urshela makes the catch, and the Yankees win. So it'll be Luis Cessa achieving a victory today in this 3-1 victory.
Again, big win for the Yankees. Huge AL East victory. They are still dominating the AL East. So this is just another insurance win in the books for the Yankees, especially with their offensive force and their home run.
And you saw there Ron Renicky looking on, trying to figure out what he needs to do to turn the ship around here. They are now going to be, I believe, 12.5 back of the New York Yankees, and still probably a fair ways away from a wild card spot.
They left 4 men on base.
Reminder that we are not just doing this for nothing. If you scroll down, there's a PayPal link to donate to Black Lives Matter. We are now rotating charity to donate to every week, so Black Lives Matter is the one of this week. None of this money goes to us. We're just here for the baseball and the fun. Here to bring you just a little bit of baseball during this void. As you can see, DJ LeMahieu with that homer, 418 feet.
That really got things started for the Yankees. That error on Chavis's part was big, but that really opened it up.
And here is that diving stop by Luke Voigt. Tosses it over, Cessa covering. And what do you think about this Boston offense? What's been the problem? They had 2 runs yesterday, held to 1 today. What do they need to do against good pitching? I mean, they didn't even face Garrett Cole.
Well, I think, Alex, it's a lot of that's just in their head. They got down early like that Stanton home. You go into the bottom of the 4th down, 3-0, and your defense doesn't give you a lot of support. I think a lot of it was just in their heads. A lot of mistakes by the opposition. Luis Cessa made some pitches that could have been taken into the gap or even out of the ballpark, and the Red Sox just couldn't come in full for a nice run opportunity.
Well, here's a great defensive play. One of a few. This one by the Red Sox. Jackie Bradley, look at that cannon of an arm. Throwing the runner out at the plate. This was after they already ran into and out on a double steal. So that could have been even worse.
Quite the seed from JB.
And this is the consolation that they got. An RBI single before Mitch Moreland hits one way high, though a couple of 100 feet away from being the tying homer.
Well, he got the height there, just the distance, nowhere close.
Well, you can see Luis Cessa, 3 2/3, getting the victory today. Rodriguez will stand to get the loss, though. 10 strikeouts in an amazing performance from him, but you can see, look at the bullpen arms used by the Yankees. So I think they're going to have to get some large amount of time from James Paxton.
Yes, he's going to have to go multiple innings, especially with how the Yankees relievers went.
See, Garrett Cole with a broken nail. How unfortunate for him. Of course, shouldn't underestimate that. That is a big thing if it's on your pitching hand. But he will only be day to day. So a big sigh of relief if you're the Yankees and Aaron Boone. And we're joined now in the booth by one of our next two in the broadcast booth. J-Man, how are you doing?
Hey, how's it going today? Pretty good game we just watched between the Yankees and Red Sox. Always fun when those games are less than 5 hours, huh?
Absolutely, yeah.
Gotta love the games when they don't, drag on for, forever. Like 19 innings, for example.
Yeah, we had a 19-inning game on ML Botball. I believe that was Duggo that called that one.
He gets the good, the bad, and the ugly, it seems. He got that, he got the no-hitter, so, I guess it cancels out, maybe? Though, granted, he got no hits. His team got no hits, so maybe it's bad.
Yeah. Well, I've called a few games that went to extra innings, but none that have gone 19. I think the longest I went was 12. Have you done many extra inning games?
For me, I've had 3 games go into the 9th inning with the chance to go to extras, all of which ended in walk-offs in the 9th. So I've been saved by the bell 3 times.
I have not done an extra inning. I know both of you guys have had some walk.
Yeah, walk-offs are fun to call. We're going to look at this Blue Jays lineup, and Kevin Biggio is going to be sitting today for Joe Panic. Kevin Biggio's just had a really rough start for the Jays so far, so it looks like they're making some moves for the lineup today.
Give him some time to think about what he did.
Well, got Hungjin Ryu on the mound. That ought to be a good matchup against these Tigers.
Yeah, well, it's actually an interesting pitching matchup. Ivan Nova's been the best pitcher for the Tigers, not something you would have expected coming into the season, but he's actually been their most reliable starter. His last time out there, he threw a pretty good game. That was against... let me find that. Last start, 7 innings, 4 hits, only 1 earned, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts, and he got the loss in that game because that was against the White Sox.
Well, that's not normally the losing score, but anyway, Tyler, any last remarks before we get out of these guys' way?
There's nothing like a rivalry game, but now we'll get some interdivisional play with Blue Jays and Tigers. Take it away.
Oh, you're right. There is nothing like a rivalry game, Red Sox-Yankees. But, these two teams, Tigers and Jays, they were the big AL East rivalry in the 80s. The rivalry has died down a little bit because they're in separate divisions. And, well, neither team has been very good for a while, have they, Matt?
That's absolutely correct. We, of course, had a playoff run in 2014 and 2016. And the Tigers' run of success ended approximately around the same time. Both have been in sort of a constant low-level rebuild since then.
Yeah, and Tigers got that first number overall pick in the draft this year. They're in 4th place in the Central this year, so a little bit of improvement.
Indeed, 15 games below 500 as we speak. They may have won 5 of the last 10.
Yep.
The shortstop.
They won 5 of the last 10, and Ivan Nova has been their best pitcher, and he's getting the start today.
Pitch misses outside.
He signed a 1-year, $1.5 million deal with them in the offseason.
Which is about
First pitch. 4-10.
about what you would expect for a pitcher of Nova's stature, an innings-eating veteran.
Bichette sends that one into right field. Cameron Maben is there to make the catch for the first out.
Batting second.
So, yeah, the defense for the Tigers in the outfield, it goes Victor Reyes, Jacoby Jones, and Cameron Maben. Infield defense is Jamar Candelario, Nico Goodrum, Jonathan Scope, and CJ Crone. Joe Panik's getting the start here today for a struggling Kevin Biggio. Biggio hitting below 200 already. Such a big difference from what he did last year.
Apparently the Jays have decided it may be time to panic.
Well, it is panic time today at the plate. 257 on the year. Swings and lifts that one into right field. Oh. And a nice diving catch there by Cameron Maybin.
I don't know if Maybin got a bad break on that ball, but it looked like it was going to be a routine. Oh, look at this. Very nice. That's Cameron Maybin, been always known for his glove and his speed. And he's, of course, in Detroit his second time around.
Yeah, of course, part of that big trade. The Florida Marlins.
12 years ago now.
Jeez, was it really that long ago?
He was a young man. He had about 50 MLB plate appearances when that trade was made.
Yeah, Andrew Miller went the other way, too.
Exactly. Two future MLB regulars, although it took them a lot longer than expected. Maybin was a top prospect, expected to be a star, but he's only been a defense-first veteran. Miller became a star, but it took many years and as a reliever.
Well, here's a guy Toronto hopes will blossom into a star. It's Lourdes Gurriel. Not having the greatest start to his season either. He was on the injured list with a rib issue, but he comes in today hitting 236. Swings and hits that one on the ground to C.J. Cron, who will take that unassisted. Well, a 3-up, 3-down, easy inning there for Ivan Nova. Going to the bottom of the first. Nothing here in Detroit.
Hyunjin Ryu takes the night.
Yep. Big off-season signing for the Blue Jays.
Absolutely.
And he has rewarded them every penny. Look at these numbers. 7-3, 1.91 earned run average. He's second in the league in earned run average. Second only to Tampa Bay's Ryan Yarborough. Not the guy you would expect to be leading the league.
Yeah, a lot of us saw that coming.
Leading Yarborough for the Tigers, the right fielder.
Yeah, usually a guy that came out of the bullpen, more of a bulk guy, but getting a start here.
He takes ball one.
This is a good matchup for Ryu and the Jays as we see the outfield and infield lineup for the Jays. Outfield, they go Gurriel, Grichuk, and Teoscar Hernandez. Pitch misses high. Infield is Guerrero, Bichette, Panik, and Tellez and Shaw. Doing the catching today is Danny Jansen. Oh, two quick balls here from Hyunjin Ryu. Strike there on the foul ball. Changeup is his bread and butter pitch.
2-1, David fouls it off again. Count is even.
I spent so many years with the Dodgers and a lot of baseball fans. Gets a swing and a miss there on Cameron Maybin for his first strikeout of the game. Last time out, Ryu struck out 12 guys, and he's got his off-speed stuff working here today. Yeah, it definitely looks like the change there.
Maybin was fooled.
I'm going to bring up Victor Reyes, the left fielder for Detroit.
Good hitter, I believe. Back from the right side. It's lefty Ryu.
Comes in today hitting 268. 322 on base, pretty decent, but it's the power that's been lacking for Reyes.
He is still one of the few offensive bright spots for this Detroit lineup, but that's not saying a whole lot in the 2020 season. Reyes was a Rule 5 pick in, I believe, 2018. He's already performed above expectations.
Yeah, if you get anything out of a Rule 5 pick, you're playing with house money at that point.
Another speed and defense guy like maybe. Oh, he pops it up.
Joe Panik makes the easy catch there on the outfield grass for the first out, or the second out here in the first inning.
Then we're putting up Jonathan Scope, the longtime Oriole. Played with the Twins last year along with his current teammate C.J. Cron. Both were picked up by the Tigers in the offseason as free agents, both on one-year deals, I believe.
Yeah, they probably want that playoff experience that Cron and Scope provide.
Veteran leadership.
Well, it's got them out of the basement in the American League Central. Jonathan Scope crushes that one. He's hoping it goes fair, and it is fair. That is a home run. 439 feet for Jonathan Scope, putting the Tigers on the board early here in the first inning.
Got around on that lead fastball. Just kept it fair down the left field line here in Comerica Park.
Shades of the Red Sox-Yankees playoff game where Pesky's trying to wave that ball fair. As you can see, Scope is trying to wave it fair himself. And maybe he's a Jedi. I don't know. It worked.
I believe that his 8th on the year.
That is his 8th home run on the year, yeah.
Crone, I believe, has 10.
Yeah, CJ Crone has 10
Again,
home
the
runs.
two veteran playoff leaders have provided most of the pop in this Tigers lineup.
Crone is 9th in the AL first base All-Star vote this year.
Nice.
So, yeah, it's pretty impressive.
CJ Crone's mother tells all their friends that.
You know, my son's actually 9th in All-Star voting this year.
First base in the American League. That puts a good swing on it, but that is a base hit.
Yeah, another base knock here. Back-to-back hits for the Tigers. No, Ryu set down the first two batters, but he goes home run and single. The Tigers got a little something brewing here in the first. Dangerous hitting Miguel Cabrera.
You almost said it with a straight face. However, you cannot discount the veteran first baseman entirely.
You know, he's had some decent seasons in the past. You know, 2018 was not that bad of a year for Cabrera, but 2020's not been kind to him as he sends this one into the gap, though. And that one's going to go off the wall, rounding second, around third. CJ Crone is going to be waved home. Here's the throw. They're holding him. Wow, hold the throw, and CJ Crone goes first to third. Scores on the Miguel Cabrera double.
Yes, the future Hall of Famer still has a few RBIs left in him. He got a good look at that pitch and sent it into the deepest part of the park out there in left center.
Wow, this is a very surprising turn of events for Hyunjin Ryu. Like I said, he was number 2 in earned run average coming into today, and he has just given up 3 hits in a row. Home run, single, double. It's now 2-0 Detroit.
Puts the Blue Jays in an early hole. Now face Nico Goodrum, who sends a ground ball to third.
Guerrero makes the play, and the Jays are out of the inning, but not before the Tigers get 2 runs on 3 hits. Tigers fans here in Detroit are loving it.
Shirtless and loving it.
It's a skin tone colored shirt. They knew what they were doing. It was on purpose.
Leading off for Toronto, the third baseman.
Well, now the Jays are in an early hole. Here in the second inning, they will bring up the 4, 5, 6 batters. That's Vladimir Guerrero, Rowdy Tellez, and Teoscar Hernandez. So 7 pitches for Nova in that first inning, and he finds himself with a quick 2-0 lead.
What a pitch-to-run ratio. The 1-0 pitch to Guerrero.
Ball, no.
For a ball.
Now I wonder what position Guerrero is in All-Star voting for third baseman. As he fouls that one away.
Does he? That's
that is fair. Wow. Yeah, that is a fair ball down the line. And Guerrero is in there with a lead-off double.
That is good.
Stream was a bit choppy on my end, but it looked foul to me, but it right down the line and out.
Barely stayed fair.
Yeah, Guerrero, as you can see, leading the Jays in doubles. Well, runner in scoring position now for Blue Jays designated hitter Rowdy Tellez.
That's the ball.
Nova just misses low.
1 ball, no strike.
.11 home runs on the season for Rowdy Tellez. The most on the Blue Jays.
Ball.
Misses low there, and it's 2-0. A lot of guys in this Jays lineup double-digit in home runs. You've got Travis Shaw with 10 homers, Teoscar with 10 homers, Rowdy's got 11, Gurriel has 10 homers. On the bench is Kevin Biggio with 10 homers.
2 balls.
That one swung on and missed, and it's 2-1. Bo Bichette has 10 home runs. Vladimir Guerrero does not. He's only at 7 home runs so far, and that's, he's hitting 4th in the lineup, and they're expecting him to lead the charge offensively, and he just hasn't had those power numbers you expect. And I say that as he's led off with a double. 2-2 pitch here to Rowdy Tellez. Not sure why he swung at that curveball. It was up around his eyes.
Looked better than it was. He's got a piece of it.
And he really likes those high pitches. He likes to drive them the opposite way.
Count is full.
Lays off that outside pitch. Good eye there from
Worth the count full.
Well, first base is open.
Take your base.
And he's going to walk him.
He will occupy it as Nova misses low. Now, the Jays have a threat going with 2 on.
That is it.
Yeah, first and second, nobody out. And that's going to bring up Teoscar Hernandez. Hernandez had a big day at the plate yesterday. Had a triple and 2 runs driven in, scored a run. You can see that batting average is still a bit low for Teoscar Hernandez.
233.
That pitch is in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. They're telling us that Teoscar was acquired from Houston in 2017. Do you know who he was acquired for? I believe a former Tiger. I'm pretty sure he pitched for the Tigers. Maybe not at that point, but in future seasons. But am I mistaken in remembering Francisco Liriano pitching for Detroit?
That's absolutely right. I think may have been 2018. He was still respectable at that point in his career.
0-2 pitch to Teoscar. Swung on and just gets a piece of that one. Now Teoscar has been heating up at the plate lately, and Blue Jays fans would really hope for him to stay hot, Teoscar. And that one is hit on the ground to Candelario. Can't get a glove on it. Fires off to first, and nuts. That's going to load the bases. Interesting to see. That's scored a base hit, so an infield single for Teoscar Hernandez. And the Blue Jays have the bases loaded for perhaps their hottest hitter in Travis Shaw.
Well, that's disappointing because that was perhaps not a routine play, but it's a play Candelario should have made.
And to think, Avila traded his son for him.
Absolutely. It's brought up every Thanksgiving.
Well,
the second time I believe that he had traded Alex Avila.
Take the hints. Your dad doesn't like you. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Well, Travis Shaw with a 1-1 count here, and the bases loaded. Swings and sends that one down the line and just foul.
Ron Nova breathes a sigh of relief as he continues to struggle here in the second inning.
No amount of hand waving was going to wave that one fair. Stays alive there, chopping that one foul. 1-2 pitch to Shaw.
No.
Misses outside, 2-2. Well, you can see that batting average is up to 252. He was hitting below 200 at the beginning of May.
Good. Shaw picked up the pace remarkably as the summer has heated up.
Former mayor of Ding Dong City. Very scandal-plagued administrations. That one chopped on the ground to Candelario. Tough play, and he's going to only have one play. That's to first. Vladimir Guerrero scores from third, and the Jays cut the lead in half on that RBI ground out from Travis Shaw.
Candelario just able to make the play, which does not quite redeem his E5. Beats the alternative.
It's going to bring up Randall Grichuk here with 1 out and 2 on in scoring position still.
1 ball, no strike.
First pitch to Grichuk misses outside. Now Randall Grichuk is playing center field for the Jays. The Jays have had a lot of issues figuring out who is going to play in that outfield. They've ringed Teoscar Hernandez out there in center. Of course, Kevin Pillar was the man in center for so many years. But their new draft pick may be someone they try out in center field down the road.
Austin Martin.
Austin Martin. 24 pitches this inning for Nova. Only 7 in that first inning, so he has really had to work. Ahead of Grichuk here, 1-2.
Still only 1 out. Grichuk gets under it.
That one bounces in front of Reyes. He's going to fire into the cutoff man, only scoring a run. It was hit right in front of Reyes. So in to score is Tellez. Teoscar Hernandez has to stay at third.
Batting ninth.
We just have another runner at third with only 1 out. Pitching coach having a word with Nova.
Yeah, I'm sure he's a guy.
Okay.
That brings up Danny Jansen. Now with 2 on, runners on the corners, and still only 1 out. Gets a call on that curveball for a strike. No one pitch here. Misses inside. It's 1-1.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought you'd know the pitching coach's name. That's why I didn't look it up. I was like, I know the Jays. Oh, man,
They've gone through a couple in recent years, and I do not remember the current holder of that position. Was the previous pitching coach, I believe, was fired for being a big old racist.
Wow.
After an altercation with a clubhouse attendant. But this is the guy who replaced that guy.
Yeah, and Tigers owner Mike Ilitch, famously, anti-racist, paid Rosa Parks' apartment
Absolutely.
rent.
Parks lived in Detroit much of the latter part of her life.
Janowitz sends that one into the gap in left field. Reyes dives and can't make a catch on it. Teoscar Hernandez is going to come around and score. Grichuk had to check to see if that was going to be caught. He's only able to advance to second. And now Toronto has scored 3 of their own here in the second inning.
After falling into a 2-0 hole, Jason comes storming back to take the lead. We may be looking at a wild one here today in Detroit this afternoon.
Yeah, maybe the weather conditions in Detroit. It's quite windy here.
Breezy.
So, wind always a factor out here in Comerica. What is your favorite ballpark food to get at Comerica, though?
Trying to recall.
Yeah.
My wife always insists on getting the gigantic pretzels. I do enjoy those, but there's also a giant frozen daiquiri as you can get in the blue and orange Tigers colors.
Not bad.
It's very popular with the ladies as well.
Chet fouls that one into the seats, and it's 1-1. Yeah, I'm always interested to know what the food options are at different stadiums. I haven't been to Comerica
From
yet.
what I've heard, they've added some more high-end stuff. But I've not been up to that park in some months now.
Well, Nova working ahead here to Bichette. A 1-2 count. For me, I don't know why, but I always get popcorn at a ball game. It's just something you can snack on the entire time. Bichette goes down swinging there.
Nova needed that. He's now over 40 pitches. So can't go wrong with popcorn. That's correct. It's always readily available. You can grab it. A guy walking by. You don't have to stand in line. Careful.
And that'll bring up Joe Panic, filling in for Kevin Biggio today, 0 for 1. Swings at the first pitch and lines it right to Victor Reyes, who barely has to move for that one. Makes the catch for the final out here of the top of the second inning.
It was a rough one for Ivan Nova, however. 3 runs, scoring on 4 hits.
Yep, absolutely.
And the neighbor.
And 2 left on.
We now go to the bottom of the second.
Leading
Neighbor
off.
Candelario will lead off.
The third baseman.
Error cost the Tigers a run.
Candelario.
The 7-8-9 for the Tigers here. The Candelario, Romine, and Jones. Jacoby Jones. First pitch from Hyunjin Ryu. Misses. Low curveball for a ball. That one's chopped on the ground. Shaw fields Ryu covering. Gets the out at first.
Batting it.
Quick first out for you.
Austin.
Love to shut down the bottom of the Tigers' order. J3 took the lead. Austin Romine steps in, catcher.
5th in the All-Star vote for catchers.
Impressive. Guy was not exactly a household name before the start of this season.
May have not been the most famous Romine in his house, speaking of household names.
Certainly not in Detroit. His brother Andrew was a utility man here for many years.
I mean, you can't name a kid Austin and Andrew. That's just too similar. I mean, what are you trying to do to me?
Absolutely is, yeah.
It's like you're naming your kid Rough Knit Odor and then naming your next kid Rough Knit Odor.
They seem to handle it pretty well.
1-2 the count.
The Odor brothers. I actually can't say that for sure. I've not met either.
Well, I think it stinks.
It does. It's malodorous.
Yeah, Romine's brother, he played every single position in a game for the Tigers.
He did. I believe that would have been in 2017 or so. Not a contending season, I believe. So I believe it was Brad Ausmus was the manager at the time, was willing to let him attempt that feat, and he did. He only threw a couple of pitches, but it still counts.
Swung on and missed. Second strikeout of the afternoon for Hyun-Jin Ryu. And it's the second out here in the second inning.
The center fielder, Jacoby Jones.
All right, that brings up Jacoby Jones, and the best thing you can say about his bat is he's very good defensively. Lines that one to his counterpart, Randall Grichuk, and makes a weird little lazy basket catch there, but it's good enough for the third out. A 1-2-3 inning for Ryu after the Jays score 3.
For Jacoby Jones, we can have more time to talk about his offensive output. However, we now go to the top of the third.
The left fielder.
It'll be the 3, 4, 5 hitters here for the Jays in the top of the third inning. They lead Detroit by 1. They scored 3 runs in that second inning. Already 42 pitches.
1-0.
Tigers signed Nova, the veteran, to a one-year deal in the hopes of getting some innings from him, and that's always been his method. This might not be the best day. Hopefully they can get him through 5 or so. There's fly ball to right.
That's going to fall down and bounce around in the corner. Gurriel's going to round first and head into second, and he's there with a stand-up double.
As Nova continues to struggle.
Now batting third baseman.
Well, that's the second inning in a row where the Blue Jays have led off with a leadoff double. And that's a pretty similar one to the one Guerrero hit.
Absolutely.
Right down the right field line. This one was easier to see for me, though.
Yeah.
So Guerrero now up to 267. Slugging 420. That's nice. Swings and misses at that pitch, and it's 0-1.
Holds up.
Yeah, thought about swinging at that fastball, but didn't pull the trigger. Not sure why. It was a pretty decent pitch.
Put him in an 0-2 hold.
No.
Pitch high. I'm not sure if there are shadows yet on the field. I think it's still a little early for that.
Yeah, still a bit early for shadows. Still good visibility here for Vlad as he swings at not a very good pitch. It will advance Gurriel to third, but not the best swing there from Vladimir Guerrero.
So enough of it to put to the right side of the
Now
infield.
batting number 44.
Something of a low, perhaps curve.
Yeah, that big breaking ball. And he swings at this one, but not at that fastball that was right in the zone.
Absolutely.
Well, it'll bring up Rowdy Tellez, who walked his first time up with a runner at third and less than 1 out. Situations like these are situations where you really want to get that run in.
Absolutely. Let's try to put the ball in the air.
Ball.
Well, Nova misses outside with that one. I want to start off with a ball.
Ball.
Well, Nova in Spanish means no go. And there was a car called the Nova.
There was indeed.
And it did not sell well in South America.
So they say.
Mainly because that car was a no-go.
Nova.
Nova is not having the greatest start here today.
It's also the word for a star that explodes. Nova perhaps was never quite a star.
Well, the Yankees had pretty high hopes for him.
Indeed, yes.
You know, had a couple seasons where he had sub 3.5 earned run averages.
His career was nothing to be ashamed of. Top of the rotation guy.
Yeah, and then it just he had some injury issues coming back and forth, and the Yankees had seen enough, and they traded him to Pittsburgh. And he's just been sort of a number 4, number 5 kind of starter since then. He'll eat a couple innings. He'll have an earned run average in the mid-4s.
Again, that is what Detroit brought him in for as they await their next batch of pitching prospects. Many of whom are quite promising, but may only appear towards the end of this season or next season. We're talking about, of course, Casey Mize, former number 1 pick, Matt Manning, I believe, maybe pitching in Toledo this year.
Manning, Mize, and Skubal. That is...
yeah, it's Tariq Skubal.
Ooh. That's going to be a fun rotation. It's scary to think about. Here comes Teoscar Hernandez, who lines that one foul. Ooh.
Put it in the corner as well.
Yeah, I thought that one was fair too, but Joe West down there at first didn't agree. I don't know if it's Joe West. Well, Nova was also a cool show on PBS back in the day.
Oh, absolutely. Learned a lot of science.
Absolutely, yeah.
Jupiter. The moons of Jupiter.
Well, he's got Teoscar in an 0-2 hole here.
Versatile.
Now, the PBS Kids show I remember was Zoom. Do you remember that one?
Somewhat. I also remember 3-2-1 Contact, or good science education for the young kids, as well as Square One, which taught mathematics with whimsical skits and songs. Interesting, 3-2-1 Contact gave the 90s novelty act the Bloodhound Gang their name.
Oh, did it?
It did. That was a running series of sketches about a teen detective agency. Bloodhound. Big part of my youth.
The band or the...
No, the PBS show.
Oh, okay.
The band was pretty bad.
Yeah, they were. They were not that great. Full count here to Teoscar Hernandez. And he swings and sends that one down the line, but that one's going to find the seats. Well, maybe a fan in Toledo is going to go home with a souvenir.
Hope. Absolutely. Many of us have made that trek a few times.
Well, there's a line into the outfield, and that one is going to... Oh, Jacoby Jones can't make the catch. He's so good out there defensively, but unable to make that catch.
Going for his glove, Jones is. Quite an athlete. That one.
Yeah, Gurriel was rough on that pitch, and he's going to score from third. That brings up Travis Shaw now.
2 on, still only 1 out.
I didn't see what the official scoring was on that one, if that was a base hit or...
Looked like a hit to me, but I haven't seen one score.
I mean, he did get a glove on it. It was a hard, it's hard to give someone an air when they've got to run that far. And if they had made the catch, it would have been so impressive.
Right. You had to dive at about ordinary effort, if you will. It's in the hands of the official scorer.
Yeah. Regardless, it's a run scored. Gurriel comes around, and the Jays have runners in first and second, and still only 1 out. And he's thrown 22 pitches this inning again, after only throwing 7 in that first inning.
Yeah, one wonders if we will even see Nova in the 5th inning in this game. But remains to be seen what happens now.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 1 out here in this 3rd inning.
Indeed.
That ball misses outside, and it's 3-1.
Ron Gardner is thrilled about possibly going to this bullpen. I don't know if anyone's up and throwing yet.
We haven't seen anyone up and throwing yet, but I would not be surprised if someone is up very soon. He's in danger of loading the bases on a walk here to Travis Shaw.
Perhaps see Ronnie Garcia. He's been a long man for the Tigers this year. Oh, there's another fly ball to the left.
Reyes not making that, yeah.
Now Now batting,
No,
the center fielder.
if that one had fallen,
Griffith.
that was trouble. Oh, did that fall? That was a fair hit.
We're
Wow,
calling that a ground rule double.
that's
It
a
just-
ground rule double.
It just caught the foul line
Unbelievable.
and left and bounced into the stands.
Ball one.
We both thought that was a foul ball in the seats.
Well, it's a double for Shaw. Around to score is Rowdy Tellez, and it is now 5-2 Jays.
Still one out. Randall Grichuk can play.
Grichuk sends one down the line. Nice play by Candelario, making the play on Randall Grichuk.
Very impressive. Good leaping throw by Candelario.
Number 9.
Again, trying to make up for his error earlier in the game.
Wow, I mean, like, if he doesn't make this play, that's another run scoring, and we're still only got one out. That's a huge play by Candelario, really saving his pitcher some pitches.
Absolutely. Andy Jansen played for the second time. Spectacled catcher. I always love a good bespectacled ball player.
Who's your favorite bespectacled ball player, then?
Oh, it's an Eric Stilgarden.
Ah, I love the Sogard. As Jansen lines a base hit through the middle. Coming around to score is Travis Shaw, and it is now 7-2. And Jansen is going to be thrown out at second, trying to stretch that single. But the Jays score 4 more runs this inning. They've busted it wide open. It's 7-2 here.
Statues of Tigers greats of the past look on in shame. There's Hank Greenberg. Cameron Maben will lead off the third inning for the Tigers, hoping to start a comeback of sorts, if such a thing is possible at this point. Veteran takes ball 1. Love to get that leadoff man on. Down in a 5-run hole.
No, inside.
Well, that's the way you want to do it. Work the count. He's got a good 2-0 count here. Wow, 7-2 already, Toronto. Hyunjin Ryu's been on the bench for a while.
Sends it foul on the third base line. Two 2-1 pitch from Ryu. Swing a foul.
Playing 2 balls, 2 strikes.
So he's got some nice hair under that hat.
I was just going to comment. He was looking good these days. That
Yeah.
was quite a coiffure.
Now, a lot of the times the game give players a mullet. As he strikes out Cameron Maben there. Third strikeout of the afternoon for Ryu. And the second time Maben's gone down.
Yes. If Ryu settles in, it's going to be a long day for the Tigers, or perhaps a short one, as the case may be, after his early struggles.
Yeah, oftentimes, if you're going to get to an ace, you got to get to him in that first inning.
And they did, but only for 2 runs, and now they're in a deep hole. And this Victor Reyes swings and misses. Again, Reyes has been something of an offensive bright spot for the Tigers, but he's still a man who does not walk. Free swinger as he takes a ball. Thanks, Victor.
No, it was a strike. It's 0-2.
Oh, I knew a free swinger.
Wow.
Showing an uncharacteristic eye today, Victor Reyes is. Perhaps he's has coaching, working on his plate approach, which, if he can bring that on base percentage up, he could be quite a long-time asset for this team.
Yeah, they think he can play all 3 outfield positions and
Respectably well.
and if you get good offense out of the center fielder, you can live with that.
Indeed.
Right now, they're going the opposite direction with Jacoby Jones. Great defense and no offense. Oh, Reyes lines a base hit there to Randall Grichuk. So, a 1-out base hit here in the bottom of the 3rd.
Yeah, there was a time the Tigers hoped that Jones could mend his approach. Close to an average hitter, but he is not. It seems like he may not be a long-term center field option for them.
Yeah, well, you might as well give him the chance
Yeah.
when you don't expect to contend.
Indeed. It's good to see play out there. Paws making some noise.
I don't like that mascot. That is a weird-looking
I
mascot.
believe it looks like they've altered the paws. See a little bit. I have a picture with him somewhere.
Off and running on the pitch is Reyes, and he is thrown out.
Oh, I thought he was in there. He had a pretty good jump. That was pretty speed.
Yeah.
Good throw. Come on, Jansen.
Yeah, Jansen's got a
I don't know. That one's going to call for a replay.
Well, maybe they should.
Might have been in there. Good thing that the replay was banned this season. It's fine. There is a foul ball.
That one's going to find the seats unless...
Or is it?
Gurriel,
Oh.
wow, long run. Lourdes Gurriel making the catch. Wow.
Right in the laps of the fans on the third base line there.
Yeah, I thought that one was definitely ticketed for the seats. I mean, Guerrero wasn't even giving chase to it.
That will
Gurriel.
That will end the third inning. The Jays maintain their 7-2 lead. Jacoby Jones looking bored in center field as Heike Watney speaks with the fans.
Well, yeah, that's a good time to remind you all that we are doing this for charity, and this week we are raising money for Black Lives Matter. It's an excellent cause that long overdue, really. So if you can donate anything, please donate to Black Lives Matter. We're all doing this on a charity basis. No, and it looks like you were right. That is the end of the line for Ivan Nova. We are going to get a new pitcher. Only 3 innings for Nova. We're getting the Ronnie Garcia.
Ronnie Garcia has pitched a good number of innings this year, I believe.
He sure has.
Something like 50 innings for the Tigers, the Rule 5 pick. 57 innings, this will be his 58th.
Yeah, he's already gotten to 30 games so far. That's not something you see a lot from a Rule 5 guy. Usually you try to hide him at the end of the bench.
Well, my understanding is he and Rod Gardner have become quite good friends. They play Pokemon.
Oh, I did hear that, yeah. See, Garcia has that Charizard that Gardenhire really wants.
Right, so he's, whenever there's an opportunity to get him out there, Gardenhire would like to get on his good side. But he's mostly rewarded the confidence. It's a team with a history of shaky bullpens, and this is not the greatest one at the moment either. But Garcia has held his own. There's the pitch high.
Wow, 4-pitch walk there to lead things off
Yes.
for Bo Bichette here in the 4th
Charizard
inning.
in jeopardy.
May have to give that Charizard up if he wants to stay in the majors.
Indeed.
Well, yeah, Rule 5 draft pick of the Yankees, so if you can take away from the Yankees, it's always just kind of fun, too, if you can.
Absolutely.
Recent years, the most successful Rule 5 pick Toronto has had was Joe Biagini. They drafted him from the Giants organization, and he stuck in the relief for a couple of years. And before he was traded to Houston last year with Aaron Sanchez.
I knew I'd heard that name, and I guess that's why from that trade.
And as an AL Central fan, have you heard of the name Glenn Sparkman?
Perhaps I have.
He started for the Royals last year, but he was a Rule 5 pick. Toronto tried to take him from the Royals, I believe 2018 or 2017, but they didn't keep him on the Major League roster the whole year.
Rule 5 pick being designed to give minor league players playing time. Oh, there's a fly ball.
No, Panic is 0 for 3 today, filling in for Biggio, and he is doing his best Biggio impression as he lines out there to...
Perhaps the Jays might think it's time to be alarmed about Panic.
You think they should panic about Panic?
Or should they panic about Biggio?
I think they should panic about both. Well,
Yeah.
Dal Lugo last 10 games hitting 600.
Against Leo.
Wow.
For him in AAA.
Blue Jay fans will remember Dal Lugo was a former prospect of theirs. I believe he went over the Daniel Norris trade.
I believe he did. That's correct. He's hasn't had a lot of success for Detroit at the major league level, but he and Candelario have competed for that third base spot. But it doesn't appear that either of them want it too badly.
Oh wait, didn't he end up? Wait, Dal Lugo I thought was the return for J.D. Martinez from Arizona.
You're absolutely right. I was about to say it was the Diamondbacks, and that was J.D. Martinez in 2019? 18.
Well,
There is
Gurriel
a
hits
fly
one
ball.
far down the right field line, but Cameron Maben makes a catch right up against the wall in that corner for the second out here of the 4th inning.
The third baseman, Vladimir.
Well, I thought that one had some distance to
I
it.
did too. I thought we had another double down there.
Well, this inning started off pretty promising for Toronto. A 4-pitch walk to Bo Bichette, but they are now 2 outs, and it'll be Vladimir Guerrero 7-2 Toronto here. Toronto scored 3 in the second and 4 in the third.
Swings.
That one's going to fall in front of Maben, and Bichette's going to have to hold up at second. The Jays got runners at first and second here now. That's the second hit of the afternoon for Guerrero.
And Bichette had their lead with a 2-out hit. In front of Maben and right. Far too shallow for to advance. Now it's Les at the plate, looking for that 2-out RBI.
Ball.
So Les loves those ribbies.
1 ball.
I like a good ribby myself.
Well, ever since I've moved in over here with you, I've been cooking a lot of ribbies on your grill, and I'm very appreciative of it.
That's a beef-intensive household, this fly ball.
Tellez lines that one through the hole. Coming around to score is Bo Bichette. The throw is not in time.
Oh, there went to play the plate, but he was in there fairly easily.
Well, another RBI here for the Blue Jays. Tellez bringing home Bichette from second base. And now it is 8-2 Toronto. It's going to bring up Teoscar Hernandez. Teoscar's already got 2 hits himself today. Swings at the first pitch and sends it foul. And the 0-1 pitch here to Teoscar. Whoa, swung at that one. That was really high and up and around the eyes.
Shoulder level. Swung right through it.
0-2 pitch here. Swung on and hit pretty well, but that one may find the seats, and it does. Thank you to EB in Toronto for telling me that Dal Lugo went to Arizona for Cliff Pennington.
Huh?
0-2 pitch doesn't get Teoscar to chase on that one, and it's 1-2. Whoa, swung on and missed.
Down he goes.
Well, Ronnie Garcia gives up a run here in the 4th inning, but he gets Teoscar Hernandez to end the 4th. It's 8-2 Toronto going to the bottom of the 4th.
Middle of the Tigers order coming up with CJ Crone. Veteran, long-time Angel, but he's on his 4th team, I'm sorry, in 4 years. Leave. Best year being with the Rays, I think in 2018.
Yeah, CJ Crone was originally drafted by the Angels, actually 17th overall pick, first round. Not, paying attention to the draft recently. The draft just happened.
Yeah.
And only 5 rounds of the draft this year.
Absolutely, yeah. A lot of people had questions about that. Not a whole lot of minor leaguers.
That's a very small amount. And even like with the 17th overall pick, you're still not guaranteed getting a great player.
Not at all.
CJ Crone playing in the majors is an accomplishment all along itself, being drafted 17th. He pops that one up. Randall Gritchick coming in, and he will make that catch. He was sprinting, and I thought that one may fall in front of him.
Yeah, he may have got a late break on it. He was briefly alarmed.
Yeah, but then he just
able to come up with it.
He was underneath it for quite a while.
Bring up Cabrera. Still no power from the veteran this year. He struggled with injuries in recent seasons. He's claimed to be in the best shape of his life, as veterans tend to do, but not yet seen the pop he once had. Except he has doubled today. He's found his stroke. There's ball 1.
Yeah, I was about to make a joke like, wow, can you imagine being 37 and being in the best shape of your life? But if I got in shape or I started exercising at all,
right.
I would instantly be in the best shape of my life.
Absolutely. True of many of us.
Travis Shaw catches that one in foul territory for the second out.
The shortstop, Nico.
I did try out for the freshman basketball team, and that was an intense week of working out.
I can imagine.
And that was the best shape of my life, that 1 week.
No.
And I've never been that healthy since.
Yeah, I heard you ran a mile.
Probably.
Yeah, man.
I couldn't imagine it now.
It's been a couple of years.
Well, I'll bring up Nico Goodrum with 2 out and nobody on. Goodrum is the Tigers' shortstop today. Lines that one foul.
Another guy who can play a lot of positions. At the moment, he's the everyday shortstop for this team, which is not something you ever expected.
Well, swings at that. Pitch in the dirt. Foul. Jansen has to throw onto first to complete the strikeout. Well, a 3-up, 3-down inning here, and for some reason the Tigers fans are enjoying it. There's one Jays fan, 2 Jays fans.
Yeah, they're having a great time.
They are loving it. It is 8-2 Toronto here
drive
in
down
Detroit.
the 401. Detroit.
Oh yeah, probably from Windsor or something like that.
Leading off for Toronto, the first baseman.
Now bring up Travis Shaw. That average is up to 255 now. That is really impressive to see considering how slow he started off.
Swing and a miss.
Shaw was the big star of yesterday's game, the player of the game, hitting a home run, driving in 2 runs as, Tigers threatened in that 9th inning against Ken Giles, but he bent, but he did not break.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaking loss for the home team.
May not need him tonight, though.
At the moment, it does not appear so. Nor will we probably see Joe Jimenez, the Tigers' promising young closer. Anything could still happen.
0-2 pitch. Misses there, 1-2. Jimenez actually has a relation to a former Blue Jays prospect, A.J. Jimenez.
Oh, is that right?
Yep. He was considered the catcher of the future, which seems to be a curse in Toronto as Shaw goes down swinging.
Oh, it often is. Most organizations go through a lot of catchers of the future before they find one.
And that is the line on Nova. 3 innings, 8 hits, 7 earned runs.
Yeah, that's a line he would like to forget. Luckily, his starting job is secure on the team during its rebuild.
Well, that'll bring up Randall Grichuk. We can see the shadows are starting to play a little bit here in the 5th inning. Third base ump has to duck out of the way of that one. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Grich. And a swung and miss from Grich on the pitch.
Which pitch?
The pitch to Grich, he just swung and missed.
Son of a gun.
Ball.
Second inning of work here for Ronnie Garcia. How long do you think Gardenhire's going to go with him?
As long as he wants. is what I would predict. No, in all seriousness, he has some other options out of the bullpen, but
yeah, Xiao Chin Chang, the other long reliever Gardenhire has, pitched 2 innings last night, so probably not going to go to him. Buck Farmer was a former starter. He could go a couple innings. Grichuk lines a base hit over the first base head, and
we'll see if it gets anyone off. Farmer might be a good choice in this situation right here.
Now batting.
2 hits today for Randall Grichuk. Yeah, if Toronto can get that bottom of the lineup going, there's no telling what may happen. And speaking of the bottom of the lineup going, Danny Jansen is 2 for 2 today with 2 singles. Got that average all the way up to 176. Hey, he's coming for Jacoby Jones' 198.
Absolutely. I'm not sure what Jansen's posted weight is, but he may be hitting it. Probably not yet. He's a catcher.
1-1.
Yep, this is our current catcher of the future, Danny Jansen.
Absolutely.
There was, of course, J.P. Arancibia was the big catcher of the future for Toronto.
Legend.
Came up, hit a home run in his debut, but the defense was just not good enough, and then the bat tapered off before, and that was around 2013.
Tigers fans remember Arancibia as the man who broke up a Justin Verlander no-hit bid in the 9th inning.
Like Verlander hasn't no-hit the Jays enough. He's done it like twice against them.
It's only fair.
1-2 pitch to Jansen, misses outside, 2-2. Yeah, so Arancibia came up. He hit the world on fire, but he just really, the defense problems were too much, and they ended up actually signing a catcher that helped propel them over the next level. You know who I'm talking about.
No,
it's Deoner Navarro, not Russell Martin.
That's Deoner Navarro.
Well, that could be a double play. 3 to 6, back to 3, double play. Nicely turned.
Yes. Good one.
Yeah. It was good. So a 3-6-3 double play ends the inning there. Jays still leading 8-2. So, once again, we'd like to remind you that we are doing this for charity, and the charity we are doing this for is Black Lives Matter. Unless you've been living under a rock, you know a lot of stuff has been going on. A lot of police brutality and a lot of terrible things that have been going on, especially for a long time in America. It's just good that things are finally out there in the open, and we are raising money for Black Lives Matter. Going to the bottom of the fifth inning, Hyunjin Ryu pitching a pretty good game so far. He'll face 7, 8, and 9. It'll be Jamar Candelario, Austin Romine, and Jacoby Jones. Well, he's ahead of Candelario here, 0-2. Well, and there goes down Candelario on strikes. 5th strikeout of the game for Hyunjin Ryu. Another swinging strike, and that was an awkward swing there by Candelario. Back-to-back strikeouts now for Ryu. He struck out Goodrum to end the 4th inning. First pitch swinging is Austin Romine. Now, Romine is only one of 5 players to play every single position in a single game. And he was the first player to do that since Shane Halter did it in 2000. So the trivia question is, who knows the other 3? And I don't know the answer, so don't look for me for it. It's called the internet. No. Romine is in a hole, 1-2 here. 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. Swings and fouls that one back, just staying alive. High fastball. Helped out Ryu swinging at that one.
Absolutely.
That one is hit into right field. That's going to fall for a base hit. Teoscar Hernandez fields and fires into second base. And Austin Romine has a 1-out single.
First base runner in a couple of innings, I believe.
Yeah, since Reyes.
A little blooper to right.
Yeah, it's their first base runner since the 3rd inning when Victor Reyes singled. He was erased on a caught stealing, though. So really nothing doing for the Tigers since that 1st inning when they scored 2 runs off of the Jonathan Scope home run and back-to-back hits Chrome with a single and Miguel Cabrera driving in that 2nd run. Tigers were up 2-0 early, but 8 unanswered by Toronto.
Jones swings through strike 1.
Well, yeah, we can talk about how bad his offense is now.
Struggles continue. Plates. Never really developed a useful approach. In fact, of all Detroit Tigers with at least 1,000 plate appearances, and we're talking over 120 years, he has the highest strikeout rate. That's a tick over 30%, I believe. Something like that. So, a good third of his plate appearances, and a swing and a miss.
Yeah, and that one doesn't end with a swing and a miss.
He made contact. It's a moral victory for Jacoby Jones. But he is out for the 2nd out of the 5th inning.
Yeah, and like I said, if you've got a decent lineup around him, you can hide a poor, bad, excellent defensive outfielder. And he was an excellent defensive outfielder. He was 2nd in the ultimate zone rating to only Mookie Betts. So
that is remarkable, but that is borne out by the eyeball test I've seen him play out there. It's usually fairly impressive. I've seen him make some fine plays, both here and at AAA.
And here comes Cameron Maben. He's looking to avoid striking out for 3 times, trying to avoid that golden collar. in a hole 0-1 here. Well, he's down to a hole 0-2. Well, Ryu's got one strike away from striking Maben out for the third time this afternoon. 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Wow. 6th strikeout of the afternoon for Maben, and Maben's got half of them.
Yes, Maben seems to be pressing at the plate. He's a little desperate on that swing. Really wants to get something going, both for the team and himself, but it's not happening at the moment.
Going to the top of the 6th inning, and it's going to be the top of the Jays lineup. Ronnie Garcia out for another inning of work. This is his 3rd inning here.
Gunnar, for whatever reason, wants to spare the rest of the bullpen, it would seem.
No ball.
Trailing by 6 runs, although Garcia hasn't punished him for it. Give up the 1 run.
Yeah, a much better line than Ivan Nova.
Oh, that's true.
And he's got Bichette here 0-2.
Ball.
Side ball 1.
Now, AB's right. That is the wrong kind of hat trick for Cameron Maben. 0 for 3 strikeouts. Bichette sends that one down the left field line, but that one's going to find the seats. Foul.
Absolutely. Shaking his head, like to have that one back.
Oh, called 3rd strike there. High pitch. Bichette doesn't like it on that high slider.
The batter, number 2.
That's the 2nd time Bichette has gone down on strikes today. First time swinging in the 2nd inning.
Maybe a little bit high. Garcia gets the call.
He has a curveball, so I mean, it looked a lot higher at the beginning, and that just maybe floated down and hit the top of that zone.
Back of the zone.
Here comes Joe Panic, sends one over. No, Victor Reyes catches that one nice on the run. So an 0 for 4 for Joe Panic. He's really looked like Kevin Biggio here today.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's flown out to right field for 3 of his 4 outs. The only other out flew out to left. So that'll bring up Gurriel here. 2 outs in the top of the 6th. Gurriel doubled and scored in that 3rd inning. This was Tigers early 2-0, but Toronto scored 3 in the 2nd, 4 in the 3rd, and then a run in the 4th. It is now 8-2 Jays.
No.
As Gurriel takes a pitch outside, it's 1-1.
Ball.
Another ball outside.
Well, Gurriel with the count in his favor here, 2-1. Well, that was called a strike.
I thought he just missed low. That'll make it 2-2. Count even. 2 outs in the 6th.
We're just staying alive, fouling that one away. Now EB from Toronto says possibly back to the bench for Panic. Yeah, they've got a problem right now at second base, trying to figure that position out. In long term, you don't expect it to be a problem. All these guys, you know, Bichette, Biggio, Guerrero, now Martin, Kevin Smith down in the minors, Jordan Groshans. Well, you can call some action if I'm blabbing on. Yeah, that's a base hit for Gurriel.
Now batting, the third baseman.
You know, 63 hits, second on the team in hit, or third on the team in hits. It's Bo Bichette leading the way, though. And Gurriel himself was a former second baseman, but he had those throwing errors, so be interesting to see what the Jays do with this infield. It's also interesting to see how long do they keep Vladimir Guerrero at third.
That's always been the question.
Now, the bat is not playing like an elite first baseman right now. It's playing like a pretty good defensive third baseman. He's not a pretty good defensive third baseman, though.
That would be the problem.
He sends that one into the gap in right field, and Victor Reyes, running over, makes the catch for the final out here in the 6th inning.
See, gets a quick inning. See some more of him.
Yeah. Maybe he'll go in for 4 innings, but that's 3 innings in the book for Ronnie Garcia, the Rule 5 pick from the Yankees. All right, Victor Reyes, who got a lot of work that last inning, will lead things off here in the bottom of the 6th.
In the best shape of his life by the end of this game. Rule 5 pick Victor Reyes.
I may be in the best shape of my life at the end of this game, and Ryu showing off that beautiful hair of his.
Absolutely.
Likes to taunt the opposing team by showing off how great his hair is.
That's the ball. We're playing 11. 1-1.
Well, 6 strikeouts today for Hyunjin Ryu over 5 innings. He's allowed the 2 earned runs on 4 hits. 5 hits, excuse me. This one's popped up to Vladimir Guerrero. Makes the first out here in the 6th inning.
Can't fault young Guerrero's defense on that play.
Second baseman, Jonathan. Go.
Now, I'm kind of surprised they never tried Guerrero in the outfield. He's got a cannon of an arm, and that can play in right field. And if you're worried about his conditioning, which is something they are worried about,
Right.
which is why they want him to stay at third, is he has to be in better shape to play at third. I'm not sure why you wouldn't then try him out in the outfield then.
Stick him left.
Stick him left, stick him right. That one is hit pretty well.
Go
Giving
pitch
it
another
chase is Gurriel, and that one's over his head. Going around and going into second base is Jonathan Scope. Oh, yeah, you're right. A pretty good day for Jonathan Scope, too.
An offensive bright spot for Detroit.
DJ.
Second baseman.
Yeah, Gurriel didn't have any chance at catching this one. This one was well over his head. Home run for Scope in that first inning, and now he's got a double here. 2 for 3 today. He's had no problem seeing Hyunjin Ryu.
Outside, ball.
Strike 1 to CJ Cron. I'm sorry, excuse me, ball 1.
So Scope played in Minnesota last year. I don't have much of a memory of that. He wasn't an everyday player, was he?
I don't believe he was. I think he
No.
signing with Detroit gave him a chance to play every day again. But yeah, I'm not sure how he performed. Twins.
Well, they didn't want him back.
That's true.
That, or maybe Ron Gardenhire just really likes him.
True. Or he and CJ Cron are best friends.
I'm not going anywhere unless I get to play with my bestie Crone.
We joke, but that it seems to be a pattern with the Tigers because it was in 2018, I believe, they brought in Josh Harrison and Jordy Mercer from the Pirates as a unit.
Oh,
And
weird.
I feel like there was behind the scenes they insisted, but I can't prove that. And of course, Mercer is still on the team, Harrison is not, so maybe they aren't friends anymore.
Yeah, I think Harrison's out of baseball
I believe
altogether,
you're
though.
right. Yeah.
Crone sends this one back to right field. Teoscar Hernandez there for the easy catch. 2 away. Yeah, it's interesting when they sign players in bunches like that. A lot of people think that may be the reason Toronto signed Kendrys Morales, was because it was sort of a package deal to get Lourdes Gurriel. Both of them are Cuban.
They knew each other.
I think they're both Cuban, and maybe there was like something to do with the same agent. Maybe there was a little behind the scenes thing. Who knows?
Mentoring.
Yeah. And, well, I think the best example of that, I can't remember the player's name, but you remember last year when the White Sox were convinced they were getting Manny Machado.
Yeah.
Because they're like, oh, we got his best friend to play for us.
Like his brother-in-law or something. No, he was just I forget who it was too.
Does anyone in the Twitch chat remember who Manny Machado's best friend is that he did not want to play with in Chicago?
The money was not good enough to play with his best friend. He really liked Las Vegas.
Well, Shaw fields that one, fires off to Ryu, and that is going to end things here in the 6th inning.
Pitches was that for Ryu? I'm sorry, but he's cruising.
Yeah, he is absolutely cruising. He is through 6. Only 2 earned. Toronto up 8-2. It was Yonder Alonso, Manny's brother-in-law,
Yes, it is
and
brother-in-law.
John Jay, Manny's friend.
There They're like, we got this.
Hitter.
This is the most Machado-friendly clubhouse
Absolutely.
in the league.
There's no way he's not going to play in Chicago. And he was like, I think San Diego's a little bit nicer.
Meanwhile, Ronnie Garcia goes out for his third inning of work.
I think it's his fourth inning.
Fourth inning of work.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah, that's right. Nova only went 3.
Mm-hmm. He will face 5, 6, and 7. That's Tellez, Teoscar Hernandez, and Travis hot-hitting Mara Ding Dong City Shaw.
That was his 50th pitch. 1. However, now Buck Farmer and Gregory Soto, the lefty, are throwing in the Tigers bullpens.
Oh, I'm glad Gregory Soto is warming because I had a question about Gregory Soto for you or anyone in the Twitter chat.
I can't remember a lot about him.
Well, I couldn't find anything about it. But apparently, Gregory Soto was suspended for 20 games by Major League Baseball for, quote, conduct detrimental to baseball under Article XIIB.
Now this is ringing a bell.
And I have no idea why. Tellez goes down swinging for the first out here in the 7th inning.
Up next for the Blue Jays, the right fielder, Teoscar Hernandez.
J-Bot says that Machado was lured by that beautiful boy Tatis.
Right, I would be too. Who among us?
Ball. 1 ball, no strike.
So yeah, that will bring up Teoscar Hernandez here with 1 out in the 7th inning. Teoscar's had a pretty good day, 2 for 3 so far. And he scored 2 runs. Teoscar scored, singled and scored in the 2nd, and singled and scored in the 3rd. Struck out in the 4th, and he comes in the 7th inning with 1 out.
Ball.
Takes that pitch high, and it's 2-1.
Playing 2.
Well, yeah, that's the problem with Teoscar Hernandez's game, is the swing and the miss.
Yep.
Now, they say he's eventually ticketed for DH, but he's very fast. You know, he leads the team in sprint speed. He can, his sprint speed is about 28 miles an hour. I mean, that's why they tried him out in center field, but he just has problems with the reads. Full count, and he is called out on strikes looking there. Back-to-back strikeouts for Ronnie the Bear Garcia.
Number 6, Travis Shaw.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strikeouts for Ronnie.
Time to get this man in the rotation.
Well, keep him out of the AL East. Travis Shaw 1 for 3 today.
Strike 1.
Yeah, Shaw doubled and scored in that 3rd inning. That was had 3 hits in a row. Gurriel led off with a double, and then Tellez walked. Teoscar Hernandez singled. Shaw doubled, and that was 4 runs.
This is high.
He's 1 strike away from striking out the side here in the 7th.
I believe this may be the last batter he faces, and you'd love to end it that way, though. There's a fly ball to right.
And that one is off the wall. Travis Shaw is going to have to hold at first on that one. It bounced off the wall so hard he had to hold it first. Another good at-bat here by Travis Shaw there with 2 strikes. Staying alive, just going with that pitch and bounced. Just missed a home run. Wow.
Ron Gunner does not go to the bullpen.
Yeah, he figures, why not?
Garcia will stay in to face the right-handed pitcher.
Two singles, 2 RBI for Randall Grichuk today. And he chops that one to short. Nico Goodrum tosses to Scope for the final out here in the 7th inning. So the Jays leave a runner on. Score no runs. We're going to the bottom of the 7th. Stretch time. In Detroit. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd and buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if we ever get backwards. River along. They don't win, it's a shame. There's 1, 2, 3 are out of the old ball game. All right, back here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 6, 7, 8 for the Tigers. Nico Goodrum, Jamar Candelario, and Austin Romine. Hyunjin Ryu, 77 pitches through 6 innings.
Wow.
And he gets the bouncing ball to Joe Panic for the first out here in that seventh.
2 pitches. He would told us in the first inning Hyunjin Ryu was going to go 7. And that he would be under 80 pitches at this point. We would not have believed you.
Well, yeah, there are those earned run average leaders. And
great Ryan Darvish. Kenta Maeda in third.
He's going to have to go 9 if he wants to lower that earned run average. He's given up 2. That's
true, yeah.
This is a terrible start for Ryu.
Yeah, he's falling those standings.
Yeah, he should be
I don't think we can rule out him going complete game.
Yeah, I think they should demote him after this. This is, he could. He has a complete game shutout. There's only one pitcher who's has 2 complete games.
Yeah.
So this one is sent into right field. Teoscar Hernandez will catch that one. So yeah, 80 pitches, 2 outs here in the 7th.
I would assume the number of complete games league-wide consistently falls year over year.
Well, I think I read an interesting stat that like since 2000, the man with the most complete games still is Roy Halladay.
I was going to say Randy Johnson, but yeah, I'd say Halladay. I can see that. Because, no one will reach those numbers again unless the game changes radically.
No, outside.
Yeah, I mean, the way it's changing, it's going the opposite direction. We had minor league day on Bot Ball, which we're going to do again on Monday. And we had the Rays play-by-play broadcaster from the minors.
That's right.
And what he was saying was that the Rays, their philosophy is they don't want to have any pitcher face a batter a second time.
A second time?
That's what they want to do, is have their goal is a guy comes up 4 times, he faces a different pitcher every single time.
And you can see how that would work.
Swung on and missed. Down goes Romine. Another 1-2-3 inning for Hyunjin Ryu. He is dealing here in Detroit.
This is the counter argument to the Rays' 1 pitcher at a time strategy.
Your attention, please.
A horse like Hyunjin Ryu, you may want to keep riding him.
It's not something you can just implement instantly at the major league level, especially with Tampa's pitching staff. You've got Charlie Morton, you've got Blake Snell, and you've got Ryan Yarbrough, apparently, who you can't take out of the rotation.
Number 9.
Yeah, I can't remember.
The other good starter. It's gone.
But yeah, and the other interesting thing Tampa does in the minors is if a pitcher reaches over 20 pitches an inning, they take him out.
Just in the minors, but you can see that would give him time to think about what he did. So I can see that. Anyway, we failed to introduce Buck Farmer, now on the mound for the Tigers.
Wow.
I guess you could call Farmer a veteran now. He's been around in the Tigers in their system for the better part of a decade. He spent a lot of time as a starter. Never a terrific one, but has found a good niche for himself as a late innings guy and with a terrific name.
Yeah, Detroit gets a lot of really good player names. You guys just drafted a guy named Gage Workman.
Gage Workman.
Quite happy with that name.
Dylan Dingler.
Well, Jansen goes down swinging there for the first out here. Look at that starter comparison. Not much of a comparison.
Can we not?
I think it'd be more fair to compare what Ronnie Garcia did out of the bullpen.
Yeah.
4 innings, only 1 earned run for him. And he struck out.
It really prevented the inning or the afternoon from getting even more embarrassing for the Tigers. It gave them a chance to come back, although they did not.
Fairbanks and Soto continue warming in that bullpen.
So, I'm sorry to tell you, I did some research, and there's no information on what Soto's transgression may have been. They've been kept under wraps. I just had some weed or something. I mean, in the minor leagues, they can get you for that.
Well, I was Googling it, and they said it wasn't domestic violence.
Right. Yeah, they would tell you that.
It wasn't steroids, and it wasn't drugs. So what was it? It was conduct detrimental to baseball.
Public nuisance.
So I guess maybe he wanted this full contract. That would be detrimental to the game.
Yeah, we prefer not to pay you.
Yeah, that is just very detrimental to. I mean, it's not a profitable game.
Nobody's making any money.
No, it's just, and nobody likes it. These poor owners are forced to own teams against their will and lose money.
Boy, he's throwing men money. Just starts swinging. Meanwhile, Bichette goes down swinging, looking unhappy about it.
No, Bichette walked.
Oh, forgive me. You were busy writing it in the scorebook while I was wrongly calling it. He looked upset. I didn't realize he walked.
Yeah, he was upset. He wanted to hit.
Don't walk me.
Were you afraid? Come on, pitch to me. I'm not Joe Panic. I'm not 0 for 4. Yeah, Joe Panic, long-time San Francisco Giant. Tiger fans do not like the Giants.
That's true, yes. A lot of fans don't like the Giants. That decade really did a number on a lot of us.
Panic fouls that one down the line. Yeah, I think one of their owners or one of their executives is also a pretty unlikable guy. He was, I think he was yelling at his wife in public, or something like that.
Rings a bell.
Yeah. But that was not detrimental to... no, he did get suspended.
Yeah, it's one of those things they hoped it would blow over. It didn't. So. Yeah, I remember that because it was like, how do you suspend an executive? It was a kind of philosophical question. It's like,
Now
he can't even work from home.
Well, Panic lines out to the second baseman there for the second out this inning, and 0 for 5 for Panic. Well, maybe the Jays panicked a bit too soon.
Yes. They hit the panic button, and it may have blown up in their face.
Now 2 outs here in the 8th inning, and Lourdes Gurriel.
You got to be feeling pretty good if you're Kevin Beege.
Yeah.
You're going to be out there tomorrow.
He's sitting on the bench going...
well rested. Not so easy, is it?
Oh, you thought you could do it. Yeah, not so easy.
There is a base hit.
Gurriel makes it look easy. That is his 3rd hit this afternoon. Jays got 2 on here with 2 out in the second inning. Or in the 8th inning.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
If the Jays can grow their lead against Farmer.
See if it'll be bountiful. Now Vladimir Guerrero 2 for 4 today. Double, single, and a run. As last time up, he had that awkward at-bat where he grounded out on a pitch that wasn't a...
chopper in front of the plate.
Well, he's in a hole here, 0-2. Oh! I thought that one was strike 3.
Farmer would have liked to have that call. Guerrero stays alive, 1-2. 2 out.
And another ball hit on the ground. This one right to Stoke, who fires on to Goodrum. Gets the final out. Yeah, a little lackadaisical throw there, but it's good enough to get the out. Going to the bottom of the 8th. Toronto leads by 6. Well, we're getting a little action in that Jays bullpen now. Font and Thomas Pannone warming up. But Hyunjin Ryu is still in this game. He's gone 7 innings, given up only 2 earned runs. And, yeah, he's been in control.
Sitting at 84 pitches, which does leave the complete game on the table if you got some quick outs. So.
Well, there is a possible quick out. Jacoby Jones swinging at that first pitch. And he pops out to Randall Grichuk, his counterpart. The first out here in the 8th, so 1 pitch, 1 out, 85 pitches.
5 outs to go for Ryu. A complete game.
He's going to bring up Cameron Maben, 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts. Let's see if he can put on that golden sombrero. Well, he's swinging at that first pitch. He does not want to wear it himself. And he lines out to Bichette, but it's a quick 1 pitch, 1 out. So he's thrown 2 pitches this inning. He's got 2 outs.
And Maben avoids the 4 strikeouts, so really it's win-win. It's kind of a remarkable performance from Hyunjin Ryu.
Yeah, and it did not start that way.
No.
Brings up Victor Reyes, who takes the first pitch strike. It'll be interesting to see if Reyes gets on here, if Montoyo has a quick hook for him, because bring up Jonathan Scope, the only one who's actually hit the ball hard.
I think that I would. As much as the Jays fan would like to see Ryu stay in this game, it's no sense in taking a chance, even with a 6-run lead.
Yeah, and especially with a guy that has had as many issues with injuries as he has in the past. And that one is hit on the ground.
Oh,
Ryu sticking out that glove.
Yes.
Nice play there by Ryu. That is the end of the 8th inning.
Extremely quick 8th inning for the Tigers, which leaves Hyunjin Ryu in position to finish this game.
I hope he comes out for that 9th inning. Buck Farmer is out for his 2nd inning of work himself. He is keeping the Tigers in this ball game 8-2.
Yes. As much as such a thing is possible.
Well, Rowdy Tellez will lead things off here in the top of the 9th inning. Tellez walked and scored in that 2nd inning. Fouls that one down the line, and he walked and scored in the 3rd. So just 1 for 2 today for him. 2 walks, a single, and a strikeout. Takes that breaking ball outside for a ball. 1-2 pitch to Tellez. Oh, swung on and missed. He looked bad on that swing.
He knows it. Rip. Now the first out in the 9th. Bring up Teoscar Hernandez.
Yeah, Teoscar Hernandez has had a good day. A lot of Jays in this lineup have had a good day. That's what happens when you score 8 runs.
Absolutely. Everybody has to get involved. Any hits? Oh, is this another hit? Oh.
Swinging at that first pitch, he's going to ground out to Jonathan Scope. So, 2 quick outs here in the 9th for Buck Farmer. After this game, we have more bot ball for you. After this one, we've got Washington and the New York Mets. That is Joe Ross versus David Peterson. And Big Fund is going to be calling that one with Zoe Alter. So that'll be a very good game. Stick around for that one next. Mets have actually really struggled this year in bot ball.
Is that right?
They are in last place.
Their Mets thing to do.
Travis Shaw coming up today. Shaw had a good day at the plate. 2 for 4. And he almost hit a home run his last time up.
A warning track.
Now he's in a hole here, 0-2.
Buck Farmer would like to end his day at this point. Get that 3rd strike down.
Oh, not able to hold on to that one. Oh, 0-2 pitch to Shaw. Just gets a piece of that fastball. Now I'm looking at the Tigers prospect list just now.
I was glancing at that as well.
Daz Cameron, center field.
I had hopes for him.
Does he? You have hopes for him? So
I haven't given up on Daz Cameron yet. I believe he's in AAA this year. He did spend some time in Detroit last year. He was really not fully cooked.
Is gotta wonder how much of a rope are they going to give Jacoby Jones out there?
Long term, I would rather see Cameron if he can put up even minimal numbers. Being a defense guy.
Now, I'm surprised Daz Cameron does not play for Toronto since he's the son of a former major leaguer.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. He really fits the brand. Did Mike ever play for the Blue Jays?
No, I don't think so.
Only as a Mariner.
I remember it was a Red.
I think that may be right, too.
And, yeah, but he was a big time Mariner. I think he was drafted by the Reds, and then the Reds traded him to Seattle for Griffey. As Travis Shaw doesn't miss this one. He just missed a home run his last time up, and he sends this one over the right field seats. Solo shot. Team leading 11th home run now for Travis Shaw, and Toronto is up 9-2.
Quite the season for Travis Shaw in a Blue Jays uniform.
Yeah, Toronto may have to move him up in that lineup sooner rather than later. He's hitting 7th in that lineup, and he has just really come on in May, proving that last season may have been a fluke. Look at that, 107 miles off the bat.
Impressive.
408 feet, just no doubt about that one.
Now batting.
The small outfield.
Randall Griffith.
Well, speaking of disappointments in the outfield, that brings up Randall Grichuk. He signed a 5-year, $55 million contract with Toronto, and I'm not sure why they offered it. He was still going through arbitration. He was not approaching free agency. And they have a lot of guys they can rotate through in that outfield, but now he's sort of guaranteed that everyday spot. Because you got him, you use him. You use him, he kills you. And that's the Randall Grichuk story.
Yep.
Drafted one spot ahead of Mike Trout by the team that did draft Trout, the Angels. So
Forever have that asterisk.
the Angels said, we're in the market for an outfielder. We're looking at Grichuk, we're looking at Trout. We know which one's better. We got to get Grich. Well, Grich follows that pitch. And
Which
it's
pitch?
1-2. That one's hit on the ground to Goodrum. Fields firing on to first for the final out here in the 9th inning. But Toronto does get another run on a Travis Shaw moonshot to right field. Going to the bottom of the 9th inning. It is all Blue Jays, 9-2 here in Detroit.
Your attention, please.
Coming to the end of another
Now pitching
beautiful
for
afternoon in
Toronto.
downtown Detroit.
Number 63, Wilmer.
Weather. Luckily for the fans, the weather was very enjoyable. They may not
Well,
enjoyed the game thus far.
we are not going to get that complete game out of Hyun-Jin Ryu. 8 innings, only 2 earned for him.
The second baseman.
There's a word for that, and that word is cowardice.
7 strikeouts, only 84 pitches, though.
Yeah, it's remarkable. Today's game.
And if anyone can give up 7 runs in 1 inning, Wilmer Font says, I bet you I could do it.
All right, that's why the fans are on their feet. We're going to see what happens. As Jonathan Scope, Tigers' big bat today, steps in.
This is one of my favorite stats about Wilmer Font. He started 17 games last year. You hear that?
Yeah,
starter?
No, you told me
Nope,
that. I was
just an
I
opener.
had no idea.
Well, he allows a lead-off base hit here in the
Yeah,
top
here
of
we
the
go.
ninth.
Comeback train is rolling.
They were too afraid of Jonathan Scope.
That's right.
Now batting, first baseman.
He may have given up a home run. He gave up a homer and a double, and now a single for Scope. He's a triple shy of that cycle. We'll see if he can get there.
In the 10th inning.
Yeah.
Yeah. He scores 7 runs. He'll get up again this inning.
Yeah. And a walk-off triple.
That would be a good game to call. You see, no one's heading for the exits. They're
Yeah. 28,000 there.
Yeah. So again, it's a beautiful day for June in Michigan.
It really is.
We've got some extremely hot weather over the past couple of weeks, but it's a nice late spring.
So we've got more bot ball for you coming up after this. It is the Mets and the Nationals.
Rome gets the bat. And, oh, is this a double play?
Sure is. 4 to 6 to 3 double play turned.
And the comeback stalls. The Tigers are out of the final out. Ryu sitting on the bench.
Cabrera.
Something between smug and frustrated. Definitely in line for the win. And presumably player of the game. So, Travis Shaw has a case to be made.
Yeah, when a game is this lopsided and you got a pitcher that's gone 8 innings, I usually just give it to the pitcher.
Yeah, you really set the tempo of this game and kept the Tigers completely under wraps after that rough first inning. As he pitches to the veteran Cabrera, Hall of Famer kicks outside.
And not a bad day at the plate for Cabrera, 1 for 3. You know, if he just sat down, that's a 333 batting average for the day, but it's usually gets that 4th one, and that's the 250. Yeah, he hit that double in that first inning. Scored
Not a
CJ
cheap
Crum.
double either. Gapper.
And you always wonder why some players are able to just stick around longer in later age and some aren't. You wonder sometimes if it's medically induced, but you look at Nelson Cruz, the guy that's 41 years old.
It's remarkable.
He's still.
His late career has been the best part of it.
And
Beltre is another one in that category. Oh, it's Cabrera pops it up. Could this?
this could be the ball game. Gurriel underneath it makes the catch. Final out here. Toronto taking the first 2 games here in Detroit.
Yes, Hyun-Jin Ryu takes congratulations from his teammates. Well deserved.
Yep, so Toronto winning.
Joe Panic also gets congratulated for some reason.
Yeah, He contributed more on the bench sometimes.
Absolutely.
0 for 5 for Panic today. But it was not needed, as Toronto scores 9 runs today. Really an offensive outburst, and what looked like could have been a possible pitching matchup. You know, Ivan Nova has been one of the Tigers' best starters this year.
Their de facto ace. Matthew Boyd's been good.
Yeah, Boyd and what's the other former J as well? Daniel Norris. Yeah, both of those are. And Travis Shaw gets our player of the day, though. 3 for 5 with that home run and that double. He is our player of the game. I would have given it to Hyunjin Ryu, but we're going to see some of these highlights. Like we said, first inning, Joe Panic lined out to right field. That was his really excellent catch there by Victor Reyes.
It's nice that they both got a highlight there.
Yeah, it's kind of mean when you think about it, because that would have been the only thing Panic was able to do.
Here you are making it out.
Well, and here's the second base counterpart, Jonathan. Yeah. 439 feet, and it looked like it looked like Ryu was going to be struggling today. You know, gave up that home run, and then Cabrera with a big double to left, scoring C.J. Cron, giving Detroit that early 2-0 lead in the first inning. Looked like it would maybe a short outing for Hyunjin Ryu, but in the second inning, Randall Grichuk lines a single to left, driving in a run. And then in the second inning, Jansen with a base hit here almost caught the ball by Victor Reyes. He was unable to get
That's where it all went south.
Yeah, if he's able to hold on to that ball, it's a different ball game. And Toronto just kept on scoring runs after that. After that, Teoscar Hernandez hit a ball deflected off of Jacoby Jones. So defensive miscues out there in that outfield for Detroit. You know, usually Jacoby Jones is very sure-handed out there.
This defensive outfield was actually quite skilled, but didn't have the best day. But that was probably not the difference maker.
Jansen with a single up there in the middle, made it 7-2, and then a ground out by Tellez. Not a ground out, a ground ball through the right side for a single. Made it 8-2, and then in that ninth inning, insult to injury, Travis Shaw.
Little insurance run.
Yeah, just make sure you didn't need to bring the closer out for that ninth inning.
Yeah, it was all Blue Jays. First inning.
And then Miguel Cabrera flying out to Lourdes Gurriel to end that ball game. And our player of the day was Travis Shaw, 3 for 5 with that home run and a double. See, I am joined in the booth with the next game's announcers. We've got Big Fund and Zoe Alter. Guys, what you tell me about your game?
We've got a real interesting pitching matchup for you in this one. A couple of guys who haven't seen a big league mound in a little while. For the Mets, Rick Porcello is going to be making his first start in 13 days. Got skipped one start through as Corey Oswalt was brought into the rotation. And for the Nationals, as a result of Steven Strasburg getting injured, it is going to be Eric Fedde making his first start of the season.
Yeah, Porcello has struggled a lot for the Mets this year. They've had a lot of problems in that starting rotation.
Yeah, it hasn't been great. Corey Oswalt, though, has been a little bit of a revelation. He's had a couple of good starts as we see a change being made. Nationals going to start Wilmer Defoe for the second straight day. Defoe will start at third base today over Starlin Castro.
Another interesting thing to look out for will be on the hitter side is the two best hitters in the NL right now with the best batting averages. Howie Kendrick and Jeff McNeil are leading 1 and 2 with Kendrick first, so that's going to be another big thing to look for.
Yeah, especially with these pitchers going today. Rick Porcello with that 6.44 earned run average. Howie Kendrick may be looking at that, thinking he's going to have a feast today.
Oh, absolutely. He's ready.
Well, again, Toronto winning big today, 9-2 over Detroit. They will finish up that series tomorrow, and before they travel to face the I got it right here, against the Rays, and then they play the NL Central. So And then the Chicago White Sox come to town for Detroit. You know, Detroit's going to play the Chicago White Sox 10 times out of 26 in the month of June. So they're going to be sick of seeing the White Sox. But I'm going to leave things here with you, turn things over, let you get things started underway in Citi Field. Have a good game, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much as we get ourselves prepped here for the Nationals and the Mets. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll have that broadcast open in just a second. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Major League Botball on Twitch.tv. Today, it is Game 2 of 3 of the weekend series between the Washington Nationals and the New York Mets. I'm the big fun Eric Garman, joined by Zoe Alter. And we've got an interesting pitching matchup for you in this one. For the Mets, Rick Porcello returns to the rotation, making his first start in 13 days. He'll be opposed by the Nationals' Eric Fedde, who is taking the spot of Steven Strasburg in the rotation. Zoe, tell us a little bit about Rick Porcello.
Rick Porcello is being brought back. Peterson is being sent down to the minors. So a little bit about Rick Porcello is he actually was drafted as a Detroit Tiger and won the Cy Young, the Comeback Player of the Year, and is the AL wins leader in 2016. He hasn't exactly matched that feat yet, but he's definitely going to look to at some point.
First batter up game for the Nationals is shortstop Trey Turner. Takes a strike west of the Nationals lineup. Adam Eaton, Juan Soto, Howie Kendrick, Kurt Suzuki, Wilmer Defoe starts at third for Starlin Castro, Ryan Zimmerman, Victor Robles, and then the pitcher, Eric Fedde. 0-1 from Porcello is in there for a strike. 0-2 defensive alignment for the Mets, left to right in the infield. Starting at third base, Jeff McNeil, Ahmed Rosario, Robinson Cano, Pete Alonso, Wilson Ramos does the catching, and in the outfield it's Yoenis Cespedes in left, Brandon Nimmo in center, and Michael Conforto in right. The 0-2 misses low and in, 1-2. Nice 81 degrees today in Flushing, Queens. The wind blowing in. Don't necessarily look for the long ball in this one. Now the 1-2 from Porcello. Hit to the right side, foul. Porcello coming into this one with a 1-9 record across 12 starts, 13 total appearances, made one 2-inning relief appearance, scoreless, 1-2. Swung on and missed, so Rick Porcello returns to the starting pitching with a strikeout of Trey Turner for the first out of the game.
That was really good placement of the ball there, getting it right where he couldn't put the bat head on it, and I think that's something we're going to see Rick Porcello do a lot today, especially because he has speed, but he doesn't have the crazy speed where he's going to be able to blow the ball by the hitter, so we're going to see him really working on the placement and hitting the corners.
First pitch to right fielder Adam Eaton, upstairs 1-0. Mets winning 4-2 last night behind a couple of two-run home runs from Jeff McNeil and the heating up Yoenis Cespedes. Cespedes average still hovering around 150, but he is finding that bat quality. Grounded to the left side, picked up by Rosario, beats Eaton by a step quickly. 2 outs for Porcello, and he'll bring up Juan Soto.
The left fielder, number 22, Juan Soto.
The addition of Corey Oswalt to the Mets rotation continuing to pay off. Oswalt with a quality start and a win yesterday.
The Mets put off a surprising 4-2 win yesterday. I don't think too many people saw that coming against the Nationals, who were leading the NL East.
And Nationals in first place in the NL East, up 3.5 on the Atlanta Braves coming into play today. Count 2-0 to Soto now. Mets coming in 16 games back even. Clean up that lineup for you, show you that Wilmer Defoe is indeed playing third base. Home plate umpire in this one, Larry Bullard, calling the balls and strikes. It's called a strike there on Soto. Now the count 2-1 from Porcello. Check swing, and it hits Soto on the back shin. Soto nearly swung at that curveball, held up, and he'll earn first base for his troubles. We'll bring up Howie Kendrick, the National League's leading hitter.
Not sure if that ball just got away from him. It looked like it was a little inside. I think that's definitely something that we're might see a little bit of today as Porcello is coming back in. He hasn't pitched in a little while, so you got to see him get comfortable again on the mound.
here is Kendrick having a revelation of a season for the Nationals. Takes a strike high and in 0-1. You see there, Kendrick 83 hits, second on the team, leads the National League in hitting. He's up in the top 10 or 5 in a handful of other categories as well. Now the 0-1. Fastball low, 1-1. Other than leading the National League in hitting, Kendrick is 4th in slugging, 3rd in RBIs, 4th in OPS. He is having a remarkable year, and he's ahead now 2-1. This one is low and inside, 3-1. You see up next on our schedule the Cubs and the Cardinals 7:15, the London series, which we are bringing you, and we'll introduce you to a brand new baseball stadium. Tell you more about that in a little bit. 3-1, swung on and missed. Fooled badly with the two-seamer high. Now Soto will get a chance to run on the full count pitch from Porcello. On the way. This one is hit to right field. Coming in, Conforto reaches up, makes the catch, and that'll do it. So Rick Porcello gets through his first inning back in the rotation without allowing a hit. We head to the bottom of the first, no score. You're watching Major League Botball on Twitch.tv. As we take a look at Eric Fedde, last year made 12 starts, 21 appearances total, .450 ERA. At 146 whip, part of the reason why Fedde has yet to become a regular mainstay in the Nationals rotation, just going up and down since his debut in 2017. You will start with Ahmed Rosario, Jeff McNeil, and Pete Alonso.
The shortstop, Ahmed Rosario.
Rosario has been struggling of late, looking to get that bat heated up again. First pitch from Fedde is outside, ball 1. So Fedde starts his 2020 on June 13th with a ball away. Rest of the Mets lineup: Michael Conforto, Yoenis Cespedes, Robinson, Cano, Wilson Ramos, Brandon Nimmo, and then the pitcher, Rick Porcello. 102 Rosario in there for a strike. Defensive alignment for the Nationals, starting at third base, Wilmer Defoe, shortstop, Trey Turner, second base, Howie Kendrick, first base, Ryan Zimmerman, catching, Kurt Suzuki, left to right in the outfield, Juan Soto, Victor Robles, and Adam Eaton. 1-1. Swung on, grounded to the left side, moving over for it is Turner with a strong throw, beats Rosario comfortably for the first out.
Batting second, the third baseman.
And we see Rosario's struggles continue as he grounds another one over for the out. He just hasn't been on a streak lately.
Yeah, Rosario had that average up around 320, now sees it dip under 295 as Jeff McNeil steps in. First pitch bounces in. So Crown King Curly W is wondering, is it from London Stadium? Well, no, it's not, because London Stadium is not in the game. We couldn't really come up with a stadium to mimic it as McNeil fouls that off. So what we're doing, we're getting a little bit creative. All of this is a little bit creative. I'll tell you more after the 1-1 from Fedde to McNeil. Chopped foul to the left side, 1-2. So we're taking one of the minor league stadiums that is in the game, and for this weekend we are rechristening it because it is by the water. 1-2, outside, 2-2. It will be River Thames Park, a collaboration with the City of London and Major League Baseball to encourage more interest in the sport of baseball in the United Kingdom. 2-2 now. Hit to the left side, foul off the side wall. Count will stay 2-2. We got River Thames Park up for you next. The Cubs and the Cardinals first to 2 from London. 2-2. Swung on and missed. Jeff McNeil goes down reaching at that sinker. Looks like he was asking Larry Bullard if that would have been a ball or a strike. Looks like it would have been a ball, and McNeil just reaching for that sinker. First K for Fedde of the season, and it'll bring up Pete Alonso. Alonso takes it high for a strike. Fedde using that sinker back-to-back pitches.
The main thing for Alonso in the zone is just getting comfortable with the pitcher and getting used to his pitching. Sometimes you'll see Alonso look a little off balance, but when he really understands the pitching, that's when you see him go to work.
Yeah, Zoe, you talk about off balance, fooled badly by that Fedde curveball way out in front of it, now in an 0-2 hole. Pitch on the way. Going on, grounded sharply into the right-handed shift. Kendrick sliding stop throws to Zimmerman, and it is a 1-2-3 inning for Eric Fedde in his first Major League start of 2020. No score after one. Five, 6, and 7 will face Rick Porcello here in the second. Kurt Suzuki, Wilmer Defoe, Ryan Zimmerman.
Kurt Suzuki.
Fun little fact about Kurt Suzuki is that he actually caught with Wilmer Flores, Wilson Ramos, my bad, a couple years back, and they rotated in a lineup catching.
First pitch missed there to Suzuki. Yeah, Ramos has bounced around a little bit, had some time in Washington, had some time in Tampa. Now Suzuki fouls this off, Suzuki entrenching himself as the everyday catcher. Now a 1-1. Misses 2-1. Porcello tried the curve and couldn't find the zone. And this one is lifted into center field by Suzuki, sending Brandon Nimmo back towards the track. He gets to the wall and it's gone. Kurt Suzuki with a lead-off homer here in the second inning to dead center off the batter's eye gives the Nationals a 1-0 lead in the second. Home run number 13 for Suzuki. 429 feet to center.
Porcello not too happy about that one, his first start back. That's not what he wanted.
No, not at all. And that has been the problem for Porcello. Outside of one start early in April in which he recorded a shutout, he has been terrible. But Mets pretty much out of options, turning back to Porcello with the struggling David Peterson optioned back to Syracuse. If you want to see David Peterson on Major League Ball, all you have to do is wait till Monday, when we're going to be bringing you some more minor league ball, including David Peterson's first start back at Syracuse. 0-1 to Defoe, fouled away, 0-2. To the switch-hitting Defoe in there, strike three called. So Porcello bounces back from giving up the home run with a 3-pitch strikeout of Defoe. Davey Martinez giving Defoe an extra shot after a 2-for-4 day yesterday, but Porcello gets the better of him here. It'll bring up Ryan Zimmerman with one out.
Although Porcello has had his struggles, that's something you're going to see from a veteran, a person who knows how to really come back from the home run and not let it take over the whole game.
That's a strike to Zimmerman. 4 straight strikes thrown by Porcello. Victor Robles will follow Zimmerman here as the Nationals bat with an early lead. The 0-1. In there for a strike. Rick Porcello finding that confidence again. And that's going to be key for him. He's going to need to continue to maintain that confidence after a rough start to his year. Misses with the curve there, 1-2. Still early going here from Queens. The 1-2. Up and away, 2-2 now. The 2-2 is swung on and lifted into left field. Sliding over for it and waiting for it is Cespedes. Makes the catch for the second out.
Cespedes had an error in yesterday's game. Fielding definitely looking to be better today.
Cespedes has been a point of contention among Mets fans. Some of them saying move him down in the lineup. Some of them saying bench him. Others saying stick with him. You know, you got Yoenis Cespedes. You might as well play him because when he's on, he is absolutely on. And despite that error, 2-run homer yesterday, part of that win, first strike to Robles. Cespedes will be due up second against Fedde in the bottom of the second. Now the 0-1. Inside to Robles, 1-1. Pitch from Porcello. This one is lifted towards left center field. Moving over for it is Nimmo. Throws the glove out and makes the catch. So Brandon Nimmo with a good jump on that one, saves extra bases, but Kurt Suzuki puts the Nationals on this board with this bomb to center field. Nationals up 1-0, middle of the second. So Conforto, Cespedes, and Cano for the Mets here in the bottom of the second. Eric Fedde with a 1-2-3 inning, his first time up. Pitch to Conforto, high, 1-0. Conforto with that average down at 212, not where he wants it to be. It's this one into the shift, scooped up by Defoe. Easy throw across for the first out. Wilmer Defoe positioned perfectly there.
Wilmer Defoe also very comfortable playing that side of the field. Obviously he's playing third today, but normally plays shortstop, also very comfortable there. So that's not an uncommon play for him to make standing at short.
Yeah, whenever Wilmer Defoe's been up with the Nationals, and like Eric Fedde, he's been a guy who's kind of bounced back and forth between AAA and the majors. First pitch to Cespedes, misses 1-0. He's just been a very useful utility infielder. You know, glove first, got some solid speed, can, put bat on ball. He's not incompetent with the bat. Just hasn't been able to stick. But how could you blame him with guys like Howie Kendrick and Trey Turner, a regular part of it. Of course, Anthony Rendon was with Washington. 2-0. Misses. Cespedes ahead 3-0 now. Fedde looking to avoid his first base runner. 3-0 pitch. And it's outside. Yoenis Cespedes works himself a 4-pitch walk. That's first base runner, comes with 1 out in the second and brings up Robinson Cano.
Cespedes hasn't been hitting very well lately, so I guess the walk for him is as good as a hit here.
Cespedes has been pretty good at drawing the walk. That is number 20 for him. He's that OBP, which he's already got up to 273, which is pretty impressive considering he's hitting 153. He'll be happy to see any of those numbers make their way north. Here's Cano.
Hasn't even hit 20 hits on the year, which is not very good for him.
Yeah, you would expect a guy like Cespedes, even only having played since May 1st, to at least have recorded that many, but he just started ice cold just now as he's starting to find that rhythm at the plate. Count now 1-1 as Fedde drops a sinker into Cano. One from Fedde outside, 2-1 now. Tries the curve. Can't get it to snap in.
Fedde's looking to draw Cano into that double play here to ground into it so they can get the 2 outs and end the inning without any damage.
Well, Fedde tries a couple curveballs back-to-back, misses badly with both of them, so Cano in the sweet spot, up 3-1. He can just set himself up for 1 pitch. Got it there, swung on and missed. It was a 3rd straight curveball from Fedde. Cano was looking for it, but it just dropped under the bat head. Cespedes could be on the move, 3-2 here to try and stay out of that double play. The pitch, inside, ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk to Cespedes, and then a full count walk to Cano. Mets have it cooking a little bit. Runners on first and second for the Heat. Wilson Ramos, who has been one of the Mets' best bats of late.
He's been batting 7th in the lineup for the past couple weeks, which has been a little unusual as his average has been pretty good and he's been on a hot streak. But he's been doing really well in that 7th spot, usually bringing in a bunch of RBIs, bringing guys in.
Fedde checks second. First pitch to Ramos is fouled off. Yeah, there's been discussion, should Luis Rojas flip the lineup, put Ramos in the 5 spot, maybe try Cespedes hitting 7th. But he has been steadfast in keeping Yoenis Cespedes in that number 5. Fedde's curveball misses outside on the opposite-handed batter. Count 1-1 now.
We all know the power that Cespedes has, so I think that might be where it's coming from, saying like once he gets hot and starts hitting, he's going to be really good in that 5 spot. But until then, he's kind of a liability there. As
Ramos gets the bat head out in front of that one, just kind of dumps a single into left field. Mets all of a sudden 3 straight base runners have the bases loaded for Brandon Nimmo with an out in the bottom of the second. Here comes Nimmo. He has been struggling most of the year, but since he's been removed from that number 9 spot where he had been hitting for about a month between April and May, moved back to number 8, he has seen the numbers tick up. Strikeouts not where you'd want a guy like Brandon Nimmo to be, but he has been getting on base where he's been making better contact. First pitch to him is low, 1-0. Fedde now with already a couple of walks in the inning, nowhere to put him. Brandon Nimmo, one of the best walk drawers in the National League this year. He's got 40, which is tied for 4th, the 1-0. In there for a strike. Fedde goes to the splitter, middle away. Game 4 of 7 on the Bot Ball calendar for you today. You see on the sidebar Cubs, Cardinals, D-backs, Padres. The next 2 up for you. 1-1 to Nimmo. Low, 2-1. And our nightcap, a.k.a. Bot Ball after for you today. Twins and the Royals. So Fedde behind 2-1, bases loaded. Cespedes on third, Cano on second, Ramos on first. 2-1 to Nimmo. Swung on and lifted to deep left field. Going back on it and running out of room on Soto. Brandon Nimmo goes the opposite way for a grand slam. His 8th home run of the year brings home everybody, and the Mets are up 4-1.
I don't think any of us saw that coming. That was an excellent swing by Brandon Nimmo, waiting for the ball to get deeper in the zone so he could take it the opposite way. He's normally a pull hitter, so normally you'll see him taking that the other way, but he was really able to stay back on that ball and take it to the left side.
What a huge home run for Brandon Nimmo. That's got to be a big boost of confidence. And the bottom of the lineup, picking up Rick Porcello, gave up that home run to Suzuki in the top half. 2 walks, a single, and then this Oppo Taco from the Wyoming native, Brandon Nimmo, 356 feet to left field, drives home everybody. Bases are clear, Mets with a 4-1 lead, and Rick Porcello coming up for the first time. First pitch to Porcello, swung on and lifted to right field, shallow, moving over for it, making the catch. That actually drifted a little bit and carried. Eaton makes it the catch. And now there's 2 outs, and the lineup turns over for Rosario.
We were talking about the weather a little bit before, but the wind definitely had a factor there.
Yeah, you talk about the wind. The wind was blowing in from left field at the start of the game, so Brandon Nimmo, not really a power hitter in his body type, as Rosario grounds this to Zimmerman, makes the toss to Fedde for the out, so a couple of first pitch outs get Eric Fedde out of the inning. But Brandon Nimmo, with the wind blowing in from left, hits it the other way for a grand slam. 4 runs on 2 hits after 4. Mets up 4-1. Nine, 1, and 2 for the Nationals in the 3rd inning. It'll be Eric Fedde, Trey Turner, and Adam Eaton. Fedde's first at bat at the big league level this year. For his career, he is 3 for 35 at the plate. First pitch from Porcello is down 1-0. So Fedde going to look to help himself out here. Maybe get on base to start the inning after allowing that grand slam. 1-0. Way high, 2-0. Porcello could probably just get away with pitching easy into the zone here. He's behind the opposing pitcher, 2-0, and generates a swinging strike there with a 92-mile-an-hour heater. Count now 2-1. If this pitching matchup doesn't do it for you, be sure to tune in at 3:45 tomorrow. Via this series, Jacob deGrom against Max Scherzer, 2-1. This one is lifted by Fedde off that netting down the left field side, 2-2. Porcello winds and deals. Hit to the right side, foul. Fedde staying alive, 2-2.
Fedde normally an opposite field hitter. Interesting to see him take it to both sides on those foul balls.
Swung on and missed. Eric Fedde goes down swinging. Third strikeout after one trip through the order for Porcello. And it will roll over for Trey Turner, who struck out his first time up. So Porcello working with a 3-run lead thanks to the Brandon Nimmo grand slam in the bottom of the second. Throws the strike to Turner, 0-1. That's got to feel great for Rick Porcello, a guy who's struggled all season long, to know that he can pitch with a 3-run lead, pitch a little more comfortably out there than he has. The 0-1 is kind of corkscrewed off the bat foul, 0-2.
We see Porcello doing a very good job with the pitches, really working the outside part of the plate, inside as well, just the corners of the zone.
This one is hit by Turner to deep left field, sending Cespedes back, and he runs out of room. Trey Turner with a bullet of a home run to left field, his 7th of the year, and Porcello gives one right back. It is now 4-2 Mets here in the top of the third.
Gotta say, that might have been the jinx. That might have been the broadcasting jinx right there.
Second home run allowed by Porcello, both of them of the solo variety. Let's take a look at this one on replay. Nice show motion. A bullet off the bat of Trey Turner. That one got out of here in a hurry. Heading over that old Great Wall of Flushing into the left field seats before bounding back into the field of play. So now here's Adam Eaton, lead cut to 4-2. First pitch swinging. This one is laced down the right field side. That one is going to get all into... Conforto picks it up down by the 330 sign, relays it in. But Adam Eaton with the first pitch double is in scoring position for Juan Soto.
A really good job taking that inside pitch and just drilling it down the right field line.
Yeah, you talk about guys that are hitting great. Adam Eaton coming into this one, hitting 5th in the National League, so 3 of the 5 best hitters by average in this game. Juan Soto takes it up and in, 1-0. Porcello comes set, pitches. This one is grounded to the right side. Cano moves over, makes the toss, advancing to third. He is Eaton, but there are now 2 outs for Howie Kendrick.
Now batting, second baseman, Howie Kendrick.
Kendrick lined out to right to end the first inning after Soto got hit by a pitch. Any sort of single will bring home Eaton. A wild pitch could also bring Eaton home.
Kendrick definitely has the capacity as well. 83 hits on the season so far.
You see there, came into this one with that 390 OBP, good enough for 6th in the National League. Howie Kendrick proving that it was not just a 2019 playoff fluke, that he is the real deal in the waning years, one would think, of his career. Head 2-0 now after that one missed outside. Porcello brings the 2-0 home, fouled off 2-1. Turner had the solo homer with 1 out, and Eaton doubled. Soto ground out, moved him over. Howie Kendrick up now. 2-1 pitch from Rick Porcello. Off-speed catch is the outside edge. Actually a 2-seamer. Looked like that one was coming in a little soft. Maybe Porcello with that changed the motion up a little bit. Fooled me, fooled Kendrick. Got the count back to 2-2. Gets himself resettled on the rubber. Likes the signs from Ramos. The 2-2. This one is lifted down the left field line, but it is going to drift foul into the seats down there. We get another 2-2. Porcello about to throw pitch number 50 of his outing.
It's a lot of pitches for the top of the third inning there for Porcello.
Oh, and he tries the curveball, but could not get it to catch the zone. Larry Bullard not giving Porcello that outside edge. That was a borderline pitch, and Porcello did not get it. Now he'll have to come back 3-2. Pitch. This one is lined into right center field for a base hit. Howie Kendrick brings home the second Nationals run of the inning with a full count, 2-out single to right center. And it is now 4-3, and that'll bring Jeremy Hefner out for a chat with Rick Porcello.
That'll bring Kendrick to his 84th hit on the season.
That'll bump his RBI total up to 55. Leads the Nationals by a wide margin. Here's Kurt Suzuki, had a solo homer leading off the second. Fastball misses 1-0. So Porcello, given a 3-run lead coming into this inning, has already given 2 of them back. And now Kurt Suzuki's already homered off of him. Who would turn this game around with another swing?
I mean, coming into this game, he had that 1-9 record. Makes a little bit more sense now.
Ripped foul off the camera well on the third base side, count 1-1. Yeah, but Zoe, the Mets were kind of out of options, unless they're going to turn to somebody like Steven Gonsalves, Walker Lockett, anybody like that. That misses inside 2-1. Or maybe call up a guy like Erasmo Ramirez. They could consider giving Luke Rennie the jump from Double-A. But, you know, there are only so many spots on the Major League roster and on the 40-man roster, and they're working with what they've got. This one is popped up behind short, moving back on it into that triangle between the outfielders is on catch, and that'll do it. But the Nationals add 2 runs on 3 hits. They cut the Mets lead by 2, and at the middle of the third, it's Mets 4, Nats 3. Here comes Jeff McNeil, struck out in his first at-bat, the only strikeout for Eric Fedde. Remember, folks, we're all doing this here as volunteers, and we're all doing this for charity. And at the bottom, in fact, we are raising money this week for Black Lives Matter. First pitch from Fedde is low and inside to McNeil, 1-0. So any dollar that you donate is going to go to Black Lives Matter. During my game earlier this week, as McNeil rips this one down the line, picked up by Zimmerman, bag himself for the first out. I am not necessarily doing donation matching in this game, but I did do donation matching for my game on Wednesday. We raised $70, and I split a $35 donation each to the New York Urban League and the St. Louis-based Organization for Black Struggle, calling the Mets and the Cardinals. Depending on how this one goes, I may not be doing donation matching. Sure to be throwing some money at some very worthy charities, whether it is Black Lives Matter or new now Washington D.C. organizations. 0-1 from Fedde to Alonso is way outside, 1-1.
Alonso's still looking off balance, not very comfortable in that box.
Now the 1-1 is low, 2-1, so Fedde gets the first out quickly against McNeil, now falling behind against the powerful bat of Pete Alonso. 2-1.
That's ball 3.
Swung on. No, he held back. Looked like Alonso was in the middle of a big hack at that curveball, but just managed to snap the bat back at the last possible second. Earn himself a 3-1 count. Here's the pitch. Inside, ball 4. So Pete Alonso draws the walk, third one issued by Fedde, and it's another one-out base runner for the Mets.
The right fielder, Michael Conforto.
Fedde throwing a couple too many walks today than he'd like, already up to 40 pitches in the bottom of the third.
Making his first start at the Major League level of 2020. Getting a little bit of help, and he's going to get a lot of help there. Flipped on to Kendrick, makes the return throw. Nice double play started by Trey Turner. The classic 6-4-3 gets the Nationals out of that one. No runs, nobody on. After 3, it's the Mets 4, the Nationals. Sorry, the Mets 4, the Nationals 3. Oh, I know how numbers work. We talk over Heidi Watney. Like I said during the last inning for charity, got a little bit of programming news for you coming up on Monday. We're League Monday. We had 5 AA games this past Monday. We're going to feature 3 AAA games this coming Monday. We're going to have some actual AAA broadcasters joining us, and we are going to be raising money for a recently announced initiative started by one of our own broadcasters, Scranton Wilkes-Barre broadcaster Adam Giardino. First pitch is high to Wilmer Defoe, 1-0. Adam launched the the African American play-by-play broadcaster grant initiative. The initial goal was set at $3,000, and thanks to a lot of generosity, they blew past that initial goal. So we're going to be help Adam and his initiative out. And count now too.
Minor League Monday's been quite the hit. Last week had over 1,000 viewers on there.
Yeah, thanks to a well-timed feature on the homepage of twitch.tv during the Amarillo Sod Poodles and Frisco Rough Riders game. I'll tell you more after the 3-1. This one is lifted by Defoe to right field, sending Conforto back, gets the glove up, makes the catch. Wilmer Defoe, not really a power hitter, gave that one a ride, but the wind blowing in, not helping him out. The wind was blowing out as it was one of the last times I called a bot ball game here. I think it was last Sunday. Time means nothing to me anymore, but balls are flying out to right field. First pitch, a strike to Zimmerman.
It's hard for time to mean anything during quarantine.
Yeah, it's hit down the right field line by Zimmerman. That one is going to fair, fielded against the sidewall by Conforto, nicely holding Zimmerman to that single down the right field side.
Yeah, really good job by Conforto there, sensing where the wall was and being able to stop himself from running over or even having his glove hit the wall and the ball drop out.
This one is hit to the right side sharply. Mix up there. Whoa, what on earth happened? It looked like that was a liner off the body of Alonso. Zimmerman thought Alonso had caught it, backtracked toward first, but instead, because it went off the body of Alonso, he didn't get the catch. It was an easy 3-6 fielder's choice. So Robles reaches on the strange play. Now 2 outs for Fedde, who struck out his first time up. First pitch up and away.
We've seen a little bit of that lately with Alonso, having a struggle in the field, like getting the plays done, getting the outs, but having a little bit of a struggle getting there, whether it's a bobble or kind of a missed throw.
Now the 1-0 to Fedde, fouled off, count 1-1. So Porcello having a bit of a better here in the 4th inning after he gave up 2 runs in the 3rd, including a home run. Checks on the speedy Robles, gets back standing.
Robles, a scary runner on the bases, 9 stolen bases on the year, looking to add more.
1-1 is hit into left field. Eric Fedde in his second at bat of the game gets his first hit of the season, 4th of his career, helping himself out. It'll bring up Trey Turner with 2 on and 2 out.
The bat, number 7, shortstop, Trey Turner.
Here's Turner. This one is lifted on the infield. Coming in for it and making the call is McNeil. Makes the catch right behind Porcello. Porcello didn't really get out of the way of that one. Guess he thought it was going to drift, but McNeil makes the catch. Turner wastes the opportunity, and the Nationals leave 2 runners on base. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left. Still 4-3 Mets. We head to the bottom of the 4th.
Leading up for the Mets.
Cespedes, Cano, and Ramos, all 3 of those guys got on base. Their first time up, Cespedes and Cano via the walk, Ramos with a single, and then Brandon Nimmo put them all home, grand slam. First pitch to Cespedes, this one is hitting the left field. He's got himself a base hit. Second time Quintus has been on base, and the Mets have it started quickly here in the 4th.
That was quite the hack he took there. He definitely wanted to do something a little more than a walk this time around.
Sharp ground ball. Getting out in front of that one. Cespedes is on. Here's Robinson Cano. Worked a full count and then walked his first time up. Pitch. Catches the outside edge with a sinker, 0-1. Fedde ready. The 0-1. Swung on, hit the other way over the glove of a leaping Defoe down the line. And misplayed by Juan Soto in the Cespedes advancing to second Cano. We'll see how they score it. It was a tough play for Soto in the corner. And they are going to rule it a single and a fielding error on Juan Soto advancing the runner.
Something you don't see very often out of Juan Soto. He's usually a very steady player, doesn't miss the ball that often.
So here's Ramos, first pitch by Fedde, jumps him back. So we'll have to see what that does for any earned runs that come home. We'll just kind of have to keep track of what the official score would say, because we do not have a line to the official score here in our bot ball booth.
An interesting second pitch on that at bat. He went inside the first time, almost hit Ramos, and then does the same pitch again.
Ramos ahead 2-0 after a couple of pitches way inside. Could be looking for something on the outside edge here. Going inside again is Fedde. Drops the off-speed pitch in for a strike. Another questionable call from Larry Bullard as Austin Voth, who's been one of the Nationals' best relievers all season, working in long relief, getting loose. Fedde, having just hit in the last inning, could be an opportune time to use Voth. 2-1. Swung on and missed. Fedde staying inside to Ramos, and it has the count back even, 2-2.
Fedde really sticking with those inside pitches. All four of the pitches at the bat have all been inside.
This one is grounded, scooped up by Defoe. Good throw across to Zimmerman. Runners go nowhere. One out for Brandon Nimmo. And with Rick Porcello following Nimmo, you could see an intentional walk here. Nimmo steps in, had the grand slam to left in the second, gave the Mets all four of their runs after everybody before him got on base. They are going to pitch to Nimmo. Interesting choice with two runners in scoring position, just one out. First pitch misses, 1-0.
If it was any other hitter, say it was Pete Alonso at the plate, I think they might have intentionally walked. But because it's Brandon Nimmo, he's not known, as you were saying before, he's not known as really a power hitter, so maybe they're thinking of it as just a fluke or the wind carried the ball the right way, giving Fedde another chance to pitch to him.
Nimmo rips this foul, 1-1. That's right, Zoe. Nimmo not really a power guy, but he is good at putting bat on ball. You see that average. He's now third on the Mets in batting average, so all he needs to do is really just put one in play. Doesn't do it there. Swings and misses, 1-2. Sinker beats him. And so Fedde put into this spot by a misplay. Has the count now 2-2. Nimmo just trying to put one down. Even just a regular old ground out could do it. Something not too sharply hit like the Ramos ball. 2-2. Low, 3-2. So Nimmo on the verge of getting himself on base via balls anyway. 3-2 from Fedde. Swung on and missed. Strong sinker from Eric Fedde. Brandon Nimmo swings over the top of it. And now the Mets had runners on second and third, nobody out. Now there are two out with Rick Porcello at the plate. Second strikeout for Fedde.
Rick Porcello looking a little angry up there, looking like he's about to do something big.
Takes a strike inside. That curveball working here for Fedde after it's betrayed him earlier in the start. 0-1. Outside, 1-1. Now Porcello, not mostly an American League pitcher, could consider keeping the bat on his shoulder, hoping to draw a walk and bring up Rosario. 1-1. Swung on and missed, 1-2. Late decision to swing at that cutter by Porcello.
Looks like he's not looking for that walk, although that might be his best option to get on base here.
Behind 1-2, might have to take some defensive cuts against Fedde.
Protect the plate.
Swung on and missed. Eric Fedde, in his first start of the year, faced with runners on second and third, nobody out, gets a sharp grounder and a couple of strikeouts to leave two stranded. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left. After 4, Mets 4, Nationals 3. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Soto and Kendrick due up here. Eaton doubled and scored in the third. Scored on a single hit by Kendrick. First pitch from Porcello. Swinging again at the first pitch as Eaton floats it into left field. Caught by Rosario. Ahmed Rosario getting into that kind of no man's land in shallow left behind third base. Great reaction time, great defensive play for the first out of the inning. If that drops in, Eaton could be standing on second.
Flashing a little bit of the speed that he has there. Rosario's known as, I don't know if he's known as the fastest guy, but in the field he definitely utilizes that speed and that quick reaction time.
First pitch to Juan Soto, fastball for a strike. Yeah, Rosario, early on in his tenure as a New York Met, as a young player being counted on, had a lot of defensive struggles, but as he's gotten older, his defensive game has improved greatly, and you saw it there. 0-1. Popped up foul. Alonso coming over for it, heading toward the dugout, gets to that warning track, makes the catch. 2 outs here in the 5th.
I mean, we're talking about Rosario's range, but look at Alonso's range right there. Getting a little something going.
That was a pitch to hit for Soto. A little up, a little in, but Soto, a guy that can really get the bat head around on. Here's Kendrick. Lined out to right in the first, had an RBI single in the 3rd. Takes it high, 1-0. This one is chopped. Coming in on it, Rosario makes the throw, and it is a 1, 2, 3 inning for Rick Porcello here in the 5th. Still 4-3 Mets halfway home in this one, middle of the 5th. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Rosario, 2 solid plays in the field for him. In the top half of the 5th, will lead off the bottom half, has a couple of groundouts. First pitch from Fedde. Got himself a lifeline after dancing out of danger in the 4th. Austin Voth was getting ready to 1-0. Low again, 2-0. Presumably Voth is still ready should Fedde need to come out. 2-0. Outside 3-0 now.
Especially because this is his first start back. I think if we see Fedde get into a little bit more trouble this inning, maybe walking Rosario and then letting Jeff McNeil get on base per se, I think you're going to see Voth come in and relieve.
Well, Rosario taken all the way 3-0. It's a cutter at the belt, 3-1. Fedde hoping to get himself back into this at bat. He's already allowed 3 walks in this one. This one is laced by Rosario over the glove of Defoe again. Second time, Wilmer Defoe has tried to make a leaping grab, but unable to do it. So Ahmed Rosario in his 3rd at bat gets his first hit of the game, and it starts the Mets off with a base runner for Jeff McNeil.
That was Rosario's 76th hit of the season.
Has great value, Mr. Met. Gets the fans fired up here on a warm June Saturday afternoon at Citi Field. That's the Nationals' 2nd of 3. Running is Rosario, swinging is McNeil right through the hole, and it's misplayed by Eaton. Another misplay by the Nationals outfield. That's going to allow Rosario to advance to 3rd on what was a hit-and-run play. It was hit too hard to allow Rosario to get there on his own, but Eaton, anticipating that Rosario might run, just overruns that. Not sure if that was ruled an error or not. We'll have to check between innings. But here's Pete Alonso, first pitch swinging. That one is grounded. Turner, Kendrick, a leaping throw, 6-4-3 double play, scores a run, no RBI. And I'm not sure if that is an earned run against Fedde or not, because without that misplay by Eaton, Rosario would only be standing on 3rd instead of home. I suppose if Michael Conforto can slap a single, then you'd call it an earned run. The interesting world of Major League Baseball official scoring. Conforto hits this one off the netting, 0-1.
I mean, if we're talking about scoring in plays, Pete Alonso, when he's not hitting home runs, has hit into quite a few double plays this year.
And Conforto pops it up behind the plate. Making the catch is Suzuki, and that'll do it for the inning. But the Mets add a run thanks to a misplay, and there's no error on that one. No error charged to Adam Eaton. They're just going to say it was a tough play, so it is an earned run against Eric Fedde, but it's not an RBI. Heading to the 6th, take a look at Kurt Suzuki, who led off the 2nd with a solo home run to get the Nats on the board.
Nice bomb there, almost close to pegging the apple.
Yeah, think of home runs by catchers that hit the apple. As Suzuki, first pitch swinging, gets a charge into this one, but it's going to hang up, knocked down by the wind, coming in from left. Cespedes makes the catch for the first out.
The third baseman, number 1.
So Rick Porcello, who had a 6.64 ERA in 12 starts, came in with a 6.44 ERA thanks to a scoreless 2-inning relief appearance. Couple outs away from a quality start in his return to the Mets rotation. Wilmer Defoe, check swing, takes it low, 1-0. To Defoe misses, now 2-0. Pitch. Swung on, grounded towards second base, coming in for it, Cano. And there are 2 outs in the inning.
Now batting.
Defoe hasn't had too many chances at the plate this year, at least not as many as some of his counterpart teammates, because he's also, as we talked about before, in and out of the lineup a lot today, in for Starlin Castro.
Yeah, Castro 0 for 4 with a couple of Ks yesterday. Defoe 2 for 4, playing short. Dave Martinez trying to ride the hot hand, hasn't paid off. This one's grounded to third by Zimmerman. McNeil makes the throw across. 1-2-3 inning for Rick Porcello, and a quick one. After the top of the 6th, Nets lead it 5-3.
Your attention.
And welcome back to Citi Field, and welcome in to Hunter Strickland. So Eric Fedde done after 5 innings. Hunter Strickland will make his 16th appearance. Fedde goes 5 in his first start. Daniel Hudson getting loose behind Strickland. Fedde currently in line to earn the loss in this one. Gave up 5 earned over those 5 innings.
And if we go back to the earlier innings, there's an inning where he had runners on second and third, and he was able to get the third out of the inning. If he wasn't there, he could have been down by a lot more.
Yeah, that 4th inning, after the error by Juan Soto down in left field, put Cespedes on third and Cano on second with nobody out, but a sharp ground out and a couple of strikeouts. Clutch pitching from Fedde, just didn't get more help from his offense. Cespedes now takes a ball, 1-1. So Fedde, in his first start of the year, 5 innings pitched, 6 hits, 5 earned, 3 walks, and 3 strikeouts. 1-1 from Strickland, up and away, 2-1.
Strickland hasn't thrown too many strikeouts this year, only 13 on the season. He's more about getting the guys to hit to the fielders and let his fielders behind him make the play.
Cespedes has already been on base twice with a walk and a single, ahead now 3-1 as Hunter Strickland's first batter. Strickland will assumedly just go the 1 inning as the pitcher's spot is due up second in the next inning. Swung on and missed by Cespedes. Chase that 4-seamer high and inside, count now runs full. Three and 2 from Strickland. Upstairs ball for Yoenis Cespedes reaches base for the 3rd time today. 2nd time he's walked, and here's Robinson Cano, who's also been on twice.
The on base percentage just going up for Cespedes without those hits.
Yeah, that's been the key for Cespedes. Even though he hasn't been great with the bat, he's been able to get on via walks a lot and maintain his value in the Mets lineup, even as he's struggled. Roenis Elias joins Daniel Hudson in the Washington bullpen. 1-0 pitch from Strickland to Cano. Popped up foul out of play, 1-1. This one is ripped. Diving stop by Zimmerman. Whoa! What a double play! A remarkable double play started. A diving catch down the first base line. Cespedes did not know it. Actually, I couldn't tell if that was a grounder or a liner. Could have been a grounder that he landed on the bag and throw. Really hard to tell, but either way, a stunning defensive play by Ryan Zimmerman to record 2 outs. Now Ramos is up 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, that was really good awareness by Zimmerman over at first to be able to see the ball come off the bat. That was a rocket coming off the bat, and to be able to stop that so quickly and then get up and have the awareness to make the play, really impressive.
Yeah, tough to tell with our vantage point in the Major League Ball booth whether that was a liner or a grounder. Looked like it might have been a grounder, then the way he just fielded it, he landed on the bag, was able to get up and make that throw down to Turner. So we'll call it a 3-3-6 double play by Cano, and maybe the game log later will tell us for sure. But Wilson Ramos with a single up the middle brings up Brandon Nimmo.
That hit the middle, definitely one of the scarier hits for pitchers, seeing the ball come right back at you after you've delivered the ball. Definitely where pitchers get the most injuries in the game, definitely in today's modern game.
Nimmo brought home 4 runs for the Mets with an opposite field grand slam in the second. Struck out his last time up against Fedde. Count now 1-1. Ramos with his second hit just before. Pitcher spot on deck. Got to imagine if the inning continues, Rick Porcello's day will be done. But if Nimmo gets out, could see Porcello for the 7th. Up and in, 2-1.
Looking like he's not having the best control today. He's been a little all over the zone, and when he has thrown a strike, it's been more to the middle of the zone.
Nimmo had 2-1. Pitch from Strickland upstairs, 3-1. Strickland behind here. Ramos on first with a 2-out single. Mets up 5-3, thanks in large part to Brandon Nimmo trying to keep his good offensive day going. Strickland ready, 3-1 pitch. Swung on and hit under the glove of Zimmerman at first. So a couple of 2-out hits give the Mets runners on first and second. And we'll see if Rick Porcello is going to continue on or if his day will be done.
You may not notice, but the viewer may not notice, but as the runner right there, Wilson Ramos did a fantastic job just kind of breaking up Zimmerman's viewpoint of the ball and making it a little harder for Zimmerman to make that play cleanly.
Interestingly, Rojas sticking with Rick Porcello. First start back, he's already thrown a quality start, he's ahead. And Porcello's going to get a chance to hit for himself here. Strike 1 thrown by Strickland. A curious choice by Rojas, especially with 2 runners on. You bring up somebody like maybe Eduardo David, had to 0-1. Long on grounded foul quickly, 0-2. Now, unless Porcello's going to come out and really be given every chance to succeed in the 7th, and he may very well. This is still an odd decision from Luis Rojas.
Also just, as we were talking about before, the Mets bullpen is so thin.
On and miss, second strikeout of Porcello. So for the Mets in the 6th, no runs on 2 hits. They do leave 2 on after 6. Mets lead it 5-3 on Major League Ball and Twitch.tv. Robles, a pinch hitter, and Trey Turner due up here in the Seth Lugo, Justin Wilson getting loose for the Mets.
We'll see if Porcello can prove Rojas' decision to let him hit there, even though it didn't work out the way he wanted it to.
All through 6 innings, Porcello had only thrown 77 pitches. He has the ability to go deeper into, and maybe Luis Rojas just trying to get a little extra length out of Porcello. We'll see if it pays off. 1-0 now to Robles. Grounded foul past third, 1-1. Ball boy not doing his job, apparently.
I was going to say, just standing there watching the ball.
Just a casual spectator, 1-1. Popped by Robles into shallow left. Coming on is Cespedes, makes the catch for the first out. Rick Porcello 1/3 of the way to justifying Luis Rojas' decision to leave him in here in the 7th. We'll see the Nationals' first pinch hitter of the game. It's going to be Starlin Castro. Castro given the day off after a rough time last night. Wilmer Defoe in his place has gone 0 for 3. gotta imagine we'll see Castro back in the lineup against Jacob deGrom tomorrow. Teams are going to want their best lineups against the two aces. Porcello deals, catches the lower inside corner for a strike 0-1.
Castro definitely not too used to pinch hitting in his career. He's been a 4-time All-Star. Used to being a starter.
1-1.
Check swing, holds up on the curve in the dirt, 1-1. Castro, the Nationals' regular third baseman in the absence of the Angels in the offseason. This hit foul, count now 2-2.
Castro looks like he swung around a little bit too much on that one when he made contact. His back foot became unplanted.
2-2 is hit by Castro in the left field. Cespedes nearly overruns it. Kind of has to pirouette to get his glove back to the left-hand side of his body to make the catch for the second out.
That's 2 plays in a row for Cespedes. That's a little worrisome. You don't want to see another error today like he had yesterday.
Cespedes has been solid out there today. Here's Trey Turner, homered in the third. Fouls off this pitch, 0-1. So Rick Porcello at 86 pitches in his return to the Mets rotation, 1 out away from getting through 7 relatively strong innings. This is high at 1-1. Second and third, not too kind for Porcello, but hasn't allowed a base runner since Eric Fedde singled for himself in the fourth. He's gone 1 full turn through without allowing a base runner.
However, if Trey Turner manages to make himself a base runner, you could see a steal there. He has some serious speed. 30 stolen bases on the year, especially with Porcello, a righty, not facing first base.
Yeah, Turner leads the National League by far. And you saw that graphic, 5th and 6th innings for Rick Porcello, a grand total of 10 pitches. This one's grounded weakly towards second. It's going to be a tough play for Cano, but he makes the throw. Beats Turner by a stride, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Rick Porcello. He has set down 10 straight as we head to the stretch in Queens. Go listen to Lazy Mary by Lou Monte, full effect. But don't listen to it very long because the breaks are short. Here comes Daniel Hudson to make his 10th appearance.
Number 44.
Yeah, you get about 4 seconds per break. It's a pretty good system.
You get through about the, and then that's it. That's all. So here's Hudson. He'll face Rosario, McNeil, and Alonso to start the Mets half of the 7th. That's up 5-3. Brandon Nimmo grand slam in the second, and then a run-scoring Pete Alonso double play ball in the 5th. Ahmed Rosario, who scored on that double play, takes a ball here to start the 7th.
Mets definitely looking to add to their lead here. You have the top of your lineup coming up again.
Chop towards short. Trey Turner makes the play for the first out. It'll bring up Jeff McNeil, who's 1 for 3 himself.
Now batting, number 6.
McNeil with a sharp single to right his last time up. That got Rosario third, thanks to a misplay by Adam Eaton that was not ruled as an error. We in the booth thought it was. Official scorer could change it at a later date, but so far, no error recorded on Eaton. First pitch from Hudson, misses inside, 1-0.
I think that's a tough decision on the Eaton play because it's technically a bobble, but it didn't go under his glove. He still was able to stop the ball.
Hudson catches the top of the zone with a changeup. Not a pitch you commonly see, the high middle changeup, but McNeil, who was looking fastball, got fooled by it, 1-1. Batting up outside is Suzuki. Reaching for it is McNeil. Kendrick flags it down. The throw not in time. Jeff McNeil hustles it down the line for his second hit. The Mets have a base runner with 1 out in the bottom of the 7th.
Really nice job by Jeff McNeil hustling there. You see the replay. It looks a little close.
Dave Martinez opting not to have them take a look at it in the replay center. Pete Alonso takes a strike, 0-1. In the 3rd inning, grounded into the run-scoring double play his last time up. No RBI for Alonso.
Pete Alonso likes to heat up late in games. I think he's seen some pitching, even though this is a new pitcher for him to see.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Definitely looking to do some damage here.
That slider around the ankles for a ball, 1-1. It's on the way from Hudson. Swung on and grounded under the glove. Ground second, headed to third is McNeil to throw in. Not in time. Jeff McNeil slides around the swipe tag from Wilmer Defoe. And the Mets have runners on the corner for Michael Conforto.
I like the aggressive base running there. You know you don't have too many outs, so if he gets out, it's not going to be a big issue. You know Pete Alonso just got on base. I like that move there, trying to extend their lead. Tell the Nationals that, look, this is our game to win.
Conforto up now, 0 for 3, grounded into a double play to end the third. Popped up in foul ground to Suzuki with Rosario on third and fifth. First pitch to him is high, a fastball, 1-0. So Conforto just needs to keep himself out of a double play, or hitting it too hard to a fielder. Mets could add to their lead. Hudson set for 1-0. Reaching for that fastball is Conforto. Just got a piece of it, tipped it foul, 1-1. And now the 1-1. This one is pulled foul by Conforto this time, count 1-2. And the other ball boy down the first baseline, another casual observer.
Gotta hire some new guys. Damn.
Yeah, what are you paying him for? Hudson ahead of Conforto, the 1-2. Ripped foul. There you go, buddy. Chase down that foul ball.
Finally realized what he was doing.
Yeah, somebody told him the camera caught him.
Yeah.
Now another 1-2. Low and away, 2-2. Should the inning continue, Yoenis Cespedes, who's been on base all 3 times, is on deck. Hudson brings home the 2-2. Low and inside, 3-2. Pete Alonso, not really a guy you'd think about sending in motion to avoid a double play. But we'll see what the Mets do. 3-2 pitch. Swung on, chopped foul, we'll get another. Hudson having to work hard here against Conforto.
Conforto doing a good job protecting the plate, making Hudson throw those extra pitches to him.
Now a 3-2. This one is lifted into right center field, moving over for it. Tagging and scoring is Jeff McNeil. It's an RBI sacrifice. And the Mets increase their lead to 6-3.
Number 52. Go ahead.
So here is Cespedes, just 1 for 1. If that single in the fourth, has walked 2 more times, scored on the grand slam by Nimmo in the second.
And the first at bat he's had against every pitcher he's faced has been a walk, so we'll see if he can do that again.
Now a 1-0 from Hudson. Outside 2-0. Cespedes very patient at the plate in this one. Not aggressive one time really against Fedde and turned it into a sharp ground ball single. That's up 6-3. Brandon Nimmo, the grand slam in the second. Michael Conforto with an RBI just now. Other runs scoring on a double play. We go to Cespedes. Swung on and missed out in front of that four-seamer. Impressive to get that far out in front of it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He wasn't even near that one.
2-1 now. Outside, 3-1.
Suzuki trying to frame there behind the plate, but just couldn't get the call.
Cespedes in a good spot, up 3-1, and look for a pitch to hit. Some pitches. Chopped foul into the body of Suzuki. Count 3-2. So Alonso will get moving on the pitch. Cespedes waits. 3-2 from Hudson. swung on and missed. Yoenis Cespedes is set down for the first time with a swinging strikeout on a low fastball, but the Mets add to their lead. 2 hits, 1 runner left on base. After 7, it's the Mets 6, the Nationals 3.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Mets, number 38.
Rick Porcello's day will be done after 7 good innings. Justin Wilson will come on for the 8th. He'll get 2 lefties in Eaton and Soto, and then a righty in Kendrick. So Luis Rojas choosing to go with Wilson over Seth Lugo because of the benefit of that handedness matchup. First pitch from Wilson to Eaton just misses inside 1-0. This one hits the zone with a fastball for a strike, 1-1.
Wilson with a decent amount of strikeouts this year, 39 on the year.
This one is grounded foul, count 1-2.
Ball boy again.
Looked like he got off of his seat that time.
Improvement.
Take it, one step at a time.
Yeah.
1-2 swung on and missed. Eaton flails badly at the slider for the first out of the 8th.
Now batting, the left fielder, Juan Soto.
So Rick Porcello in line to win this one. Quality start for him. 7 innings, 6 hits, 3 earned, no walks, though he did hit a batter. 3 strikeouts, got him on his first trip through the order. As this one is grounded into the shift by Soto, Cano comes in, makes the throw on the run. 1 pitch, 1 out for Soto, and Wilson has 2 outs in the 8th.
Second baseman, Howie.
Soto's not looking like himself today, being a lot less productive than we usually see him.
Yeah, Soto now 0 for 3 after getting hit by that pitch in the first. So here's Kendrick, 1 for 3 with an RBI. Loves hitting against left-handed pitching, gets a chance here in the 8th. Takes it low and away, 1-0. Remember, folks, after this game, we'll have the Cubs and the Cardinals from River Thames Park in London, England. First of 2 games between the Cubs and the Cardinals across the pond. It is popped up foul by Kendrick. Moving over towards the dugout is Alonso. Doesn't have to reach over. Instead, he's able to make the catch and walk right back into that first base dugout. A 1-2-3 inning for Justin Wilson. That'll send us to the bottom of the 8th. Mets still up 6-3.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention.
I'm going to bring up Roenis Elias, who has pitched great. 19 games, 28 innings, just a 1.29 ERA. Hudson in his 1 inning of work gives up a couple of hits and an earned run. Now Elias, similar as to why Wilson was brought in, he'll get to face the in Cano and Nimmo, but he'll have to deal with Wilson Ramos in between. Strike to Robinson Cano. To our 40-plus viewers on Twitch right now. Glad to be bringing you some bot ball on a Saturday afternoon here, June 13th. 0-1. Outside, 1-1. We got 3 more games for you after this.
I'm sure when the viewers tuned in, they weren't expecting to see the Mets leading the Nationals, with the Mets at the bottom of the NL East and the Nationals atop.
Yeah, the Mets kind of putting it together. They took 2 out of 3 from the Cardinals earlier this week. The 1 loss, breaking 3-2 loss in extras. 2-1 pitch, misses 3-1. They've already got 1 win banked against the Nationals in this series. Looking to win the series. All they need to do is record 3 more outs.
The Mets really aren't that far off from becoming a team that could really make a push in this season. The only problem is the pitching. It's really not there.
Cano fouls that one off. Count now 3-2. Robbie Cano, 1 for 2 today with a walk and a run scored all the way back in the second. 2-2 from Elias. Chopped foul will get another. for the Nationals in the bottom of the the top of the ninth. Defoe and Zimmerman go up. Could potentially see a pinch hitter for Defoe, though. This one is grounded towards second base and out of the reach of Howie Kendrick. Robinson Cano, with his second hit of the game, gives the Mets a leadoff base runner.
Robinson Cano has always been known as that guy who gets base hits. In the 2010s, he had 1,695 base hits, which was the most out of any player in the MLB.
Pretty good. Here's Wilson Ramos. 2 for 3. Scored in the second. Grounded over to Turner. 6, 4, 3. Roll it up just like that. The fourth double play that the Mets have hit into in this one.
So much for a little bit of a rally there, right?
Yeah, Mets looking to add a little insurance. They do have a 3-run lead, but never hurts to have more. But 4 double plays hit into by the Mets, and yet they still have a 6-3 lead, largely thanks to this guy, Brandon Nimmo, a grand slam in the second inning, and so far that has been the difference in this one. The strike from Elias there, 0-1. Also singled in the 6th, did Nimmo.
We've talked about the walks by Cespedes today, but Nimmo also a guy who usually draws a lot of walks. He's currently tied for 4th in the National League with Cody Bellinger for drawing walks.
Yeah, that's why Nimmo, even though he was struggling a lot earlier on, and was still a valuable part of the Mets lineup, but not looking so valuable there. Elias with that big sweeping curve gets Nimmo swinging, and that's going to do it. No runs, 1 hit, nobody. We're heading to the 9th. Mets up 6-3. We're going to see a double switch, so I'm going to stop talking for a second so I know what's going on. I have an idea, but I'm going to stop talking anyway.
Your attention, please. These changes for the Mets. Now pitching and batting in the 8th spot, number 68.
But Betances has gotten in relief the past couple games too. It's just him
batting 9, number 16, Jake Marisnik.
So the double switch is to bring Dellin Betances into the game. First pitch swinging by Kurt Suzuki, fouled it off. Betances moves into the number 8 spot in the order, and coming in to play center field here in the 9th, Jake Marisnik. So, Dellin Betances
taking out Nimmo there.
Well, Marisnik is a better defensive center fielder than Nimmo, especially when it's you can do it as a double switch and move the order around a little bit. Dellin Betances looking for his 12th save behind 2-1 on Suzuki. Pitch. Swung on and missed. Big power fastball from Betances. 99 miles an hour, blowing it by Suzuki. 2.
My only concern with the switch for Nimmo is that if the Nationals manage to get a lead on the Mets, you don't have Nimmo batting in that order. But I guess he did just get out last, so it doesn't really matter too much.
Swung on and missed. Kurt Suzuki reaches for a fastball. Betances records a strikeout, and there's 1 out in the top of the 9th. And I hear your concerns, Zoe, but Marisnik is a reasonable enough hitter in his own right. Profiles a little bit like a 4th outfielder at this point in his career, but sometimes when you're a 4th outfielder in the National League, you're going to get your chance. Marisnik has had a few starts. Out to start on Wednesday. Not really a power hitter. First pitch to Defoe, who'll get to hit for himself here, 0-1. Herrera, former Met, to hit here. But it will be Defoe, given the full chance. Probably won't see him start tomorrow. The 0-1. Line to the left side, foul. Nice reaching play by the ball boy down the third baseline. We have shamed them enough, and they have paid attention. Chances ahead 0-2. Swung on and missed. And the Nationals are quickly down to their final. Betances striking out Suzuki and Defoe will bring up Ryan Zimmerman, who's 1 for 3. Look at that tailing movement on that 4-seam fastball. Almost acted like a 2-seam.
Nice speed on it too, 99 miles per hour, almost hitting that 3-digit mark.
Betances 1 out away from his 12th save and 12th tries. First pitch to Zimmerman, a fastball up by the neck, 1-0. Remember, folks, tomorrow, Jacob deGrom, Max Scherzer, marquee pitching matchup. We'll have it for you here on on twitch.tv/MLBotball at 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time. 1-0 to Zimmerman, popped foul, 1-1. I will be on the call for that one. I will be joined by Mr. 3.
I called a deGrom game last week. He hasn't been pitching so well this year. It's been a little...
Now 2-1. Yeah, deGrom 5-3 with a 3.71 ERA. Not really himself. Has suffered the traditional Jacob deGrom problem, not getting run support, but runs could be at a premium tomorrow. How to deal with this one first. Betances behind Zimmerman 2-1. The pitch upstairs 3-1. Victor Robles waits on deck. Betances comes set. 3-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. The Nationals down to their final strike as Betances blows that fastball by Zimmerman at the knees. Crowd coming to their feet here at Citi Field. Mets up 6-3, 3-2, 3-2 count, 2 outs. Pitch to Zimmerman, rounded to the right side. Cano makes the play, makes the toss to Alonso, and the Mets have taken the first 2 of 3 from the Washington Nationals this weekend. They're going to be looking for a sweep tomorrow. They take it 6-3. Rick Porcello picks up his second win of the year. First win since April. Eric Fedde in his season debut takes the loss. Dellin Betances his 12th save.
A good job by Porcello there. Something, if you saw his outing by itself, the stats didn't look too great, letting up 2 home runs, but he's still able to pick up the win there.
So it looks like that may have ended up being ruled an error by Eaton after all. So maybe it's only 4 earned runs against Fedde. It says 5 there, so I'm not sure where the other error is. Maybe the error is on Eaton. But anyway, first we go to the highlights. Kurt Suzuki opened up the scoring with this deep home run to center field that bounced off the batter's eye, and it looked like it might be business as usual for Rick Porcello, but he bounced back to get the next 3 batters out. And then in the bottom half of the inning, a couple of walks, single, and then this Brandon Nimmo opposite field grand slam that got over the wall in left, brought home everybody. And in the end, that was all the offense the Mets would end up needing as they did win this one 6-3. Top of the third, though, Nats made it interesting. Trey Turner with this bullet of a home run to left cut into the lead, making it 4-2. Then after an Adam Eaton double, his Howie Kendrick RBI single made it 4-3, made it a little bit dicier for Rick Porcello, but he settled down considerably after that, only allowed 3 other runners to reach base, only 2 of them via hits. This Pete Alonso double play did bring home the 5th run of the game for the Mets. Ahmed Rosario scored on that. Then we will jump ahead to Nationals throwing it around the horn. And then the Michael Conforto sacrifice fly off of Daniel Hudson in the 7th. That brought home Jeff McNeil to score. That would give us our final tally of 6-3. Still got some highlights to give you here, though. Jump ahead all the way to the 9th inning. Kurt Suzuki struck out leading off the inning. Wilmer Difo followed him with a strikeout of his own. And then to end the game, Ryan Zimmerman grounding out to Robinson. Now 4-3 to end it. I'm sure we'll see that Zimmerman play coming up momentarily. Here it is, last out of the game. Zimmerman on a 3-2 pitch, hard chopper. Cano, good job reaching over, coming to his left, made the play just like that. And the Mets with, in the end, a relatively comfortable win. The Mets did not allow a base runner over the final 5 innings, over the final 16 batters of this game.
Brandon Nimmo, player of the game here with his grand slam. That was to be expected. Picked up 4 RBIs on his season there.
Yeah, Nima with that grand slam, increasing his home run total to 8 and his RBI total to 26. So tomorrow it is going to be, once again, Jacob deGrom, Max Scherzer, a great pitching matchup. Take a look here. Error on Zimmerman. Well, that's interesting. I'm not sure where it would be. And then I caught... When was Ryan Zimmerman caught stealing? When did that happen?
I don't believe he was caught stealing.
Unless it was a... No, because Robles in the 4th, it was a fielder's choice. I'm very confused. Okay. Sure. Whatever.
Error.
Time is meaningless. These are all just numbers on a screen. Anyway.
Yes.
Mets, despite grounding into 4 double plays, do take this one behind a resounding 7 innings out of Rick Porcello. And that's really got to feel great for Porcello. He won't pitch again until next weekend. Porcello will miss the entire Cubs series, but he'll get to pitch next Friday to open up a series. Mets finishing up tomorrow, then they'll head to the Windy City. Zoe, any last thoughts on this one?
No, I'm still trying to figure out the error on Zimmerman. That's kind of where my head's at right now. Can't figure it out, though. Some
mysteries are best left unsolved. So we've got a bit of time to kill, but I'll ask you thoughts about any last this game overall before I sign it off and kill some time between games.
No, I think we're good. I think proud of the Mets, for topping the Nationals. Didn't see that coming. And they'll look to finish the series off tomorrow with the sweep.
Well, thank you very much. So for Zoe Alter, I am the Big Fund Eric Queens. Mets take it 6-3. They win the series. They'll look for the sweep tomorrow. Rick Porcello picks up his 2nd win of the season. Eric Fedde takes the loss in his season debut. And Dylan Betances picks up save number 12. Now we're going to head over to a little bit of a bot ball tonight. We're going to transition between games, and we're going to be getting ready for the Cubs and the Cardinals from River Thames Park in London, England. It's going to be the Cubs, the Cardinals, Major League Bot Ball on Twitch.tv. All right, TARDIS, there's your marker for the archive, and now we got some time. Going to look at some scores from other games around the league. Orioles picking up the win over Tampa Bay. How about Anthony Santander? Can we scroll up? Did Santander hit for the cycle? I see double, triple homer. Did he get 4 hits? Maybe. Hunter Renfroe driving in all 3 Tampa Bay runs. Keegan Aiken, 8 great innings. Michael Gibbons picks up the save in the end after Miguel Castro gave up 2 runs in the 9th. On June 13th, 2020. Here we go. Up we go. Let's see. Was it a 4-hit day for Mr. Santander? Did he record a cycle? You gotta go further up. We'll find out here. Yeah. Keep going. Hey, look at that. A cycle for Anthony Santander. Good for him. Shame we couldn't see it, but congratulations to Anthony Santander picking up a cycle at Tampa Bay today. If we've got a moment, it would actually be very beneficial if we could just clean up a couple of lineups that were changed for today's game so we don't need to do them tomorrow. Yes, no, maybe so. We'll find out momentarily. As we wait for
Does my mic work? There we go. I fixed it. I don't know what was wrong.
You're good. We simulate the Reds and the Brewers.
I think Garrett's listening on a little bit of a delay, so
that makes sense. Hey, there he is. Look who it is.
Hello.
Hey. Hello. Oh yes, let's do accents. Right. So let's fix up the the Nationals lineup and the Blue Jays lineup. They had
Jollywood.
I'm not doing that. I have British friends.
Nationals no DH lineup. Just needs Starlin Castro back in it, and then the Blue Jays right need Kevin Biggio back. Those are the only things.
Is it Defoe?
Yeah, Castro for Defoe, and then Blue Jays have Biggio back for Joe Panic. Yep, just right there. No, you had it. DH lineup, yeah. TARDIS, you good to drive?
I don't know where Mike A is, but
I'm sure it'll be on shortly. You good to drive this ship across the ocean to London?
yeah, I guess we can head over there. I pinged him, so he should be at least aware.
I saw a message from him saying the game's flying by. He will be there at 7:15.
Okay.
Alrighty. So TARDIS and Garrett, I'll hand it off to you to kind of jump around the league a little. And I'll take my leave. I'll see y'all for DeGrom and Scherzer. Great stuff tomorrow. Have a good night, guys.
See ya.
Hello?
Hello.
I guess if I'm going to be killing time for 15 minutes here, I better get my headset on.
That's probably a smart thing.
Well, unless there's anything you'd like to look at, I was interested in just simulating through a few games.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll get the curl ready for...
I think the Reds Brewers looks pretty interesting to me. And to make triple sure we are not playing that one today, otherwise there's going to be a lot of angry people. Nope. And it looks like the Reds will take it in a close one, 3-2.
Hey, Mike.
Okay.
How's it going, gentlemen?
Pretty good.
Very well.
Everybody ready to take a trip way out east?
Yeah.
Well, TARDIS objected to my doing British accent.
You know, I was gonna bring it up as to where exactly the line would be for appropriate amount of forays into my crappy English accent.
Well, TARDIS said he has British friends, but the trick is...
I don't know if they're watching, but still.
The trick is just don't have friends. That's what I do, and I can do any accent I like.
I guess that makes sense.
I can maybe do like a little bit of an Irish one since I've got some Irish family, but that one's a little easier. You just put a little upward inflection on the end of each thing.
Look at this pitcher's duel that we missed. Wade Miley going 7 innings. Woodruff going 8 with 11 strikeouts, no earned runs, just 2 hits, no walks.
It's tough luck for the Brewers. They just got absolutely derailed with those pitching injuries early in the season.
It's like Hader giving up yet another earned run for his 4th blown save of the year. Send into extras.
Wow. I'm gonna go grab a phone charger so I can read chat off my phone without it dying. I'll be right back.
Sounds like a plan. And how about the... well, we'll wait for TARDIS to see the Phillies game. I'm sure he's going to want to see that.
He'll appreciate that.
How about this Marlins-Giants game? I don't think anyone's going to care if we sim that now.
Yeah, the Giants, low-key, one of the more interesting stories of the ball season after that nasty little 0-11 start. They've really rebounded nicely, playing about 500 ball, but not today, as Miami all over them early and often 11-1.
This is embarrassing. They at least got the 1 run in the 3rd.
It's like, might have been a grand slam there for Chisholm.
Looks like it. 3 homers in the game for Anderson, Aguilar, Chisholm, as he said. Jeez.
And that Giants lineup, that's what's really bringing them down. They still have a couple of arms to run out there, but just nothing in the way of power. A lot of aging veterans, not to mention they play in a ballpark that is just a nightmare for hitters. So they continue to swing some light sticks, and when you give up 11, that's going to make for a bad day.
Daniel picked up the 6th win of the year. Those 6 innings, 4 strikeouts, 5 hits and 1 earned run. Fedde, a well-earned loss, 6 earned runs, 2 strikeouts, 5 innings pitched.
Yeah, you know a team's going rough when you see a line like that. You give up 4 in the second inning, you fall behind pretty quickly, and you still leave that starter in to go 5 innings, giving up 6 runs, falling behind farther and farther all the way. That to me sounds like a team that's got a taxed bullpen, just trying to make it through the week, maybe catch a hot streak somewhere.
Or Gabe Kapler just wasn't paying attention and told the computer to keep doing what it was doing.
Well, we saved the Phillies matchup for you when you're back. You want to take a look?
Sure, it's probably going to go badly, but we can see what happens.
TARDIS, always a ray of sunshine talking about the Phillies.
I called it.
They dropped their 2nd straight to the A's, this time shut out on what looks like a gem of a game by Mike Fiers.
Wilson with 4 RBIs.
Having himself a field day. 3 home runs for the A's.
It's another grand slam situation.
Could have been. See that big 5-run 6th inning for the swinging A's. As for the Phillies, I guess maybe one silver lining. Adam Hazley, welcome back to the lineup there. He gets himself a single.
Debbie Leon's still doing better than Andrew Knapp.
Hazley was on the shelf for what, about 2 weeks there?
I think almost 2 weeks. I forget what his injury was.
Another good pitching performance out of Fiers. In 8 innings, gave up just 2 walks, 7 strikeouts.
Scattered those around. Eflin won't quite call it a tough luck loss. Didn't pitch poorly, but no chance with Fiers throwing the way he was.
And defensive replacement Josh Harrison had an error.
That's funny. Good.
Say we have a little time to check out White Sox Astros. What do you think?
Sure, we can do one more. Plane's got to get the whole way out here to London. For everybody tuning in on Twitch, this will be the first game of the 2-game London set between the Cubs and the Cardinals. As the out-of-town scoreboard rolls in, a rally for the Palehose. White Sox with a big comeback in the 9th, 5-4 over the Astros. You hate to see it.
Apparently Tim Anderson continued his hit streak. I don't know how long it is, but that sounds good to me. 26 games, wow.
That is getting up there. Especially in this day and age, the way people are up there swinging the bats, and especially with someone like Tim Anderson, who is more concerned about clearing the fences, to have that kind of bat control and that kind of power threat, that is not something we see much of right now.
Looks to me like this is an Ozuna blown save. And 9 strikeouts in 5 innings for Giolito.
Solid work
he
there.
He doesn't want to call a game for us. He doesn't want to jinx himself.
And there you see it, Ozuna with the blown save. In fact, he only recorded 1 out in the 9th before being lifted. So quick hook there.
It's like just allowed the 2 hits, but that was enough. I saw there was a hit by pitch above. I wonder if one of those was Ozuna. Bride picking up the win. Well, let's hop through the starting lineups quickly for the series.
Yeah, you've got a matchup of the team with the best record in the National League in the Chicago Cubs taking on the Cardinals, who have moved up from 4th to 3rd in recent weeks, but that really has more to do with a tailspin of the Brewers. The Cardinals still a handful of games under 500. You see what they'll send up to the plate against Darvish and the Cubs. Be Tommy Edman leading off. Matt Carpenter coming around this season, batting second. Paul Goldschmidt still in the MVP running, batting third. Paul DeYoung finding his power stroke as the season's going on, batting fourth. Molina, the longtime catcher, future Hall of Famer. I know we've had this discussion on Twitch before. I don't think there's any doubt about it, but he continues to anchor the Cardinals lineup and be the back end of the battery. Tyler O'Neill in left field, batting sixth. Colton Wong, second baseman, batting seventh. The Cardinals doing the very Cardinals thing of batting the pitcher eighth. That'll be Miles Mikolas taking the mound tonight, and batting ninth. Center fielder having a really terrible year here. Harrison Bader, he had some promise, but has not been able to put it together thus far this season. You see a great picture of Miles Mikolas matching the 80s stash to the 80s throwback uniform. So far this season, holding his own. So we'll check out the Cubs starting lineup. It'll be Chris Bryant, another MVP type guy, batting at the top of the order. I know calling a few Braves games last week, we mentioned Ronald Acuna Jr. and how dangerous he is at the very top of the order. The Cubs opting to go the same route, making you sweat early and often, putting Chris Bryant up there. He's backed up nicely by Anthony Rizzo and Javier Baez at short. Wilson Contreras batting in the cleanup spot and catching. A couple of power hitting catchers in the middle of the lineup, not something you always see nowadays anymore. Steven Souza Jr. getting a start in right field. And you've got Kyle Schwarber taking his chance on the platoon start there. Always good to see him get up against a right-handed pitcher, but he's been a little cold lately, as has the second baseman David Bodie. Rounded out position-wise with Albert Almora Jr. in center. And on the mound for the Cubs today will be Darvish.
Someone's saying we're looking at the wrong lineup. Are we looking at the wrong lineup?
I think we are. I was just realizing Miles Mikolas is right-handed, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Were we looking at left-handed? I'm sorry.
I was looking at the lefty. Another unforced janitor error. That's why he didn't bring me to London. Mostly the same.
There we go. Yeah, that looks a little bit more set up to hit a righty there. Schwarber moving well up in the order. Contreras drops down to fifth. Jason Hayward platooning. He'll get in, although he's having a rough season. Ian Happ will be in center instead of Almora. And it'll be Bodie still playing second, but now batting down in the 8-hole. And Darvish again pitching for the Cubs.
I like that uniform combination. That looks nice.
It does.
The Cubs jerseys were different, but that's what the Cardinals had.
Well, the Cubs almost look like either 80s jerseys or batting practice jerseys.
I don't even know what it was. I think that's what it was. That looks great, though. I love that. Let's go with that. I don't even care.
Yeah, get that.
Is this the one
Yeah, that's what they had.
What's the weather doing in London today?
I don't know. Let's see.
Right now, I would assume pretty dark.
London. I think I have London. I don't have London in my phone. Okay, Google time. London weather. It's like 70.
Oh.
A little rainy, though.
It's a balmy evening for London.
It's 64 now, but it was like 70 earlier. It's in minor league stadiums, not classic stadiums. We're doing Blue River now. Or as we're calling it, River Thames Park.
So you going full rain?
Yeah, sure, why not?
It wouldn't be a game in England without clouds and rain. Can we get any fog in here?
I will go tweet at the San Diego Studios developers while you guys call it a great game.
Tell them to fix their number counting thing. We just saw like third 13th with an RD after it. I don't even know how to say it.
So as we get ready to head on out to London, here's another look at your starting pitching matchup. Darvish for the Cubs, Mikolas for the Cardinals. So we're here. What are we calling it again? River Thames Stadium?
River Thames Park.
River Thames Park. I don't care. As we are ready for baseball over on the other side of the pond. Welcome to London, rainy as it often is this time of year. There you see the Cubs not afraid of getting a little bit damp. They're going to get this game in no matter what. One of two here. A true derby, if you will. Going to try to throw in whatever British slang I know. They'll have one today. They'll have another one tomorrow before they head back to the States. Both of them had a couple days off to get here. I think they just get Monday off to get back. But we are about ready to get underway here from London. It's the Cardinals, it's the Cubs, it is ML Bot Ball, and we've got Chris Bryant standing in for the first international at bat. I forget, did we do one in Mexico yet?
We didn't do one in Mexico because Duggo decided he didn't want to do it. We did do Puerto Rico, but that's part of the United States.
So the first European at bat of the year and international is foul ball, fouled straight back, and we are underway.
The Cubs are wearing I think they're mid-1980 jerseys, but they look amazing, and I don't care what you say about them.
Brian, a good swing at a high fastball, laces that one foul. Mikolas quickly ahead 0-2, but Bryant looking to swing early here in this count. Mikolas, good fastball, good curve, into the wind. The 0-2 pitch is swung on and tapped down to third. The throw across the infield, Goldschmidt's got it, and that's one down quickly.
Batting second, the first baseman, number 44, Anthony Rizzo.
So that'll bring up Anthony Rizzo, first baseman for the Cubs. 16 home runs, 37 RBI, another stellar season for Rizzo. Mikolas looks in for the sign. Into the wind. Looks like he's going to try to work up in the zone again. He does, but Rizzo watches it go by. 1-0.
And Cardinals are not the best record, still managing to be third in the NL Central. The Cubs, of course, have the best record in the National League. They're having a fantastic season. Their lineup is red hot. It's going to be hard to beat them.
Yeah, 45 wins for the Cubs. That's keeping them just out in front of the defending world champion Nationals. I believe they're sitting on 44 wins. But the Cubs, you mentioned, they've been red hot throughout the order pretty much since day one. They jumped out to something absurd, like a 21-4 start. I guess they've slowed down a bit, but nowhere near enough to put themselves anywhere but the top of the standings. Mikolas behind 3-0. Rizzo taking all the way. That one catches the corner. 3-1.
That's a nice way to get your first strike of the at-bat. It was kind of close, and I don't know if he's willing to risk that, but it worked out in the end.
3-1 on the way. That one misses just below the knees, and we're going to have our first base runner of the day. Rizzo draws the walk. It'll be 1 on and 1 down. So that'll bring Javi Baez in. Longtime Cubs shortstop, was there a few years before this turnaround really started. He was really one of the first pieces, along with Rizzo, to make it to Chicago. And man, what a job they've done building up around them.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job building up those Cubs. They broke that curse that Billy Gil, and the team's even better now, I think you could say, than they were then. And of course, Javi Baez is the cover boy for MLB The Show 20.
Baez rips that one into center. That's going to be a base hit. Everybody move up one. Rizzo to second. Baez trots in to first, and it'll be 2 runners on with 1 out here. Cubs trying to get something going.
And I'm seeing chatter in the chat. They're talking about the beautiful weather in London. Yeah, this is a beautiful day in London, at least for London standards.
I mean, it could be worse if they were a little farther north where they'd be playing golf in the open around this time of year. You get some 50-degree, 30-mile-per-hour wind days. I don't know what Kyle Schwarber was swinging out there. A 56-foot curveball. Great block by Molina to keep the runners in play, and a quick 0-1 count for Mikolas as he deals to Kyle Schwarber. Another curveball, but he hangs that one, and Schwarber all over it. Feet, meters, metric, imperial, doesn't matter. It's over the wall. That's a 3-run shot and a 3-0 first inning lead for the Cubs.
Damn, he absolutely mashed that one. His 17th on the season. And you can see how he keeps doing it. That's into the Thames River out there.
He does not get cheated on much of anything. And for as bad as that first swing was, Mikolas tried to go back to the same exact spot, but he leaves it about 2 feet higher, and Schwarber just waiting on it. And man, it's one thing at some of those short porches where the left and right fielder kind of give up off the bat, but when the center fielder does it, you know that you got all.
And I'm seeing in the chat that is 131.978 meters to dead center field. Fantastic shot on that one.
Contreras now standing in. He fouls one off, 0-2. Cubs definitely seem to have the plan to go up there swinging. As Contreras is going to belt one, that's deep to left, giving ground, looking up. It's back-to-back shots. Schwarber with the 3-run long ball. Contreras follows it up, leaving out to left field, and it's 4-0 here in the first.
And I missed that because my extreme froze, but I just watched it again on Twitch. That one was crushed too. Not as much, but still a beautiful shot into the outfield.
2 home runs. We'll call it a brace for everybody listening out there in England. As there you can see just another bad location by Mikolas, catching way too much of the plate, and Contreras certainly caught all of the ball. As now it'll be Hayward standing in as Mikolas may be coming a bit unraveled here. Not sure if the weather is messing with his ability to grip the ball, but misses that one well inside to Hayward.
Thanks to Mikolas telling us that's 120 meters, almost exactly.
The 1-1 on the way. Hayward, a big rip of his own, fouls that one down the third base line, 1-2.
Mikolas keeps that calculator open. We might need it a lot here tonight.
No, inside.
Big curveball misses inside, 2-2, and this one already shades of the Yankees-Red Sox series in London from last season. You remember that one just turned into a slugfest for 2 days.
That was fun, and those dimensions in that stadium were weird, and that he swings through that one. First strikeout for Mikolas, second out of the inning.
Yeah, one of the strangest things throughout the last few years in baseball is Jason Hayward, who was supposed to be such a complete hitter when he got to the show. He still has had, some decent years, hit 270 as recently as 2 seasons ago, but he's lost the ability to hit a fastball, especially those up in the zone, which is what he misses there. And Mikolas gets what he needs after the 2 home runs. 2 quick outs as Goldschmidt will put that one away, but not before damage is done. All the baseballs are wet thanks to the rain, but one is especially waterlogged thanks to Kyle Schwarber. A 3-run shot for him, a solo home run for Contreras. We go to the bottom of the first. It's 4-0 Cubs.
Darvish's stats on the season: 4.06 ERA, 88 hits given up, 27 walks, 73 strikeouts. Not great, but he also hasn't gotten the run support, as you can see from that 3-5 record.
I am kind of a history and geography guy, so I'm going to have to call out Mikolas. on the Twitch chat there. London Bridge actually isn't right in that downtown, right by the castle, right by Big Ben, all that. That would be the Tower Bridge. That's the one that they put the Olympic rings across, the big iconic one that you see in all the postcards. So I'm going to call that the Tower Bridge out there in center.
And again, this stadium is fictional. This is the River Thames Stadium, as we're calling it, a River Thames Park. London Stadium is not in MLB The Show, unfortunately.
As a quick start for you, Darvish. Coaches are ground out here. One down quickly. And that's going to bring up Matt Carpenter. Carpenter, third baseman for the Cardinals. He's been on a bit of a downslide the last couple of years. Although a decent season so far this year, maybe not so much the last week or so. There you've seen a 2-for-16 slump, but he's got himself 9 home runs on the year. Still a power threat as Darvish misses inside. 1-0.
And I'm seeing a nice note there in the chat about our overlay upgrade. Yeah, our overlay, we got it upgraded a couple days ago. Great job by Garrett getting this set up. All props go to him.
One-0 pitch to Carpenter. Leaks just outside, 2-0. Darvish working out of the stretch. 2-0 pitch is swung on, sent foul down the third base line. There you get another look at the skyline there, looking on at London. Really love the way Major League Baseball is reaching out. They've done, games in Puerto Rico before. They've done the off-season thing where they go to Japan. I believe they even started a season out there one time. But nice to see them doing it more and more often and in different places, really trying to take the game to the rest of the world. As the 3-1 pitch is going to miss high. And just like the top of the first, quick out is answered by a 1-out walk. That'll bring Goldschmidt up at the plate.
Yeah, I agree. It's great to see baseball and all the other sports leagues trying to spread the sport around. I know Star Trek said that the London team won the final World Series in baseball history, so that would be cool to get a full-time team in London. We might need to see a full European to implement that.
So there you see Goldschmidt hacking at the first pitch, gets all of that one, but out in front of it. Laces it foul down the third base line. 1-1. Goldschmidt swinging and fouling back again. 0-2. Cubs lead it 4-0 on the back of 2 home runs to start this game off. So that one's going to bounce in the dirt. Good block there by Contreras. Carpenter not going anywhere. Will remain at first, and the count now runs to 1-2. Darvish deals good curveball right at the knees. Goldschmidt out in front, fans right over the top of it. Not sure what he's barking at, maybe himself there. Not sure what he could have done with it. He's a good enough hitter that he can hit just about anything into a gap or over a wall, but I don't think that Darvish could have run that one out there and placed it at the knees any better than he did.
Yeah, it was a beautiful pitch, and I thought the rain might be messing with his control a little bit. Then he threw a beautiful pitch right after I thought that, so.
Yeah, and I don't think rain would mess too much with a fastball unless it's an absolute downpour, but yeah, as tiny as those seams are on a Major League Baseball, there's really no room for error. If it slips even a little bit, trying to throw a tight slider or a big looping curveball, you're going to have issues. The 1-1 here is rocketed into left by DeYoung. Giving ground is Schwarber, but he's there. And makes the play for the final out of the first inning. So Darvish, no trouble done by the 1-out walk. Gets through his first inning unscathed. We move to the second. Cubs on top, 4-0.
Leading off for the Cubs, the second baseman, David Bodie.
So leading off the top of the second, it'll be Cubs second baseman David Bodie. Bodie slumping mightily there. 4 for his last 31.
Ball.
Always enjoyed the old saying about slumps is that they're like a cold. They last about 2 weeks no matter what you try to do about them. Bodie, though, gets a piece of this one, flies it out to right, but not deep enough. Be an easy F9. Tried to give the river a run, but nothing doing there. One down quickly here in the second.
And I'm seeing some chatter about the new proposal the MLB has given the Players Association. It would decline. It's looking less and less likely that we'll see professional baseball. But again, we always have ball.
Darvish now stands in. Good fastball on the outside corner by Mikolas. 0-1. Mikolas quickly into the wind. That one misses, and we've got ourselves a Yahtzee. Number 11 up to bat. 1-1 count, 1 out. One's across the board. Yahtzee.
I feel like we get a lot more when we're on the call together. Or are you just noticing them more than I do?
Yeah, like when you spend as much of your life in baseball press boxes as I do, you really need to find ways to entertain yourself. So I've got a pretty keen eye for Yahtzees. There, Darvish takes a cut, bounces one back up the middle. Nice play by Wong on to first is going to get Darvish. So a bit of a tricky play there. Helps that Darvish didn't seem to be in much of a hurry to get down the line. But nonetheless, nice glove work and a throw there by Wong. So back to the top of the lineup, Chris Bryant up. And he sends a first pitch he sees into deep left center. That one's going to be run down by Bader. But the Cubs definitely testing the perimeters of this ballpark in London. A couple of deep fly balls, but nothing doing here. Mikolas gets through the second. We move to the bottom of the second inning. Still 4-0.
Leading off for St. Louis, the catcher,
Rain.
Go ahead.
I was going to say rain falling maybe even harder now. Still, again, a beautiful day here in London.
Yeah, I guess if anything, you can say the fans are used to it.
Yeah, and picture after I said that, I smiled goofily at the camera like Jim Halpert. We don't have cameras on us, but that's what I would do.
That's a ball.
So 1-1 count here to Molina, leading off the top of the bottom of the second inning. Darvish deals. Molina smacks that one right at Bodie. Bodie quickly up with it. On the first, and that'll be one away here in the second. Tyler O'Neill standing in now. O'Neill batting .276 on the season. Darvish starts him off with a cutter inside, misses 1-0.
That's saying last 3 games he has a double and 2 RBI. I'm not sure how those are spread out, especially since they've just had a couple days off. Maybe he's still in that set of mind.
Yeah, O'Neill, he had a hot streak. I remember, I think I've only done 1 or 2 games with the Cardinals this season, but in one of them, he definitely had himself a 2 or 3 hit game. Seemed to be riding high at that time as he's going to loft this one deep down the right field line, tracking foul. But Hayward is able to race over. Hayward, say what you will about the offense, he has always been a superb defender. And there he shows the range, fearlessly taking on that short wall and right, and it's 2 down here in the second. Colton Wong steps in, Cardinals second baseman. 2 down here in the second. Darvish working mostly up in the zone, although we saw a couple of good ones at the knees last inning. Darvish loses that one away. 1-1.
Colton Wong hitting 206, probably just in the lineup for his defense.
Yeah, Wong has never really been a huge offensive guy, but that seems to be the trouble for the Cardinals is along with guys like Harris and Bader, Neal to an extent, they really don't have a lot of pop outside those 2, 3, 4 guys. Goldschmidt, of course, can hit them with the best of them. DeYoung having a great year, power-wise, swinging the bat. Matt Carpenter still not a guy who you can just leave one up over the zone to, but after that, it really trails off in the power department.
I think that's the main difference between the Cubs and the Cardinals. The Cubs have, 7 or 8 of their batters on fire at the same time. They don't have the best pitching staff compared to, the Nationals or the Yankees, but their offense just carries them through games.
Yeah, the Cubs lineup is reading almost like an all-star stat line right now. They've got guys who are just driving in runs at an alarming rate up and down the order. Some payoff pitch coming to Wong.
Nope.
That one is just going to miss. Wong seemed pretty confident in letting it go by, but it couldn't have missed by much. So he'll keep the inning alive, drawing the 2-out walk. And he's going to move it right to the pitcher, batting in the 8th spot, Miles Mikolas. So if nothing else, the Cards have cleared the pitcher spot here in the 2nd.
And that's where batting the pitcher in the 8 hole really helps out, because otherwise you might have the pitcher leading off the next inning and it could be a dead inning. But now, if the pitcher gets out, you have a batter leading off.
Plus, with Bader's speed batting behind him, that could set the table for the bigger bats coming up next inning or perhaps even later this inning. Darvish carves in a strike there, 1-1. Long leads off first. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and grounded right back through the middle. That's going to be a base hit. So Mikolas helping his own cause. A 2-out single, and the Cardinals are still alive. Now runners on first and second, as he just took that one right back up the middle. That is exactly what you're supposed to do with a cutter away like that.
Love seeing pitchers hit. Now everything I just said about the 8-hole pitcher goes out the window. You have a batter that can drive him in behind the pitcher.
Bader hasn't quite been a candidate to do that this season, as you see just a tick above the Mendoza line. Does have 5 home runs, but his offense has been little and far between. But here, Darvish, as we've seen him do before, he is prone to losing the strike zone at times, and he's now laboring, falling behind on the last few batters.
Yeah, and again, that could be the rain messing with him, it could be the weather messing with him, or he just could be in a mental funk after a great first inning.
Bader's going to give this one a ride to right, but not nearly deep enough. Hayward right there makes the catch. So Darvish again gives up a walk, and now this time gives up a hit as well, but also gets through it unscathed again. We go to the 3rd. Still 4-0 Cubs on top. As we begin the 3rd inning, just like to take a time out to thank all of our Twitch watchers for viewing, and also make sure that they know we're doing this all for a good cause. If you scroll on down to the donate button, we do all this for fun. I'm just here to call a game and give you a show, but we are accepting donations, everything going to Black Lives Matter. I think we're changing things throughout the week, or it's up for a vote if you visit the Discord. Every week we'll select a new charity or cause to give to. But for this week, it's Black Lives Matter. So if you enjoy what you're seeing, if you have a few dollars to give, scroll on down, hit that donate button.
Up next for the Cubs.
And thanks for Mike Hosky for putting the link there in the chat. And of course, we are doing our another minor league showcase on Monday, where we're raising money for Black play-by-play announcers, one of our own broadcasters' charity that he's running, I guess. And we also have a couple guests lined up for Monday. It's going to be a fun time.
Yeah, don't forget, you can always visit mlbotball.com. You get the standings, you get the schedule, you see who's on the call, whether or not any special events are upcoming. can always put in your 2 cents on the Discord, whether you want to see a certain team, if you want to jump in and give this a try on your own. There's ways to sign up for that schedule as well. Our janitor really gives us a lot of options on what to do and how to engage.
He really does, and we've been trying to help him out, make this as easy as possible, since he runs the games. We have to make sure all of our crazy requests are ordered and organized for him, and we're just glad he's doing this.
So Mikolas trying to settle down here in the third. Got Rizzo to fly out, now just blows Baez away. Good fastball in the inside corner. Quickly 2 down here in the third.
Another good hit.
Schwarber up. Getting words that the last one he hit has just landed. It's probably floating its way towards, I'm not sure what direction the Thames flows, but it's on its way to wherever that river's heading.
That's a good question, actually. Which direction does the...
I'm going to say it flows north.
Let's see.
Mikolas staying away from Schwarber. The 3-0 count here. Ooh, not sure if he had the red light or not, but that was definitely one to take a rip at if he did. Lets it go by, though. Now the count 3-1. And Mikolas is going to lose him inside on the fastball. Schwarber draws the walk. It'll be a man on with 2 outs here in the third.
Yeah, it looks like it does flow north. Or west and northwest.
Okay. Wasn't sure if it definitely went north-south or east-west. Rivers tend to not be incredibly straight lines. So Contreras, who also homered back in the first, solo shot to left. He comes up swinging again, skies that one foul into right field. 0-1. Contreras swinging again, hot shot, great grab by Goldschmidt. Nice backhanded stab there by Goldie, and that'll erase the threat. So the Cubs turned away here. Mikolas maybe starting to find his groove a bit. We go to the bottom of the third, 4-0, Cubs on top.
Leading up for the Cardinals, the right fielder, Tommy.
Back to the top of the order for the Cardinals. Tommy Edman back up.
Some interesting trivia there on the Twitch stream about players from London, or rather players that have been from anywhere but London, since no one's been around in the MLB from London in this millennium. Or last. Or century, I guess. That one's going to be looped into shallow left. It's going to fall. Edman digging hard for second. The throw right on time, and Edman out by an eyelash at second. Great job by Schwarber to not give up on that one, know the speed of the runner, come up with it quickly, and then fire to strike to second.
Great throw. Not a great running idea. Darvish getting bailed out by his defense.
Yeah, I can see wanting to make something happen, and you know that you have good speed, but if you're Tommy Edman, I think that you have to keep in the back of your head that it's a 4-0 game. There's still plenty of ball game to play. You can't score 4 runs by yourself. You've got your biggest bats in the entire lineup behind you, so maybe just stay put on first unless you are absolutely sure you can make it to second. So 0-2 to Carpenter. Darvish ties him up, but Carpenter able to get a piece of it. Carpenter swinging again, laces that one foul down the first base line. Count remains 0-2. And Darvish I don't know what it is about that cutter, but Carpenter does not see it coming. Barely got a piece of the first one, but not even close on that one. Swings at a ball 6 inches inside, almost hits me. Had to get out of the way of it just to swing at it. And he's going to think about that one as he makes his way back to the dugout.
I love seeing a cutter. Cutter's one of my favorite pitches in baseball. Very on Rivera, very Halliday. It's a fantastic pitch. I've been trying to learn how to throw it, but I don't have the velocity to get it effective. When it has the velocity, damn hard to hit.
Yeah, you do usually have to throw it somewhere, not even low 90s, usually up in the mid 90s to be able to take 1 or 2 miles per hour off of it, get it to move those couple of inches at the last second, as Goldschmidt's going to shoot this one into right for a base hit. And the Cardinals will have a man on with 2 outs. So the Cardinals have been on the base paths, had a man on in every inning, haven't been able to manufacture anything against Darvish.
Trivia on the chat. Apparently, Great Britain national team could have played in the World Baseball Classic back in 2017. They lost to Team Israel and didn't qualify.
Oh, 1 count here to DeYoung. He swings and fouls one back, 0-2. Goldschmidt leads off at first, 2 outs. A hanger there by Darvish, and DeYoung just missed it. He gets under that one, Schwarber over. That could have easily left the yard, but DeYoung just didn't quite get all of that one. So he will be kicking himself for a missed opportunity there, and Darvish once again skirts some danger. We head to the 4th, 4-0 Cubs.
Leading off for the Cubs, the right fielder.
In the top of the 4th, we'll bring about Jason Hayward. 0 for 1 with a strikeout back in the first inning. Mikolas on, seems to have found his groove here. Easy inning last frame, but starts out 1-0 with a high fastball to Hayward.
And that graphic reminding me, Hayward was a St. Louis Cardinal for a while, and since he's been on the Cubs, he's kind of declined a little bit.
Yeah, if memory serves, he of course started in Atlanta, played a few years there, then I believe he went to the Cubs, then to the Cardinals, and now back with the Cubs. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's right.
Somebody in chat will probably get it before I do.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody fact-checking us on Twitch. It does not bother me one bit. If I'm wrong about anything, make me right. Just want to be technically correct, which is the best kind of correct.
Great. Just the Cubs once from 2016 to present.
Okay.
He's only with the Cardinals for a season.
All right. Yeah, living mostly in the NL East. I just got a little confused there. As he's run this count full and taps that one foul. We'll do it again with another payoff pitch. His first run in with the Cubs I know is a good one. It was his first at bat ever. 3-run home run in his first ever major league swing. As there, he's going to draw leadoff walks to the Cubs. Trying to get something cooking here in the 4th. They were loud in the first, been quieted off since then. You know, they're looking to get a little bit more insurance here as the game goes on.
Yeah, they insurance might help them out, but Darvish keeps pitching the way he's pitching, which you probably won't know what I just said that. I think 4 runs might be enough.
And Happ stands in, and he's going to rocket one to right. Lots of distance, but that one's going to hook foul. Everybody going for the river here for the Cubbies.
I think that one made it. The camera cut away before it made it.
0-1 the count. Hayward leads off at first.
Nope, up there.
Missing high, 1-1. Big swing by Happ there. Fouls it right back into the lap of Molina, who is mad at that baseball and won't even do it the dignity of picking it up. count goes to 1-2. As there, a curveball is swung on and sent straight up the chute. Carpenter comes in. He'll make the squeeze, and that'll be one down here in the fourth.
The second baseman, David Bodie.
You mentioned, the need or not for insurance. And I don't know if the Cubs are going to need it, not necessarily because Darvish is pitching incredibly well, but because of what we talked about before with the lack of, real power hitters and run producers in this Cardinal lineup. You ended the last inning with the middle of the order, so they might only get 1.5 more times through this order. So really not too many chances to do a bunch of damage, but here the Cardinals' defense is going to do some damage. 4 to 6 to 3, easy as it gets. So Mikolas, his third straight scoreless inning. He seems to be back on track. Now let's see if this offense can do anything to get him back in line to get a decision in this game other than an L. So we lead off the bottom of the fourth. It's Yadier Molina stepping in. Darvish with a good slider, front door slider there. Molina went around. I think it probably caught the inside corner either way. Darvish again running one on the inside corner, strike 2.
Molina's have to be one of the better baseball families out there, right?
I mean, for one generation, yeah. As Molina's going to swing through that one. It gets away from Contreras, but Molina never to be confused for a speed demon. Not able to take advantage there. It'll be a 1-3 put out after the strikeout, or 2-3 put out after the strikeout. And one down here in the fourth with Tyler O'Neill up to bat. O'Neill, first pitch swinging. He's going to put one up on the infield. Rizzo right there, staring up into the rain, but no issues there. He's got it. And quickly, 2 down here in the fourth. If you're just joining us, we are miles away from either St. Louis or Chicago. These two teams are not separated by much more than an interstate. However, they are playing on the other side of the pond. We're here in London for the first of 2 games in England here on the Bot Ball Network.
And I will be on the mic for game 2 with Hines. I'm not sure who's doing play-by-play yet. He hasn't answered my message.
And grounded out to second. Bodie up with it on to first. And easy breezy right through the fourth inning goes Darvish and the Cubs. We move on to the fifth. Cubbies still on top, 4-0.
Leading off for the Cubs.
Darvish, especially with those 3 quick outs last inning, being very economical. Just a touch over 50 pitches through 4 innings of work, so no question here. Cubs will send him right back out there to bat on his own. You'll see him on the mound to begin the bottom of the fifth. Needs at least 1 more inning of work to qualify for the win. Mikolas pumps one right down Broadway. Quickly 0-1 here in the fifth. Darvish 0 for 1, a ground out to second, his first time up. Mikolas maybe trying to get a little too cute. Painted one right on the outside corner, but doesn't get the call.
That's a ball.
Now missing up in the zone, 2-1. So Mikolas, the pitch count hasn't gotten out of control. It's just the score that looks bad because of the 2 home runs in the first, but about to deliver his 57th pitch of the day. Check swing, catches the top of the zone, 2-2. Pitch, a good curveball, and Darvish, give him some credit. Far better hitters than him have looked dumb on pitches like that, but he stays on it. Shoots a foul and will do it again. Other good swing. A little behind it, but gets plenty of wood on it. Tough at bat here for Darvish.
And shout out to that ball boy for being so alert. I was watching the Big Fun's game earlier, and the ball boy was just sitting there the whole time.
Yeah, sometimes they get pretty lazy as Darvish skies that one out, but wide open spaces out there in center field. Bader right there for the out.
Now
One away.
The third baseman, Chris Bryant.
Yeah, there can be some pretty apathetic characters hanging around these parks I've seen. You saw Molina didn't even bother to reach down and get that foul tip last inning. I don't know. They had to ether the baseball out of there. So back to the top of the order here for the Cubs. Quickly an 0-1 count to Chris Bryant looking for his first hit of the day. And he might get it as he smokes that one deep to left center. That one's going to be one hop off the fence. Bryant chugging around to second. He's got himself a double and just missed the third home run of the day for the Cubs.
Yeah, he put a beautiful swing on that, as you can see in this nice replay. Hitting off the 367, that's in feet, ladies and gentlemen. And he gets in the second with a stand-up double.
And it looks like that is going to be it for Mikolas. Just didn't quite have it in the first inning. He battled hard. But now with the meat of the Cubs order coming up once again, I think that the Cardinals are going to rather take their chances with the bullpen. They have had 2 days off of both these teams coming into this, so you got to figure the bullpen is well rested and set up as they want it, as it'll be Daniel Ponce de Leon coming in for his 19th appearance of the season. Can't imagine a French name is going to go over all that great in London.
And another short pitching performance in London, I'm seeing in the chat. Yeah, we had that crazy series with the Red Sox and the Yankees last year, and a short day for Mikolas here.
First pitch from Ponce de Leon gets through the wickets of Molina, but doesn't get far enough away for Bryant to advance. I hope someone's keeping track of all my English sporting puns that I'm putting in here. Giving full bad dad joke energy to all this. So quickly a 2-0 count to Rizzo.
They didn't fit Ponce de Leon's name on his jersey. They just squeezed it in there.
Yeah, that's you don't want to be the equipment guy when that guy gets called up. So Rizzo taps that one foul, 2-1. Rizzo a fly out last time up. He walked back in the first and scored on the Schwarber home run.
It's like Jared Saltomachia.
Yeah, they almost turned that into a circle going all the way around the number. So hitters count here. Cubs trying to tack on more. They scored 4 in the first, but nothing since. The 3-1 pitch to Rizzo is swung on and fouled. That was a good pitch to hit. He just missed it. Three-two pitch is swung on and batted back through the middle. Nice play by DeYoung. Keeps it on the infield. Gets Rizzo. Bryant.
Now batting.
Good base running there, even though the ball was hit left of the mound. Knew that DeYoung was going to have to range to his left, so he takes off on contact. Able to advance to third with less than 2 outs. Puts himself in play for a sacrifice fly or any other number of ways that he could get home from third without needing to hit.
And that's a great play from DeYoung there. I think there's like maybe 10 shortstops in the league where that's the single.
Again, if that ball gets through as softly as it was hit, there's no way that they would have kept Bryant from scoring. That easily would have been a 5-0 game. It's now torch pass on to Javi Baez. He's 1 for 2 in the game with a single. He takes a rip at that one. Fouls it off down the third base line. Great turnout here, even throughout the rain. As we mentioned, I guess the good people of London are a little bit used to that. It's not the most amazing thing to see a cloudy, rainy day over here. Action continues in the Cardinals bullpen. John Gant getting up. Not sure what the plans are here for the bullpen setup. That one is going to be skied behind the plate. Will there be room? Wynn's got a piece of it. That brings it right back to Molina. Ponce de Leon's going to escape the jam. So the double by Bryant does nothing. The Cardinals hanging around in this game. They need to get some offense, but credit their pitching staff. After the first inning, they've kept them in this ballgame.
Pinch hitting for the Cardinals, number 49.
So there was the reason for Gant warming up in the bullpen. They didn't go for a double switch, so it's the pitcher spot immediately coming up here in the fifth, and we will see Justin Turner as a pinch hitter. And I would assume Gant taking his spot to begin the next inning on the mound.
Yeah, you would assume that, but I've seen some weird things where pitchers get pulled out without being warmed up first.
Yeah, that has happened on a number of occasions, but not really a high leverage situation, so I can't see the Cardinals going to any of their bigger names yet. Darvish deals, Turner swings. That one tapped foul, 1-2. Good slider on the inside corner, but it misses just inside, 2-2. Another good breaking pitch. Laid off again. And the count runs full. And Darvish, I don't know if that one slipped or not. A slider that never caught, never bit, floated easily out in the way. No problem laying off of that one. And the Cardinals have the leadoff man on here in the fifth.
And you could say that it's a nice thing that it's not the top or the middle of the order getting that walk. But if Bader gets on base, or even if he gets out, they still have the meat of their lineup coming up.
Yeah, if you're going to rally, this would be the inning. You have your leadoff man on, which is basically the pitcher spot. So even though it's a pinch hitter, that's still not a spot you expect a ton from. So you're already playing with house money. You've got great speed with Bader, who can maybe leg one out or possibly even bump for a hit. And then you do have the most dependable bats in your lineup. So yeah, if you're looking for more than just one big swing and really want a crooked number, this is the way to do it, especially with Darvish, once again, temporarily losing the strike zone, now behind 2-1 on Bader. Two pitch floats in there, a hanging slider that Bader didn't offer at. He catches right at the belt, 2-2. Darvish again delivers again at the top of the zone, and Bader is caught looking. I mean, maybe you could argue it if the last pitch wasn't at the exact same eye level. So if Bader stares at two straight, he'll walk back to the bench. And that will turn the lineup over to the top, but now some damage done to the potential for a big rally to get going for the Cards. Tommy Edman steps in and takes that slider inside, 1-0. Edman 1 for 2, singled last time up, but was cut down trying to stretch that single into a double. Kyle Schwarber charging in on a flare to left and gunning down Bader at second for the out. .2-0 count now. Darvish sets and fires, misses outside, 3-0. Darvish does not want to get careless here. He's a couple of good pitches away from getting through 5 scoreless, putting himself in line for a win. But with a walk here, he would have to face, that Carpenter, Goldschmidt, DeYoung. If anyone's going to hurt you, it's going to be those guys. There, brilliantly locating one right on the outside corner, going to that cutter a lot. Not as many straight fastballs today for Darvish, sticking with that cutter slider. That one is going to be laced right into the hole. The double play depth killed the Cubs there. Edman able to just reach out and slap that one really the other way. Baez pulled over in the double play shift, unable to get it. Otherwise, that may have been right at him. But now the Cardinals officially rallying. They've got 2 on, 1 out, and the middle of the order coming up now is Matt Carpenter, the third baseman, stands in.
And this is as much trouble as Darvish has gotten into all day. And that's the 69th pitch right there. So the 69th pitch is brought to you by Childhood and Maturity. You're never too old for Childhood and Maturity. But as I was saying, this is the most trouble he's gotten into all day. He's hoping he can get out of it. I don't know if the Cubs have anybody warming up right now.
Yeah, he had 2 base runners on in the second, but that was with the bottom of the lineup up. That was with 2 outs. So, yes, definitely the most dangerous water he's found himself in tonight. But here, getting a swing and a foul tip and running this count to 2-2 on Carpenter. So still just one well-placed ground ball away from maybe getting out of this. Darvish goes with the slider again. That one misses low and inside. So 3-2 pitch here. No way the runners are moving. But a big pitch here for Darvish. Needs to keep this one in the zone. He does, but Carpenter spoils a good fastball up and away. But Carpenter able to just flick that bat head out and shoot it over the third base dugout, and will do it again. Darvish a swing and a miss on a great cutter right off the inside corner. No way to lay off of that one. I know we got on Carpenter for looking bad on the cutter before, but that was a perfect pitch by Darvish.
Yeah, that was. I don't think we can get any better cutter than that. That's perfect location right in the corner. I don't think that's hittable anywhere.
Yeah, the only thing he was going to do is foul that one off if he had gotten the bat to it. Those are the ones that are, when you're swinging, your shin is hoping that you swing and miss, because if you hit it, it might go 2 feet right into that bone. Goldschmidt now in. He reaches out and takes one to third base. Brian up with it over to first, and Darvish once again out of danger. We're through 5. Still 4-0 Cubs on top.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Cardinals.
As we begin the 6th, it will be John Gant, who we saw in the bullpen last inning. He's been the workhorse of this Cardinals team. Look at that, his 36th appearance already this season. That's roughly half the games that have been played for the Cardinals so far. So when they need someone to come out there and throw, most of the time it's going to be Gant. But he definitely has drawn himself a tough customer to begin the 6th, as it's Kyle Schwarber, 1 for 1, the 3-run home run back in the first, a walk last time up. There takes a big cut, fouls it back 0-1.
My God, his 36th game. That's more games than the Cardinals have won this season.
Schwarber not shying away. Schwarber, one of those guys that he can be a big swing and miss guy. He can be a big strikeout guy. But when he hits a couple of them, you know that you can throw it just about anywhere, and he's going to try for another big hit.
1 and 2.
Can't testing that theory, but that one too far, low and away. Molina wants it there again. The 1-2 pitch, good fastball running outside all the way. Schwarber can't get to it.
Now batting.
And he is going to be retired for the first time tonight. The strikeout there, 1 down in the 6th. Wilson Contreras stands in. He's responsible for the other run of the day. Schwarber knocking in 3 with his 3-run shot. Contreras made it back in the first, as he rode a Mikolas offering out to left field for a solo bomb. It's been all quiet on the Western Front since then.
Down 1 and 1.
Cardinals maybe making this a Johnny Holstaff type of relief effort here. Mikolas got him into the 5th, but it might be 1 man each inning the rest of the way as Ryan Helsley gets warm in the St. Louis bullpen. Again, this is low with the curve, 2-1 to Contreras.
At least they had a few off days before coming into this series, and they have at least one after this series, so if they need to use their whole bullpen, they can.
Yeah, and I think that might be the thinking there is, 4 runs is nothing. That could happen, but they just had their best chance to score some runs. They didn't, and in the process went through the middle of their order, so those guys might only get up one more time here. So the thinking might be to play for tomorrow. So if all of your guys are pretty well rested and they each just throw 1 inning today, then they should be ready for whatever role you need them in tomorrow should you get the chance to win the game and use them in bigger roles. As Contreras is going to sky that one to left. O'Neill running right into the Cubs bullpen but making the catch. 2 down here for Gant and the Cardinals here in the 6th. Jason Hayward on. Looks like the rain's slowing maybe a bit. I don't know. As we say that, I see more raindrops here. It's been pretty constant since the first pitch here in London.
Weather reminds me of a game I went to last year where there was a 20-minute rain delay before the game and then an on-field ceremony, and it was probably like 30 degrees outside while it was raining. It was awful.
Man, that is Hayward swings and misses there, 1-2.
That was in May, mind you.
Yeah, it's one thing to wait out a rain delay and have it be cold, but I guess if they brought in the old-timers or whoever they got in for a ceremony, they can't delay that. As Hayward is going to be caught looking, he's not sure about it, but great piece of pitching here by John Gant in the 6th. He retires all 3 many faces. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Cubs still leading 4-0.
I think that on-field ceremony was even more important because I think it was the first home game since David Montgomery died.
Oh, okay.
So it was even longer than it would have been otherwise.
So Darvish back out for more. Pitching into the 6th inning here. 77 pitches here in the 6th. As Paul DeYoung up, he'll look at one in the dirt, 1-1. So I think so long as Darvish stays out of trouble, you'll probably see him in the 7th.
Count is 2-1.
That all depends on what he can do in these first couple of batters, though, I would assume. The Cardinals put another 2 guys on base. Not only will that pitch count be up, but you have to think that the Cubs will start considering how many jams he's already gotten out of and figuring that luck's going to go the other way sooner or later as DeYoung grounds that one out. Playing the carom there is the ball boy.
I think 90-95 pitches is probably where they want to cap him this inning. If he gets the pitch next inning.
DeYoung fouls that one back. I think that for the London series that the ball boys should be like the ones at Wimbledon. Like, not only should they take care of foul balls, but instead of the ones in the dugout going out to the umpire, as DeYoung is rung up on a great curveball that just breaks him off at the knees. Front door curveball from Darvish, and that's 1 down here in the 6th. So there you see your National League team ERA leaders, the Cubs, just absurd. A half run better than second place. I mean, even the second and third place teams in the low 3s is very, very good for a team ERA. For the Cubs to be below 3, that is just incredible. But to finish my point, I think instead of the ball boys going out to the home plate umpire and offering them just a handful of balls, it should be like in tennis, Wimbledon. They just have to run out to the pitcher every few pitches, and they offer him like 3, and then the pitcher just throws 2 back at him.
I want to see every time there's a foul ball, the ball boy picks it up and has to run across the field.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, they're a dead sprint. They got to wear their all-white clothing. It's raining, so one of them's going to slip and fall. We're just trying to add entertainment value here. We're trying to impress these people with this new sport.
I mean, I forgot to write a command for the mascot race. They voted on the mascots for the mascot race last year. I don't know if they're using the same ones, but I could have written a command for that, and I didn't. I'll do it for tomorrow.
Darvish sets and delivers. That one gets away from him well outside and beyond the reach of Contreras. Goes to the backstop, or one of those ball boys will have to chase it down. And it's 3-1 here to Molina.
I think that bounced off his mitt there. He stuck his hand out and just kept going.
Yeah, he just kind of stabs. It's one of those where there's nobody on base, so there's not as much effort given. So that ball's grounded to Bryant. Bryant quickly on to Rizzo, and that'll retire Molina for the second out of the inning.
Bryant showing a nice hustle there, even though Molina's probably top 10 slowest guys in the league.
He is a solid ground zero on the speed indicator. But, that's one of those things that if you're a fielder, you can't let that get in your head. It can help you if you have to make a diving play, or maybe it's a big situation where you need to wonder where you're going on the diamond with it. You always have to know the speed of the guys on base or at bat. But if it's nobody on, nobody out, and it's a routine play, you can only get in your own head if you take your time just because you know the guy's slow. Just make the play at the rate that you want to make it, and don't worry whether he's running down the line or not. As another one gets to the backstop. I don't know if they're getting crossed up on signs or what here.
Maybe he just doesn't like the feel of the ball and he wants a better one, so he's just throwing it on purpose.
Pitchers have done that before. That one is going to be shot up into the air in the right, not deep at all. Hayward there catches it on a little half step, and he'll trot back into the dugout along with Darvish and the rest of the Cubs. It's been mostly smooth sailing here for Darvish. We'll see if he heads back out in the 7th, but we go to the 7th, and it'll be the Cubs coming back up, leading at 4-0. Ian Happ will lead it off, and I don't know if it's just the 80s style of uniform, but Happ seems to be subscribing to the Dan Ugla catalog of jersey tops. The torso is an extra large, the arms a child's small. Love to put on a good gun show. Speaking of guns, double-barreled action down in the Cardinals bullpen as they continue to warm guys up. It's John Gant on for his second inning of relief. Check swing there. Not sure how he didn't go, but they're going to say he didn't. 2-0. Curveball low, 3-0. Gant, after looking so good in the 6th, runs into some trouble here in the 7th, and everybody looking at the umpire to make sure there, but he won't give him that call either. Gant's going to lose Happ on 4 straight. That'll bring David Bodie up.
Umpire really must like standing in the rain if he's going to call that one a ball.
Yeah, I don't get it. One's going to be launched foul by Bodie, 0-1. Only game I ever got thrown out of in my entire career was basically for telling an umpire about the same thing. It was kind of a cold night early in the fall, playing some fall ball, and we were down by, 4 or 5 runs. It was getting away from us. It was the last innings. That one gets away from Molina, but quick bounce back off the backstop, cat-like reflexes by Molina to keep the runner at bay. So Gant now losing some control. But yeah, it was the last inning. We were probably going to lose it. And I got rung up on a strike 3 that I was pretty sure was a couple of inches outside. And said something. I didn't even cuss the guy, but it was something to the effect of, "It's not that cold. Why are you in such a hurry?" And then he yelled at me, and then I yelled at him, and then everybody got their feelings hurt. I got to get out of the cold. Check swing there, doesn't go by a half. 2-2. Good pitch by Gant, freezes Bodie. Good fastball on the outside corner. The 3rd strikeout by Gant, coming in and doing some good work here. Here's where the rationale of that bullpen usage might flip on its head a bit. The one option was to let everybody have an inning to keep everybody kind of fresh. But if you've got a guy throwing darts like Gant, maybe you sacrifice him for tomorrow in order to save everybody for tomorrow as well as Darvish. He's going to lay down a bunt. That's going to go disastrously wrong as Goldschmidt pounces on a hard bunt, goes to second, back to first. Darvish covering. The 3-6-1 double play is going to end the inning. And the score is going to remain 4-0 as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Tragedy that Shark couldn't be here. Maybe he's not running on London time. Thought he might join us for the stretch. But either way, we move on to the 7th, and once again, it's Yu Darvish out there. 90 pitches through 6 innings, but they're going to run him back out here again. See if he can get him through one more.
That was like the shortest stretch ever. I'm going to go stretch longer. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
So Darvish kicks and fires. Foul ball there, 1-1. Colton Wong, your batter. Wong 0 for 1 with a walk on the day. Darvish just surrendered a few free passes. He scattered just a few hits. The Cardinals have had a runner on in every inning but one, but haven't been able to push anybody across. And in fact, no one's even reached third so far for the Redbirds. A couple of righties up down in the Chicago bullpen. This has to be, you would imagine, Darvish's last inning, as that one is going to be hammered and right over Hayward's head. It's going to be off the wall, looking for 2. That's going to be a leadoff double to begin the 7th for Colton Wong. And the Cardinals not done yet. So they're a pretty decent pitch by Darvish, but Wong just gets that bat barrel to it. Every once in a while, those sweet lefty uppercut swings, for whatever reason, they can just drop the bat head on it and it'll go. Here, that'll be the end of John Gant's night on the mound for the Cardinals as Lane Thomas steps in to pinch hit. Thomas, the first pitch he sees, right back through the middle. That's going to be a single. Only silver lining for the Cubs is that it was hit so hard there was no chance for Wong to come around from second. But, ooh, look out, you. That one about a foot over his head. And the Cardinals now threatening. Runners on first and third. Harrison Bader coming to bat. If it were earlier in this game, you might look for a bunt by Bader, who has excellent speed. But at this point, maybe just not enough outs to trade for a run or players advancing or keeping the rally going. Bader, even though he's right at that 200 mark, going to have to hit his way out of this one if he wants to help his team. Darvish misses low and away, ball 1. A little surprising there wasn't at least a little mental health check there at the mound by the pitching coach after a couple of hits given up by Darvish.
2-0.
Misses away again, 2-0. Last thing you want is for you to dig yourself a huge hole and have to have your relief bail you out after such a good outing. But Darvish now having to throw some big pitches as Bader is going to loft that one into the Cubs bullpen and over it. Actually got a ton of that one. That one carried a good ways.
I think Schwarber kept running for that end of the wall.
That one grounded by Bader, and that is going to be backhanded by Baez. What a play to get one at second, unable to turn 2. That would have been an all-timer if they had, but either way, Baez saves all kinds of extra trouble. If that gets through, the run scores regardless. It's still nobody out. As it stands, the Cardinals do pick up their first run of the game as Wong comes in from third, but the Cubs not only able to record an out, but also get a lead runner and keep the only runner left on base at first. So they put themselves in a little bit more manageable situation, as that'll be it for Yu Darvish. A good effort from him. It'll now be Rowan Wick trying to come in and keep the Cardinals right where they are.
This is where the outdoor bullpen might come in handy. Some guys pitch like under a roof, so there's no rain, and he already knows how to pitch in the rain. So he's pitching out there for the 15 minutes he was warming up in the bullpen.
Wick knows how to pitch in just about any situation, it would seem. You see his stats there. 5-1 record out of the pen, 1.86 ERA. Definitely a go-to guy for the Cubs here in a high-leverage situation. So Bader with good speed at first. Don't know if this is a running situation. It could be, though. It's the top of the order for the Cardinals. Tommy Edman standing in. Throw over to first. Bader back in plenty of time. Edman 2 for 3 on the night. Squirted one through the middle last time up. Another throw over to first, this one with a little bit more authority. See some people out there in the nice right center pavilion, the only sane ones out there, finding some cover tonight.
The Cubs are sure worried about Bader going, but I don't think it's worth risking that run. They're already down 3.
Yeah, I think that especially with a reliever on the mound and a high leverage reliever at that, he's used to throwing hard, getting strikeouts. I really don't want to occupy a relief pitcher's mind with anything other than striking a guy out or making a good pitch, because God knows relievers, man, they need all the mental help they can get.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Down.
That one sails high, 1-2. Cubs lead it 4-1. The 1-2 pitch, good curve in the dirt, great block by Contreras. No advance by Bader, and it'll be 2-2.
Contreras keeping his great blocking going. That might have gotten him a second if he was on another catch.
Already throw to first. 1 in already this inning for the Cardinals. It's the first dent anyone's put in the scoreboard since the Cubs broke off 4 in the top of the first inning. A 3-run home run by Kyle Schwarber, a solo shot, making it back-to-back. Wilson Contreras, leaving the yard right after Schwarber. And that's all there was up until that RBI groundout just a moment ago by Bader, as Wick is going to get his man swung on and missed there. Great fastball tailing away, and Edman looked like he was on it, just could not get the bat out to it.
That one broke and then went back up into the mid. That was cool.
Physics are fun.
It's like some blitzball stuff.
Matt Carpenter now up to bat. Wick misses outside with a fastball, 1-0. Wick sets and fires. Carpenter shoots that one past Bryant down the third base line. Schwarber over to it quickly. He's going to hold Bader to just 1. So Schwarber, not necessarily known for his defense, playing a big role here. Not only did he notch an assist, cutting down Edmonds on the base pass, trying to get 2 earlier in this game, but here, in a big spot late in the game, able to keep a good runner in Bader from taking an extra base. Bring Paul Goldschmidt up, and Wick, as good as he's been, now in some dangerous waters. The Cardinals, for the first time tonight, have the tie-in run up to bat. And Goldschmidt, the most likely candidate in this St. Louis lineup to be able to clear the wall and tie this game.
Yep, that ball went out.
Wick doesn't need to be reminded of that, as he is staying away and now working down 2-0 in the count to Goldschmidt. Don't think you can give in here if you're Wick. Keep picking around the outside of the zone. He pumps one over, 2-1. Wick sets at the letters. 2-1 pitch, runs down and in, 3-1. And now if you're Goldschmidt, you've got to be sitting dead red. Dangerous pitch here for Wick and the Cubs. The 3-1 pitch. Don't know where Goldschmidt wanted it. I guess not there. It was a good one to hit. But the count's going to run full 3-2. Runners off on the pitch. Swung on and fouled off down the first base line. Great battle here. Power versus power. Wick and Goldschmidt. Runners will be off again.
I think that was the same pitch, so I'm not sure why he took the 3-1.
Nope.
And that one is a curveball that very nearly caught the inside corner, but they're going to say that it was just outside Wick throwing his hat down in anger. I can't believe that didn't elicit a warning from the umpire. Stares and shouting are one thing, but throwing gloves and hats are usually a no-no. And now it's bases loaded with Paul DeYoung up. Good fastball in the outside corner by Wick. maybe trying to translate some of that anger into performance. Some people can pitch mad, some people can't. Cardinals now with the tie-in run on first base. They're loaded for DeYoung. He swings and taps that one foul. Wick quickly ahead, 0-2 in the count. Oh-2 from Wick. Good curveball, but trails out of the zone. DeYoung, good take there. Would be easy to chase that one down and out of the zone, but DeYoung got the drop on it, was able to lay off of it. So the 1-2 now from Wick. Other curveball, this time up in the zone. Wick probably glad that that one stayed away. That would have been very hittable if it had leaked out over the plate. But now 2-2, and here's where relievers can't really afford to get cute. You don't want to fall down 3-2, so you've got to make a competitive pitch here. Wick goes with the high, hard stuff. DeYoung ready for it. Fouls it off, and we stay right where we are. 2-2 once again. Some drama building here in London. Wick with the 2-2. Swung on and fouled again. Seventh pitch of this at-bat upcoming. Wick already at 20 pitches. The 2-2 swung on and missed. Wick wins the battle of wills. He goes down and in with a fastball. DeYoung couldn't lay off of it, couldn't get to it. And the Cubs once again escape danger and really disaster. That could have been much worse for him. St. Louis hangs 3 hits on the board but can only push across 1 run as we go to the 8th inning. Cubs on top 4-1.
Did I just see all the umpires migrating to center field like some east?
Man, I did not see that, but I don't know. Maybe checking the playing conditions, field conditions. You know what it was? We're in London. It was time for tea. They put it on like I guess in London, you know, the 7th inning stretch gets there half an inning late, and it was a tea and crumpets break.
That makes sense.
But now we're back in action. Chris Bryant leading off the top of the 8th, quickly behind 0-2 is John Brevia now in the game for the Cardinals. And yeah, it makes perfect sense because, you know, they call it high tea, so you can't do high tea going to the bottom of an inning. They had to do it at the end of the 7th, so they were going to the top of an inning.
Kami pointing out they have tea breaks in cricket. Yeah, that makes sense.
They do actually have tea breaks in cricket. They have, like, long breaks called, you know, going to sleep at night in cricket because those things last all week.
Imagine a baseball game going that long. That'd be amazing.
Strike 3. Great pitch there by Brevia. Bryant throws in on a fastball in the outside corner. That'll be 1 down here in the 8th as Anthony Rizzo strides up. Rizzo way out in front of one there. Quickly 0-1. Ryan Helsley's been throwing for a long time. Now joined by lefty Tyler Webb in the Cardinals bullpen.
He's probably getting cold out there.
Ball inside.
Kami Puddin dropping in that those are test matches that go for days at a time in cricket. Well, yeah, a test of patience, a test of wills, war of attrition. And he is also writing that it lasts about as long as a Yankees-Red Sox game, especially a Sunday night baseball Yankees-Red Sox game. Rizzo grounds that one up the middle. DeYoung up with it. Couple of skips and a hop over to first base and 2 down here in the 8th.
The batter, number 9, shortstop, Javier.
Yeah, having some, you know, toddler and infant age children. If there's a Red Sox-Yankees game that's Sunday night baseball, I just go to bed at a good hour because I know that by the time one of them cries at 1 in the morning, there's a chance I might catch the 9th.
Or any game on the West Coast.
True. So Javier Baez in, 1 for 3 on the day. A single way back win. I believe that was in the first inning. In fact, it was. He scored on the 3-run home run by Kyle Schwarber. He's quickly up in this count, 3-0. Revia deals. Good pitch. Fastball catches the outside corner right at the knees. 3-1. Revia rocks and fires. Baez swings right through it. Slider fooled him. Baez a little bit out in front. And Revia's worked this count full.
He's swinging at that one in another time zone.
He gets a hold of that one right on time, but again, right at DeYoung. Throws a bit low, but Goldschmidt always a gold glove, just as he's a Goldschmidt. That was a terrible pun. We go to the bottom of the 8th.
I gotta get my sound effect back up. We need to draw.
Yeah, we really need like a sad trombone. You guys were on this. You got sound effects.
I'll figure it out. I have it on my Mac, but my Mac doesn't like Discord anymore. So.
Cubs once again going to the bullpen after they did a great job of bailing out Darvish, who tried to dig himself a heck of a hole in the 7th. As it looks like the rain is really starting to increase here as Craig Kimbrell makes his way into the game.
We're getting fog like you asked for earlier.
Oh, man. Janitor Garrett was on it. He was on the horn with the studios just like he said he would be. The man doesn't take any days off.
He doesn't. We have live ball every day, starting at 12:15. Garrett's on the West Coast, which means he has to get up really early for that.
Yeah, just to break the fourth wall for a moment for all of our dedicated Twitch listeners, there is an actual psychopath somewhere out in the greater Seattle area who is around his PlayStation at all hours of the night just so these games can start on time for you guys.
I think he's only missed like maybe 3 total, and he had someone fill in for him, and we have to let him have a social life at some point.
This one is going to be popped up in foul ground, but plenty of room. Rizzo under it, and that's 1 down here in the 8th.
Now batting, the left fielder, Tyler.
I'll have to link to it on the Discord. I actually tracked down our faithful Janitor Garrett and did a story about him and the creation of Bob Ball for the paper that I write for. And I keep meaning to do it. I've got to make sure that I get the link posted up so everybody can read it.
That'll be great. I can't wait to read that.
Tyler O'Neill steps in. Kimbrell fires one across the outside corner. 0-1.
Does this mean I'm allowed to talk about my article now, too?
I guess I should have put that in self-promotion, but I can't put voice in self-promotion. That one's going to be dug out by Brian. Nice backhand running play. Over to Rizzo. And 2 down here in the 8th.
The second baseman, Colton.
I'm going to go with the caveat or the the loophole that it's not shameless self-promotion because I wrote it about Bob Ball. So I'm keeping it on brand.
I think that's fair, and mine was on the Bob Ball Substack, which I just posted the link for, so I think that's awesome.
There you go.
Count 1-0.
So Colton Wong stands in. Wong 1 for 2 on the day. Had probably the loudest hit of the day for the Cardinals as he laced one over the head of Hayward for a double to begin last inning. He scored the Cardinals' only run coming in on the fielder's choice by Harrison Bader. I think when we look back on that one, that might be the real game breaker play hidden in this game is the ability of Javi Baez to backhand that Bader ball and get the force out at second. That could have been a 4-1 game with still nobody out and 2 on. Instead, he cut down a lead runner there and really stifled the rally. Cardinals went on to load the bases but couldn't push any more across, so who knows what would have happened if he hadn't gotten to that ball. Long here sending another one to right. This time Hayward looks like he's got a beat on it. Casually strolls right into the Cardinals bullpen. And he's got out number 3 in his glove. So that'll do it. We're through 8 full. Cubs still on top 4-1. We go to the 9th. And the Cardinals once again going to the bullpen, this time heading out to the home plate umpire. We're going to have ourselves a double switch. And it'll be Tyler Webb, I believe the lone lefty down there in the Cardinal bullpen. Webb coming on for his 21st appearance of the season.
Now playing second base and batting eighth, number 15, Brad Miller.
Kyle Schwarber leading off for the Cubs, the big blow in this game. 3-run home run back in the first. There you see Webb has had Schwarber's number in his career. Schwarber yet to notch a hit off of him. 0 for 7 lifetime.
I got the back half of that double switch. Brad Miller is in playing second base, Phillies legend.
Thank you to Kami Puddin for the assist on that. It's probably the single most beneficial thing our Twitch streamers can do is we do not get the PA announcement on our end of the feed. So when we have those double switches, they never show who the other guy is.
And I'm not doing play-by-play like I did this there. I'm mute and see if I can hear it. And I got it right as he said it.
One-two pitch incoming to Schwarber, swung on and missed. Webb continues to have Schwarber's number, make it 0 for 8 in the lifetime battle between the two. As Schwarber just way late on a fastball up and in. Can't blame him. Lefty on lefty going to that spot. That's a tough one to get to. That's one down here in the 9th. And it'll be Wilson Contreras. Solo shot back in the first. He'll take his hacks at Tyler Webb. Webb sets the 1-0 pitch. Misses outside 2-0.
And I need someone to hit the ball to him so I can make a punt.
So 2-0 count here as Webb takes a walk around the mound. Rain continues to fall here in the first of 2 games in London. Cubs and Cardinals, your international ball series this weekend. Both games are featured. You're watching this one tonight. Tardis, I know you said you'll be on the call tomorrow as they wrap this one up.
Yeah, ball after dark tomorrow. Me and Hines are going to be alternating on play-by-play. It'll be a good time.
You know, I did that with Duggo. We went actually every half inning just because we both were calling our own team's games. And we figured we could give a little more insight to each of the batters if we were calling when they were up to bat. It worked out really well.
I think I'm doing the Cardinals offense, and he's doing the Cubs offense.
But I can see where that format works too. If neither of you are, usually fans of that team, you just have to concentrate on one. As there, Webb rings up his second man of the inning. Contreras, same story as Schwarber, up and in fastball, can't get to it.
I think Hines is a Cubs fan, and I don't care. So I just wanted to call play-by-play.
So here it'll be Jason Hayward up to bat, 2 outs in the top of the 9th. As Hayward is going to be all over the first pitch, but sends a foul down the right field line, 0-1.
And what is this, game 3 today or something?
Game 3 of
the ball slate. How many games do we have?
Well, we have the 2 o'clock game.
This is game 5. We got 2 more after this. Diamondbacks and Padres with Duggo. I don't know if anybody's joining him. And then Minnesota and Kansas City against the Royals with Beardy Buddha. And I think those are both solo calls, so that'll be fun.
Yeah, Duggo and Beardy definitely up for the challenge. And they will take you deep into the night. They can lull you to sleep with their nice dulcet tones. Or maybe the game will be interesting. Or maybe it'll be a 20-inning game and Duggo will slowly lose his mind. All have happened before.
Every time Duggo gets a solo call, it's even crazier than when Duggo doesn't get a solo call. Either way, it's a fantastic game.
I don't know if my resolution has dropped or what, but well, it has dropped, but that makes the fog or the sense of fog even better. And this is just turning into great London weather here in the 9th, as that one misses just outside. Hayward's going to run this count to 3-2.
Jake updating me in the chat. He's not doing it solo. The website wasn't updated, Jake, so it's not on me. That's on Garrett or Mark or whoever's doing the. I don't know. It's somebody.
That's all right. I mean, we post those things at the beginning of the day, and for all the things that we do, that's probably the least important one to keep up to the second.
It's kind of more important now that we got the side thing. But I don't even know what to call that, because it's not really a crawl, because it's not moving.
It would be a Chiron.
Yeah, that. That just
As
hit
that one could be shot down into the corner. Thought that was a foul ball off the bat, but it stayed fair, and Hayward's going to have himself a 2-out double.
The center fielder.
That hit off the bullpen catcher. That's amazing. I've never seen that happen before.
As that one laced, and yeah, stays fair by a good 2 feet. And yeah, right off the bullpen catcher. I guess they're in play. And I mean, if you're a bullpen catcher, you really have to be focused on the 95-mile-per-hour missile aimed directly at you. So you can't blame him for not being aware of the situation.
Jake telling me he signed up for the game an hour ago. That makes sense. Okay.
That's going to bring Ian Happ up to the dish. 2 down here. Hayward, the 2-out double, stands on second. Cubs lead at 4-1. Cubs have been in front all the way. Schwarber, the 3-run homer in the first. Wilson Contreras followed that up with a solo shot of his own. After that, it was mostly Darvish. He got himself into a jam after 6 1/3 innings of great work. Then it was Rowan Wick coming on to get out of that jam. Kimbrell worked through the 8th, and here we are in the top of the 9th. Happ at bat, the 2-1 pitch is swung on and tapped foul, 2-2. Two is swung on and missed. Big slow curveball by Webb, sweeping its way down and out of the zone. Happ couldn't lay off of it, swings right over the top of it. And we go to the bottom of the 9th here in foggy London town. It's the Cubs on top, 4-1.
Another double switch. Okay, I'm muting again to see if I.
So it will be a double switch upcoming for the Cubs.
These changes for
the Dan Winkler coming in.
Now pitching and batting in
a
the
safe situation. He's converted 18 of his first 21 opportunities, making his 27th appearance of the season.
Number 5, Albert Almora.
First up for the Cardinals will be Brad Miller, he of the Bamboo Power.
Inside, ball 1.
Winkler misses just down and in with a good fastball, 1-0.
Kami got it before I did. Albert Almora is in there somewhere. Pitcher in the 7th spot.
Yeah, so Almora likely, I would think, out in center field there. Thank you, EB. So Winkler into the wind. The 2-0 pitch swung on and shot by Miller, knocked down by Bryant. On his feet, gets to it, but not in time. And the Cardinals are going to put the leadoff man on in the 9th. Infield base hit by Brad Miller. And maybe St. Louis has a little bit more life in them.
That's a hard play for anyone. So that's totally understandable. You can get that nice running job by Brad Miller there showing that he's paying attention.
Harrison Bader now in, swings over the top of a good curveball, 0-1. So we've talked about it all throughout the evening. this Cardinals team, their general lack of offensive production anywhere but the middle of the order. But here, looks like with maybe one more base runner, they're going to get Carpenter and Goldschmidt and possibly DeYoung back up to bat this inning.
Yeah, and that's definitely how they get back in this game. Even though they're only down 3, that's how they can come back to win if they want to. And they're definitely going to give it their best shot.
Winkler quickly ahead, 1-2 now. If you're Bader, you got to watch out for that hammer of a curveball. Winkler going up high in the zone might be a setup for it. Sets at the belt. Miller leads off first. And there is the curve, and it freezes Bader right where he stands.
The right fielder, number 19.
So that'll be out number 1. There has not been a statuesque player just standing looking at one like that since maybe the last time A-Rod was in the playoffs. And that was an absolute hammer of a curveball, and Bader just, I think he was kind of arguing with himself there at the end, but he knew it. He just could not pull the trigger, and that thing dropped right out at the knees.
Yeah, it was a perfect pitch, and I love the reaction there. Shane Spears saying in the chat, you'd think they would hold up one of those giant LED boards for subs, like in soccer. Yeah, I like that.
That's a great point.
They should do that anyway.
So Winkler now feeling it. Mows down Tommy Edman. And that'll be 2 down here in the 9th. Cardinals up to their final at bat. It'll be Matt Carpenter, third baseman, standing in. Brad Miller, the leadoff infield single, has not moved off at first.
That's off the plate.
Check swing as a fastball runs outside. 1-0. So Cubs looking to take the first game of this international series. They'll do it again tomorrow. Swung on and missed. Good fastball. Carpenter can't get to it. 1-1. Winkler again sets at the belt.
1 ball.
That one is swung on. 1-2. Cardinals down to their final strike. Winkler feeling it. Spikes that one in the dirt. Miller off and running. Great read. Contreras up with it, but won't have any shot. So Miller advances into scoring position. His run doesn't mean much of anything right now, as it's a 3-run lead. The Cardinals will take whatever they can get.
Contreras has done a great job blocking all day. He finally misses one, but that one doesn't really matter anyway.
So 2-2 pitch now coming from Winkler. Swung on and missed. Carpenter swings right over the top of it. A good cutter right at the knees by Winkler. He'll get his 19th save of the season, and the Cubs will be a 4-1 winner here in London. They take the first game of this international series. Darvish, a great effort, works his way into the 7th inning. Allows just 1 earned run in 6 1/3 pitched. He picks up the win. For the offense, well, there really wasn't much of it if you got here late. It was a 3-run shot, 4 batters into the game by Kyle Schwarber. Wilson Contreras made it back-to-back shots. He went solo over the left field fence, and that was all she wrote until the bottom of the 7th inning. That's when the Cardinals were finally able to knock Darvish out of the game. Rowan Wick came in, allowed just 1 inherited runner to score, being charged to Darvish, but he gets out of the inning. The Cubs bullpen does the rest. Kimbrel pitching the 8th, and Winkler getting through the 9th as they dust off the hated rival Cardinals. The Cubs extend their National League best record, their 46th win of the season, and drop the Cardinals down yet another game below 500 in the standings. If my math is correct, that now sends the Cardinals to 32-38 on the season. while the Cubs are 21 games over 500 now at 46 and 25.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right. Good math job there.
But they're just a well-pitched game by Darvish. I know he got in some trouble, but was always able to find his way out of it. What were your impressions of the game there, Tardis?
No, the Cubs kept doing what they were doing. They had a good offensive showing, at least in the first inning. They were kind of quiet after that. They had another great pitching performance from their whole staff.
So, yeah, we take care of business here in the first game of this international series. If you want to catch the second half of, we'll call it, since we're over here in England, the Derby, you can catch it, I believe, on Bop Ball After Dark tomorrow, correct, Tardis?
Yeah, that is correct. And you will be on the Phillies Open call, right?
No, I will not. The Phillies are playing. Yes, I will be. I'm sorry. I don't pay attention to what Mark puts out. But yes, I will be on the Phillies Oakland call right before that. But speaking of schedules and keeping things in order, we want to keep the train moving here, which means that we are going to send it on out to the West Coast, going from the far East Coast, I guess, across an ocean, about, 8 or 9 time zones away, as I believe we've got Arizona and the Padres on deck, and with it, 2 of our favorite characters, Jake and Duggo. Guys, how are you living?
I'm doing pretty warm over here. Definitely a far cry from the rain y'all are experiencing over there.
It's very London-y.
How about yourself, Jake? What's going on with you?
Wasn't supposed to be on the broadcast, but just figured we couldn't let Duggo go alone. Can't let a 19-inning game happen tonight. So, figured I'd pull through the booth and see another Snakes game. Hopefully a victory here today.
I would love to see that. Game 2 of a lovely 3-game set here against these San Diego Padres.
I am going to leave it up to you guys. Tardis, a pleasure as always. Duggo, Jake, we are in it for the long haul. I'll be listening along as we go throughout the night.
Well, there you go. Appreciate it, Mike. Appreciate it, Tardis. Great call. I caught most of it. And, it's always a good day when the Cardinals and Paul Goldschmidt can't get things done. Makes you feel good about that trade, doesn't it, Duggo?
Oh, I love to see it, man. You love to root for the guys after you leave your team, but
not St. Louis. No, you don't get my
St.
support if you're in St. Louis.
Never St. Louis.
No, we're gonna cast you out there, and we're gonna see. Not sure which uniforms we're gonna see.
Luckily, not those batting practice things. I can take not batting practice jerseys.
Well, there we go. We're going to get the road grays for the Diamondbacks, and it looks like right now the camo uniforms for the Padres, pretty classic for the San Diego squad. Yesterday did not go in the Diamondbacks' favor. You and I were on that call, Duggo. And Zach Gallen surprisingly gets shelled early, kind of rights the ship, but the Diamondbacks offense just never battling back into that one yesterday.
No, we saw Zach Gallen pick up just his second loss in a couple decisions. Fell to a 4-2 record, but both those losses came against the San Diego Padres team, man. Sometimes a team just has your number, and that number apparently was just 2. Final score was 3-1, but just those 2 runs that they were able to tack on the first inning were all they needed. We saw the bats for these Diamondbacks go quiet, but if we can, extrapolate a loss out of a previous loss, I think we can pull a win out of another win. We saw when these last 2 teams faced off with these guys on the mound, Dinelson Lamet for the Padres and Mike Leake for the Diamondbacks. Final score in that one was a nice 8-1 Arizona victory. So I'm hoping history can repeat itself here today.
Well, there you go. We will see Dinelson Lamet, like you mentioned, that 5.88 ERA, and the big thing to keep a lookout for, 41 walks over just 14 starts, Duggo. He's had significant command control issues, and this Diamondback squad's a team that can take some walks, and then when you leave one over the plate, they can absolutely punish you. Starling Marte, a guy who might be able to do it, but he once again goes for the bunt against Manny Machado, and it once again does not work.
No, we saw him playing fairly shallow last time, and, Machado, for all the guff I'll give him, he's a pretty stellar defender over there at the hot corner. He just had a series against the Colorado Rockies and the veritable defense of Nolan Arenado, but now tossing it over to a similar, defensive star in Machado. Not exactly the kind of play you'd like to see to get yourself started.
Well, if you're San Diego, you got to be glad that at least Machado can still play in the field, because it doesn't look like he knows how to use a piece of lumber one bit anymore.
That one will go 4-3, so 3 pitches, 2 outs here. Diamondbacks not inspiring much confidence here early.
Is my gain better now, Dugout?
It is, yeah. No, you were like redlining real hard to start that off.
Yeah, Things get bumped occasionally, but we're back at it as we see Eduardo Escobar come to the plate. Ooh. That's going to be a foul ball. Nice piece of hitting, though. Good piece of solid contact. Something that Eduardo has not done against Dylan Nelson. 0 for 6 career. Not a ton to work with, but also 2 strikeouts, and really hasn't been that competitive against the Padres all season, Eduardo.
Would like to see it turn around. Eduardo was able to get a hit in that last game yesterday, but not going to see one here to start it off. That's a strikeout, so a really easy inning for a guy who struggled against the Snakes all year. Going to head now to the bottom of the first. Let's see what San Diego's got, but more importantly for me and you, let's see what Mike Leake's got.
Mike Leake comes to the mound. He has been an excellent pickup for the Snakes this season. I honestly don't have enough good things to say about Mike Leake. That 2.74 ERA, basically a 1 whip despite being a contact guy. I mean, man.
Dude, no, we honestly cannot understate what Mike Leake has done this year. He's not a strikeout guy. He never has been. He's always been a weak contact guy, which historically has led to a lot of deep fly balls, especially with the new ball that's been going around since Rob Manfred's really been in charge. Just going to try to stop myself on railing on that guy all day. But we haven't seen a whole lot of home runs allowed by Mike Leake, one of the better guys in the National League for preventing the long ball, and he continues to do it here this year. He's that whips low. He's attacking the zone effectively as he does right there, and that one is going to go 4-3. Good job of Marte with the range to grab that, but limiting walks. He's right now the #1 guy in walks allowed in the National League as well. So getting in the zone, getting after guys, and making sure he can go deep into games too. One of the most innings pitched out of anybody in the NL as well.
There you go. Mike Leake working another first pitch strike there on Tommy Pham. Tommy Pham's been critical to the Padres' kind of, not, I wouldn't say recent slew of success, but him getting back to just a normal average is going to be pretty important for these dads, and he's been working his way back. Got a pretty huge home run against the Snakes and in the last series, and has been just, a little bit better. Still hovering at 219 as he hits that one out to Cole Calhoun there in right field. So the average keeps climbing like I was talking about. Tommy Pham starting to get it together for San Diego.
I've always loved the skill set that Tommy Pham has brought to the table, and only been better since he's got that vision taken care of. He's been a stud, man. Some of these guys just break out a little bit later in their career, and Tommy Pham's a great guy. I'm just sad he's playing in my division, and I can't root for him as much. Brings up Eric Hosmer. He was the guy who started off the scoring in last night's game. Excuse me, that was Tatis. It was Hosmer who kept the scoring going with a solo shot, as he's going to keep the hits coming. Back-to-back singles given up by Mike Leake here.
That's okay, though, if you're Mike Leake. You've only thrown 7 pitches. You have that out, and you have Eric Hosmer on base who, not really all that quick. and Manny Machado up at the plate. So right now is a great chance to get that double play ball, get out of this inning throwing very few pitches, and just forget that you gave up 2 singles back-to-back. Don't even worry about it.
With the way his whip is all year, if anything, he's going to give up these hits and then go scoreless for the rest of this game as he goes in on Manny Machado. 1-0 to start off this at-bat. Machado still looking for his first hit in the series, an 0-for-4 day yesterday. As that's right at Nick Ahmed at short. Almost could have doubled him off if good job of Tommy Pham scrambling back to second there in time. Got to get the brain in broadcasting mode here.
As Jurickson Profar comes up to the plate now, he's 4th right now in the National League in second base all-star voting. That 275 average, a big reason why he's been huge in terms of contact numbers for these Padres. A team that's really been struggling average-wise outside of maybe Franchi Cordero.
It's a small sample size for him as well. I mean, we said the same things about Stephen Vogt early on in the season, but look where he's at now. So I'm gonna hold my breath for a little bit bigger sample size, as that's gonna be an easy out right at Nick Ahmed. Toss to second is in time. So the Padres started out strong, but already strand 2 here in the bottom of the first. Headed over to the top of the second. See what the Snakes got.
I mean, honestly, that inning right there shows you why Mike Leake's had all this success all season. You know, he, of course, is going to allow some contact, but the minute he does, he gets out of it in 4 pitches. And so he only threw 11 pitches in that inning, despite, you know, letting 2 singles go on, let a man into scoring position. And, I mean, he's in perfect position efficiency-wise to turn this into a long start, and that's exactly what he's been doing all season, bending just a little bit and then immediately making sure that the guys in those clutch situations get nothing done.
No, man, I'm really stoked about what Mike Leake has done all year, and I just really hope we can continue to see that today.
As it looks like we have our Korean contingent in the chat once again. As David Peralta is going to strike out there, the freight train goes down on 3 straight pitches. And Dinelson Lamet looks fantastic today. That's already his second strikeout and just 4 outs here. And hopefully we're not going to see a repeat of the Snakes' offense yesterday.
And so, coming into today, you were saying that looking at the numbers from Lamet is the walk issue is what you saw highlighted right there. You know, 41 walks through 64 innings pitched. And while that's awful, you can pair that with an incredible 81 strikeouts in those same 64 innings. So it's either it's likely going to be a short outing because he's throwing all the pitches to rack up those many strikeouts and walks. So really, it's going to be a battle of patience at the plate, and God knows the Diamondbacks lately have not been the most patient hitters.
No, that is very true, but Christian Walker's been getting a lot more patient. I do think part of it is that he's not seeing everyday action, you know, and he's really getting to lock into those matchups for him. But, I mean, he's been critical to the D-backs' wins in the last probably 2 weeks.
We did see Christian Walker able to drive home the only run in last night's ballgame, a 3-1 final. It was a sacrifice fly with Ketel Marte on third to make the second out in the top of the ninth. Unfortunately, that one run was all they got, as that's 3 straight strikeouts here by Lamet. Just gotta wait to see when the wheels eventually fall off, man. I think it's going to be a game of patience here today.
Once again, I think our Korean contingent in the chat is using a different schedule than we are, Tucko.
Right? That's kind of what you caught me off guard. I was sitting there trying to take care of that while you went off on the Mike Leake tangent. I'm like, I need to chime into this somehow.
Either way, it's 1-0 to Cole Calhoun right now as he's going to swing on that ball. Hits it down the third base line, foul, evens the count 1-1 here, but Lamet's only thrown 17 pitches to get through 1 2/3 and has an opportunity with the 1-2 count here to just put in 2 super efficient, super productive evenings for the Dads.
1-2 to Calhoun as he gives that one a ride. Do we see our first run of the game? And we are not. That is just shy of the track. Cordero out there to put it away. Could have been a good drive, but just not enough distance. As the Diamondbacks have gone down in order to start off this ball game. See what the Dads can challenge with. Dozier, Cordero, Hedges do up here.
I mean, I still like the opportunity that the D-backs have here with Leake on the mound, but I liked it yesterday with Zach Gallen on the mound, and we both know how that worked out.
Right? I mean, like we said, man, sometimes the team's just got your numbers. Sometimes that's how the splits go. Dozier looks at a 1-1 count here to start it off. Mike Leake, as we said, just not one to mince around the strike zone. You know, it's harder to get those hard exit velocities when a guy is up there tossing in the mid to high 80s. Big swing and a miss on a 79-mile-an-hour slider. Speeds like that becoming more and more rare as you see those sliders, some of them touching in the 90s now with these power pitchers.
Yeah, and I've always, kind of thought that there just has to now kind of be a zone, as that one's going to be hit up, to left field there. David Peralta going underneath it. There's got to be just some kind of roll there for a guy who's just throwing like 10 miles an hour less than everybody else, because that has just got to mess you up in the head, I always felt weird when I was in a cage back in, middle school, high school ball, just dropping 10 or going up 10 in miles an hour. So I can only imagine at the major league level with all that movement, all that craziness, and all of a sudden you're expecting that slider to come in at 89 and it's coming in at 79. You're just like, what?
I think that's part of what, speaking of former Diamondbacks at least, is that one is misplayed by the Gold Glover out at short.
I don't know if he was going to get it either way. I think he was a little...
Had a 2-for-2 day yesterday. He starts off 1-for-1 here.
Yeah, it looked like Nick just had to run so far over and so far back in the infield there to get that pitch that he had to make just an absolutely perfect transition in order to throw that in time. And when he didn't make that transition perfectly, I don't think you can really blame him there. Franchi Cordero able to get an infield base hit. And the score is agreed, so we'll move on. Mike Leake getting the first strike against catcher Austin Hedges.
No, I mean, talking about that off-speed stuff like that, I think that's part of why Zach Greinke's curveball has always been so effective. That curveball in the mid-60s. He doesn't have the fastball velocity that he used to, that a lot of guys do, but the ability to drop a curveball in there at, middle school speeds? Yeah. Oh, that's nasty.
Well, and I mean, you look at the numbers from Mike Leake, it kind of bears it out. 2014, 2015, 2016, using the slider a lot less, but over the last few years as the speed's gone up, as that's going to be a strikeout there for Mike Leake on the slider, his first of the day. You've seen him go a little more to that slider, a little more to that changeup, and a little less to that sinker-cutter combo. I think just partially because his off-speed is so, at this point, off the average speed.
Brings up the pitcher. Lamet looks at a ball outside, 1-0. 4 for 18 on this year, with a run scored, a run batted in, 7 strikeouts to 2 walks. 2 out, 1 on here for this inning as that one's on the ground. Toss over to second is in time. So they will go down the same way they did in the first. 6-4 goes the last out.
All right, well, Nick Ahmed's going to get a chance to make up for that ball that he maybe misplayed, maybe didn't. Either way, you know he wants to get a hit here, be a productive member for this team. Hitting about 264 so far this season. You know, he's never the reason that the Diamondbacks offense is, like, killing it, but he's always involved, you know, and he's consistently involved, and that's what you really got to appreciate about Nick Ahmed in the middle to late part of this lineup.
No, just looking at this whole team, you know, everyone, aside from the catcher spot with that on-base percentage north of 300, you know, in most cases it's in the middle to high 300s. Everybody's doing their own part. You know, everybody's swinging the bat pretty consistently well. You know, the leadoff guys in Marte and LaCastro, the only ones with slugging percentages below 400. It's, everybody's doing their part, man. Nick Ahmed, no exception. Count is tied up 2-2 here to start the at-bat. You've seen Lamet get through a couple innings really easily, as that one's going to be snagged out there by Tatis Jr. Toss over is in time.
Batting it, the catcher.
But what I was getting at is I'd like to see some of these Diamondback hitters put up a little bit more of a fight at the plate. Lamet already with 7 outs under his belt and only 24 pitches thrown. Not exactly what you want out of a guy who allows that many walks and really doesn't go that far into games.
Fair. But I mean, walking Stephen Vogt would be a true mistake in terms of competitiveness here. But hey, you know, Lamet is going for it at least. Now 2-0 count. And maybe with Lamet, as he throws his 3rd straight ball on a 4-seamer there, that 4-seamer dropped about 2 miles an hour down below where he's been throwing, right around 97 for this entire game. And I was about to say that maybe Lamet's issues is just when you're throwing that fast compared to Leake, it's a lot harder to locate your pitches. He throws one right down Broadway. And I think Mike Leake does have a little bit of control benefit from how slow he's throwing.
I'm just imagining me even trying to get anywhere near that on a gun, and my command is way worse. It's all relative. It's all beautiful. Payoff pitch to...
Oh, no! What?
Payoff pitch to Vogt is swinging at one down at his shoes. Yeah, Stephen Vogt could be on base with walk number 15 instead. Strikeout number 30.
Duggo, I think Shane Spears got a good point in chat. It might be time for Varsho after that swing. That was embarrassing.
But the problem is, man, last we looked down at the farm on Reno, Dalton Varsho is swinging a bat just as bad.
I 100% agree. I don't know. Can we trade? Like, we need to do something. The catching spot is really, honestly, I think, what's been holding these Snakes back. Because, like we were talking about yesterday, as Mike Leake now goes quickly down 0-2, even when we get guys in scoring position, you get to the back end of this order, and it's like there's 2 guaranteed outs. You know, you got your pitcher and you got your catcher, and you're just screwed. And I don't really know what the D-backs can do to change that, but Mike Leake's not going to change that. He's going to swing right through that curveball from Lamet. So Lamet's thrown 3 fantastic innings so far for the Dads. D-backs still without a hit in this one. The Padres have 3 hits, but no runs, much like the Snakes. We head to the bottom of the 3 here at Petco in San Diego.
The lineup will flip over here for the Padres. Going to be 1-2-3 due up in this bottom of the 3rd. Mike Leake just struck out to end that last inning, and he starts off Tatis with a nice strike in there at 85.
Nope, that's the ball.
Looks at one, lone away, now 1-1. So I don't know, like, right now, as far as 40-man roster options go, the Diamondbacks only have the 2 catchers on there, the 2 of them currently at the major league level. As that swung on one big inside, bring it back to even 2-2. You know, there's not really a good option. I don't remember offhand who the other guy down at Reno is. And speaking of down, a slider down brings it full here to Tatis.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not even sure necessarily who you would choose to send down, as Christian Walker's going to run over and make a fantastic play over there on the line. Catches that one on a dime. As you see the NL West standings pop up there, D-backs 9 games over 500, 4 games back in the division, and just a game and a half back in the wild card. Had a chance to stay just half a game back yesterday, but the Snakes fell to these very Padres.
I think the important thing for Diamondbacks fans is, even with the loss yesterday, it was countered with a Dodgers loss. So they didn't drop any further back, at least in their division.
That is true indeed, as Tommy Pham's here at the plate. He's 1 for 1 on the day. Like we said, Tommy Pham, a little bit of a resurgence recently for the Padres. But he's going to take that changeup, not even swing at it. 1-2 count there now for Mike Leake.
Mike Leake with already 1 strikeout in this game. Tommy Pham, no stranger to striking out, as that one's not even going to be offered at. Slider way outside. Now even again at 2-2. Another no offer on something away. Tommy Pham is a choosy guy, man. Honestly, I'm surprised to see the strikeouts that high and the walks that low for him here in this season.
And you know, Doug, we're trying to talk about other catchers. I think Lucas.
That is given a ride, and the Padres strike first on a no-doubter by Tommy Pham. Once you saw that swing, you knew it was game over.
Again, Tommy Pham's resurgence recently, especially against these Diamondbacks, has been absolutely critical for Friar's success. That one only goes 387 feet, which feels a little short for a bop ball home run. But nonetheless, it goes over the fence, counts just the same as any other hit over the wall. That'll be 1 run. And I guess if you're Mike Leake, just thankfully no one was on base for that one.
One of the critical things about, having a whip so low. Even when you do have troubles with long balls, I mean, he hasn't this year, but any pitcher, as long as you're not giving up guys on base, the long ball isn't any worse than allowing a couple base hits strung together. If anything, it's a little bit easier because you're only having to work from the windup, not having to worry about anybody on base, not have to worry about modifying your movement to go from the stretch or anything. You can just focus at the guy on the plate. I'd rather see, 2 long balls than I would see 2 runs off like 8 base runners. That is on the ground, brings it now to 2-2 as Eric Hosmer is up here after that big home run to open up the scoring. And another full count pitch. Full count situation, rather.
Just a bit outside.
Payoff pitch to Hosmer is on. Saws him off on a half swing. Ball finds bat. And Ketel Marte finds ball. Line out to second for the second out.
Well, I mean, it absolutely is helpful that the Diamondbacks have Ketel Marte and Nick Ahmed in the middle of that infield. I don't know of a much more productive defensively infield that you could find in the National League, especially with Eduardo covering there at third. Defensively, the Snakes are just the best, and it really helps out a pitcher like Mike Leake, who's going to be relying on his defense quite a lot. A ton of ground balls, ton of short fly balls. He's going to need guys who are quick and who have that reaction time.
I mean, for the sake of discussion, I think last year you probably could have made the argument for the Atlanta Braves over there. Ozzie Albies, no slouch at second. Former Diamondback Dansby Swanson at short. And for as much bat as he brings to the table, that man that is now with the Twins, Josh Donaldson, is no slouch with the glove himself as Machado grounds out to end the inning. But Tommy Pham puts one in the seats to open up the scoring, making it 1-0 here through 3.
Well, we're going to see the Diamondbacks now with a chance, but Dinelson Lamet so far has been fantastic. 34 pitches through 3 innings. It doesn't even really seem like there's been a Diamondbacks hitter that's been close to getting something going. Just again, a lot of weak contact, a lot of swings and misses. We'll see if maybe turning the order back over, going through a second time is going to help out, but given Starling Marte's career stats against Lamet, I'm not sure that holding out optimism for this at-bat's really the move.
But here's the joy of it. Statistically, he's bound to get something here. 0 for 12 can't continue a whole lot longer if you believe in at least some sort of cosmic justice. 1-2 pitch into Starling is looked at for a ball high, a 2-2 count here. Good to see Marte at least taking a couple pitches. Lamet coming into this inning with just 34 pitches through 3. As that one's golfed, possibly into the gap, but as it was golfed a little bit too much under it. As Pham is there to put it away for first out here in the 4th inning.
Marte.
Bringing up Ketel Marte. Came around to score on the only run in last night's game. Sacrifice fly hit in the 9th. At least Ketel Marte's got a hit in his career off this man right here. Just 1 for 8. Not great, but better than the 0 for 12 we just saw. Now 2-1 here to Ketel Marte. Lamet comes set. Pitch. Clobbered by Ketel Marte. That's in the gap and will be trouble. Feet shy of a home run. As he will be standing into second with a 1-out double.
Well, Duggo, I lagged out a little bit there and saw the ball that I thought was about to go over the wall. Unfortunately, it does not, but Ketel Marte continues to extend his lead there for the teams in doubles, and that's not just for the team, that's for the entire National League. 25 doubles leading so far this season, and pretty impressive that the Diamondbacks have another guy right in that race, Eduardo Escobar, behind him with 23.
So we got Marte over there at second, only 1 out. And we'd like to see the Eduardo Escobar we saw all throughout the month of April here. Come back down to earth. Numbers with runners in scoring position, hitting .325. Still better than he's been doing overall. And he's had runners in scoring position a good lot this season. We've seen the Diamondbacks use their 9-hole hitter as either somebody speedy or somebody young, as that one's going to drop in the dirt. Drop third strike in time to get Escobar at first, 2 away. But we've seen the Diamondbacks, use some unconventional methods, historically conventional now, to try to manufacture some runs. So, Marte in front of him and Marte in front of him done a good job of getting on base and making plenty of opportunities for Eduardo.
I mean, let's be real, Duggo. Any of the unconventional methods are pretty much coming for you or I, so...
it's, batting somebody like that in the 9-hole at least, probably until the mid-2010s was pretty unconventional, but we saw a lot more of it happen with that lovely man, Joe Madden, I feel like, really leading the way on that. Switching stuff up, thinking outside the box.
Yeah, some teams thinking outside the box involves trash cans and...
Oh my God! David Peralta Waste no time putting that one in the seats. And it is a game of long balls in this one, talking about how important it is to limit runners on base. This is it. David Peralta puts the Diamondbacks on top with a 2-run shot here. Oh, you love to see it.
Oh, yeah. Choo-choo. David Peralta, the freight train, hits that one an absolute mile. No doubter right off the bat. You saw it in his swagger. You heard it in our reaction. And I guess I just want to know what J-Bot's thinking right now.
Now batting.
J-Bot's thinking he's seen enough Padre wins that he's okay with it as Christian Walker strikes on the first pitch he sees, but that'll be right into the glove of Tommy Pham. Don't care. David Peralta sneaks one into the seats here. It's now 2-1. Diamondbacks on top, heading to the bottom of the fourth.
Man, that was pretty.
Leading up for the Padres, the left fielder.
Jurickson Profar comes to the plate now. And he grounded out in the first, but still, once again, is one of the main contact options for this Padres lineup. And you see why he's able to get the barrel to the ball rather well. Unfortunately for Jurickson, the 3 for 22 lifetime stats against Mike Leake is not ideal. And seems like he doesn't really know where that cutter's going as it just kind of drops down below his bat there. Nice little bit of late movement.
0-2 pitch to Profar. That one's hit hard. Peralta's going after it, and it's going to drop in foul territory.
Right out by the Western Metal Supply Company there in left field.
Man, every time I see that thing, I just get those ridiculous flashbacks to none other than big, sexy Bartolo Colon's lone home run in his career, just smashed off that building, man.
Indeed. Well, there you go. That's one down, and now Brian Dozier coming up for the Dads.
Got a little bit sidetracked with thoughts of big, sexy dancing in my head. I'm sure that if Cookie's listening in, he can appreciate that. So Profar goes down 3 unassisted to start the inning. And Brian Dozier flew out to start the second, quickly behind 0-2 here to Leake. As that one's hit on a line, but another foul ball that easily could have been trouble. There we go. I love the posterity on that, Jake.
That's the ball.
Leake goes for the knockout pitch there. No bite on the cutter. Perfect location, but nothing doing from Dozier. Gets him to hit that one out there to Cole Calhoun, able to be there for out number 2.
Number 33, Frankie.
You
were talking about this earlier, though, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's a huge difference. I mean, that's just... I don't even know how to, process a change of almost 10 miles an hour at those kind of speeds. It's already so hard to get your timing right. And then to just be dropped down so much by Mike Leake's pitching. Occasionally, you're just going to absolutely launch that ball, but a lot of times, Mike Leake's going to make you look silly.
As that's another one on the ground. Ahmed over to Walker in time. So a quick inning. He's going to keep Lamet on his toes after giving up that 2-run shot to David Peralta. So Diamondbacks in the last half finally able to get into the hits column. They're doing it big, and after a quick 1-2-3 for the Padres, they're going to see if they can keep that offense moving.
And that was big right there for Mike Leake because he now gets to face the end of the order there. Only needs one more inning to be in line for the W. And even though the D-backs got 6, 7, 8 and Calhoun Ahmed vote coming up, I feel confident in Leake's ability to just get some meaningless outs from the likes of Austin Hedges and Nelson Lamet coming up in his 5th inning.
Cole Calhoun rocking a smooth 0-for-1. Flew out to his counterpart out there in right. On something I thought was hit a lot better than it was. Started to get real excited there, but It's a simple fly out to right, as it's now 1-2 to Cole Calhoun. One in the dirt, no bite. So glad to see it. We've seen Calhoun swing at some very questionable pitches.
We've seen a lot of the Snakes the last few weeks swing at questionable pitches. Talk about it right there. A high fastball outside the zone's probably not something you're going to drive very far either way. Calhoun thought he had something there, and he had absolutely nothing. All air, and he's going right on back to the dugout there.
7th strikeout of the day for Lamet. And yet to issue a walk. I think that's speaking more to the lack of discipline in these Arizona bats than it is any command, lack of command issues from Lamet. Ahmed starts off with ball 1 here. Evened up at 1-1. 1 out here in the top of the 5th. 1-1 to Nick Ahmed. Be hit hard on a line, but just foul. He's a little bit early to that one.
Nick Ahmed wanted to be the power there. Saw what David Peralta did. Figured he could follow it up with one of his own.
Now that's outside 2-2, and this is the patience that we haven't seen so much today. We've seen these guys going down early in the count on a lot of ground balls. Seen a lot of strikeouts quickly, as that one's going to be over the head of Dozier at second for just the 3rd hit of the ball game here for the Snakes.
Now batting, catcher, Steven Vogt.
Well, they didn't need many hits to get their lead, but will always take more. Slick Nick gets one just over the outstretched glove.
Brings up Steven Vogt. Hitless in the series so far. Not too much surprise that batting average down at 185. Was definitely a better pinch hitter than he was a member of the starting 9, but that's the joy of having him and Carson Kelly both hitting as poorly as they do, as Vogt turns on one. It'll be just a long strike instead of anything dangerous. 0-2.
Yeah, technically a better hitter than John Ryan Murphy for these Diamondbacks, but that's not setting an awfully high bar.
Yeah, where's some of these guys that we were rostering all last year? Where's your Blake Swihart? As that one's looked at for strike 3. Vogt doesn't look too happy about it, but doesn't matter if you're happy about it. Blues, the one making the call. That was definitely over the plate, man.
Well,
8 strikeout.
You were wondering where everyone is. Blake Swihart over there in the Texas Rangers organization now, after coming over and being god-awful for these Diamondbacks, after actually being low-key productive for the Red Sox in his 4 seasons.
Right.
But he's on a minor league deal right now with the Texas Rangers, and John Ryan Murphy looks like he's in the Pittsburgh Pirates organization. After leaving the Diamondbacks, he got traded from the Diamondbacks to the Braves, actually. And he played a little bit in Gwinnett. Played a little bit of time in the majors, but after a couple months was non-tendered, became a free agent, and signed a minor league deal in Pittsburgh earlier this year.
We know Jeff Mathis is back in Texas, over there with the Rangers.
The Rangers are just taking all of our old, useless backup catchers.
Hey, man, don't you dare slander Jeff Mathis like that. 3-1 here to Mike Leake, looked at, and there's the first walk of the game. Not the spot you'd expect it out of, as Mike Leake, the pitcher, takes just his 2nd walk here in the 2020 season.
Look, I don't want to slander Jeff Mathis, but maybe at age 37, he should consider that he doesn't know how to bat anymore.
Okay, cool. I'll take him, man. If we're getting the same offensive production as we are out of Steven Vogt and Carson Kelly, I'll take somebody who is a defensive wizard and can create outs with his glove behind the plate. 10 times out of 10.
That's fair. That is fair. I'm gonna look up what his defensive WAR is while.
Unreal.
It's not unreal.
Depends on which site you're using and how they calculate pitch framing. As Marte swings through that one, it is now 0-2. 2 outs, 2 on here in the top of the 5th. Ahmed at second, Leake at first, as that's going to be swung on in the dirt. Not sure what Starling is thinking. It bounces, toss over to first in time. So the first time that the Diamondbacks going to leave any on. 2 left on 1 hit. No runs. Head now to the bottom of the 5th. Bottom of the order for Mike Leake.
Wow. Jeff Mathis is making the most money in his career right now at age 36, 37.
Yeah, because people actually know what the numbers are with what he does behind the plate, whether it be from pitch framing, whether it's calling a game, working with the pitchers. Like, you know, without all this stat nerd stuff that at least gets me out of bed in the morning, you know, he's not seeing those contracts. But in numbers baseball here in 2020, that's when Jeff Mathis gets to make the big bucks.
I mean, I wouldn't say big bucks. He is still only making like $3 million, which is a lot of money to be fair, but not for the major leagues. Is that first pitch?
Oh.
No! No! Oh!
This could be bad, folks. Mike Leake holding his arm, looks like something may be broken.
Broken? What do you mean broken?
I don't understand. I want to cry. This makes me want to cry.
I don't even know who to bring up to start instead. I guess you move Merrill Kelly back in.
Your attention.
See, I mean, there's a bunch of guys, and I guess we'll see what Merrill Kelly's got. Then the most reliable member of the Snakes bullpen, ERA sub-3 at 55 innings of work. Oh my God, this is a huge blow here to the Snakes. As the first pitch Merrill Kelly throws is going to be into the seats. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't get a chance to warm up. That's crushing, dude. I honestly don't think
about that is crushing.
I don't know if the D-backs can make the playoffs without him in the rotation.
Yes, we'll see what happens now. Merrill Kelly immediately gives off a home run here to Austin Hedges. Just the 4th of the year for Hedges. And that's a killer, man. Mike Leake been one of the most valuable pitchers here for the Snakes in the 2020 season. Part of the reason they're going for win number 40 today. And they really haven't had a good answer for a 5th starter, you know. Luke Weaver hasn't been the guy. John DePlantier definitely wasn't the guy, you know. Could see what Alex Young has in the tank, but options are starting to run thin, you know, with Weaver already in the rotation. It's not been great.
And I mean, it's not even just that. It's Mike Leake has been probably the most consistent pitcher for the Diamondbacks this season. You know, he's never really gotten shelled, unlike Bumgarner has occasionally. Man, that just really sucks. There's no other way to put it.
Lamet strikes out here. Goes down looking for the first out here in the inning as the tone has changed here in this one. On back-to-back pitches, Mike Leake comes up holding his arm. Not sure what that's got in store for the rest of the season. And Austin Hedges ties the game up, makes it 2-2. See what's going on there at the conclusion of this one is Tatis pops out to Stephen Vogt for the second out here.
Center fielder, number 28.
Well, all we can hope is that You know, it's just a weird bit of soreness, and Mike Leake will be back, but based on the description there on the reading card that I've truly never seen,
right?
They were just like, this looks bad, like straight up. So it feels bad. And Tommy Pham now 2 for 2 with a home run on his day is trying to make it feel worse, I guess.
So I'm just gonna start spitballing here now because that's clearly what we've got the rest of the game to do is ruminate and start crying and freaking out. As the 1-1 pitch to Pham swung on and missed, it's 1-2. JB Bukauskas definitely profiles as a guy, you know, as a good reliever. He's looked incredible in his innings at Jackson here in 2020. He just got promoted up to the Reno rotation. Might be interesting to see how he's done in a game or two at Reno. And maybe he either comes into the rotation or heads as a good bullpen piece, as that one's dribbled in front of the plate. Toss from Vogt will not be in time. The speedy Tommy Pham legging that one out for a base hit. Yup. And Kami, I did not lean away to reach for bourbon. I reached away to look at my scorecard and just cry a little bit. I try not to drink as much anymore during these, which is to say at all. Did that early on in the season, and by the time we hit about the 7th or 8th inning, it was off the rails. I know my own limits, and definitely not exactly the prettiest thing to see. Look over to first is going to keep Pham honest.
Not just that, but by the 7th or 8th inning, you need to pee.
Right, dude, that's the thing, man. You know, I can sit here and drink something caffeinated as the ball in the dirt is going to see Pham running. He advances safely on the pitch in the dirt from Merrill Kelly. And maybe it's time to say we just need a solid starter. Screw what the bullpen can do, and maybe Kelly does pop back into the rotation.
Yeah, I think that's what it's going to have to be. We'll bring up somebody from Reno to fill that bullpen slot that he's been taking up, but he's got to be the option. He definitely is the logical next guy up with how many long guys especially we have in that bullpen. Definitely hurts. No other way to put it. Mike Leake has been a rock, but Merrill Kelly, I guess, is going to have to take over that role. But right now, he's not looking so solid in his first action in this one. His first pitch was a home run, but you do got to give him a bit of credit. He came in without warming up, but now does have a runner at second in scoring position. 3-1 count to Hosmer, and is going to walk him on just 5 pitches there. So some struggles definitely for Kelly to start off his day. Now runners at first and second. Does have 2 down, but needs to buckle down in order to prevent any more runs coming across this inning. Maintain the tie here for the Snakes.
And this is one of the things that I really get beef with bot ball managers. If you've got a sudden injury like that, you're going to bring in a 1-inning guy. You're going to give a long guy like Kelly the time to properly warm up and prepare to go 2, 3, 4 innings. You're not going to toss it over to the long guy and just say, hey, go out there and throw 3 innings on like the 8 warm-up pitches you're going to get out of the bullpen. You're gonna toss it over to somebody, you know, maybe more like your Bracho or even your Hector Rondon to just keep it close there, and then you're going to toss it over to one of the long guys to keep it close. So in fact, I don't like this move, man.
No, in fact, even before this season, before the 3-pitcher rule, you'd probably do something like bring in your loogie or something, you know, have him throw a pitcher or a batter, or 2, and then move to your bullpen. But oh, that's true. Kami makes a good point. I still don't know that you're gonna really waste all your time warming up out there, but it doesn't matter. He's able to get the strikeout there, but somehow Austin Hedges hit a home run.
Yeah, just number 4 on the season, ties it up. 1 pitch after Mike Leake apparently explodes his throwing arm.
Well, it's only a tie baseball game, but the mood in the D-backs clubhouse is somber. Heidi Watney looks a little bit more energetic and happy. But Eduardo's face there kind of says it all. A little bit of a grimace. A lot of seriousness in that expression. Torey Lavello over there talking it over with his coaches, maybe trying to figure out what in the world to do now. But we still got some baseball to play here today.
Should be good. It's sitting at a tied game. We've seen the Padres now strand 5 runners here in this game as Ketel Marte looks at a gimme pitch from Lamet for strike 1. Will be the Black Ink Boys due up here in the 6th as Lamet is now going to be up in the 70s in his pitches. Curious to see when the wheels start falling off for him. Be a good spot to do it with all of your big bats here in this inning. Cal Quantrill and Drew Pomerantz getting loose out there for the Dads. We've seen them lose games for the Padres here against these Snakes. Maybe like to see them in sooner rather than later. And just to touch on that, looks like they do bring in pitchers here in the show. Fully warmed up in the case of injury. Has injured an injury-replaced pitcher. The replacement gets to warm up for as long as they need on the mound.
You can say that, but there's just no way you're ready. There's no way you're stretched out. And there's no way you're going to take 25 pitches out there on the mound. You know what I mean? You still have everyone.
I've seen it, man. I've seen it. It's a great time to get up, take a leak, go grab another beer at the stadium.
Ha ha ha. Was that a pun?
It was not, as that one's going to be at the wall. Franchi Cordero makes the grab at the track with a first out here in the top of the 6th.
The third baseman, number 5.
Well, Dinelson Lamet's doing everything he can to avoid his 8th loss on the season. It looked like we were headed that direction until that Austin Hedges home run. But maybe Eduardo can turn it around, turn his season around.
Eduardo 0 for 2 on this one with a pair of strikeouts. Lamet up to 9 strikeouts here today.
Seems like we've been saying that every other game for Eduardo this last about month or so of bot ball. The strikeouts have gone up significantly. The RBIs have almost completely dried up. You know, we were talking about it in yesterday's game. He's at what, 51 RBIs right now, but I think he was at 49 RBIs like over 2.5 weeks ago.
Yeah,
so,
he sat stagnant for a long time there. It's a good spot here. Might get something to hit on 3-0. Pitch comes in inside, so even if it's not a hit, it's a productive at-bat. 4 straight pitches puts Eduardo Escobar on base here with 1 out.
Peralta.
That is just the 2nd walk issued by Lamet today.
And now the man that got it done for the Diamondbacks, David Peralta, had that 2-run home run in the 4th. Your ears might still be ringing from Duggo and I's yells. Hopefully they're gonna ring once again after this at bat. Instead, though, Peralta takes a pitch almost down the middle there, a curveball. Nice pitch to drive, but no swing from the freight train, and we're at 0-1 here.
David Peralta currently sitting at 98 career home runs after that one here today. Could be a milestone coming up soon for the freight train. 0-2 pitch to Peralta. Goes opposite field. Retreating back there is Profar. Makes the grab for the 2nd out.
Oh, that's a bummer. You think he maybe gets a couple more feet out there to the corner. Not sure Profar is able to get it. And Eduardo might be able to run for a while if it bounces off the wall. Instead, though, Profar on the run, able to get the out. And now there's 2 down for Christian Walker, who hasn't done much this game.
Walker struck out and lined out in his 2 plate appearances. Diamondbacks able to get a runner on the 1-out walk issued to Escobar. Would like to not strand him here, as they have only stranded 2 base runners all day. Foul ball brings it now to 1-1 here against Christian Walker.
This is Christian Walker's bread and butter, facing a right-handed pitcher.
One in the dirt, swings at it, gets away from Hedges as Escobar takes second. So not a good count for Walker, now sitting behind 1 and 2, but he's got a runner in scoring position.
Yeah, now it only takes just a nice little single out there to the outfield. Hopefully Walker can focus up a bit, though, because, man, that ball had, like, bounced already by the time he swung his bat.
Maybe you just want to catch it on the rebound, man. Just golf it. Hit it like cricket, man.
Hey, if he can accomplish that, I'm with it, but I think that swing tells you that he's not capable of doing such a feat. And we move on. Count 1 and 2. Pitch comes in. It's outside. Thankfully, Walker takes that one. Pretty much the same distance from the zone, so glad that Christian decided to wise up a bit.
There we go. With that cricket reference, just reminding you all that we've got the London series going on here in the bot ball world as well. All those games going to be broadcast, the Cardinals and the Cubs. As Christian Walker goes down swinging here, the 10th strikeout victim for these Snakes. Diamondbacks strand a man in scoring position. They're going to leave it tied as we head to the bottom of the 6th. 2-2 the score.
Leading off for the Padres, the left fielder, Jurickson.
Bottom of the 6th. I think that's somewhere in the Star Wars universe now with how many movies they've put out.
I mean, I would not be the person to ask on that front, but yeah.
Yeah, neither am I. That's why I'm asking, man. Profar quickly takes the first pitch he sees from Kelly, pops it up behind the plate. Vote there to put it away.
Second baseman,
And J-Bot coming in clutch. That is now back-to-back games with 10 strikeouts out of Padres starters. Saw Chris Paddock have a great game yesterday. Will secure the win in a 3-1 win. 10 strikeouts on his line. Kelly gets that one in the zone, kind of grooved, but there is Calhoun in right for a quick out number 2.
The right fielder, number 33, Frankie Cordero.
Brings up Franchi Cordero. Single to his name earlier. 2 outs here quickly in the bottom of the 6th. Kelly has looked pretty good after that first pitch home run Austin Hedges took him yard on.
Yeah, a little bit of struggles. Let a guy get into scoring position, but then was like, yeah, no, I'm going to shut everything down. Franchi Cordero
looks at another one. It's 1 and 2 here to Cordero. Pitch in from Kelly. Swung on the ground. Escobar to Walker is going to be in time, so a very quick 6th inning here. We are through 6, folks. Cruising towards that dreaded word that begins with E and ends with me crying. Heading now to the top of the 7th in a tied ball game.
Looks like we're going to see a double switch.
Your attention, please.
And Cal Quantrill. D-backs fans got to have a little bit of a smile.
Number 40, Cal Quantrill. Now playing right field and batting 9.
Cal Quantrill comes up to the mound. Hasn't looked effective too much against the Diamondbacks this year, as we've seen the day for Lamet end after that 10th strikeout to end the 6th. Cole Calhoun's going to be the first challenge he faces. That righty on lefty matchup where Calhoun seems to thrive. Comes in there for strike 1. Golfs the second pitch he's got right into the shifted left fielder in the gap for a quick out number 1.
The shortstop, Nick Ahmed.
Trying to do like 3 things at once. I'm trying to find what game that Quantrill lost. I'm trying to get the line down for Lamet at the same time. I'm not good at multitasking, man.
Yeah, that's all right. You know, I can. I'll take over the announcing duties for a sec while you.
It was. I found the Quantrill game that I'm thinking of. It was Game 2, the last series these guys met. Hector Rondon picked up the win. Archie Bradley got the save. Cal Quantrill got the loss in what was a 2-1 Arizona win. So I'm hoping for a rematch of that, if at all possible.
That pitch comes in. It's going to be swung on by Nick Ahmed's. The count's now even 2-2. That two-seamer drops a little bit under Nick Ahmed's bat. But that one's driven out to right field. Unfortunately, quickly underneath it for the out. So we'll see 2 down now here in the top of the 7th, and Stephen Vogt up to bat. And any hopes that we might have had for an offensive inning here are probably shot in the foot.
Brings up Stephen Vogt here with 2 away. Looks at a slider for 0-1. Thanks over to you guys in chat for covering that double switch. Over there in right field now, batting 9th for these Padres is going to be Trent Grisham, the hero of that National League wild card game just a couple months ago. Vogt looking at a 1-1 count, swings through it, now 1-2. So the pitcher for the Padres moves up to the 7th spot. 1-2 to Vogt, and right up the chute. Playable into the shift. Tatis's toss is in time and on location for a 1-2-3 inning out of Cal Quantrill. Not what I wanted to see, but oh my God, there's no shark. It's stretch time. What do we do?
We just actually stretch, I guess. Which feels weird. I'm used to listening to nice, comforting organ music.
This is a strange time. So Merrill Kelly still in here. He faced Austin Hedges for the 2nd time. See if he's got a little bit more success here. First pitch he threw to Hedges was taken deep to make it a 2-2 ball game. As that one's given another ride. Peralta's going back on it, but that one's going to be kept in the park. Gary, but 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th.
Whew. All right, there we go. The freight train making sure that nothing bad happens. No matter how much fear that you and I might have in our hearts, Duggan.
Spooky. So Trent Grisham, newly entered into the game on the double switch, will take his first hacks today of this series as well. It's at a curveball outside. It's 1-0. Another one in the zone. Changeup this time. Kelly's got a lot of break on those pitches, man, and it's been really effective with the huge arsenal he has. You know, usually you don't expect to see that many pitches out of a guy in the bullpen, and I think that's part of the reason he's succeeded so far here in the 2020 campaign.
I mean, it does help that he's facing Trent Grisham right now.
He can't face Trent Grisham all the time. I mean, he's got 60 innings, a sub-3 ERA ball, man. That's a lot more than you can ask out of a lot of guys out of the pen.
Indeed. Hopefully that translates to a lot more innings in the starting rotation to replace Mike Leake with about the same ERA. That would be pretty crucial for the Diamondbacks' hopes of success this year.
Right. Ooh. God, no. You just had to remind me. I'd somehow forgotten. As it's full here against Trent Grisham. Grisham gets way under that one. Going to go a mile high, but into the glove of Cole Calhoun. Able to camp under that with time to spare for the 2nd out.
Next for the Padres, the shortstop, Fernando.
Kelly has looked fine, except for that big home run to Hedges. Like to keep it there. See what these bullpens can do now. It's all out of the starter's hands. Everything seems to be out of Mike Leake's hands for at least a while now.
and not even sure he can hold anything in his hand right now.
Right. See how long it is until Mike Leake gets back to baseball activities, as that one's ripped down the line for strike one here to Tatis. 1-1 count, 2 outs. Merrill Kelly approaching his 40th pitch. Big swing and a miss on 39 makes it 1-2. Kelly would love another 1-2-3 inning. Fouled off. Stay at 1-2.
1-2 pitch to Fernando Tatis Jr. Comes in here and swung on. Deep hit out to right field. Cole Calhoun, though, is just trotting, and right at the wall. Merrill Kelly's given up some big hits, but thankfully the vast majority of them have stayed in the park. Other than that one mistake to Austin Hedges, he's dealing here, and it's still a 2-2 game from San Diego as we get the rookie, Seth Beer, now pinch hitting. Hopefully trying to get some form of some offense, and I do believe then that means that will be the end of Merrill Kelly's day.
It will be. It'll be 9-1-2 due up for the Snakes. Kelly's day will come to an end as Seth Beers begins. Likely just the one at-bat for him here, but we've seen him have success as a pinch hitter. His first career home run coming in a pinch hit appearance. It was a monster jack as well. So, like to see what the rookie can do here against Quantrill. Takes ball 2 outside, now 2-1 here to start off this top of the 8th. As that one's looked at for ball 3. Seth Beer not exactly a leggy threat so much, but curious to see what he can do on the base pass. Starling Marte on deck. 3-1 is
what?
That was a ball.
That was a ball. Boo. Boo, Mr. Blue. Boo.
Looked at, brings it now full here to Seth Beer. See what he's got. Payoff pitch. Going to be hit on the ground. Going to be a tough play at first. Seth Beer not so much hustling down the line. And that's the kind of thing that'll get you choked out by your closer if you're not too careful. 1 out here in the top of the 8th. So the lineup going to flip over now for the 3rd time. 4th plate appearance for Starling Marte. Grounded out, flown out, and struck out so far in this one as Blue continues to give the gracious calls to Quantrill now. 0-1 to Marte. He's got some words. We've got some words. Oh, 1. Swung on at 1 in the dirt. Dozier with the long running play. Toss will be in time for a quick 2 outs to start off the 8th.
All right, Doug, how many extra innings are we going to?
Enough. Enough. Thank you for putting me out of my misery by being with me tonight. I appreciate that.
No worries. I ditched you the other day, so, making up for it here as Ketel Marte comes to the plate. 1 for 3 on his day. He scored after that David Peralta home run. And since then, the D-backs offense has been relatively non-existent.
Here's the storyline I'm looking for. It was Ketel Marte on his day off, came off the bench to put that loss on Cal Quantrill the last time they faced off. So I would love to see another jack here. Put Quantrill in line for the loss and put the Snakes up late here with 2 outs. Top of the 8th, 2-1 here to Marte. Looks at 1 in the zone, now 2-2. We're either going to see a beautiful story of repeat jacks, or we're going to see some vengeance here today. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. And there is some vindication for Cal Quantrill. He gets Ketel Marte to go down swinging. 2 good innings out of Quantrill here in this one, as we are still tied heading down to the bottom of the 8th.
Now pitching for Arizona, number 34.
I mean, Cal Quantrill, you and I were excited. J-Bot was mad. And instead, not much goes down. And now the D-backs bring up the Cal Quantrill of the D-backs bullpen. John Duplantier hasn't shown much so far this season. In fact, as much as he's been a highly touted, youngin in this Diamondbacks organization, repeatedly failed to show much of the talent or promise that we thought we might get from him in this D-backs rotation.
I think John Duplantier was the highest rated arm coming into last year. Showed promise as he and Merrill Kelly won the game and got the save in both of their debuts, as that one is grounded out to Escobar. Toss in time for a quick out number 1. Saw Merrill Kelly start the game. We saw Duplantier come in relief, get 3 innings saved in both of their major league debuts against the San Diego Padres, actually. Brings up Eric Hosmer now with 1 out as a slider almost gets him from Duke.
Duke throws the 1-0 in and misses bad on the inside there. Hosmer never had a thought on that one. Can't miss that bad with your 4-seamer.
Two 2-0. Finally swung on, but early, now 2-1. We see all these long guys run out here. Love to see them all go like 3 innings and make this really just an audition for Mike Leake's spot in the rotation.
I mean, I'm still holding out hope, Duggo, that he'll be fine when we check back in on him later today.
Another swing and another foul ball. It's 2-2 here to Hosmer. Hosmer's reached base twice, once via the hit, once via the walk. As he continues to botch the timing on it, been early to every one he's made contact with. Another 2-2 pitch. It's a breaking ball hung at the top of the zone. That'll drop in there left field. Good job of Peralta to get there and stop it from being extra bases. Could have been a big problem here for the Snakes. Instead, just a loud single here for Hosmer.
As we get some show motion on this one, not sure why the Eric Hosmer single really warranted a ton of replay, but hey, there just hasn't been that much offense in this game. Once again, we'll see Will Myers pop out to be a pinch runner. So the Padres going for it here. They think this is their chance to win the baseball game.
First pitch to Machado. Could be high, but fouled off. See, Will Myers has got the legs, but if I'm not mistaken, I think he's only like 3 for 8 right now in stolen base chances. It's not been great.
No, and I mean, last season you already started to kind of see the wheels fall off, as that's going to be quickly hit to second. Over to first to Christian Walker. The double play's complete, and John Duplantier gets through the inning, no problem. We'll see Escobar, Peralta, and Christian Walker up in the top of the 9th for the Snakes, as Will Myers takes over there at first base. But Will Myers last season only had 16 stolen bases. Got caught stealing 7 times. And for a guy that, was an all-star one season, won the Rookie of the Year for Tampa in 2013, and had really, had a couple back-to-back 20-steal seasons, that 16 stolen bases with 7 caught stealings, really some regression in terms of speed.
So Quantrill is out here for his 3rd inning of work, and he will do it against Escobar, Peralta, and Walker. Big home run total between those 3. Definitely an opportunity for the Diamondbacks to do something dangerous. Escobar keeps swinging at everything, but at least able to make contact, so stay in quickly at 0-2. As that one's going to be in fair territory. The shift is going to play against the Padres here, as that's an easy double. Dinked into shallow left.
Now batting, left fielder.
A bit of life here for these Diamondbacks. A leadoff double here in the top of the ninth. We saw them get at least one run last night in the ninth inning, but this time could be big. That's the go-ahead run now, just 180 feet away, about 120 as the crow flies.
And if there were anybody to have up in this situation, it would be the man responsible for both RBIs on the day and a heck of a lot of Snakes offense on the season, David Peralta. Hit that 2-run home run. And that's been all the scoring for the Snakes. That's been most of the offense, in fact, until Escobar plopped himself into scoring position there.
Quantrill looking a little bit more scared here, not really testing the zone against Peralta. We said Escobar representing the go-ahead run at second base right now. 2-1 now to Peralta. Pitch comes in, swung on a big swing. Now 2-2. I'm with you, J-Bot. You obviously walked Peralta in this situation, I think. I mean, the problem is Christian Walker has reverse splits and demolishes righties. So there's really not any positive way to come out of this situation. Peralta puts that one on the ground into right field, and Escobar moves up to third, so runners on the corners now with no outs here in the top of the ninth.
Well, there you go. Escobar being a little cautious there, but now we're going to see Tim LeCastro come in as a... Who did he pinch run for?
Peralta, he's not he's probably the least fleet of foot of a lot of these guys here in this lineup.
But he's not the winning run. I mean...
The nice thing is if anything's on the ground, your chance of getting a double play is that much less. That's the one positive thing about making a quick guy as the trailing runner. As Christian Walker, still looking for his first hit in this one, has been crushing the ball with runners in scoring position. And that warning track power at least good enough to drive in the go-ahead run if he can get one deep enough, as he did in last night's top of the ninth. Looks at something drivable for 0-2. Dangerous move by Quantrill, leaving one up to a big power bat like Christian Walker.
0-2 count. Readies himself. Throw to the plate. Swung on. All right, Christian Walker trying to stay alive.
Dangerous, man. He's left too many pitches up to a guy like this. Curious to see what Quantrill can do. Calm down a little bit. 0-2 again. Looked at for ball one. Slider, just a little bit too much run. No bite out of Walker. Seeing some patience here today. 1-2. Little bit too much patience, as they say that's in the zone. Walker looks pissed. He's wearing the hat trick now today. 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. So we move now to runners at the corners, 1 out. And now the speedy LeCastro at first might be an even bigger point of, it might be even more important now. Calhoun looks at strike 1 called on the inside edge. I'd almost want to send LeCastro. Still has yet to be caught stealing in his professional career. Like to take away that double play chance. Move him up into scoring position as well, as Calhoun looks at an even count 1-1 here. Fans getting all sorts of excited. The go-ahead run just 90 feet away. 1-1. Driven. Is it going to be deep enough? Pham camps under it, and they send him from third. The throw comes in, cut off at the pitcher, and it's in, not in time, folks. Diamondbacks now take the go-ahead run on a sacrifice by Cole Calhoun. It is now 3-2 here in the top of the ninth.
Can you explain one thing to me, Duggo?
No.
Why is Tim LeCastro not sitting on second?
I really don't know. That one, I don't. Well, here's the thing: if they get the throw in time before Escobar crosses the plate, then that run doesn't count. That would have been a double play. That would have been a weird, like 8-6 double play.
But I think there's a way where you send LeCastro, maybe force them to either commit to trying to get him at second, in which case Escobar's safe, no problem. But it doesn't matter. Tim LeCastro is still perfect on his MLB career at stealing bases. Does help to be the fastest man in the major leagues. Slides feet first because, he likes to protect his noggin. And now the D-backs got yet another runner in scoring position.
LeCastro now with stolen base number 12, if I'm not mistaken. He's up there in the top 10 in the National League, and he doesn't even see everyday playing time. That's how incredible that international art thief it is. If you've never had the pleasure of seeing the baseball bits on Tim LeCastro, definitely do yourself a favor, and once the games today conclude, go watch that. Or maybe watch it when you wake up. Either way, we've got an exciting game ahead once this one concludes. But we got a couple more outs to get through as Quantrill's behind here, 3-1 to Nick Ahmed. Arizona has already pushed across the go-ahead run, now 3-2 with the outs running out. LeCastro at second, pitch to Ahmed, driven hard, but not Cordero. Trent Grisham will be there to put it away. We will now see what kind of late inning fireworks Archie Bradley's got up his sleeve. Arizona clinging to a 1-run lead here in the bottom of the ninth.
This change defensively for the D-backs. Now playing left field, number 16.
And Tim LeCastro is going to take over in left field, much like we expected for David Peralta, but also looks like there's going to be a double switch here for the Snakes.
Oh my God, that makes zero sense to me. You've got the go-ahead run, and now you're going to take out your best defender on the infield. Oh my God. That's nonsensical.
Did they put Ildemaro?
Either going to be Andy Young or Ildemaro Vargas, now playing shortstop, batting ninth as the pitcher moves up to the 7th spot. Ildemaro Vargas now at short. Thank you, EB. As it's Archie Bradley looking to stay perfect here on this season. Has converted all 14 of his save opportunities. Though he has been pulled early before recording the third out at least a few times I can remember. Profar is the man at bat. Looks at a ball inside 2-1. It'll be Profar, Dozier, and the pitcher spot due up here in the bottom of the ninth. Count is now 3-1 to Profar. Yet to record a hit today. As Profar golfs that one into shallow left. As we see LeCastro and Vargas looking for that one.
Maybe Nick Ahmed would have gotten that one if he was still playing. Either way, it's not an Archie Bradley save situation unless there's at least a little bit of excitement. So we'll bring up Brian Dozier. He's gone 0 for 3, but, Jerks and Profar had also gone 0 for 3, and Bradley made sure to change that. We'll see what he does here. Mr. Hollywood fires to the plate, and that'll be low, 1-0.
So the tying run stands at first. Dozier represents the winning run here for these Padres. Bottom of the ninth, no outs here. 1-0 is in the zone, but fouled off. Tie it up now at 1-1. We said we've seen Archie perfect in his situations, but it's not without drama. ERA for Archie, north of 4. Not great out of a closer, but, sometimes things happen. See Yohan Lopez warming up in the pen just in case anything gets too far south here for Archie. 2-1 is outside, 3-1 now. Pitcher spot due up here for the Padres on deck. 3-1. Looked at for ball 4, and Blue has not done any favors here for the Snakes. They have been getting squeezed all day, man.
Yeah, I mean, that looked like a good pitch to me. But this is dangerous now because not only are you worried about giving up that tying run on second, now you're starting to worry a little bit whether or not Bradley can even hold on to keep a tie.
This will be the third batter Bradley has faced after the leadoff single and walk. So Greg Garcia comes in to pinch hit, not an inspiring choice. Batting just 165 on the year. Is batting well with runners in scoring position, though, 304. I was about to say it'd probably be similar to bringing in Carson Kelly in a late inning pinch hitting role. That's terrifying. Oh my God, that one's going to get away from Vogt, and the tying run and go-ahead run move up 90 feet on a pitch in the dirt that Vogt misplayed the hell out of.
Yeah. I think we've talked enough about how much we dislike the D-backs catchers this game.
Yep.
But I just want to emphasize that point.
Oh,
also,
man.
I dislike Archie Bradley.
1-2, and they are going to send the runner from third, and it is now a tied ball game. Archie manages to blow his first save, surprising no one.
I got a question there. Why doesn't Ildemaro just fire to home? Looks like you would have had him by quite a bit.
That's what happens when you take your best infield defender out of the game in a double switch. Damn.
I thought the silver lining was going to be, despite the fact that, Mike Leake's sadly injured. I thought we had a win at least, and now the late game heroics don't mean much, and we're still not out of this ninth inning.
Bradley is hanging him, too. That was just something to... Oh, my God. It's 1-1 here to Austin Hedges. Now 2-1. We saw Hedges go deep earlier, so you don't want to be leaving anything too meatball-y. But, man, Bradley is looking like dog scat out here at Petco Park. 2-1, inside 3-1, and if he walks him, he's got to get out of here. There's no way that Lovello leaves him in here. (3-1) in the zone, piped in there. Big swing and a miss on that fastball, reaches back to 98. So it's now full. One out, man on second in now a tied ball game. Bradley manages to blow his first save opportunity of the 2020 season. Surprised it took him this long. Do it again, payoff pitch. Swung on and missed at something way outside. Bradley is gifted that strikeout.
Well, thank you, Austin Hedges. You might have somehow hit a home run earlier in this game, but I do appreciate you reverting back to form. And unfortunately, Bionish's claim that we're only halfway through this game is looking more and more realistic.
Well, here's the terrifying thing. Diamondbacks have already used two guys that can give you multiple innings in this one. This is not looking good for the Diamondbacks. Trent Grisham's now at the plate with 2 outs, looks at 2 straight balls, and Bradley continues to suck here in this one. This is an exercise in futility, man. Who wants to lose this one worse? This is like that South Park episode of those kids just trying to throw the Little League games and get out of it. Really feels like it here in this one. We haven't seen a whole lot of positivity coming out of this one, especially in the late game here.
No, and it really hasn't been great baseball that led to the Padres' run. It was just bad fielding by Ildemaro Vargas, and I guess a smart call by the third base coach, but not really, as that one swung on in a strike. I don't know why Archie Bradley's that excited. He's fist pumping despite completely blowing the save.
Oh my God. All right, folks, we are through 9 and we got extras here.
Well, you know what time it is, Duggo. Free baseball.
Oh my God. The free baseball is going to begin on the back of Matt Strom. One of the 3 lefties available out of the pen here for the San Diego Padres. It'll be Vogt, Vargas, and Marte here due up in the top of the 10th. I just cannot escape extra innings, man, can I?
Neither you or I or the Diamondbacks can, honestly. The number of extra innings games that you and I have called for these Snakes, it might be nearing double digits, which is a little bit interesting, I guess.
Oh my God. Stephen Vogt looks at strike 1 here now, 2-1 to Vogt. Vogt so far struck out twice and grounded out here in this one. And apparently the move to Vargas on the double switch almost pays off, not really, as he's sitting on deck here.
I mean, you could have just done it now, though. You could have just done it now. Like, I don't think it paid off.
Oh, my God. I hope that doesn't mean we get multiple innings out of Archie Bradley as Vogt gives that one a ride out to right. And, oh, my God! That's a go-ahead home run here to start off the 10th.
Stephen Vogt, absolute hero, dude. He's only good in late-game situations, but hey, I will take it, even though that was only like 330 feet, which in bot ball is basically a double. It went out of the park, 92 miles an hour. Stephen Vogt, you're my man right now.
Stephen Vogt, apparently the most clutch batter here on this Diamondbacks lineup. Need to just get him out of the game in regular situations and leave it to this high leverage stuff, man. He knows what he's doing here late in games. As that's another go-ahead run here for the Snakes. We'll see if they decide to leave Bradley out to pitch the bottom of the 10th. I swear to God, they better not. Oh, my God. Ildemaro Vargas now in the booth, or in the box. I'm in the booth. He's in the box. Somebody's...
Wait, you promised me a lot there. I want Ildemaro in the booth. Come on now, you can't tease me like that.
Man, the one I want to get in the booth, and I probably could if I really made the right talk to the right people. I work with Cole Calhoun's sister-in-law. I could maybe make that happen.
Please.
Problem is everything going on now with the labor issues and everything going on with possibly starting off the 2020 season here in reality as Vargas goes down swinging for the first out here in the top of the 10th.
Look, it doesn't matter. Torey Lovello was playing 4D chess. He knew why he had Stephen Vogt in the lineup. Don't even worry. These Diamondbacks, they're ready for a playoff run, whether or not you got Mike Leake in the lineup or not. Starling Marte trying to add his own home run there. But misses, like normal recently. 0 for 8 in the series, 0 for 4 today, and 0 for pretty much the last month.
Diamondbacks really haven't had a good no!
Stop hunting against Machado. Stop, please.
Another attempt at a drag bunt here for Starling Marte. Quickly follows it up with a gross swing and a miss. Back-to-back punch-outs for Strom here.
The batter number 4.
But Marte has gone to that drag bunt a couple times here in the series, and it's just not going to work out when you've got a plus defender at third. Machado has played him perfect every time. Doesn't matter as he goes down swinging here for the second time today. Now Ketel Marte. He's had some late inning heroics in the past, and actually earlier in this game, leadoff double came around to score on a Cole Calhoun sac fly to take the lead in the top of the ninth, only for Archie Bradley to screw it up. Ketel looks at 2 straight balls here from Strom. Ketel swinging from the right-handed batter's box for the first time today. Looks at 3 straight balls, 3-0. See special effects, that's the kind of fun things you get out of us. As Ketel Marte looks at strike 1, now 3-1. You know, we do this enough, man. There's just nothing positive we can say anymore, man. It's just kind of like, no.
It's like, do you want the same commentary we've used the last 4 times to complain about the same D-backs hitter? Or do you just want our guttural reactions to bad things happening to the Snakes? Oh my God, that is almost a great play, but then it's like he fell on himself and just dropped the ball.
Will Myers continuing to be worth none of the pennies that he was paid on that extension by San Diego a couple of years ago.
Hey, look, now both teams have brought in a defensive replacement, and they've immediately just messed it up. And, oh my, the D-backs are just, they're going for it. Ketel Marte gets a 6th stolen base on the year. They want 5 runs. Don't slow these guys down.
6th stolen base and 6 attempts as well. As special effects reminds us, we're going for tacos here tonight. Diamondbacks would love that 5th run. I'll save the spiel if we get that 5th run.
It's not Tuesday, so I can't pretend to be LeBron James.
1-2 to Escobar. On the ground, and Will Myers is not going to screw up this one. 3 unassisted will be the 3rd out of the inning. Diamondbacks strand 1 more, but they get another go-ahead run here. It's now 4-3 as we head to the bottom of the 10th.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Arizona.
All right, the sheriff, baby. The sheriff coming down to bring the law, to lay it down, to make things happen. It's the loogie, Andrew Chafin.
Oh no! You've got Yohan Lopez with a sub-2 ERA just sitting there on the bench. You got Hector Rondon, a former closer, who's done very well in his appearances here against San Diego late in games, and you're gonna go to Andrew Chafin, the former loogie, now in a save situation. I think in the first time this year, didn't catch those numbers on the score when he popped in. As it's gonna be 2 righties and a lefty here for Andrew Chafin. Tatis Jr. looking at 2 straight balls. 3rd pitch from Chafin in the zone, hit hard. Now 2-1. Oh, I would love that, Shane. If you got a way to get us over there at FSN, I'd love that. Another foul ball brings it 2-2. Even if you give me an opportunity to sit and shoot the stuff with Mark Grace, I would kill for that, as that one's on the ground, lined right to Christian Walker for the 1st out here. Now ticking away here for San Diego, just 2 remaining to get 1 run.
Okay, so maybe the baseball gods are smiling on us, Duggo. Maybe they're not going to send us to like triple, double, quadruple, quintuple extra innings. 1 might be sufficient.
Yeah, just give me an opportunity to talk with Mark Grace. I'll take that. Those guys that I was waiting for warming up in the bullpen, Rondon and Lopez. Actually, that's something I can get on board with.
I mean, I'm fine with the sheriff. I like saying that he's laying down the law, but he's not laying down the law. Unfortunately, he's giving up singles out there. Thankfully, Starling Marte hustles in from center field, make sure that that does not go into the gap. And wow. Does that mean that we're not even at double barrel action, Duggo? We're at triple barrel action. We're inventing guns that aren't even real out here in our bullpen. And the man that came in to pinch run and then absolutely messes up in the field, Will Myers, hitting 207 on this season and making a lot of more money than he should be while doing that.
Will Myers with the beautiful diving something earlier in the top of the 10th. Myers here came in as a pinch runner for Eric Hosmer.
Outside, that's the ball.
Did not end up scoring. Didn't think he'd end up swinging the bat, but here we are. Bottom of the 10th, man on first, 1 out. The Padres trailing by just 1 run. As that one's on the ground, 3.
Double play.
Oh!
No!
The throw from Walker is air-mailed, and what should have been a game-ending double play ball leads to runners at the corners here with 1 out.
Okay.
Christian Walker has been an incredible defensive something this year. I don't know how, but he airmails the throw out to Vargas at short. Oh my God.
Okay, so I said that the baseball gods didn't want us to go into extras. And I lied. I completely just lied 100%. If that shows you anything, it's 19 innings, baby. Let's go.
Oh my God.
And now Manny Machado comes up to bat in an excellent position. Runner on third, just 90 feet away, only needs a sacrifice fly in order to tie this one back up. And for a game that had no offense, like the whole game basically, all of a sudden here, 9th, 10th inning, it's getting spicy between the Snakes and the Dads. Who's going to come out on top?
So Machado did end the 8th inning with a 1-6-3 double play. You'd love to see that, but I really don't have any faith on anything standing in the dirt here for these Diamondbacks. Machado fouls that off on a loud strike 2 now, 1-2. So you said that tying run again, standing 90 feet away. 1-2 in the dirt here to Machado. Oh my God. Andrew Chafin still looking for the first save of the 2020 campaign. 2-2 to Machado. Swung on, fouled. Will stay at 2-2. Not sure why the Sheriff was in this game to begin with no real lefties to speak of in this lineup for the Padres. Literally, it's just Greg Garcia in the 7th spot. Payoff pitch to Machado.
And that should be
That's going to be deep enough to tie the game again. And it will be. Throw is late to the plate, and we are here forever, folks. It's 4-4 as that's the second blown save of the day here for the Diamondbacks.
My dog's staring at me like, bro, I thought we were supposed to be outside by now already. What's going down?
And the folks in the chat are reminding me we are due for the Pro Farsi. Look over to first is going to keep Will Myers honest. Profar 1 for 4 today. Winning run at first. Looks at strike 1 here. We've been talking about the Profar C for weeks. Another look over to Myers. He's just getting dirty out there. 0-1. Brushes him back. It's 1-1. Oh my God.
Oh, that's good.
Padres able to tie it back up on that sacrifice by Manny Machado. 2-1 to Profar in the dirt, and Myers gonna break for second easily on that.
Yeah, you know, why not have another missed catching defensive opportunity just to make it feel really Diamondbacks baseball here.
3-1 to Profar. They're going to call that ball 4, and I swear to God, get Chafin out of here.
I mean, I still can't believe that Christian Walker overthrew like the easiest throw to second ever. This game should be over. I can't believe Mike Leake's injured.
You know, I wanted to
remain calm. You know, just remain calm here in the booth.
As I'm looking down at the time, we were doing really well. We're only just going over the start time of the game. That's to follow us. As you see the starting lineups bug change on the scorecard. Supposed to be the Kansas City Royals at the Twins. That'll precede us whenever this one actually drops. See our boy Beardy Buddha over there in the chat. He's dreading having to follow us up. Dozier's ahead 2-0. Chafin continues to poop the bed. Gets one in the zone. Finally 2-1. So how many innings you got on this one, man? If we can get out of this one, how many do we go?
My guess is going to be 12. I'm going to give us a nice little even round number there. 3 extra innings, you know, decide this one.
Probably not too far off as Chafin gets it swinging. And we're heading to the 11th, boys. Woo!
So, you know, Stephen Vogt has a little bit of heroics for the Diamondbacks, and then Christian Walker predictably just screws it all up. And now the Padres and the Diamondbacks are tied here, still at 4-4. Don't forget that the Diamondbacks' best defender's not in the game, and the Diamondbacks' best hitter's also not in the game. So that's cool. Timmy LaCastro came in to replace David Peralta, and as much as I love Tim, he's definitely not the same offensive threat.
The bat shatters on LaCastro as that one almost gets Will Myers with more bat than ball. LaCastro quickly retired here to start the top of the 11th.
And that'll bring up the man, the myth, the screw-up, Christian Walker.
As that one's hit hard, but hit more high than anything. Retreating out is Grisham. He makes the catch in foul territory for a quick second out.
Cool.
Yeah. Cool. Cole Calhoun comes up here. His sacrifice fly in the top of the 9th gave the Diamondbacks their first go-ahead run, which Archie Bradley decided he wasn't happy with a win in regulation. Brought it to the 10th. Go-ahead home run by Stephen Vogt, and Andrew Chafin decided he wasn't happy with that one. So here we are in the top of the 11th. 2 outs here, 2-1 count to Cole Calhoun. Still sitting in a 4-4 game. As Cole Calhoun goes against the shift, that's easily extra bases. That is Calhoun's bread and butter right there.
Well, at least we have a base runner. We might see a run here. Carson Kelly and Andy Young are the only men left on the Diamondbacks bench. Not necessarily the most inspiring combo as we bring in Carson Kelly to pinch hit. Can we bring Young in? I don't know if I like that choice.
I don't like it at all. Carson Kelly swings a light bat, and now you're taking your backup catcher out of the equation. Meanwhile, Andy Young has the ability to crush left-handed pitching. Why do you leave him on the bench? I hate it.
Well, yeah, I hate it too. Welcome to the D-backs Homercast here in the top of the 11th. We've run out of real analysis and storylines to give you. Don't forget that Mike Leake started this game and only pitched for 4 and like a third inning before going out with what we think is a gruesome injury. Then Merrill Kelly and the D-backs bullpen took over. And not much happened after Merrill Kelly gave up a home run on his first pitch to tie the game 2-2. Until the 9th inning when the Snakes looked like they had that go-ahead run and the victory in hand until Archie Bradley came in and did the most Archie Bradley thing of all time, and that's blow your save. And then it looked like the D-backs had it once again as Stephen Vogt immediately homered in the top of the 10th inning to give the D-backs the lead, but then the Chafin, the sheriff, came into the game and, like our police have been doing recently, failed to lay down the law effectively. And now...
That was beautiful.
Now we're just here in the top of the 11th with Carson Kelly pinch hitting, which is never a good sign with his 180 batting average. Strom on the mound for these Padres. Both teams have burned quite a few pitchers.
Now full here to Carson Kelly in the pinch hitting role. Payoff pitch is hit hard by Kelly, and that one is going to get past. Diving Tommy Pham. And Carson Kelly now, as both these catchers have hit the go-ahead run here in extras. Carson Kelly, what is going on here today? What is in the water in San Diego?
What happened? He flipped out there.
Oh my God. Now, so Stephen Vogt hits the go-ahead run in the 10th. Carson Kelly now with the go-ahead double here in the 11th.
Your attention,
and
please.
Finally, I'm hoping the Diamondbacks will turn it over to a pitcher that should have been pitching in late innings in the first place. But first, we got to get out of this one. Craig Stammen comes in here to get the last out here in the 11th.
Oh, dude, I forgot about the concussion dive yesterday. We've just been getting all the MLB The Show glitches this week. And, honestly, as much as we've trash-talked the D-backs catcher's ability to play offense this entire game, their offense is the only reason the D-backs are still in this game.
They're both kind of clutch, though. Like, at least, in reality, I can tell you Carson Kelly's got a knack for late-inning heroics as Stephen Vogt can't follow up anything there. 3 unassisted will end the inning. But now, 3 straight innings, the Diamondbacks are going to head it over to their bullpen after taking a 1-run lead. And they can finally win it here in the bottom of the 11th.
Your attention, please.
As it'll be Hector Rondon to try to close it out. Third time's the charm.
Duggo, I might have jinxed us. I did say 12 innings, and we're only in inning 11, but we can hope with the 7, 8, 9 men up for the Padres. Juan Lagares is going to start it off. And he's immediately going to hit one hard right to left field. Tim LeCastro picks it up, and the Padres have a base runner.
Juan Lagares on the base paths can be a little bit tricky. Definitely a defensive replacement. Spent many years over there in New York doing just that, but he starts it off. 1 pitch, 1 single here for the Dads. As it's now Austin Hedges, who's home run back in the 5th. Every run's been crucial, man. It was big.
Yeah, it was big. It was a momentum changer there. But outside of that 1 home run, not sure Austin Hedges has really hit the ball this week. I honestly, that might be his only hit this entire week. Let me go check the series stats for Austin Hedges. He went 0 for 3 yesterday with a strikeout, double play.
6-4 to 3 is in time, and now the Padres will have one out to try to get that one run. Quick 2 outs here to start the 11th.
That was absolutely perfect right there by the Snakes. Unlike the last attempt at doing so, which was far from perfect.
So now Trent Grisham, he grounds back, and it's finally over.
We did it, Duggo. We did it.
It
wasn't 19 innings. The D-backs actually won. I don't know why Chafin's in there all happy. He deserves absolutely none of the credit. The people who deserve the credit, in fact, are the unlikeliest of heroes. Stephen Vogt, Carson Kelly. Bring it for the Diamondbacks, and they win the second game here in San Diego. The fans here at Petco Park are absolutely stunned. They saw quite a weird game of baseball. And, Dinelson Lamet pitched an absolutely fantastic game. Can't feel bad about his performance as Strom takes the loss for these Padres. Chafin will get the win. Hector Rondon the save. Archie Bradley will go home with a blown save. And the freight train, David Peralta, who went 2 for 4 with a home run and 2 RBIs, will be named your player of the game. I don't even really know where to start, Duggo, on trying to get a overall storyline for this one.
I don't know. Apparently, we're going to start it out in late innings, as it was just missed opportunities back and forth here for both these teams, man. The 8th inning had the possibility of the Padres jumping out and not having to worry about that sacrifice there in the top of the 9th that gave the Diamondbacks the lead. But it was the top of the 9th, top of the 10th, and the top of the 11th that the Diamondbacks were able to get 1 run each to go ahead. And a blown save out of Archie Bradley, number 1 on the year in regulation, sent us to extras the first time. And as you see there, that ground out with Ildemaro Vargas choosing not to go to the plate. Looks like it would have been futile. He had too much of a lead over there at third. It wouldn't have been in time. But then, headed over to the 10th, Stephen Vogt gets his first hit of the day on a lead-off home run there in the top of the 10th. So, all right, Bradley's not going to get it done. Let's toss it over to a different late-inning option. Instead, it's Andrew Chafin, a guy who's made a career out of facing one guy and lefties. Instead, let's just do it to Tatis Jr., Tommy Pham, Will Myers, Manny Machado. Like, what? None of that made sense. You've got Yohan Lopez with a sub-2 ERA. You've got the former closer Hector Rondon. Hell, you've got... Oh, my God. Hell, throw it over to Silvino Bracho. Screw it. Why not? He's right-handed at least.
He is indeed right-handed, and you saw there Manny Machado hit that sacrifice fly out to center field, and didn't matter what Starling Marte did, there was no chance he was going to get that in time, especially with Pham being the one running to the plate. But then, Chafin able to get that strikeout with the sinker low to Brian Dozier, and that set up the Carson Kelly special. I don't know how this became a double. I don't know how Tommy Pham misplayed this ball so badly, but he does a little flip out there in center field, absolutely gives up on the play, just kind of watches as the left fielder runs in there to get the ball, Jurickson Profar. And then finally the Padres were not able to counter, and Hector Rondon able to play some great defense off the mound. And the D-backs end up winning it in 11 innings. But this isn't the end of the series. It's been a fun one, Duggo. Unfortunately, you won't be joining me tomorrow for the third and final game here between the D-backs and the Dads in San Diego. It'll be Madison Bumgardner, a.k.a. Mason Saunders, heading to face Garrett Richards. Tyler Danberg will join me on that call. That'll be at 2 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, directly following the Minnesota Royals game from Beardy Buddha. and Jaden Becker. But speaking of Beardy Buddha, one of the greatest announcers in the bot ball universe, he's going to get the late night game here, solo call of the Twins as they head to Kansas City. Jake Odorizzi on the mound for the Twins, so I have to put my money on Minnesota. But Beardy, what should we be paying attention to tonight in Kansas City?
Oh, hold on. You see that there? Mike Leake, after getting injured early in the game.
How did he break his forearm?
Broke his forearm throwing 88 miles an hour. That's some Dan Heron stuff if I've ever seen it. 1 to 2 months. That's not great.
That's what happens when you switch from 2% to almond milk.
I think the 15-day is the move. If it's just a 1 month thing, having to shuffle around 40-man options and keeping him out longer than he needs to be is probably not the move. What do you think, Jake?
Yeah, keep him on 15-day for now, and hopefully he will recover in time. I still want to know how his arm exploded, according to the announcement in the game, and that led to a broken forearm when, I can see, he threw out his arm, he messed up a joint somehow, but no, he was so strong, he broke his own forearm.
It's not what you want to see.
It's impressive, honestly, is what it really is.
Getting squirrely here on a Saturday night.
Indeed. It was a squirrely ending to that one. I'm not sure if you were watching, Beardy.
Oh, yeah. I had to stick around. I had to stick around for all the innings. I was just prepared. I was prepared mentally going in for it to be extra innings, considering I was following up those Snakes and Padres.
Apparently, that's the thing to do. Between these two teams, that's now 3 of, I think, their last 6 games have gone to extras.
Swear every other game for the Snakes is going deep, going late, but 11's not that bad. And hopefully Bumgardner tomorrow will shut it down. Was not very good in his last start, so you never really know with these Snakes, especially now with Leake out of the lineup for quite a while. Hopefully they're able to compete, kind of stick in this wild card race. After winning here today, they should be just a game back in that NL wild card competition.
The cardiac danger noodles.
Looks like there's got to be some lovely 26-man roster moves made here. So I guess it's probably our turn to dip out of here, Jake, and stop taking up their time. Let them get to this game here tonight.
Indeed. You've heard Doug going on for long enough. Appreciate everyone sticking around. And Beardy, have a great call.
Thank you as always, gentlemen. Great call as always. And as always, once again, good to chat with you kids. As looks like we're making some moves here.
Hello there. We are going to drop one reliever so we can get this game going. Somehow, Kansas City squirreled an extra man on the roster.
Those pesky squirrely Royals. Signs of things to come here on Bot Ball After Dark, folks.
I mean, if you think how crazy that last game was, just wait till we got Bot Ball After Dark. So, I'm thinking
either Phil Meyer or Love Lady.
What was that, Eric?
Probably Phil Meyer or Love Lady. Who came back?
I have no idea who came back. Phil Meyer has been awful, and Love Lady has been really good.
Yeah, all right, Phil Meyer. Easy.
There we go. Thank you for hopping on.
And then, well, you're going to need to fix it at every level really quickly then.
Ooh, all right. We already get some bonus action.
Yeah, we can do this real fast though. So Phil Meyer, he passed him.
Did I pass him?
Yeah, he's a starter down near the bottom.
There we go.
And then we can just kick the lowest rated starter. So Ofredi Gomez.
Like that's. Stay tuned to all of our roster move shows.
And then, hey, look at that, Ofredi Gomez again. A break, guy. Okay. So yeah, what is it? It's Leake is out for 1 to 2.
He's out for 1 to 2 months with a broken forearm.
All right, Beardy, have fun.
Thanks, Big Fundy.
And Beardy, for sticking around for that, is there any uniform requests you would have for this Bopball After Dark?
Nah, I'm good. We can just go with the standard roadies. Standard roadies, standard unis for everybody around.
All right.
It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry.
Glad to have you with us, folks, here on a wonderful Saturday night. Twins and Royals, Jake Odorizzi versus Jorge Lopez. Two solid lineups. I was kind of surprised about the Royals lineup, looking at how things have shaken out for them. Of course, led by Jorge Soler, the big masher in the middle there for Kansas City. And as you see there on the big crown scoreboard here at Kauffman Stadium, let's get loud here on a Saturday night. It's Bopball After Dark, folks. We're glad to have you with us. Thanks for sticking around all day. We hope you stick it out here for another hour and a half through this one and watch this AL Central matchup. Jorge Lopez comes in, 1-3 record, making his 6th start on the season. 24th appearance overall, and some solid numbers there. Looking to pick up win number 2 here against this potent Twins lineup. But hey, Kansas City got a big W last night on a Friday evening here at Kauffman Stadium. 1-4-3. The Royals beat up on Jose Barrios a little bit, but we'll see if Max Kepler can get things started out here for the Twins. He fouls off the first offering from Lopez, and we're underway here in Kansas City.
First pitch, 305.
Kepler has been real solid atop this Twins lineup in the leadoff role. See they're batting .324. 10 dingers on the season, 19 doubles. And that on-base percentage over 400. It's been over 400 throughout the season here as Kepler's been seeing the ball well. This one is hitting to short right field, and the shift works there as Nicky Lopez makes a nifty little throw over to first base, and O'Hearn lays out for it. That's how we start out here at Kauffman Stadium. Jorge Polanco, Twins shortstop. See, they're 5th in the AL All-Star voting for the shortstop position. Jorge was the AL representative at shortstop last year in the All-Star game in Cleveland. Off to an amazing start so far this season. .319. He's got 13 dingers, 42 runs driven in, and of course Max Kepler, the big part of that number. When you're batting behind him, you'll probably end up with a lot of RBI. 2-0 count here. Jorge Lopez gets Polanco swinging there. 2-1. The changeup low in the zone got him. And Melendez sets up outside. Jorge Polanco lines this one to Mondesi at first base. That's out number 2. Mondesi's at shortstop and through to first base. Holy cow, folks. First inning, I'm already falling apart. Put on your hats, pour a beverage. We're going to have some fun here on Bopball After Dark. I tweeted out a little squirrel gif earlier, so hopefully the game gives us some goofy things. We saw some goofy things in that Snakes Padres game just before this one. Look there, Garver, terrible numbers. Doesn't have a hit against Jorge Lopez in his career. And he starts out the Twins catcher 1-1 here. Gets the fastball in there for strike 1. Garver hits this one well down the right field line.
It's going to be at least extra bases, and it bounces off the wall gloved. It'll be a stand-up 2-out double for Mitch Garver.
Batting fourth, the designated hitter, Nelson Cruz.
Royals with the shift on there, and Garver going oppo. That one was about chest high, and he banged it into right field. That brings up the boomstick. Nelson Cruz riding a 9-game hitting streak. He leads the Minnesota Twins with 20 home runs on the season. Also leads them with 80 strikeouts, though, so Nelson has had some trouble catching up to some balls, but maybe to be expected when you're 39 going on 40 and you've been mashing home runs the way he has his entire career. Cruz up to 421 career homers. And this one is hit sharply to the right, but it's going to twist foul. 1-1 count to the Twins' designated hitter. Cruz again sharply fouled off to the right. If he can straighten one of those out, look out. That might find a gap here in the wide confines of Kauffman Stadium. And this one's up the middle. Garver's going to be waved around third base, and Nelson Cruz is going to get the Twins on the board here early with an RBI single. With 2 down here in the top of the first. It's a 1-0 lead for Minnesota.
The third baseman, number 24, Josh Donaldson.
Just a nice veteran piece of hitting after fouling off a couple balls sharply, and Nelson Cruz drives in his 52nd run. That ties him with Mitch Garver for the team lead in RBI. That brings up Twins third baseman Josh Donaldson, sitting at 13 dingers on the season. Lopez starts out Donaldson with strike 1. Hope you're enjoying your weekend, folks, whether you've been watching ball all weekend cooped up in your house like some lunatic, or you've been enjoying some nice weather as we've had here in Minnesota from where I'm at. And that's a pass ball. Gonna get by MJ Melendez, and Nelson Cruz is gonna take second base. Okay, they are gonna say wild pitch there. Yeah, that was a tough one to block. It didn't hit the dirt until right in front of Melendez, and of course kicked up awkwardly there, but Josh Donaldson gonna look at a 1-1 count here. Swings through that breaker. 1-2. Slider fooled Josh. And a knuckle curve offered there from Jorge Lopez. Josh Donaldson just gets a piece there. See that 224 average. He has had some trouble making contact, but does make contact here. It's bobbled by Mondesi at shortstop, but the play will be made. Josh Donaldson, the final out here in the top of the first inning. Twins lead 1-0 thanks to Nelson Cruz, Adalberto Mondesi, Whit Merrifield, and Jorge Soler. Gonna take hacks here against Jake Odorizzi, who's making his 15th start on the season. And Odorizzi has had kind of a roller coaster of an ML ball start, as he has had some brilliant starts, some masterpieces, and then he's had some other starts where he got absolutely shelled. There was one in Cleveland I called earlier this season that, man, I think he gave up 4 or 5 home runs in the first 2 innings. It was terrible if you were a Twins fan. If you were a Cleveland fan, you loved to see it. As you see there, given the result today, so Cleveland won earlier today, and that
means the Twins are currently standing at second in the AL Central with a 47-24 record. As Jorge Polanco makes a nice little sliding stop and toss to record out number 1 here for the Twins. Whit Merrifield, you look at his splits there, much better against righties, and that leads to that 273 overall average. He's had a solid little season in that number 2 slot for the Royals. Takes ball 1 there from Odorizzi. He has good numbers there against Jake. 500 average and 3 dingers. Look out when Whit Merrifield is taking hacks against Jake the Snake.
That's a ball. 2 balls, no strike.
Beautiful evening here at Kauffman Stadium, and beautiful evening across the ML Bot Ball universe. We're happy to have you folks, and just want to remind you we have daily fantasy, we have schedules, standings, Reddit links, all sorts of stuff at mlbotball.com. Please give it a check. Check it out sometime if you haven't, and maybe even think about joining our Discord. We get up to lots of shenanigans in there. If you think these bot ball broadcasts or Duggo on the horn during Snakes games can get interesting, come check out the Discord. We have all sorts of silly fun in there. As Merrifield worked to walk against Jake Odorizzi, and that brings up a guy you don't want to have anyone on base with. Jorge Soler leading the American League in home runs. 29 dingers and riding an 8-game hitting streak coming into this one. Odorizzi starts him quickly out 0-2 there. Wasn't afraid to go with that high fastball sitting at just 93. But probably don't want to throw another one in that spot to this masher.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
And outside for ball 1. Odorizzi has given up 11 home runs on the season in 78 innings pitched. A good chunk of those came again that one game when that one start against Cleveland that I was talking about earlier, as we see a toss over to keep Merrifield honest at first.
I got the count, 2-2.
And Odorizzi not even close with 2 straight cutters. It's a 2-2 count. And we're going to have a throw down to second base. Merrifield is safe in there at second. Garver's throw not in time. Full count now to the Royals' designated hitter. And Odorizzi challenges him and gets the strikeout. Jorge Soler is the first victim for Odorizzi tonight. That's a big strikeout in a big spot. Soler swings through it. It's out number 2, and we're going to see Hunter Dozier playing in just his 21st game, as he was injured early on in the season. And he's put up some real solid numbers for the Royals in his return. Looking to tie this one up and bring Merrifield around to even it at 1-1. Two down here. Twins hoping that Jake Odorizzi can go more than the 4 innings they got from Jose Barrios yesterday, as Kansas City got the 4-3 win. Tagged the Twins ace for 4 runs late in his start. And got the Royals their 22nd victory of the season. So when you're in the current position of the Royals, you got to love and take any wins you can get. And they had a big one against a division rival, and with their ace on the mound, no less, as Jake Odorizzi gets Hunter Dozier swinging here. 2 straight strikeouts to end the inning after a 1-out walk to Whit Merrifield. Jake Odorizzi hangs the 0 on the board in the bottom of the first. Twins lead 1-0. We'll see what they can do in the top of 2.
Leading off for Minnesota, the left fielder, number 20.
Eddie Rosario batting 6th tonight. Going to lead things off here in the top of the 2nd inning. Head up to 17 dingers on the season, and that puts him tied for 7th in the American League in home runs, as you see Eddie's numbers there on the score bug against Lopez. And Eddie beats the shift here for a base hit into right field. There was a tiny little hole over there, and Eddie Rosario found it for a base knock. Twins first baseman Miguel Sano swings through the first offering he sees from Jorge Lopez.
Ball, back inside.
And Miggy fouls that one off to the right side. It'll be a 1-2 count. Lopez at 24 pitches. Misses wildly outside there, 2-2. He hasn't been close with that knuckle curve tonight. Interesting offering from Lopez so far as he tries to go inside on Sano, and he goes down swinging, as that's Jorge Lopez's first punch out of the evening. And that is Miguel Sano's 82nd strikeout on the season. The big fella is going to swing through a few. And does so there. That brings up second baseman Luis Arias. Not sure what it is, but Arias always seems to come up with at least one clutch hit whenever I call a Twins game. This would be a good spot here for him to doink one into the outfield as Eddie Rosario takes off for second base. He's in there for a stolen base. Nice job, Ed. That's just his 3rd stolen base on the season. And the Twins have a runner in scoring position now here with 1 down. And Arias has a 1-2 count now after fouling that one off. This one is tapped up the middle. Mondesi will wait for it and toss on to first, but Rosario does get to third base, which could factor in here with Byron Buxton at the dish.
Byron Buxton.
See their Twins center fielder, 3rd in the American League in stolen bases. He's behind Mondesi and Malik Smith, of course, out in Seattle, the speedster.
Ball 1.
1-1 here to Buxton after the fastball misses low. That averaged down to 229 for Buxton, and he's probably never going to swing a super hot stick, but maybe closer to 250, 260.
Ball.
Of course, on a Twins lineup that has 3 guys above 318 average, you might be asking a little more than you can chew there. Biting off a little more than you can chew, or you don't want to upset the baseball gods and ask for too much hitting. Full count here to Byron Buxton. And he strikes out looking. Jorge Lopez gets him on the changeup. Strands Eddie Rosario at third base. And a big 0 on the board for Jorge Lopez.
Leading up for the Royals.
Brings up
Alex.
Royals left fielder Alex Gordon, longtime Royal. Member of those World Series teams. Take strike 1 here from Jake Odorizzi. AL Central race has been something of a wonder here in ML Bot Ball. If you check out the standings, bunch of teams over, first 3 teams to 40 wins, I think, in the American League were all in the AL Central. As a ground out here from Gordon starts things off with an out for Odorizzi. The bottom of the second, Ryan O'Hearn due up now here. I see it. They're waiting for something in the chat here. I don't know what they're waiting on. I missed it, guys. I didn't have the chat open on my phone like I normally do to start out. As Odorizzi starts out O'Hearn with strike 1. That fastball has been sticking up in the zone and planting up in the zone early here for Odorizzi, and that's usually a key to Odo's success, is locating and maintaining that high fastball and keeping that position. And especially when it's sitting at 95 for him, that's a good speed for Jake Odorizzi to rack up some punch-outs as well. One-two pitch to the Royals' first baseman is swung on and missed, and that cutter went down and in, and O'Hearn chased it for Odorizzi's 3rd K of the night.
The third baseman, Bronco.
Apparently there's been some bad dad jokes flying around in the chat. As this one is lined into left field. Rosario misplayed it a little bit there, but it's going to be a base hit here for Miguel Franco.
The second baseman,
Ripped the first pitch he saw from Odorizzi into left field, and that's a 2-out knock for these Royals. Brings up second baseman Nicky Lopez. See, Nicky's numbers not all that special, and trying to get pumped up here in Kansas City. They said we've been eating barbecue all day. We've been drinking fantastic beers all day. It's hot in the sun. Let's cheer these Royals on to a victory. A Corona a day keeps the coronavirus away. I think I saw that one on Facebook about 5 months ago, it seems like. I'm just kidding. I don't even have Facebook. Go figure, but 0-2 count here to Nicky Lopez. 1 on, 2 down. This one is over Donaldson's head into left field, so another 2-out base hit here for the Royals, and the bottom of the lineup making some magic here against the Twins starter. Nicky Lopez, 198 average entering the day, and nice piece of hitting there. That brings up catcher MJ Melendez.
Another guy batting sub 200, but apparently that's been the ticket against Odorizzi. Ooh, nice pitch there from Odo. The curveball just clips the bottom of the zone to even the count.
One ball, 2 strikes, count.
Swing and a miss there. A splitter from Odo, as that's not a pitch he normally goes to. See where Garver sets up here, sets up inside, fouled off by Melendez.
Nope, that's inside.
Curveball misses inside. These Royals are 24.5 games out of first place in the AL Central, and always a tough spot to be in. If you do look at this Kansas City lineup, it's a solid lineup, I think, but the pitching has been the main concern, I think, here in KC. As Melendez has worked a full count here against Odorizzi. We'll probably see Franco taken off early. He does, and a swing and a miss, a big strikeout. Another big K from Odo. And despite the strikeout to end the inning, they're still getting rowdy here in Kansas City. They're saying we beat the Twins last night. Let's do it again tonight. Why not?
Leading off for the Twins, the right fielder, Max Kepler.
Back to the top of the Twins order, Max Kepler 0 for 1 and swings and fouls away the first pitch he sees here from Lopez in the top of the third. As Jorge's up to 38 pitches now. This one is popped and fouled back. Kepler quickly down 0-2. Our favorite German takes a defensive hack there and fouls it away. Just got a piece. And another one he just gets a piece of there. A knuckle curve hard inside. As that appears to be the plan against Kepler, and they go low and inside there, but Kepler once again fouls it away. A nice little battle brewing here between Lopez and Kepler. And there Lopez finally gets him. The fastball sends Max to the dugout for Lopez's third K.
Jorge Polanco.
Brings up Jorge Polanco.
1-0.
Big reason for the Twins' success this year has been the 1-2 punch at the top of the order from Kepler and Polanco. You could probably switch them up, and either one would be a fine leadoff or second hitter for you. As both those guys also signed 5-year deals recently to stick around with the team for the foreseeable future. And Polanco with a 3-0 count here against Lopez. This one grounded to O'Hearn at first. He did a weird little, awkward little backhanded toss there to Lopez, but Lopez covered first base well for out number 2, and that brings up Mitch Garver, who doubled and scored on Nelson Cruz's RBI single, as that's our only scoring of the evening so far here on ML Bot Ball After Dark.
Nope, that's the ball.
And close, tough pitch there, taken by Mitch Garver. His double, he swung on a pitch that was about nipples high.
Down 1-1.
As another swing and a miss, or excuse me, first swing and a miss in this AB from Garver. 1-1 count now. That one's low, 2-1. Talking about it a little bit earlier, this AL Central race is a 3-horse race at the top between the Twins, Indians, and White Sox. Just 2.5 games separating all those teams. As Garver has a 3-1 count here with 2 down. Yeah, Twins at 47-24 coming into today. Indians were at 47-24.
No, ball 4.
After a win today, and the White Sox at 44-26.
Now batting.
Mitch Garver works the 2-out walk here, and that's always dangerous. Putting a man aboard with Nelson Cruz at the dish now. 1 for 1. We said he had that RBI single in the first. This one's hit well to left center. Back and gone. The Twins lead 3-0 on a 2-run shot from Nelson Cruz. The boomstick goes boom here at Kauffman. Nelson Cruz with his 21st home run, and he gave that one a ride. 100-mile-an-hour exit velocity, 424 feet. And as the old
Now batting. The third baseman.
Jumbotron message at the Metrodome used to say, walks will haunt.
The left fielder, number 20, Eddie Rosario.
As Donaldson gets a base knock there. And Lopez going to get a little talking to on the mound with lefty Eddie Rosario at the dish now here.
That's a ball.
Starts Ed low, ball 1. Our hashtag patented trivia question of the game from the big guy 73 says, who am I? 3-time All-Star, 15-year career, 2,195 hits, 75 career home runs, 189 career stolen bases, 288 career batting average, had 6 seasons over 300, and 9 seasons with over 10 steals. We had a guess of Joe Mauer. That's incorrect. As Rosario looking on the 2-1 pitch, he gets it to first base. O'Hearn laid out for it, stopped it, and makes the little flip to Lopez, who was covering. That'll do it for the Twins here, but Nelson Cruz hit his 21st dong of the season to put the Twins up 3-0 here in the 3rd inning.
Leading off for the Royals, the shortstop, number 27.
Adalberto Mondesi tries a bunt attempt there and missed wildly for strike number 1.
One ball, one strike.
1-1, Jake Odorizzi. 4.15 ERA with a 1.22 whip. Does have 78 strikeouts, only 19 walks, so doing pretty solid with the K to W ratio.
We'll
get a look here at the AL Central standings updated with Chicago winning today and Cleveland winning today, and we'll see how this Twins game shakes out, but a tight race atop the AL Central. And it's going to be a fun summer as the weather heats up. Have a feeling that race is going to keep hitting up. Have a feeling those teams are going to be back and forth throughout the rest of this ML bot ball season. And as always, we hope you stick around for all of it, folks. We appreciate our longtime viewers and all of you who mess around in the chat with us and have a little fun, but we will see Odorizzi start out Merrifield here 1-1. As this one is hit to right field and right at Max Kepler for out number 2.
Up next for the Royals, the designated hitter, Jorge Soler.
Soler struck out in a big spot in the bottom of the first. But he is always a threat to go deep, and you might not even blame Odorizzi if he'd give up a solo shot here, as Soler's done that plenty this season and having a career year after he mashed a ton of home runs last year. 48 total on a 59 and 103 Royals squad. And this one's hit to left field. Rosario's just going to watch it. Will it stay fair? It does. Jorge Soler with home run number 30 puts the Royals on the board. Now a 3-1 game as they're cheersing the beers here at Kauffman Stadium after that absolute blast from Jorge Soler. Jorge hit that one, seemed about a mile in the air, and it curved just inside the foul pole. That was a monster mammoth jam from Jorge Soler, and looks like Hunter Dozier's going to ground out here to end the inning, but the Royals get one on the board. Thanks to that moonshot from Jorge Soler, number 30 on the season. Heidi Watney telling us about our favorite German, Max Kepler, son of ballerinas, and a beautiful man just like Rocco Baldelli.
Leading off for Minnesota, the first baseman, number 22.
Miguel Sano struck out for the 82nd time in his first AB. Going to take some hacks against Lopez, who's starting off things at 58 pitches here in his 4th inning of work. Saw quickly there Sano with good lifetime numbers against Lopez, and he's going to add to those good numbers here with the base knock to lead off the top of the 4th inning.
The batter, number 2, second baseman, Luis Araya.
Luis Arias lines one into center field, and it is caught by Merrifield for out number 1. That one just floated a little too much on Arias, as we see a pitch speed comparison brought to you by Pierce Topps Trading Cards there. 96 for Lopez, 95 for Odo. See Byron Buxton take some hacks here with a man aboard 3-1 lead for Minnesota. And Lopez starts out the Twins center fielder with strike number 1. Game number 2 of this series. Royals got a bunch of home runs yesterday in their 4-3 victory over these Twins as Buxton swings through that knuckle curve for a 1-2 count. So Laird, Dozier, and Mondesi all hit home runs for Kansas City yesterday. As Buxton takes a defensive hack, goes down to a knee, but stays alive. Fouled away once more. I don't have any guesses on that trivia question. I see there's some chitty chatter about it. As Buxton lifts this one to left field. Gordon chases and catches it for out number 2.
Up next for Minnesota, the right fielder, Max Kepler.
Going back to the top of the order once more, Max Kepler 0 for 2 this evening. Max was 1 for 4 in yesterday's ball game. Did drive in a couple runners, but also struck out twice. Trying to get a 2-out base knock here. Lopez gonna... Ooh, I thought that one might be fair, but instead it's foul, 1-1. Lopez up to 69, now 70 pitches as that one misses inside. 2-1 count here to Max Kepler. Fouled away, 2-2. Kepler with another foul. It's a full count. 2 down. Miguel Sano going to be taken off early from first, and if you get that big train chugging with a full head of steam, he can get moving. I'll tell you that much. You wouldn't want to be in his way if anything. We'll do it once more here. Kepler makes contact, snagged out of the air snagged off the bounce by O'Hearn, and that's going to end the inning. The leadoff single bears no fruit for the Twins. They still lead 3-1 over these Kansas City Royals. We're going to see how Jake Odorizzi fares here against this Royals lineup once more. Our teleporting mime, Heidi Watney, still hanging strong with us. She hasn't gotten sick of us yet, folks. We're kind of shocked, but we're always glad to have Heidi's insight, even if we have to guess what it is most days. Alex Gordon grounded out in his last AB. Having a rather fine season here for the Royals. Odorizzi starts him out with that fastball at 94 for strike number 1. And this one is tapped back to Odo up on the mound. It's a running throw to Sano for out number 1. First baseman Ryan O'Hearn going to take hacks now here with 1 down. As Odo starts him off with a low fastball. Ooh, that one just missed. Nice laying off there from O'Hearn. It's 2-0. And O'Hearn swings through that offering. The four-seamer at 92 there from Odorizzi took a little off, and O'Hearn swung through it. Another close pitch there laid off by O'Hearn, so a nice AB he's putting together so far. Has himself a 3-1 count. And lifts this one to left field. Rosario was playing shifted, so he's going to run a long way to get that ball. It'll be a one-out double here from Ryan O'Hearn. That's his 8th double on the season. And O'Hearn gives the Royals a runner in scoring position here with one down. Trying to chip away at this Twins lead. Miguel Franco had a base knock his last time up and fouls the fastball off here for an 0-1 count. Franco coming over from the Phillies, of course. Signed as a free agent by these Royals. Hits this one well to center field, but Buxton's gonna go back and get that one for out number 2. So solid contact from Franco, but not enough, as it's right behind Buxton, and not many balls are gonna get by old Buck out there in center field. Nicky Lopez got his first hit of the series in his last AB. And the Royals would absolutely love another base knock from their second baseman here with 2 down and 1 on. Odorizzi up to 56 pitches. Trying to close out his 4th inning of work, and gets Lopez quickly 0-2 here as another one's fouled off. And fouled away once more. We'll reset. As that one's in the dirt, blocked by Garver. Nice job by Mitch to pick that one. It's a 1-2 count here. And Lopez pops this one up to second base. Araya's out in short center. Makes the catch for the final out. We're through 4 here in Kauffman Stadium. 3-1 Twins lead. Out hitting the Royals 6-4.
Number 52.
And we're seeing a new pitcher here now for the Kansas City Royals, Andres Munoz.
Leading off for the Twins, the shortstop, Jorge Polanco.
Interesting fact, Andres' middle name is Clemente. Quickly as Jorge Polanco 0-2 here. As Jorge Lopez only got through 4 innings here today, gave up those 3 runs on 6 hits. Not the best start from Jorge Lopez.
Well, it appears Jason Kendall's the correct answer to our trivia question. Thanks again to the big guy 73 as always for providing those when he can, giving us some valuable banter in the chat and on the airwaves as Polanco lifts this one to center field. Merrifield squeezes it for out number one.
Catcher, Mitch Garver.
Garver 1 for 1. He worked a walk and came around on Nelson Cruz's dinger in his last at-bat. He scored 2 of the Twins' runs today. See there, Mitch 6 for 12 over his last 3 games. Keeping that average above 300 and holding down the 3-hole very nicely for Minnesota. There's a nice pitch there from Munoz. 102-mile-an-hour fastball. Look out.
1 ball, 2 strikes, count.
Munoz follows that with an 88-mile-an-hour slider. And Garver just fouls off the 101-mile-an-hour heater. But man, if you can square one of those fast ones up, they usually go a long way, so be careful, Mr. Andres.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Two and 2 to Garv Sauce. Swings through that one for strikeout. That 95-mile-an-hour two-seamer gets the Twins catcher.
The designated hitter, Nelson.
Nice pitch there from Andres Munoz. Way to challenge one of the better hitters in the American League is Nelson Cruz. Speaking of hitters in the American League, 2 for 2, driven in all 3 runs today for the Twins, and you see there has that average up to 290 now, and 21 home runs for the nearly 40-year-old Nelson Cruz.
The count 1-1.
Have a feeling Cruz might struggle a little bit catching up to one of these Munoz fastballs, though. But instead, he's pumped in back-to-back sliders for a 1-2 count. Swing and a miss. Nelson Cruz goes down on one of those triple-digit fastballs from Andres Munoz. That gets the Royals out of the inning, and it's still a 3-1 ball game here as we head to the bottom of the 5th. Here on a wonderful evening at Kauffman Stadium. It's one of those evenings where you love to be at the ballpark. You love to have a beer in your hand. You love to drink that beer and buy a couple more beers. If you can tell where my mind is at on a Saturday night here after dark, might be a little sudsy, a little squirrely and sudsy. Jake Odorizzi starts off the Royals catcher MJ Melendez with a ball. 61 pitches now as he begins his 5th inning of work, and Odorizzi not known to go too deep into ball games, but he's been pretty efficient here tonight so far.
Ball 3.
And as I say that, of course, he has Melendez 3 straight balls here to lead off his 5th inning. Melendez playing in just his 15th game this season. Does have a homer, a triple, and a double, and 6 RBI. And after starting out 3-0, he's quickly got himself a full count now here against the Twins starter.